Chapter 1. A Corpse Without a Hole. In the shadowy, damp confines of the dungeon, a perpetual stench of decay and coldness lingered, shrouded in an interminable darkness. The floor was strewn with dismembered limbs, and torture devices soaked in congealed blood lay scattered about, mingling with pools of fetid water. Suddenly, a cacophony of rattling chains pierced the stillness, sending ripples across the water's surface, revealing a gaunt, battered figure. Lin Qingke was suspended in midair, bound by chains at the corners of her cell, her body marred by numerous wounds, the most grievous of which was a brutal gash through her shoulder inflicted by the chains thick as a barbarian's fist, rendering her as fragile as a mere scrap of paper. Perhaps the chains tugged at her unhealed injuries, for the suspended woman furrowed her brow, her body convulsing in agony. Her trembling eyes suddenly snapped open. Lin, Mushuan. Chu Zhangchun. Lin Qingke emitted a low growl of fury, yet her unfocused gaze betrayed her blindness to the surroundings, rendering everything within the cell a blur. Realizing that the torment to her body had led to her blindness, she disregarded the chain's constraints and struggled fiercely. That I wish you all a fate worse than death. Blood trickled down the chains, splattering into the puddles on the floor with a practiced familiarity. Who do you wish dead, I wonder? Sister, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own predicament. A sweet, yet sinister voice echoed through the silent dungeon. Lin Mushuan, adorned in an opulent crimson robe, sat atop a palanquin carried by two attendants, delicately covering her nose with a handkerchief, and flashed a cruel smile at Lin. Qingke. Look at you in such a disheveled state. It seems our fellow inmates have shown you no mercy despite your claim to beauty. Hearing the taunt, Lin Qingke turned her vacant eyes toward the door. After absorbing Lin Mushuan's words, anger erupted from her lips. I have treated you well in the residence. I have always regarded you as my sister. Why must you do this? Her violent struggles caused the chains to rattle ominously, and the blood flowed more freely, nearly staining the chains a deep crimson. Yet Lin Mushuan merely giggled, shaking her fragrant golden handkerchief, and in an instant, the mirth in her eyes vanished, replaced by a torrent of jealousy and hatred. Why do you think, dear sister, as daughters of the same household, you, the legitimate daughter, bask in wealth and adoration, while I am relegated to a cold corner, merely your shadow? Everyone can see your brilliance. They flatter you, treat you like a precious gem, while I, what of me? Everyone overlooks my existence. Even that aloof Prince Rouet, who never deigns to acknowledge others, would cast you in a different light, even if you plotted against him. Lin Mushuan's manic laughter echoed, her delicate handkerchief twisted into white threads before being callously discarded from the palanquin. She then fixed her gaze on Lin Qingke, her expression gradually regaining composure, igniting a wild delight in her eyes as she signaled her attendants to set her down. She looked at the soiled ground with disdain, her delicate embroidered shoes stepping onto the straw mat laid out by the servant, approaching Lin Qingke. Sister, are you unable to see now? What a pity. The palanquin I rode in today is newly adorned with amber obtained from the Xiang residence. I thought it might evoke some longing for home in you to... It is also thanks to you, sister. That Brother Chun ascended the throne otherwise. How could a mere second prince wield such power? Brother Chun specifically allowed me to ride in the palanquin within the dungeon, to prevent this filthy place from tainting me. Before she could finish, Lin Qingke interrupted her. Enough. Do not speak any further. Her feeble cries, accompanied by a hoarse cough, erupted as, upon hearing about the amber from the Xiang residence, Lin Qingke's eyes widened in fury, turning red as she frantically shook the iron chains to vent her rage. What have you done to the Xiang residence? That piece of amber is the only relic left by our maternal grandfather. Cough, cough, how dare you? Lin Mushuan, do you have no conscience? The intensity of her actions drained Lin Qingke of her last ounce of strength, her arms drooping helplessly, her eyes slightly closing. Yet she continued to murmur, How dare you? How dare you? Lin Mushuan stood leisurely to the side, arms crossed, observing the frail figure before her with the gaze of one watching a dying creature, a malicious smile curling at her lips as she calmly dropped a bombshell. The Xiang residence still exists. You wish to know why, sister? Before Lin Qingke could respond, she continued, It is because that so-called enemy, His Highness the Rue Wang, is desperately protecting them. Even though he has already entered the capital and is on the verge of seizing control, he chose to make a deal with Brother Chun for your sake. With that, jealousy flickered in Lin Qingke's eyes. To shield your family and sect, he is currently defending against the barbarian invasions on behalf of Brother Chun. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingke gasped like a dying fish, staring incredulously at Lin Muxuan. What did you say? Lin Muxuan smiled behind her hand, yet her words were laced with venom. I said, the former Rui Wang has lowered himself to the status of a commoner, trading victories in border skirmishes for the lives of everyone in the Xiang residence. The might of the barbarians was well known, and under the current circumstances, the Qi could not afford to engage them in battle. This venture would lead to certain death. Lin Qingke gasped, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, her lips trembling violently, yet producing no sound, as blood flowed continuously from the wound on her shoulder. I have not finished yet, sister, do not be so hasty. Lin Muxuan spoke with delight. However, Brother Chun has not provided him with a military token. The soldiers at the border will not heed him. This act merely relaxes the Rui Wang's personal guard's grip on the capital as for the Xiang residents. Since victory at the border is impossible, they should already be on the execution platform at this very moment. Sister. Lin Muxuan's cruel laughter echoed throughout the dungeon, while Lin Qingke resembled a lifeless marionette. Yet in an instant, she emitted a heart-wrenching scream, and oh, Lin Muxuan, Chu Zhangchen, I swear I will ensure your demise is neither peaceful nor easy. This final cry, however, only infuriated Lin Muxuan further, who raised her hand to signal the executioner. Then let my sister savor the sensation of being torn apart by these iron chains. With that, she turned and departed. With her eyes burning red, Lin Qingke ultimately shed 2 streams of blood tears. Her mind buzzed, engulfed in despair, and as the sound of the chains clanked, she felt her consciousness lift, soaring away from her own body. She beheld her shattered corpse and witnessed the tragic fates of her family at the execution ground. Her awareness drifted beyond the city limits. Just as Lin Qingke was on the verge of complete dissolution, before her appeared the arid yellow sands of the frontier. Once the proud and formidable Prince Rui, he lay on the cold battlefield, pierced by countless arrows, clutching a broken sword amidst the bodies of his loyal guards, his handsome visage marred by agony. She observed a slight movement of his fingertips as a whisper was carried away by the howling winds. Here, do not fear, this prince has come to accompany you. Enveloped in profound sorrow, Lin Qingke wept bitterly, vowing that if there were a next life, she would seek vengeance and exact retribution, an eye for an eye. Chapter 2, Rebirth. Little mistress, wake up. The master has returned. Lin Qingke was shaken vigorously, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a bamboo green canopy above her. What was happening? Hadn't her eyes been rendered blind from the torment in the dungeon? Why did the bed curtains appear so vividly before her? Before she could ponder further, a series of urgent prompts jolted her back to reality. Little mistress, we must hurry and change our clothes to greet the master. If he discovers you lounging here in broad daylight, you'll be punished to weed the herbal garden again. It was Hong Feng's voice, her once devoted maid. Akin to a sister, Lin Qingke turned sharply to examine the round face of a young maid before lowering her gaze to her own noticeably delicate hands, her eyes brimming with tears. Hong Feng, quickly, bring me the bronze mirror. Why does the little mistress need a mirror? The master is already seated in the main hall. A girl in a green outfit entered, casually retrieving the bronze mirror from the windowsill. Lin Qingke gazed at the approaching maid, her lips trembling. You are Qingzhu? Qingzhu, perplexed, shook her head as she handed the mirror to Hong Feng. What is wrong with the little mistress? Has she forgotten even me? With Hong Feng's assistance, Lin Qingke peered into the mirror, her hands caressing her cheeks. This was her 15-year-old self. Heaven has truly granted her a second chance at life. This year, she was still learning within the sect, yet to return to the Su family, her parents and brothers were all alive, and her master had not disbanded the repairing leaf pavilion for her sake. At that moment, a dark figure clutching a broken sword floated through her mind, and Lin Qingke smiled faintly. That man remained the illustrious Prince Rui. Little mistress, were you plagued by nightmares? Returning to reality, Lin Qingke met Hong Feng's concerned gaze. She affectionately ruffled the young maid's tuft of hair and turned to Qingzhu with a reassuring smile, signaling them not to worry, and continued with Hong Feng's words. I was indeed a bit unsettled. Just a moment ago, I was still in a daze. As she donned the outer robe draped by the bedside with grace and rose to arrange her attire, she added, after the audience with the master, "Have the kitchen prepare a calming soup for me. Perhaps I've overexerted myself in practice lately, which could be detrimental to my health." Before Qingzhu could finish her thought, Lin Qingke waved her hand, signaling her to stop, leaving the maid with no choice but to step aside and fix Hongfeng's hairstyle instead. "I have full confidence in my training. It will not harm my health, so you need not fret." With a decisive stride, Lin Qingke crossed the threshold of her chamber and marched towards the front courtyard, stating, "From now on, do not address me with such formalities. We are like sisters. Don't you find it tiresome to address me so respectfully all day long?" The two young maids exchanged a glance filled with emotion, hastily following their mistress's pace. As Lin Qingke briskly walked through the corridor, she contemplated her current situation, memories of Lin Mushuan and Chu Zhengxin's various schemes flashing through her mind. Reflecting on how she had been deceived by them, she couldn't help but clench her fists. A second chance is a manifestation of divine compassion, and she must seize this opportunity, akin to a phoenix rising from its ashes. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she arrived at the main house of the Xiuye courtyard. With a subtle gesture, she indicated to Hong Feng and Qingzhu to withdraw. Through the intricately carved rosewood screen depicting lush forests and bamboo, she beheld an elderly man with long white hair and a flowing beard, his ethereal demeanor reminiscent of an immortal, reclining languidly in a yellowwood armchair. In that instant, Lin Qingke felt a surge of emotion, her nose tinged with sorrow, tears threatening to spill. This venerable figure was Yi Chong, known in the martial world as the Recluse of the Bamboo, affectionately referred to as Elder Yi. He was a renowned divine physician and the esteemed head of the Xiuye Pavilion. Due to his friendship with her grandfather and recognizing Lin Qingke's extraordinary potential, he had taken her as his sole disciple, mentoring her in the pavilion since she was 6 years old. Such a remarkable elder had, in her previous life, disbanded the Xiuye Pavilion and severed his own meridians, all to avoid being manipulated by the despicable Chu Zhengxin, unwilling to place Lin Qingke in a position of conflict. Reflecting on this, Lin Qingke inhaled deeply, wiping away her tears as she stepped into the room. Disciple Lin Qingke pays her respects to master. The elder raised his gaze slightly, exhaling as if relieved, and waved his hand, inviting her to take a seat. With the other hand, which had been concealed behind his back, he revealed that his fingers were slightly sticky from indulging in malt candy. Lin Qingke's earlier sorrow dissipated, replaced by an amused incredulity as she regarded her unrefined master. She offered him a clean handkerchief from her sleeve. "Master, why are you not reclining in your chair today? It turns out you were secretly enjoying malt candy." Yi Lao, taken aback, huffed and glared. "Who says I was sneaking a treat? What is wrong with the esteemed head of the pavilion enjoying a bit of malt candy in his own courtyard? And is that why you sighed with relief when you saw me? Not wanting to be scolded by senior brother for indulging?" Lin Qingke retorted, unyielding in her response. Yi Lao fell silent, begrudgingly accepting the handkerchief and concealing the remaining malt candy within his robes. "Your senior brother is currently out training. Do not think you can use him to intimidate me." Lin Qingke gazed at her somewhat childish master, a visage she cherished most, like a playful elder, rather than the worn and weary figure from her past life who had fretted over her well-being. "By the way, my dear girl, I have brought several tasks suitable for your training this time. You may collect the task tokens from the mission hall later. This way, you will have matters to attend to upon your return home in a few days." Yi Lao lifted his cup of tea and drained it in one gulp. "If there is nothing else, you may return. I wish to rest." Lin Qingke's thoughts lingered on the tasks mentioned. Upon hearing this, she refrained from further conversation, bowed respectfully, and withdrew. In her previous life, it was during the execution of these very tasks that Chu Zhengxin had intervened to rescue her from grievous injuries, subsequently sending rare herbs during her recovery. It was precisely because of this incident that she began to regard him with newfound admiration. Compounded by his subsequent feigned affection and deceit, leading her to mistakenly fall for him and board the ship of his treachery. With a sardonic smile, Lin Qingke reflected on Chu Zhongshan's various actions, as well as her own naivety and innocence. It was likely that his timely rescue had been a calculated part of his scheme, and she, in her misguided gratitude, had unwittingly sacrificed everything. However, the tasks assigned by her master have always been conducted in secrecy. How could Chu Zhongshan possess the virtue and capability to orchestrate all of this? Lin Qingke's gaze deepened, as it appeared that the matter was far more intricate than she had initially perceived. Upon returning to her courtyard, she caught sight of a row of weapons standing against the wall, igniting a surge of passion within her. In her previous life, she had heard that Chu Zhongshan disdained women skilled in martial arts, and since her return to the residence, she had refrained from practicing her agility and weaponry. Gradually, she had lost her ability to defend herself, a realization that now seemed utterly laughable. Lin Qingke approached, grasped a long spear, and executed a series of techniques she had studied, fluid and powerful, a force to be reckoned with. With a resounding thud, the spear embedded itself into a stone slab in the courtyard. Lin Qingke rose gracefully, withdrew the spear, and returned it to its place, yet her gaze wandered, lost in contemplation. When it comes to spear techniques, she had always heard that His Highness, Prince Chu Beiwei, was unmatched across the realm of the Qi. She wondered if she might one day witness his prowess with her own eyes. Chapter 3 Farewell, Brother. The following morning, the dew on the grass and trees in the small courtyard shimmered in the sunlight. Suddenly, a sword swept through the air, slicing the delicate droplets into countless fragments that cascaded down from the tips of the leaves. A young woman practiced her swordsmanship with a fluid grace that did not lack in strength. Her blade gleamed with an undeniable brilliance, each movement fluid and unique, deviating from the rigid forms often depicted in books. This was Lin Qingke, honing her skills in the courtyard. As the day bore her thoughts, the night brought haunting dreams. The previous day marked Lin Qingke's first day of rebirth, and that very night, she was plagued by nightmares of her past life. To dispel her frustrations, she rose early to practice with her sword. The grotesque faces of the couple from her dreams lingered vividly in her mind. Irritated, she gathered the loose folds of her robe that had come undone during practice and carelessly placed her cherished sword, the starry scar, onto the weapon rack, exhaling heavily. Oh, who is it that's disturbing our dear Cuckoo's peace so early in the morning? A warm, magnetic voice reached her ears. Lin Qingke instinctively stood alert, her gaze fixed on a man perched on the courtyard wall. The sunlight behind him obscured his features. The man leaped down gracefully, clad in a pristine white robe that shimmered like moonlight. His long, phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, yet they sparkled with mirth, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. Just his presence exuded an elegance akin to a noble tree swaying in the breeze. Lin Zhe spread his arms wide, a warm smile illuminating his face, as he adopted a posture inviting a hug. What is this? Have you been away from this desolate mountain for 10 years, and you no longer recognize your own brother? The moment Lin Qingke discerned his face, she was utterly entranced. In her past life, her brother had willingly endured torture in her stead to protect her from imprisonment, believing he was safeguarding his sister. Yet, in his final moments, he was brought to her cell, forced to witness her suffering as she hung in chains, leading to his own heart-wrenching demise. The memory of her brother's bloodied visage in that dark, damp cell collided with the warm, handsome face before her. Tears brimmed in Lin Qingke's eyes, spilling forth like pearls from a broken string as she rushed into his embrace. Brother, at last, I see you again. I have missed you so much. Her soft voice was interspersed with choked sobs, and hearing his sister's cries, Lin Zhe enveloped her trembling form tightly, a veil of mist forming before his own eyes. It is my fault and ours. We left you alone, dear Cuckoo, and allowed you to suffer. From a moment of her birth, Lin Qingke had been foretold by a sage to remain away from the capital's influence until she turned 6, avoiding even those touched by its presence until a decade had passed, when the danger would finally subside. Thus, at the tender age of 5, she had accompanied her master to this secluded mountain, with only a handful of visits from her family over the years. Once a cherished daughter of a prominent family, she had transformed into a resilient wildflower, thriving in solitude. Now, with the 10-year period concluded and her parents' mobility hindered, Lin Qingke could hardly contain his eagerness to reunite with his sister, arriving hastily through the air, yearning to see her a few days earlier. With her brother's soothing words, Lin Qingke gradually stilled her sobs, using this moment to release all the grievances of her past life. However, Lin Qingke was unaware of the truth. He believed that his sister was merely overcome with homesickness after being separated from their family for many years. Thus, he gently patted her back as one would soothe a child. Lin Qingke buried her face in her brother's embrace, too shy to lift her head. Her delicate earlobes gradually tinged with a faint blush. "All right, no outsiders are allowed to linger in your chamber. I shall speak with you for a moment before I take my leave." Lin Qingke, understanding his sister's sensitive nature, subtly gestured towards a nearby stone table, prompting the siblings to move there for a private conversation. "Father and mother have already set out to fetch you. However, they are slow of foot and will take several days to arrive." "Huh? Really?" Lin Qingke exclaimed, lifting her head in delight, her eyes sparkling like obsidian, her radiant face aglow with joy. In her previous life, her parents had similarly disregarded their health, insisting on coming to retrieve her personally, solely to proclaim the significance of the noble house's daughter to the capital's populace. The tragic fate of the noble family's members at the guillotine flashed through her mind, leaving her heart awash with conflicting emotions. Lin Qingke observed his sister, now transformed into a graceful young lady, her bright eyes and shining teeth a sight to behold. Recalling the impressive swordsmanship he had witnessed moments before, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Unable to resist, he affectionately ruffled Lin Qingke's hair. "Rest assured, Mother is concerned for your well-being, hence I was sent ahead to check on you. I shall return shortly to inform them of your safety." As he spoke, Lin Qingke sensed the presence of the hidden guards urging him to depart, prompting him to rise from the stone bench and adjust his attire. "Are you leaving already, brother?" Lin Qingke's brow furrowed slightly, her soft lips forming a slight pout of disappointment. This was her first reunion with family since her rebirth, and she had not anticipated such a swift and fleeting separation. Lin Qingke chuckled to himself, but merely waved his hand at his sister. "Kiki, I shall see you in 3 days." As soon as the words left his lips, he nimbly stood and leaped down the mountain with agility. Lin Qingke tidied up the tea on the stone table and returned to her small room to change into a coarse linen outfit. What is the young mistress planning to do? The practice clothes we washed the other day are already dry. There is no need for this rough fabric as a substitute, Hong Feng remarked, observing Lin Qingke's change of attire while heading towards the wardrobe, gesturing for her to look over. Lin Qingke chuckled in resignation. "Who said I'm going to practice?" Meanwhile, Qingzhu suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Are we to seek out the finest pigskin?" Hong Feng followed suit, slapping her forehead. "Oh dear, how could I forget? The young mistress must be starting to craft human skin masks." "Indeed, but it has been a year since I last made them. Have you forgotten why I wear this outfit?" Lin Qingke replied with a smile, playfully tapping on the small couch beside her and teasing the two. Yilo, having traversed the martial world for many years, possessed not only unparalleled martial skills and the ability to revive the dead, but also the unexpected craft of creating human skin masks. Once donned, a meticulously crafted mask would obscure the wearer's true identity, unless one were intimately familiar with them. The challenge of mastering this technology only reveals its true complexity upon deep engagement. Lin Qingke dedicated 3 arduous years to relentless practice, ultimately perfecting her craft a year prior. Reflecting upon the sorrowful memories of her past life, where her family perished, Lin Qingke suddenly recognized the inherent value of the human skin masks. The intricate process of their creation compels her to prepare several in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. Having resided in these remote mountains, the necessity for such masks had been negligible. However, as she prepares to return to the capital, the uncertain conditions there prompt her to produce a few more for critical moments of escape, just in case. She explained her reasoning to the 2 young maidens. Yet, as they prepared to return to the Prime Minister's residence, which is undoubtedly secure. Hongfeng's innocent face reflected confusion as she looked at Lin Qingke. The simplicity of the young girl's words elicited a self-deprecating smile from Lin Qingke. She had once harbored similar naive thoughts in her previous life, returning to the capital without a hint of caution, only to meet a fate where her remains were never found. Always remember, one must guard against others, she admonished. Yes, young mistress, replied Qingzhu and Hongfeng in unison, promptly setting off to procure pigskin. Lin Qingke's heart seethed with resentment as the shadows of her past life enveloped her once more. As she nears her return to the capital, this time, she intends to ensure that all who have wronged her will pay the price. Chapter 4. Return to the manor, be gentle. This box contains precious swordsmanship manuals that the young master specifically brought back from the pavilion. They must not be jostled. Early in the morning, the courtyard where Lin Qingke resided bustled with activity, for today marked the return of the chancellor's only legitimate daughter to the manor. The servants were methodically packing belongings into boxes, and the entire courtyard radiated a joyful anticipation of returning home. Lin Qingke, however, remained composed, meticulously polishing her sword as she awaited news from the front courtyard that it was time to descend the mountain. Young master, I found this item in the cabinet by the door. Shall we take it back to the manor? Qingzhu approached Lin Qingke with a small package wrapped in a handkerchief. Hurrying to her side. What is this? Lin Qingke inquired with curiosity as she accepted the package, discovering a wooden token within. She studied the aged token thoughtfully, and forgotten memories began to resurface as she recalled her first year at the pavilion, a time when she was still a mischievous child prone to wandering. Once again evading her master's command to practice horse stance, young Lin Qingke had scampered off to the back mountain. There lay a vast bamboo grove, her secret haven where she would play whenever she had a moment to spare. However, on that day, an unexpected visitor appeared in her sanctuary. By the shimmering brook lay a wounded youth, his features striking yet marred by injuries. His fair complexion was smeared with dirt, and his lips were pale, a thin sheen of blood staining them as he muttered incoherently. Young Lin Qingke's eyes widened in alarm, and she hesitantly approached the seemingly lifeless figure. After ensuring that no other dangers lurked nearby, she reached out with her delicate hand and gently nudged the boy. Hey, can you hear me? She called out, but the youth lay motionless, his wounds bleeding profusely as she inadvertently aggravated them. Panic surged through Lin Qingke as she recalled the healing techniques her master had taught her. She hurriedly rose and raced toward the herbal garden nestled within the bamboo grove. You must hold on. I'll fetch some herbs to stop the bleeding. Her small hands struggled to grip the spade, but in her urgency, she uprooted herbs and placed them into a mortar, grinding them into a paste. Upon her return to the brook, she found the youth's complexion even more ashen. Without hesitation, she applied the herbal paste to his wounds and wrapped them in clean cloth. Suddenly, she remembered the life-saving elixir her master had entrusted to her. She swiftly retrieved it from her bosom, pouring a pill into the unconscious boy's mouth. Within moments, he coughed weakly, expelling a mouthful of tainted blood before slowly opening his eyes. Why do you awaken me when I have resigned myself to death? He rasped, gazing at Lin Qingke with despair evident in his voice. Before she could respond, he continued, his tone laced with a sense of hopelessness. Both of my parents met untimely fates, leaving me alone in this vast world. What purpose does this meager existence serve? Cough, cough. Merely a fade to demonstrate what others deem as compassion. Cough, cough. The youth, just awakened, managed to utter a couple of words before his voice faltered, reduced to a state of extreme weakness. Lin Qingke failed to comprehend the latter part of his statement. Instead, she anxiously patted the boy's back, attempting to soothe him while seemingly admonishing, I know not of others, but your father and mother would not wish to see you perish. It appears there is some hidden truth. You must live to avenge your parents. The world is filled with vibrant and bustling places. How can it be that you are the only one left? If nothing else, I can be your family, provided you abandon thoughts of self-destruction. The boy gazed at the delicate little figure before him, observing her anxious, crumpled expression. Her doe-like eyes seemed to speak, evoking a warmth he had not felt since the departure of his family. As if enchanted, the boy slowly parted his lips. It is a promise. The events that followed blurred in Lin Qingke's mind, and when her memories returned, she found herself waking up in bed, a worn wooden token hanging in the corner. According to Ha Feng, the boy had been rescued by her master and returned to the capital, while she had succumbed to a high fever, the prophecy of her infancy having come to fruition. Thus, only that small wooden token remained as a remnant of that memory. Returning from her reverie, Lin Qingke smiled as she caressed the token before carefully wrapping it up and handing it to Qingtian. Certainly, it bears the weight of my sole childhood experience of friendship. The outside world of Ziyegwen was not easily accessible. Apart from those within the pavilion, the only individuals she encountered during her tasks were informants. And that injured boy had become the sole exception. Just then, a voice interrupted Lin Qingke's thoughts. "Little pavilion master, news from the front yard. We can descend the mountain. The lord and lady have arrived at the foot of the mountain." Hong Feng rushed in, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingke swiftly rose, bid farewell to her master, and hurriedly exited the pavilion to descend the mountain. Casting a lingering glance at the little courtyard where she had lived for 10 years, a tinge of sorrow blossomed in her heart, uncertain of when she would see her master and elder brother again. However, as her parents' gentle faces surfaced in her mind, she recalled how she had not even had the chance to bid them a proper farewell in her previous life. Thus, she quickened her pace, striding down the mountain. In the distance, she spotted a couple anxiously scanning the surroundings, and a wave of emotion washed over her, memories of 2 lifetimes intertwining, tears cascading down her cheeks. Father, mother, without a thought for Qingtian and Hong Feng behind her, she immediately leaped into the air, gracefully soaring towards the carriage of the Prime Minister's residence. "Oh, my child, my Qingke has suffered." Madame An, the Prime Minister's wife, embraced her rushing daughter tightly, fervently striking the Prime Minister's arm, both of them weeping in their embrace. "Mother has come to bring Qingke home. Let us return and make Qingke our little princess." She was so overwhelmed with emotion that she struggled to find words. Even the seasoned chancellor, who had navigated the intricacies of the court for half a lifetime, could not help but shed tears upon seeing his daughter. Supporting the nearly unsteady Shi, he meticulously traced the outline of her daughter's growth with his gaze. She stood there, graceful and poised, radiating an aura of both swordplay and ethereal charm, her face adorned with a smile of contentment. Lin Qingke took a moment to compose herself and turned to Shi with a sweet smile. "Mother, oh, mother is here." Shi tightly grasped her hand, her other hand continuing to wipe away tears, glancing at her father, who observed her silently, and her brother, who was unable to approach her amidst the crowd. Lin Qingke's heart brimmed with happiness. "Father, brother, let us go home. We're taking Qingke home." Lin Zhe was the first to take action, directing Qing Zhu and Hong Feng to organize their belongings. Chancellor Lin Chong nodded in agreement, signaling Lin Qingke to board the carriage. "This is a piece of deerskin that your elder brother hunted a few days ago, specially crafted into a cloak for you. Mother even embroidered the most fashionable design from the capital on it. Do you like it?" Surrounded by her family, Lin Qingke climbed into the carriage and nestled beside her mother, resting her head on Shi's shoulder, indulging in a moment of childhood affection. "I absolutely adore it. Mother's craftsmanship is unparalleled." Chancellor Lin Chong also boarded the carriage, taking a seat beside Lin Qingke, watching the tender interaction between mother and daughter with a gentle smile. "Qingke, sit tight. We're setting off for home." Lin Zhe's bright voice rang out from outside the carriage, his joy evident even in his tone. Unable to join his sister in the carriage, Lin Zhe rode alongside, occasionally interjecting with remarks during their conversation. Lin Qingke leaned against the soft deerskin cloak, its fluffy texture providing comfort, her heart swelling with warmth from her family's love and concern. This was the happiest day since her rebirth, the familial ambience momentarily dispelling the shadows of her past life that lingered in her heart. Lin Qingke relaxed, closing her eyes with a smile. Chapter 5: Discovering the Truth. On a meticulously crafted pearwood bed, the curtains hung low, and at the foot of the bed, a delicate sachet embroidered with golden threads exuded a faint, alluring fragrance. Through the rosy haze of the bed curtains, a stunningly beautiful woman gradually opened her eyes. Today marked the second day since Lin Qingke had returned home, and it was also the day the Prime Minister's residence had prepared a banquet to welcome her back. The previous day, the group had returned home just before the curfew, weary from their journey, and, after advising Lin Qingke on the banquet arrangements, they each retired to their chambers to rest. Dingling, Lin Qingke sat up in bed, ringing the bell that hung from the curtains. Qing Zhu and Ha Feng hurried in upon hearing the sound. "Miss, you are awake. What time is it now?" Lin Qingke rubbed her sleepy eyes and inquired of the two who were opening the windows and preparing water. Response to Miss, "It is the hour of Chun, and there remains an hour until the banquet begins." Hongfeng's voice brimmed with joy. "Miss, the madam sent a servant early this morning with many beautiful garments and jewels. I will surely make you look stunning for the banquet." Qing Zhu approached and playfully tapped her on the head, exaggerating her tone. "Our miss is already as beautiful as the fish that sink and the geese that fall. After dressing up, she will surely be a sight that could topple kingdoms." Lin Qingke was amused by their teasing remarks. "All right, let us get ready quickly." An hour later, the members of the Prime Minister's household gathered in the main hall, anxiously gazing towards the entrance, awaiting Lin Qingke's arrival. "What is taking so long? Has my sister forgotten the time?" A voice feigned concern, subtly implying that Lin Qingke lacked decorum. The speaker was Lin Mushuan, Lin Qingke's half-sister from the second branch of the family. "Do not fret, Sister Xian. Perhaps eldest sister is simply unfamiliar with the customs of the capital." Lin Maoding, the eldest son of the second branch, chimed in, ostensibly defending Lin Qingke, yet actually criticizing her for being a country girl without proper manners. Upon hearing this, Wang, the matriarch of the second branch, noticed the discontent on the Prime Minister's wife's face and was about to defend her children when she was interrupted. It is indeed a bit unfamiliar navigating these halls, which has caused a slight delay. A melodious voice flowed like a gentle spring stream. "Moreover, has the hour not yet arrived? Why the haste, dear siblings?" Everyone turned towards the entrance, where a vision of ethereal beauty appeared. Her skin as fair as freshly peeled water chestnuts, brows resembling distant mountains, and eyes sparkling like autumn waters, adorned with a solitary tear mole beneath her lively gaze. A subtle dimple graced her cheek, and with every glance, her poise radiated elegance, captivating all in attendance. Clad in a lotus-pink garment that embraced her graceful figure, a silver ribbon encircled her slender waist, and her raven locks were styled into a lively maiden-esque bun, with pearls shimmering under the sunlight. The onlookers were momentarily struck by her beauty, with Lin Mushuan being the first to regain her composure, envy immediately clouding her vision as she clenched her fists in frustration. "Is this Lin Qingke? How can a country girl surpass me in beauty 100-fold?" Lin Maoding was equally entranced, having never encountered such exquisite beauty before. Lin Qingke cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mushuan, her lips curling into a smile laced with irony. So, it seemed she had begun her masquerade from their very first meeting. It is indeed her own fault for being so easily deceived. The memories of her past life surged before Lin Qingke's eyes, igniting a furious blaze within her. She longed to rend Lin Mushuan asunder. "Is Coco here? Come quickly to sit by your mother." Upon seeing her daughter blossom into such a captivating young woman, Madame joyfully beckoned Lin Qingke to take her seat. The tender voice of her mother pulled Lin Qingke back to the present. Now was certainly not the time for violence. She resolved to gradually usurp everything that Lin Mushuan held dear, for this was the most exquisite form of torment for that vain woman. Lin Qingke turned to pay her respects to her father, nodding to her brother before making her way to the women's section. The family banquet swiftly concluded, and each person returned to their own quarters, each harboring their own thoughts. How is this fair? How could this be? Upon returning to her room, Lin Mushuan swept everything off the small table in a fit of indignation. It was one thing to have a more favorable background, but how dared a coarse and uncouth country girl outshine her at the family banquet? Having vented her frustration, Lin Mushuan's lips suddenly curled into a sinister smile as she gestured to the two hidden guards stationed by the window to take action. "Fortunately, I had planned ahead. Lin Qingke, just wait." Meanwhile, Lin Qingke remained blissfully unaware happily counting the gifts sent from various households. As the legitimate daughter of the prime minister returned home, nearly all the esteemed families in the capital had sent congratulatory gifts or invitations, eager to curry favor with the prime minister's residence. Suddenly, with her keen hearing, Lin Qingke detected the presence of the two hidden guards perched in the trees. Maintaining her composure, she continued to tally the items while her mind raced. In her previous life, she had set off for her mission right after the banquet, only to encounter Chu Zhengchen thereafter. In this life, however, she had harbored doubts and, not wishing to be indebted for that staged rescue, had refrained from leaving the residence. Could it be that Chu Zhengchen was unaware of the task assigned to her by her master and had instead dispatched these two to place her in peril, intending to seize the opportunity to play the hero? As her suspicions deepened, Lin Qingke preemptively swallowed the specially crafted pill from Xiuye Pavilion that rendered her impervious to poison before she detected any movement from the guards. Just as expected, the two guards swiftly approached, pressing a cloth laced with sleeping powder over her mouth and nose. Lin Qingke feigned a struggle before yielding to their tactics and allowed herself to be hoisted onto a shoulder. This time, she would see what scheme Chu Zhengchen had devised. Moments later, the two men carried Lin Qingke beyond the city gates and into the desolate outskirts. After discerning that only these two were present, Lin Qingke acted decisively, nimbly leaping from the guard's shoulder. Two flying needles shot forth from her sleeves, accurately striking the acupoints at the necks of the guards, rendering them powerless and collapsing by the roadside. Brushing the dust from her attire, Lin Qingke stepped onto one guard's chest, demanding, "Who sent you? What do you intend to do with me?" The guards, unyielding, turned their faces away, one of them scoffing, "You think such petty skills can ensnare us? Once this acupoint relaxes, we shall surely subdue you." Lin Qingke slowly curled her lips into a smile, finding their naivete charming. The two were taken aback by her demeanor, yet they maintained a facade of composure, declaring, "If you don't believe us, we shall wait right here." "Bah!" Lin Qingke crouched down, locking eyes with them, and coldly declared, "If these were mere silver needles, you would be able to move your fingers by now. However, these have been laced with poison. Speak the truth, and I shall grant you the antidote. Delay further, and I fear for your lives." The two guards writhed in desperation, their fingers utterly immobile, gazing fearfully at the woman's alluring visage, as though confronting a malevolent specter. "Speak, we will confess. The esteemed young lady is magnanimous. Please spare us." Upon hearing their address, Lin Qingke noticed their attire, identifying them as guards from the prime minister's residence, her expression growing increasingly complex. "It was the second miss. She instructed us to drug you and deliver you to an abandoned temple on the outskirts of the city. Someone would be there to receive you, and we were to pretend to be subdued by that individual. Once the task was complete, we were promised 10 taels of silver. Thereafter, we knew nothing." The mention of Lin Mushuan's name enlightened Lin Qingke. The dilapidated temple on the city's periphery was precisely where she had suffered injury during her previous life's mission. It became clear that Chu Zhengchen and Lin Mushuan had conspired together long before, orchestrating this elaborate ruse. One had ensnared Lin Qingke in peril, while the other played the gallant hero. Ironically, in her past life, she had been wounded at that very location, facilitating their scheme. A deep breath escaped Lin Qingke. It dawned on her that Chu Zhengchen had been plotting against her long before they had even met. In her previous existence, she had been utterly deceived by his duplicitous facade, believing in his false charm. Fury ignited within her, yet she could not take the lives of these two. She desired for Chu Zhengchen and Lin Mushuan to endure every torment she had suffered in her past life, to perish in utter despair. Lin Qingke extracted the silver needles from the guards and tossed 2 pills their way, sufficient to preserve their lives, yet rendering their martial prowess utterly ineffective. A lesson they would not soon forget. With that, she disregarded their wails and soared away. Chapter 6. Injustice. Unseen Lin Qingke, as light as a swallow, swiftly approached the city gate and strode towards the prime minister's residence. Before she reached the gate, she noticed a tall figure standing conversing with the gatekeeper, a man holding a wooden box. As she drew closer, recognition dawned upon her, and she raised her brows in astonishment. Wasn't this Shun Mo, the personal shadow guard of His Royal Highness, the Rue Wang? What brought him to the Prime Minister's doorstep? In her memory, during this time in her past life, the Rue Wang's residence had not conformed to the custom of sending congratulatory gifts, and her encounters with Shun Mo had been but fleeting glances from afar. Yet, it was he who had intervened with the jailer while she languished in the dungeon. Or else, she might have perished from starvation. Grateful for this favor, Lin Qingke recognized him instantly. However, what merit did a mere shadow guard possess to gain access to the dungeon on her behalf? Surely, he acted under the orders of someone more significant. A wave of emotion washed over her. How could that person be so foolish? If given another chance, she would cherish him properly, regaining her composure from the sadness. Lin Qingke approached the two engaged in conversation. "Miss, you have returned." The young servant was the first to notice her and bowed respectfully. Lin Qingke nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to Shun Mo. He clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I'm a representative of the Rue Wang's residence, sent here to deliver a congratulatory gift." His demeanor was neither obsequious nor arrogant, which made Lin Qingke hesitate slightly. She had no recollection of any such delivery in her past life. Seeing her silence, Shun Mo lifted the lid of the wooden box he held, revealing 10 neatly arranged medicinal herbs. "This is Qingwei grass." Lin Qingke gasped in disbelief, her eyes widening as she looked at Shun Mo. He nodded affirmatively. Noticing her astonishment, Shun Mo hurried to clarify. "Do not be misled by the humble appearance of this gift. This herb is exceedingly rare. In the entire capital, only our Wang's treasury possesses such a collection." Shun Mo's words struck her like a thunderclap, leaving Lin Qingke momentarily stunned. After thanking him and accepting the box, she crossed the threshold of the residence in a daze, moving towards her courtyard as if in a trance. She had encountered this Qingwei grass in her previous life, also neatly contained within a similar wooden box. However, back then, she had been recovering from injuries sustained during her mission, confined to her bed while Lin Mushuan had brought her the herbs. Claiming they were a gift from the second prince's attendants she had met on her way back. At that time, she had placed immense trust in her newly found sister and had even idealized Chu Zhengchun in her mind. It was all a complete deception, Lin Qingke thought numbly. After applying the herb in her past life, her wounds had healed remarkably fast, and she had foolishly written letters to the palace, extolling Chu Zhengchun in countless praise. It was unimaginable how pained and heartbroken Chu Beiyue must have felt upon seeing her letter lauding the second prince after he had so sincerely delivered the medicinal herbs to her. Moreover, in her previous life, Lin Qingke had shown little kindness towards him, given the antagonism between the second prince and the Rue Wang. Upon this realization, Lin Qingke abruptly turned around, raising her hand to signal Qingzhu to follow. "Let's go. We must procure a gift to reciprocate to the Rue Wang Fu." As Lin Qingke settled into the carriage, her mind wandered to what suitable present she might offer that man. Given his wealth and status, he would surely dismiss anything commonplace. Suddenly, Lin Qingke recalled a minor detail from her previous life that she had overlooked. At that time, the second prince and Rue Wang were in a state of complete opposition, and coincidentally, it was Rue Wang's birthday. Lin Qingke had carelessly taken a piece of jade from the treasury as a mere formality to present to him. The following day, at the banquet, she witnessed Chu Beiyue examining that very jade pendant with meticulous attention. But back then, she had assumed it to be a frivolous gesture and had left in displeasure. In hindsight, it seemed quite likely that Chu Beiyue had taken a liking to the jade pendant she had gifted, as he chose to scrutinize it among a plethora of offerings. Now that Lin Qingke comprehended the affections between them, she resolved to select a finely crafted piece from the finest jade shop in the capital. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, and the sounds of a commotion erupted outside. What could have happened? Why had they stopped so suddenly? Qingzhu lifted the carriage curtain to inquire of the coachman. "Alas, miss, upon your return to the capital, you may not be aware that the daughter of Minister Han is notoriously unruly. It seems she is currently reprimanding some disobedient individuals." Blocking the path to the jade shop, the coachman replied nervously, fearing that the new mistress might share her disposition. Lin Qingke merely glanced outside with indifference, then exchanged a knowing look with Qingzhu, rising with curiosity to step out. "You lot are obstructing my lady's path. You deserve reprimand." A small maid scornfully berated 3 beggars kneeling on the ground, while a nearby guard callously lashed his whip, leaving the ragged beggars bruised and battered. "Miss Hen, we 3 brothers were merely begging around the corner. We did not block the way," one beggar protested, writhing in agony. Yet the maid and those within the carriage appeared oblivious, allowing the guard to continue his cruel actions. The onlookers gasped in sympathy, and Qingzhu returned from the crowd to report to Lin Qingke. What the beggars say is indeed true. Lin Qingke wore a knowing expression. In her previous life, Han Mingyao had been just as arrogant and domineering, exploiting her family's status to her whims, and had secretly set many traps for her. Since fate had presented this encounter, it was time to teach her a lesson. "Hold!" Lin Qingke descended from the carriage, retrieving a dart from her sleeve and swiftly pinning the guard's whip to the wall. The gathered crowd gasped in astonishment, while the previously arrogant maid turned in disbelief, momentarily taken aback by Lin Qingke's beauty, only to scowl in displeasure. "Who are you? Do you not see my lady is chastising these insolent servants? Oh, unjustly beating innocent beggars, and yet you remain so arrogant?" Lin Qingke's lips curled into a sardonic smile. The maid, flustered, was about to retort when a woman clad in red emerged from the carriage behind her, adorned in lavish makeup and bedecked in gold and silver, entirely unrecognizable as a youthful maiden, radiating an opulent aura. "I'm the esteemed daughter of the current Minister of State. Yet who are you to presume to instruct me?" Her sharp voice resonated with an air of intimidation. Lin Qingke, upon hearing this, offered a sardonic smile and stated, "My father is the Prime Minister Lin Qingke. I wonder if I possess the authority to discipline my younger sister." The onlookers gazed at Lin Qingke in astonishment, and upon recognizing her exquisite countenance, they marveled. What a beautiful woman! She is indeed the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter who recently returned to the capital. She comes to advocate for the common folk. Akin to a celestial being, the murmurs of the gathered citizens reached Han Mingyao's ears, and recalling how she too had been momentarily entranced by Lin Qingke's unparalleled beauty. Her ire intensified. So, she is merely a crude girl from the countryside. No wonder she disrupts the decorum of the capital. Lin Qingke provocatively smiled. "Sister Han, you jest. I believe even the wild dog from the countryside would understand that one should not bully others simply because of one's status." With a feigned air of fragility, she sighed. "I initially thought I was dealing with an ignorant little wild dog, intending to teach a lesson. Who would have thought it would be you, Sister Han? I must apologize for my offense." As her words fell, laughter erupted among the spectators, further infuriating Han Mingyao, whose face turned an ominous shade of green. "You, just wait." The embarrassed young lady could no longer bear the humiliation and hastily retreated into her carriage, leaving in disgrace. Seeing that she had triumphed in this verbal skirmish, Lin Qingke left a servant to tend to the injured beggars and instructed the coachman to continue towards the jade shop. In a tea house by the street, a breeze fluttered the gauzy curtains of a private room, revealing a face chiseled like jade. The man reflected on the scene he had just witnessed, caressing a worn wooden token in his hand, a smirk playing on his thin lips. After many years, his character remained unchanged, still so intriguing. Chapter 7. Turning the tables at the break of dawn on the second day, news spread throughout the palace that the current Prime Minister, Lin Qingke, had devoted himself tirelessly to state affairs. The Empress would host a banquet in 3 days to welcome the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter, as a gesture of compassion. Upon receiving this news, Lin Qingke fell into deep contemplation. In her previous life, the Empress had used this very pretext, ostensibly to help Lin Qingke forge connections with the noble ladies of the capital, while in truth, she had coveted her family background to seek a match for her biological son, Chu Zhengqian. Lin Qingke had once felt a sense of pride in the Empress's special regard for her, but now, in retrospect, she realized how utterly foolish she had been. It was entirely a trap. From that moment, the Prime Minister's residence had gradually been drawn onto the ship of the second prince. This time, She would not allow Chu Zhongshan to benefit from her. However, Lin Qingke soon reconsidered. Since the Empress desired the second prince's presence at the banquet, she would undoubtedly invite all the princes to mask her intentions. Perhaps Chu Beiwei would also make an appearance? Lin Qingke picked up a small box made of rosewood from the table, opened it, and took out the jade pendant she had just purchased the previous day. Bathed in the morning sunlight, the palm-sized jade, smooth and warm, was exquisitely carved with a vivid depiction of bamboo, adorned at its tip with a golden thread and a red tassel. Truly a masterpiece. As she admired the intricate design, memories of the bamboo grove that had accompanied her in the back mountain of Xiuye Pavilion flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Perhaps she could take this opportunity at the palace banquet to gift the jade pendant to Chu Beiwei. She wondered if he would be pleased. As she toyed with the pendant, her mind wandered, pondering the possibility that this time, Chu Beiwei might not harbor any affection for her. How had she attracted the lofty Prince Rue in her past life? She thought, overwhelmed with anxiety. She would simply take it one step at a time, regarding it as a belated birthday gift for him from her previous life. The more she contemplated, the more her worries consumed her, leading her to despondently return the pendant to its place. Qingzhu, prepare the breakfast. After finishing her meal, Lin Qingke made her way to the viewing platform of the residence. Beside the platform was a small pond. Her brother had mentioned that the spring originating from this pond was connected to the waters of Yuxiao Mountain on the outskirts of the capital, renowned for its revitalizing properties, whether for cleansing oneself or enhancing items. However, the spring's output was scant each year, barely sufficient for one person's use. This year, when the spring had finally flowed, Prime Minister Lin generously bestowed all the water upon Lin Qingke. This was precisely what Lin Qingke desired, as she was troubled about how to care for the jade pendant she had bought for Chu Beiwei. With the spring water from Yuxiao Mountain, I can soak it in the back mountain of Xiuye Pavilion, Qingzhu murmured, having just filled a water jug. Lin Qingke smiled helplessly, about to speak when a faint, delicate voice interrupted her. Father truly dotes on you, dear sister. Since your return, even this spring has become your private treasure. Lin Muxuan approached from around the corner, her face adorned with a false smile, her gaze greedily fixed on the water jug in Qingzhu's arms. The words she had just overheard ignited further jealousy within her. Indeed, her sister ought to use this spring water to cleanse herself of the rustic air she had brought back with her. Lin Muxuan stifled a laugh, yet her fingers turned pale from the force of her grip. How audacious! A mere illegitimate daughter. How dare she challenge our young lady? Hongfeng, fiercely protective, rushed to the forefront, shielding Lin Qingke behind her, her expression fierce. I am merely concerned for my sister, and you are but a maid. How can you presume to judge the bond between our mistress and her sister? Lin Muxuan's countenance twisted momentarily before she feigned a pitiful appearance, her gaze rife with reproach. You, in the Xiuye Pavilion, who does not hold her lady in utmost respect. Hongfeng had never been spoken to in such a manner, and in an instant, she was rendered speechless with rage. Lin Qingke, unfazed, pulled the agitated maid behind her, observing her half-sister's theatrical display with indifference, impatiently remarking, if we're to follow your logic, would that not mean my sister would languish in that spring for a decade or more? While speaking, she deliberately scanned Lin Muxuan from head to toe with mock nonchalance. Lin Muxuan was ignited by the scorn, and, as she followed Lin Qingke's gaze to her own plain, exposed hands, the stark contrast to Lin Qingke's fair skin fueled her extreme jealousy, twisting her once delicate features. Disregarding the onlookers, Lin Muxuan feigned a stumble towards the water-bearing Qingzhu. Having accompanied Lin Qingke in the Xiuye Pavilion for a decade, Qingzhu had naturally absorbed some agility. She deftly sidestepped and positioned herself behind Lin Muxuan, the water jug intact, not a drop spilled. In contrast, Lin Muxuan had intended to topple Qingzhu with her fall, exerting great force, resulting in a resounding crash. When the spectators regained their senses, they found Lin Muxuan grimacing in pain upon the steps. Second miss. Your face. Lin Muxuan's personal maid looked on in horror as she beheld a 5-centimeter gash on her mistress's face, oozing blood. Who does not know that the second miss is most concerned about her visage? The young maid's face drained of color. Her legs weakened as she sank to the ground, repeatedly bowing in apology, lamenting her failure to protect her lady and pleading for mercy. Lin Muxuan, still reeling from the pain, lay sprawled on the ground, and upon hearing her maid's words, she erupted in a frenzy. My face! What has happened to my face? Almost driven to madness, she frantically touched her face, and upon seeing the crimson on her fingertips, a pained whimper escaped her throat, teetering on the brink of fainting. Wait! I dare anyone to assist her. Lin Qingke's sharp voice cut through the air, her cold, commanding presence instilling fear in the nearby servants who hesitated to approach Lin Muxuan. As Lin Qingke approached Lin Muxuan, she lightly tapped the floor before her twice with the tips of her toes. Only when Lin Muxuan raised her gaze did she slowly begin to speak. I believe Hongfeng has a point. You are merely a concubine's daughter, since you have offended me. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Lin Qingke's swift palm struck, delivering a powerful blow that left Lin Muxuan dazed, causing her wounds to reopen and blood to flow profusely. Consider yourself fortunate to receive just one slap. You ought to be more mindful of your status in the future. Dear sister, consumed by fury, Lin Muxuan's eyes widened in terror, and she fainted, rolling her eyes back. Lin Qingke crossed her arms, reveling in the spectacle, and upon seeing Lin Muxuan unconscious, she signaled to Qingzhu to handle the aftermath. Grasping her water flask, she made her way to her own courtyard. Given Lin Muxuan's temperament, she knew that upon regaining consciousness, a commotion would surely ensue, and it was imperative for her to prepare beforehand to avoid any backlash. As Lin Qingke contemplated this, she swiftly entered her room, soaking her jade pendant in the flask before turning towards the front hall. It was the perfect time for her father to return from court. Perhaps she might encounter him there. As she approached, the clamor from the front courtyard reached her ears, tightening her chest with apprehension. Could Lin Muxuan have already sought out their father to create a ruckus? Tentatively, Lin Qingke stepped through the gate, only to be surprised by several large chests placed in the courtyard and her father's hearty laughter echoing from within. It appeared that matters were not as she had anticipated. A smile graced Lin Qingke's face as she entered the house, intrigued by what could have transpired to elicit such joy from her father. Before she could seek answers, she spotted Lin Zhe standing nearby and exclaimed, Brother, when did you return to the capital? Lin Zhe, currently serving under the esteemed General Jing'an, had been summoned back to duty after escorting Lin Qingke home, having been away for several days. Seeing her cheerful expression only brightened his own. I was just about to look for you in your courtyard. It seems you have come to find me instead. I received imperial commendations for my recent achievements and have returned bearing gifts. Boomed their father's robust voice, laced with undisguised mirth. Lin Qingke settled beside her mother, her curiosity piqued by the wooden chests. What treasures has His Majesty bestowed upon us? Gently, Ensure caressed Lin Qingke's hand. Your brother did not request any extravagant gifts. He asked the emperor for some fabrics and jewelry suitable for a young lady, all intended for you. Wow. Lin Qingke beamed, her onyx-like eyes sparkling with delight as she flashed a sweet smile at Lin Zhe, playfully declaring, Brother, you truly care for me. Lin Zhe stood momentarily stunned by his sister's charming smile, rendered speechless. Child, do father and mother not cherish you as well? Lin Zhong teased, affectionately tapping the tip of Lin Qingke's nose, his eyes brimming with paternal love. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Qingke sidled up to Lin Zhong, playfully shaking his arm and pouting her glossy lips, adopting an endearingly clumsy demeanor. Father, could you perhaps show me some affection? Today, as I visited my parents, I encountered my dear sister Su En, who had the misfortune of falling. Might I implore you to bestow a few items from the treasury as a gesture of consolation? Having said this, I wrinkled my nose in mock jealousy, adding, but do refrain from using the treasures in these boxes. They are all meant solely for me from my brother. The other three were entertained by my playful antics, and the Prime Minister, stroking his beard, expressed his approval, saying, Excellent. You've only just returned home and already show concern for your sister. What a good child. As Lin Qingke relished in her father's praise, her heart brimmed with joy. though she pondered how Lin Muxuan would react to this news. Meanwhile, in the adjacent courtyard, Lin Muxuan was furiously smashing a bronze mirror, declaring, "No mirror shall grace this room until I have fully recovered." Her fists clenched in rage. She resolved that if Lin Qingke showed such cruelty, she would not hesitate to retaliate. After all, she had been a mistress of the Prime Minister's residence for over a decade. Despite being a concubine's daughter, the previous years had belonged solely to her. She would seek her father for justice. She was the rightful young lady of this household. How dare Lin Qingke return and expect her to suffer in silence? Just as Lin Muxuan was about to don her outer robe to confront the Prime Minister and shift the blame onto Lin Qingke, a servant's voice broke through, declaring, "The Prime Minister has sent a reward." Upon learning that the second young lady had fallen, the master has specially dispatched treasures to express his sympathy. Stopping mid-motion, Lin Muxuan gazed in disbelief at the doorway, her mind swirling. Alas, she had arrived too late. The Prime Minister had already sent his gifts, and to further lament her plight would be to act ungratefully, surely leading to an adverse outcome. With a heavy heart, she cast her outer robe to the floor, her once delicate features contorting into a venomous expression akin to a serpent poised to strike. "Oh, Lin Qingke, you truly are a wretch. You have severed my path forward." Digging her nails into her palm, Lin Muxuan felt no pain, for she vowed that one day she would make Lin Qingke pay in full. Chapter 8. Entering the palace 3 days later, the imperial banquet was held as scheduled, and the noble ladies of the capital arrived at the palace with their invitations, creating a bustling scene before the gates. The imperial garden was already filled with a throng of women, the air perfumed with enchanting fragrances, occasionally punctuated by peals of delicate laughter, as flowers bloomed in riotous colors, vying for attention. "The Princess Yongning has arrived." The sharp voice of the eunuch rang out, causing the young ladies to pause their conversations and bow towards the entrance. "Please rise. There is no need for such formality at the banquet arranged by my mother." A melodious voice chimed, accompanied by the delightful sound of jingling bells. The newcomer moved with the grace of a startled rabbit, adorned in a vibrant green brocade dress, her fox fur collar adorned with a string of bright yellow bells that jingled with each step, endearing her to all who beheld her. "What were you all discussing just now?" "I heard everything, including the news about the newly returned young lady from the Xiang family," Chu Zihan inquired, her lively eyes sparkling with curiosity as she squeezed into the crowd. The ladies exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond to the princess. "Rest assured, I shall not take offense if the news is unflattering. Do speak freely." One of the women stepped forward, bowing slightly as she addressed the princess. "Miss Lin, just a few days ago, intervened to stop the daughter of Minister Han from oppressing innocent people, and now the tale has spread throughout the streets." Puffed. "Is that truly the case?" Chu Zihan could not suppress her laughter, glancing around to confirm that Han Mingyao was not nearby, and raised her hand to playfully stroke her chin. "It seems this young lady from the Xiang family is quite remarkable. After all, Han Mingyao is known for her arrogance, and it is about time someone put her in her place." A few young ladies from prominent families were about to join in the laughter when one sharp-eyed girl pointed towards the entrance, hesitating as she exclaimed, "Is that not the daughter of the Xiang family? She truly is as beautiful as the rumors suggest. The eldest daughter of the Xiang family has arrived." At the announcement, everyone in the imperial garden turned their curious gazes towards the entrance, eager to glimpse the ethereal beauty that had captivated the common folk. Lin Qingke had been summoned early that morning by Qing Zhu and Ha Feng, who spent an entire hour preparing her, leaving her no time for breakfast as she hurried into the palace. Now, noticing the collective attention fixed upon her, she couldn't help but feel that the early hour had not been wasted. With eyes sparkling like spring water and lips resembling rose petals, she was a vision of beauty in a gown of moonlight white, edged with golden threads. A soft golden veil cinched at her slender waist billowed as she walked, making her resemble a celestial being. Chu Zihan was the first to recover from the enchantment of Lin Qingke's beauty. She had always admired those who embodied both justice and beauty, and here was Lin Qingke, possessing both in abundance. "Are you the esteemed daughter of the chancellor, who has just returned to the capital?" Chu Zihan approached Lin Qingke, her voice tinged with hopeful anticipation. As Lin Qingke gazed at the girl before her, memories flooded back. In her previous life, Chu Zihan had approached her in a similar manner, and she had always appreciated the princess's carefree spirit. Yet, fate had drawn them into opposing camps, slowly drifting them apart. With a nostalgic glimmer in her eyes, Lin Qingke smiled genuinely, slightly bowing as she responded to the princess. "My name is Lin Qingke, and my father is the Chancellor, Lin Zhong." Upon noticing the mutual fondness in Lin Qingke's demeanor, Chu Zihan's face brightened instantly. "I find you quite charming. Come, sit with me," she exclaimed, taking Lin Qingke's hand with an air of familiarity as they made their way to a refined seating area. "Today, although the banquet is in your honor, it seems it is also an opportunity to find a suitable princess consort for my elder brother," Chu Zihan whispered conspiratorially into Lin Qingke's ear, amused by her cautious demeanor. Lin Qingke chuckled. "I suspected as much. Among the princes, only the second prince is of marrying age." Chu Zihan's expression turned serious. "Qingke, I feel an immediate connection with you, so I will speak candidly. The second prince is not a worthy man." Having witnessed the sordid affairs of the royal family in the depths of the palace, Chu Zihan was well aware of the second prince, Chu Jingchen's true character. Lin Qingke gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I am quite discerning." With a playful wink, she added a touch of levity to the moment. Caught off guard, Chu Zihan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Qingke, you are truly beautiful. If I were a man, I would surely pursue you." Suddenly recalling something, she smacked her thigh and exclaimed, "Qingke, my cousin is utterly reliable. Are you aware of His Highness, the Rue Wang?" Chu Beiwei, the son of the current emperor's brother, was indeed a figure of great significance. Seeing her animated expression, Lin Qingke smiled helplessly, yet felt a blush creep upon her cheeks at the mention of Chu Beiwei's name. Chu Zihan's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Qingke, you are blushing. You must have feelings for the Rue Wang." "Do not speak nonsense," Lin Qingke said in a fluster, hastily covering her mouth. Just as she was about to provide an explanation, a voice from outside interrupted. "Your Highness, the Empress summons Miss Lin to her chambers," instantly halting their playful banter. Lin Qingke exchanged a glance with Chu Zihan, signaling her to remain calm. She composed herself and followed the eunuch towards the Empress's quarters. "I pay my respects to Her Majesty, the Empress." "Long live the Empress." "Rise, lift your head, so I may see your face clearly," commanded the Empress. Lin Qingke complied, gazing upon a regal woman whose every gesture exuded elegance. Yet, standing beside her was a man she loathed deeply, the second prince, Chu Zhengchen. In that fleeting moment when she raised her gaze, both she and Chu Zhengchen halted their actions, as if encountering a celestial being. Chu Zhengchen, rendered speechless, could hardly divert his gaze from Lin Qingke. "Indeed, she possesses remarkable beauty. Grant her a seat," the Empress said with a composed nod. "Yes," Lin Qingke replied softly, concealing the storm of emotions within her. "How fortunate that my son has come to pay his respects, allowing you two to meet," the Empress indicated to the second prince with a glance. It was only then that Chu Zhengchen regained his composure, offering a curt nod to Lin Qingke. "Miss Lin." Lin Qingke clenched her fists to channel her inner fury, striving to maintain an air of tranquility as she rose to acknowledge him. "This humble girl pays her respects to His Highness, the second prince." The queen nodded with satisfaction, sipping her tea while casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Qingke. After a prolonged silence, she spoke. "What do you think of my son? I see that you are approaching the age for marriage. It would be prudent to consider a union of equal standing. What are your thoughts, Qingke?" In her previous life, Lin Qingke regarded Chu Zhengchen as her savior, and upon the queen's mention, she had shyly acquiesced, thereby aligning the prime minister's household with the second prince's influence. She had unwittingly steered her family toward a calamity. Reflecting on this, Lin Qingke inhaled deeply, rising to bow respectfully. "Your Majesty, please pardon me. The matter of my marriage is determined by my father. It is a matter of parental decree and the matchmaking words of elders." Lin Zhong, a venerable minister of the court, was known for his diligence and contributions to the people, earning him great respect. even from the emperor himself. Lin Qingke invoked her father's name as an excuse, confident that the queen would grant him some consideration. As anticipated, the queen, upon hearing this, slammed her teacup onto the table while declaring, "So it is the Prime Minister's wish. Then I cannot make a decision." Lin Qingke breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged a few pleasantries with the queen before taking her leave. Once she had departed, the queen scoffed, recognizing the cleverness in Lin Qingke's maneuvering to silence her by invoking the Prime Minister's name. Chu Zhengquan nodded lightly, a hint of admiration lingering in his gaze as he confidently asserted, "Rest assured, mother, I will surely win Lin Qingke's favor and gain the support of the Prime Minister's household." "Miss Lin, wait." A voice, one Lin Qingke found all too familiar, called out to her as she stepped outside. Chu Zhengquan approached, standing tall and exuding the demeanor of a gentleman. "Might I have the honor of escorting you back to the banquet, Miss Lin?" The sight of his duplicitous face sickened her. The exchange with the queen had drained her entirely. With impatience, she performed a slight bow. "There is no need for your highness to trouble yourself. I know the way." Without waiting for his response, she swiftly turned on her heel and walked away. To prevent him from following her, she employed her skillful footwork, taking winding paths to shake off the unwelcome man. Upon reaching the artificial hill in the imperial garden, Lin Qingke's ears perked up as she sensed someone behind her, believing it to be Chu Zhengquan still pursuing her. All her pent-up anger erupted as she whirled around, shouting, "Why are you still following me?" To her surprise, she found only a man clad in dark robes standing beneath a peach tree, his features sharp and refined, like a jade crown. His sword-like brows were striking, and his eagle-like gaze exuded an imposing aura, radiating an air of cold detachment and extraordinary grace. A slight smile played upon his thin lips, as though he had just witnessed something amusing. In the narrow confines of the faux hill, there was no sign of Chu Zhengquan. Upon recognizing the man's appearance, Lin Qingke's face flushed crimson, her doe-like eyes darting away in panic as she hurriedly bowed in greeting. "I am Lin Qingke, honored to have met His Highness, the Rue Wang." Chapter 9 Reunion. In a moment of panic, Lin Qingke accidentally stepped on a piece of gravel, her body swaying perilously as if she would tumble against the ornamental rocks. Just as she was about to steady herself, a figure moved even swifter than she. A large hand, prominent with veins and defined knuckles, firmly grasped Lin Qingke's shoulder, and a deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear, "Be careful." Instantly, Lin Qingke's face flushed crimson, her cheeks burning as if she could flatten dough upon them. Words eluded her as she stammered, "Teach, thank you, Your Highness Rue Wang, for your assistance." Once Lin Qingke regained her balance, Chu Beiwei released his hold, retracting the other arm that had been protectively positioned beside her. Noticing that Lin Qingke's head was lowered lower still, her ears even redder, Chu Beiwei secretly chuckled. He contemplated teasing her, but hesitated, fearing it might further embarrass her. So he opted for a neutral tone. "I am here enjoying tea. Would you care to join me, miss?" Lin Qingke, troubled by the awkward situation and uncertain of how to proceed, nodded in acquiescence and followed Chu Beiwei toward a small pavilion beneath the peach blossom tree. Upon seeing the delectable refreshments laid out on the table, Lin Qingke's eyes sparkled with delight. Having entered the palace without breakfast and having engaged in prolonged discourse with the empress, she was indeed ravenous. Observing Lin Qingke's captivated gaze fixed on the array of delicacies, Chu Beiwei smiled, handing her a teacup. He added, in accordance with her unspoken desires, "This tea has a slight bitterness. If it does not suit your palate, do partake of the treats on the table." Lin Qingke, her eyes shimmering with anticipation, gazed at Chu Beiwei and asked, "Really?" After a brief hesitation, recalling the events of her past life, she reassured herself that Chu Beiwei would not intend her harm. She glanced around before leaning closer to him, whispering, "Is it truly safe to eat the food in the palace?" Startled by her sudden proximity, Chu Beiwei caught a whiff of Lin Qingke's sweet, delicate fragrance. Meeting her trusting gaze softened his tone as he replied, "As long as I am here, nothing will go amiss." With his assurance, Lin Qingke flashed him a playful smile and began to indulge heartily. Chu Beiwa watched her eat with the adorable enthusiasm of a hamster and could not resist teasing. "Who did you think I was, to call me so fiercely?" Lin Qingke, caught off guard while savoring a pastry, nearly choked and quickly gulped down the tea he had offered her, her mind racing. Chu Beiwa was indeed trustworthy, yet he was unaware of her memories from a past life. Would her unguarded trust in him provoke his suspicion? However, in this lifetime, Lin Qingke simply wished to treat Chu Beiwa well. She could not bring herself to deceive him. Never mind. Lin Qingke murmured softly to herself, resigned. Having already consumed his pastries, I can always explain myself later. Chu Beiwa observed the myriad of emotions flitting across the young woman's face, ultimately settling into a posture of surrender as she met his gaze and confessed, "I thought he was the second prince." At the mention of Chu Zhengshan's name, Chu Beiwa's expression darkened, a muscle twitching at his temple as he exerted all his strength to temper his tone. "Are you well acquainted with Chu Zhengshan?" Sensing his sudden change in demeanor, Lin Qingke rubbed her arms, where goosebumps had inexplicably formed, and replied awkwardly, "The Empress wished to betroth me to him, but I declined." After uttering the words of betrothal, Lin Qingke could distinctly sense the atmosphere around her turn icy, prompting her to hastily blurt out a series of statements. "I asserted that matters of marriage are dictated by my father, and the Empress did not pursue the topic further." After explaining, Lin Qingke observed a slight softening in the man's expression and exhaled, attempting to alleviate her inexplicable nervousness and minor guilt. Yet, why was he so impatient if he believed it was the case? "To my knowledge, today marked your first encounter." Chu Beiwa gazed deeply at the young lady opposite him, and upon noticing her seemingly fearful demeanor, he irritably closed his eyes. For reasons unknown, his emotions spiraled out of control, leading him to inquire, perhaps a bit too aggressively, "It was simply because I do not like him." Just as he was about to apologize, the girl's soft voice rang out, each word striking against Chu Beiwa's heart. Lin Qingke found herself at a loss for words, resorting to this absurdly simple explanation, and nervously glanced up, only to unexpectedly collide with a pair of profoundly dark eyes, as if he would believe anything she said. "Very well." Chu Beiwa's expression turned serious as he intently focused on the startled girl. If she did not like him, then they need not meet. Lin Qingke felt her heart race under his sincere and fervent gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. In her flustered state, she suddenly recalled the jade pendant nestled within her bosom and quickly retrieved it. A few days prior, His Highness had sent someone to the Xiong residence bearing congratulatory gifts. And upon seeing those precious herbs, I decided to purchase a jade pendant as a return gift for His Highness. A delicate hand reached out before Chu Beiwa, presenting a handkerchief that enveloped a small object. He accepted it, his fingertips brushing against her wrist, feeling a smoothness surpassing the finest silk. The handkerchief absorbed her warmth, emanating a faint, enchanting fragrance. Chu Beiwa's throat tightened, and without a moment's thought, he blurted out, "Is your father easy to get along with?" Observing the girl before him, her eyes widening in confusion, resembling an adorable tabby cat, Chu Beiwa's gaze shifted. "Did you not say that matters of marriage should be determined by your father? Miss Lin, are you truly unaware of the implications of an unmarried woman gifting a jade pendant to a man?" Lin Qingke, confronted with the man's perilous expression, suddenly recalled that in tales, jade pendants were often given to one's beloved. Her cheeks ignited with embarrassment, and she stammered a pale defense, "No, I merely intended it as a return gift." With those words, she fled in haste, managing only a brief bow to Chu Beiwa before making her way towards the banquet. Chu Beiwa caressed the jade pendant in his palm, a smile gracing his features as he reminisced about the girl's bashful countenance. Unbeknownst to him, teasing her to witness her blush was an exceedingly delightful endeavor. After a considerable pause, he raised his hand to signal, and Shun Emo emerged from the shadows. Stepping forward with a fist salute, "My lord, please command. Acquire the several banks in the outskirts of the capital owned by Chu Zhengshan and devise a way to ensure he incurs some financial losses." Shen Montak, who had already been astounded by Chu Beiwa's playful antics with a young lady from the Xiong residence, was now utterly dumbfounded. Upon witnessing his days, Chu Beiwa, in a cheerful demeanor, elucidated her sentiments regarding Chu Zhengchun. Her disfavor towards him compelled her to ensure that he encountered misfortune. Having conveyed her thoughts, she departed with her jade pendant in hand, leaving behind a silence akin to that of one struck by lightning. Within the confines of a secluded palace chamber, a pallid-faced man reclined languidly on the bed, listening to the report of a guard standing nearby. The oppressive scent of medicine rendered the already cramped quarters even more stifling. "Are you saying that today the esteemed prince ordered an assault on the second prince's bank?" The frail man inquired, his voice barely rising above a whisper. He was none other than the third prince, Chu Zhengin, whose mother had perished during childbirth, leaving him with a frail constitution. "In response to your highness," the guard replied, "I had confirmed the whereabouts of the second prince earlier and was on my way to report to you. I happened to overhear a few words by the artificial hill in the imperial garden. Fearing discovery by the esteemed prince, I refrained from lingering." "Well done. You may receive your reward." Chu Zhengin coughed delicately, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. If the esteemed prince intended to contend with the second prince, why should he not seize the opportunity for his own gain? This was, after all, a debt owed to him by the Chu family. Tightly grasping the thin quilt enveloping him, he murmured fervently, "Mother, I shall soon avenge you." Chapter 10. The radiant starry sky. This royal banquet was specifically arranged as a treacherous feast for Lin Qingke. Upon realizing her intentions had faltered, the empress made a brief appearance to exchange pleasantries before claiming illness and dismissing everyone. As night fell at the residence of the Rue Wang, Chu Beiyue delicately lifted a jade pendant with a fan, scrutinizing it under the flickering candlelight. The intricate carvings of slender bamboo stirred his thoughts. Could it be that she recognized me from our childhood? Chu Beiyue murmured, pondering why she treated him with such familiarity and trust upon their first encounter. The warm gaze of the girl gradually materialized in his mind, her innocent words from their youth illuminating his path to survival during those dark times. Grasping the jade pendant tightly, a tumult of emotions swirled within his eyes. Given the instability in the capital, he had intended to defer thoughts of the girl until the dust settled. Yet now it seemed he could no longer afford such delays. "Kur, you have taken the initiative to provoke my interest, so do not resent me for the ensuing complications." The man gazed earnestly at the jade pendant in his hand, caressing its smooth surface. After a moment's contemplation, he nimbly leaped out of the window. At the Prime Minister's residence, standing outside Lin Qingke's chamber, Chu Beiyue pressed his forehead with a hand, a jade hairpin he had meticulously selected from the treasury, tucked within his robe. He felt utterly befuddled. He had thought it reckless to appear in the imperial garden today, intending to express his apologies with a gift. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that the hour was now quite late, having impulsively found himself in the courtyard of an unwed lady at such an hour. Frustrated, he pinched his cheek, ready to return home, when suddenly he heard a muffled whimper from within the room. His expression tensed, and disregarding all decorum, he swiftly climbed through the window to investigate. Inside, he found the young woman curled up on the bed, trembling violently, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her lips pale, and anguished moans escaping her lips, clearly trapped in a nightmare. Lin Qingke was reliving the horrors of her past life. Witnessing Chu Zhengchun attempting to end the life of her beloved Qingzhu while she was bound and helpless, forced to watch as her own sister was brutally strangled. "No, Chu Zhengchun, beast," Lin Qingke murmured, her face growing weaker and paler as she descended into the depths of despair. In her haze, she felt a pair of warm, strong hands grasping her. "Kuat? It was Chu Beiyue. His voice, was he still alive?" Lin Qingke opened her eyes, gazing vacantly at Chu Beiyue before surveying the room around her, her mind gradually clearing. Yes, she had been reborn. Chu Beiyue was alive, and she had a chance to alter everything. Noticing her return to composure, Chu Beiyue exhaled in relief, though concern still lingered in his gaze. Aware of his scrutiny, Lin Qingke quickly regained her senses, wrapping the blanket around herself, indignantly exclaiming, How dare you be in my room?" Chu Beiyue felt his face flush with embarrassment, at a loss for words. The usually unflappable countenance of his turned slightly red. Fumbling, he produced the jade hairpin from his robe, his voice lacking its usual calmness. This prince, I have come to offer my apologies. I sincerely regret any offense caused in the Imperial Garden today. I hope Miss Lin can forgive me. Having spoken, noticing Lin Qingke's movements as she wrapped herself in the quilt, he rolled his throat slightly, and upon hearing some sounds, he feared that a change was afoot, and thus entered to investigate. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned the Imperial Garden. As soon as he did, Lin Qingke's face flushed with indignation, and she pointed forcefully at Xiuye Pavilion, exclaiming, "Who apologizes at such an ungodly hour?" Observing Xiuye Pavillion's visibly flustered demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his usual self, Lin Qingke couldn't help but feel a flicker of amusement, though she still remained silent, pouting as she sat on the edge of the bed. Noticing the redness in her eyes and her pitiful posture as she curled up in the corner, Xiuye Pavilion recalled her recent struggle against a nightmare, causing his tone to soften even further. Had she been haunted by nightmares? Lin Qingke, still reluctant to acknowledge him, turned her head aside, her actions revealing a childlike innocence she was unaware of. Seeing this, Xiuye Pavilion restrained the impulse to embrace the girl and pondered, "Miss Lin, if you're feeling downcast, I know a place where we might find some solace. Would you care to accompany me?" Lin Qingke remembered her recent ordeal and, having been on edge since her rebirth, realized she indeed needed a change of scenery. "Then I shall trouble His Royal Highness to lead the way." After a brief moment, Lin Qingke emerged from her room, fully dressed, and began searching for Xiuye Pavillion's figure when she was suddenly swept into a broad embrace, lifted off the ground, and whisked away towards the outskirts of the city. Upon looking up and recognizing it was Xiuye Pavilion, she exhaled in relief but quickly began to struggle, protesting, "Put me down. I can manage on my own." Xiuye Pavilion gently pressed her fluffy head against his shoulder, disregarding her playful squirming, and soothingly replied, "Be good. This will be quicker. We shall arrive shortly." Enveloped in the warmth of his sturdy chest, the air filled with his unique scent of sandalwood, Lin Qingke felt her cheeks redden at his words. Her heart raced as she pondered why her face always flushed in his presence. Sensing the girl in his arms had calmed down, Xiuye Pavilion smiled and quickened his pace towards their destination. Upon arrival, he set Lin Qingke down and casually leaned against a nearby tree. Lin Qingke looked around in bewilderment. It was merely a hill covered with trees. "What did your highness wish for me to see?" Seeing her dazed expression, Xiuye Pavilion couldn't help but chuckle, pointing towards the sky. "Look up." Following his gesture, Lin Qingke's gaze ascended to reveal a vast expanse of dazzling stars. Gazing at the twinkling stars scattered across the deep blue sky like gemstones, she felt a stirring within her heart, as if those tiny lights were illuminating her soul, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped her. "I once witnessed a warm glow in a bamboo forest during my childhood. From then on, whenever I felt troubled, I would come here. The stars here are the brightest in the entire sky." Xiuye Pavilion watched the girl, now lost in the celestial display, and couldn't resist probing further. Lin Qingke, inspired by his words, continued, "I too grew up in a bamboo grove, so it seems we share quite a remarkable bond." As Xiuye Pavilion beheld the girl with sparkling eyes uttering those words, a tinge of regret washed over him. It appeared she did not recognize him. However, this fleeting disappointment dissipated upon witnessing Lin Qingke's exuberant demeanor. Observing her as she seated herself on the ground, he approached and settled down beside her cross-legged. A sigh seemed to escape his lips. Indeed, fate had woven their paths together. The serene mountaintop was occasionally punctuated by the chirping of insects, and under the moonlight, the surroundings appeared to soften into tranquility. Lin Qingke gazed into the starry sky, her heart gradually filling with a serene calmness akin to water, while Xiuye Pavillion's presence enveloped her in a comforting sense of security, allowing her to let down her guard against the world around her. After approximately 15 minutes, Xiuye Pavilion glanced at the newly sprouted head resting on his shoulder and smiled indulgently, lifting the slumbering girl effortlessly into his arms as he soared back to the Prime Minister's residence. Gently, he placed Lin Qingke into her cozy bed, his gaze lingering on her serene, sleeping visage as he fell into contemplation. Why had she called out the name of Chu Zhengshun during her nightmares? And why did she place such trust in him? Finding no answers, Chu Beiwa bent down to tuck her blankets snugly, rubbing his fingers together in mild exasperation. He had intended to apologize for Meng Lang's behavior earlier that day, but unexpectedly, he had crossed into her inner sanctum. With delicate care, he set her jade hairpin on the bedside, casting one last lingering look at her before quietly turning to depart. Chapter 11. The spring hunt soon. The day of the Shaanxi festival arrived. On the third day of the third month, the birth of Xianyuan was celebrated. Coinciding with the spring hunt recently ordered by Emperor Huiyan, a decree was issued allowing officials of the third rank and above to bring their families along. Naturally, the Prime Minister's family was no exception, and they arrived in grand procession at the hunting grounds on the outskirts of the capital, setting up camp to await the commencement of the hunt. Once settled, Lin Qingke curiously surveyed her surroundings. In her previous life, she had heard that the second prince disdained women skilled in martial arts. Thus he did not attend the spring hunt. This time, however, her eyes were opened anew. Just as she was about to explore further, she caught sight of a flash of bright yellow fabric, the emperor's dragon robe. "Are you Lin Chang's legitimate daughter?" A voice unique to authority inquired, as the emperor stroked his beard and gazed at the young lady kneeling before him. Lin Qingke had not anticipated encountering the emperor merely by stepping out of the tent. After performing her respects, she nodded in affirmation. "Rise. The Prime Minister has served the nation with utmost dedication. Now that you have returned to the capital, I must express my gratitude," the emperor declared. "You may request any reward you desire." At this, Lin Qingke felt a surge of joy within, though her demeanor remained composed as she replied, "I humbly thank your majesty for your kindness. However, I seek no riches. I merely request the opportunity to partake in the hunt." In her previous life, a significant event had transpired in the hunting grounds, after which Chu Zhongshan gained the emperor's trust. This time, Lin Qingke was determined to avert that occurrence. "Oh," the emperor responded with surprise, "a young lady, such as yourself, possesses skills in archery?" "In reply to your majesty, I have learned some basics before returning home," she answered modestly. "Then it is granted." Observing the determination in her words, Emperor Huiyan felt compelled to honor her request, nodding in agreement. "I am grateful for your majesty's approval." Upon returning to her tent, Lin Qingke busily prepared for the hunt, deftly changing into her riding attire and donning the Xinghan sword as a precaution. "My lady, you will surely emerge victorious. Just imagine how infuriated the second young lady will be," Hong Feng cheerfully remarked while polishing Lin Qingke's riding boots. Lin Qingke chuckled helplessly. "Even though my master frequently trains me in archery, the conditions of the hunting grounds remain unknown. Let us not speak too recklessly. As for infuriating Lin Mushuan, I suspect merely gaining entry will be enough to vex her for quite some time. Today, let us style your hair a bit more neatly," Lin Qingke suggested, glancing at Hong Feng, who was rummaging through a jewelry box. "I am going to hunt, not to participate in a beauty contest." With a playful smile, Hong Feng replied, "Isn't that precisely to ensure you outshine everyone? Let us adorn you with just a single hairpin." Lin Qingke's interest piqued as she glanced at the jewelry box. "See if there is a jade hairpin with floral engravings. I shall wear that today." The thought of how men might react upon seeing her adorned with the jade pin caused a smile to unconsciously grace her lips. At the entrance of the hunting grounds, a crowd had already gathered, with the ladies shyly gazing at the handsome young men preparing to enter. Lin Zhe was engaged in light conversation with the second prince, puzzled by the royal's sudden interest in him, while feeling the penetrating gazes of the surrounding ladies. Uncomfortably shifting his gaze, he spotted a slender young man striding confidently towards him. How could this man be so diminutive? As Lin Zhe pondered, his curiosity grew. Upon recognizing the young man's face, his mouth fell agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Could it be? Lin Zhe hurried towards the figure, his pace brisk. The onlookers were drawn to his actions, including Chu Zhongshan, who looked on in surprise. Approaching was a young lady clad in a sharp riding outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. Her leather boots elongated her legs, while her high ponytail lent a sharpness to her stunning features. The vibrant red cloak she wore illuminated her presence, rendering the surrounding spring scenery somewhat dull in comparison. Hearing Lin Zhe's voice, Lin Qingke beamed with a bright smile. "Brother, I have received His Majesty's gracious approval, and soon I shall join you in the hunt." Lin Qingke gazed at his sister, who was joyfully bounding towards him. Noticing the sword at her side, he exhaled in relief, easing his worries, for he was well aware of her martial prowess. Nevertheless, he adopted a brotherly demeanor and feigned reprimand. "How could you act so recklessly? You must stay close to me." His words, however, were laced with affection. The siblings' exchange sparked a stir among the crowd, drawing skeptical and envious glances towards Lin Qingke. Among them, Lin Mushuan simmered with indignation. Historically, no woman had ever participated in the spring hunt. What right did Lin Qingke have? As the wind lifted the thin veil on Lin Mushuan's face, an unsightly scar revealed itself on her otherwise fair complexion. She quickly shielded her face, her eyes burning with jealousy. Recently healed, she learned of Lin Qingke's burgeoning fame throughout the capital, attributed to her assistance to a few wretched beggars. How could that daughter of Minister Han Mingyao, be outdone by a mere country girl? A contemplative smile crept across Lin Mushuan's face at the thought of Han Mingyao, and she turned to exit the throng. Meanwhile, the siblings continued their casual banter when an abrupt voice intruded, accompanied by the arrival of a horse that separated Lin Qingke from Lin Qingke. "I wonder if Miss Lin remembers this prince?" Chu Zhengchun, gripping the reins, gazed greedily at Lin Qingke's exquisite visage. The sight of him made Lin Qingke feel nauseated, and she made no effort to conceal her disdain, curtly acknowledging, "Greetings, Your Highness." Unbeknownst to her, this act only ignited the man's desire for conquest. With a playful smile, Chu Zhengchun leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "If you find yourself unable to ride later, my steed, the red jade, is always at your service." His damp breath brushed against her ear, akin to a serpent's gaze, prompting Lin Qingke to recoil in revulsion. Drawing her sword, Xinghin, before her, her voice betraying her contempt. "Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity." On the other side, Lin Zigong was pushed aside by a towering steed, and as colleagues approached to exchange pleasantries, he found himself unable to extricate himself from the crowd, anxiously glancing toward the horses. "Princess Yongning has arrived." Accompanying this announcement was the melodious voice of a young lady. "Everyone stand at ease. I am here to seek Miss Lin." With that, she strode over to Chu Zhengchun, her expression far from amiable, and forcefully pulled Lin Qingke away. Only Chu Zhengchun remained rooted in place, absently kneading the reins in his hands, his gaze heavy as he watched Lin Qingke depart. "Oh dear, are you a fool? Little Kiki, why do you make things so exasperating? My second brother is practically on top of you. Why don't you try to avoid him?" Chu Zihuan exclaimed, her pace brisk as she led Lin Qingke along, visibly irritated. Lin Qingke, at a loss for words, could scarcely explain her reaction in that fleeting moment. She had almost drawn her sword to thrust at Chu Zhengchun. It was the sensation of her surroundings that pulled her back from the brink of her rage. Noticing her silence, Chu Zihuan softened her tone. "I understand that you might have been momentarily taken aback, but what if that scoundrel were to act inappropriately?" Lin Qingke couldn't help but chuckle at her vivid imagination, inadvertently finding herself drawn a little closer to him. The two hastened to a secluded grove, and as Lin Qingke pondered the situation, she caught a glimpse of Chu Zihuan winking mischievously at her. "My cousin is waiting for you inside. He asked me to fetch you just moments ago." With that, she departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving Lin Qingke standing there, utterly bewildered. Chapter 12. A sudden turn of events, Xiao Lin distanced himself from the crowd, enveloped in silence, while Lin Qingke's ears resonated with the pounding of her own heartbeat. It had been some time since their last encounter, and Lin Qingke found herself reminiscing daily about the events of that fateful night, her cheeks flushing with heat at the mere thought. Qingzhu often teased her, questioning whether she had developed feelings for a certain someone. Lin Qingke raised her gaze toward Xiao Lin. He was certainly not that ideal man. Each meeting felt as clandestine as an illicit affair. With this thought simmering in her mind, she strode in, her mood irked. As she stepped into the dimness, she was abruptly pushed against a nearby tree trunk. Lin Qingke's eyes widened, ready to draw her sword, when she caught a whiff of that familiar scent of cold sandalwood, her breath escaping her in relief. all the while mentally grumbling about his penchant for ambushes. Just as she was about to voice her indignation, a finger gently pressed against her lips, the man's breath brushing against her ear. Was this how he had spoken to her moments ago? The warmth of his breath tickled her earlobe, and yet he leaned in closer, as if to kiss her. Did he not claim to dislike such closeness? His deep, husky voice ignited a spark in Lin Qingke's heart, shattering her rationality into 1,000 pieces. Ignoring the finger pressed against her lips, she slowly parted them, her warm breath entwining with the man's fingertips. "Your Highness, are you feeling jealous?" The weight of his breath intensified, and suddenly, Xiuye released her, striking a nearby tree with a fist. His internal turmoil clear. "If there were others in your heart, do not provoke me, for the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear." His low, furious roar jolted Lin Qingke back to reality. Realizing what she had just done, she felt a rush of embarrassment but quickly seized the man's arm, which had struck the tree, a mix of concern and anger swelling within her at his reckless behavior. In her agitation, she poured out the grievances of the past few days. "Who said I had feelings for someone else? Xiuye, open your eyes and see me. First, you toy with me in the Imperial Garden, then inexplicably send a hairpin in the dead of night, stirring up a tempest in my heart. And now you act like this when we finally meet." With tenderness, Lin Qingke caressed the bloodied knuckles of Xiuye, her other hand playfully thumping against his chest. Her earlier words had pierced through Xiuye's confusion, and hearing the faint quaver in her voice, he could no longer restrain himself, pulling Lin Qingke into his embrace. "Kiki, you were the one who first teased me, the one who gifted me the jade pendant." He was interrupted by the girl nestled against his shoulder, her voice soft yet tinged with grievance. "Stop, I don't want to hear that right now." As he stroked her trembling back, his gaze fell upon the jade hairpin adorning her hair, deepening his frustration as he clenched his fists, cursing himself. Despite having done nothing wrong, his cowardice had kept him at a distance, and he lamented his lack of right to feel jealous, unleashing his frustration in a moment of folly. Indeed, this was not the opportune moment for confessions of affection. It was too hasty and careless, wholly unfair to his beloved. "Well, we'll discuss this matter upon our return." As the girl in his arms gradually calmed, Xiuye recalled the pressing concerns of this journey. He grasped the girl's shoulder, slightly bent forward to meet her tear-stained gaze, and gently brushed away the redness at the corner of her eyes, his expression grave. "This spring hunt may encounter unforeseen changes. I understand that Kur wishes to participate in the hunt. I shall not deter you, but you must prioritize your safety. Do you comprehend? I may be preoccupied during that time. So stay close to Lin Zhe and take this small knife for protection." Seeing his seriousness, Lin Qingke began to take this matter to heart, realizing that the events of the past life, which Xu Zhongshan had instigated, were precisely those he now spoke of. Lin Qingke accepted a delicate little blade from his hand, listening intently as Xiuye explained its uses. Pressing the red agate activates the blade, while the blue agate reveals a hidden dart. Within it are 3 poison darts, which can be used in emergencies for defense. Once she understood, Lin Qingke concealed the knife within her sleeve, meeting Xiuye's concerned gaze. She playfully traced her finger along his lips, declaring, "I will look after myself. I possess martial skills as well. Come, smile." With that, she winked at him cheekily. Xiuye, amused, affectionately ruffled Lin Qingke's hair. "All right, we should hasten back. I suspect the proceedings are about to commence." "Understood," Lin Qingke replied obediently, but remained rooted to the spot. "You have yet to assure me that you will also safeguard yourself," she said, her bright eyes fixed earnestly on Xiuye. He chuckled at her persistence, feeling his heart warmed by her gaze. Raising his arm in a gesture of oath, he promised, "I swear I will protect myself, so that Kur need not worry." Lin Qingke nodded in satisfaction, rising on her toes to whisper in his ear, "Be cautious of the second prince." Without waiting for Xiuye's response, she dashed back toward the camp. Once everyone had gathered, Emperor Huiyan issued the command, and the spring hunt officially commenced. The young lads who had come with their fathers rushed forward exuberantly, while the more composed old officials trailed leisurely behind. The emperor himself took the lead, accompanied by the princes. Lin Qingke had her own aspirations. After reassuring Lin Zhe repeatedly, she was granted permission to act independently in the hunting grounds. As she observed the emperor's entourage, she felt a sense of belonging amidst the throng of people surrounding her. The current Emperor Huiyin had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Despite Chu Zhongshan being the empress's offspring, no crown prince had yet been established. Lin Qingke pondered this in silence. She had encountered the eldest prince in her past life, an inept and foolish individual who was often exploited by Chu Zhongshan. Conversely, the sickly 3rd prince, rumored to be in poor health, had never crossed her path. She had heard he had been sequestered in a palace wing for over a decade, receiving care. Among the 3 sons, none seemed to possess the mettle of a capable heir, while the remaining Chu Zhongshan appeared to be the only one with the potential to assume the role of crown prince. Yet, public sentiment was low, and the matter of establishing a crown prince had long been postponed. In the previous year, after achieving notable military success against the barbaric Hu, Chu Beiyue garnered immense respect among the populace. Lin Qingke, consumed by restless thoughts, lamented that had Chu Beiyue not been merely the emperor's nephew, he would undoubtedly have seized the position of crown prince and emerged as a benevolent emperor, one who would truly benefit the people. How did her thoughts stray to him again? Lin Qingke chastised herself in embarrassment, raising a hand to absent-mindedly tousle her hair. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, carrying with it a peculiar fragrance that infiltrated Lin Qingke's senses, causing her expression to stiffen. It was the scent of dream grass. When ground into powder, dream grass emits this distinctive aroma. If a fierce beast were to inhale it, and subsequently catch the scent of a person, it would go into a frenzied attack, relentlessly pursuing the target until death ensues. Not far off, a roar reminiscent of a grizzly bear echoed through the air. Lin Qingke glanced at the emperor's entourage, which she had inadvertently lost track of, and inwardly cursed her misfortune. She hastened her pace, racing towards the source of the sound. Chapter 13. The first glimmer of brilliance accompanying Lin Qingke in her dash were a cohort of patrolling imperial guards. As the anguished howls grew ever closer, the pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, sending the young scions of noble families into a frantic exodus. "Kur, what are you doing here? Quickly, follow the others." In a flurry, Lin Qingke's steed was abruptly halted by a long spear, startling the horse into rearing and whinnying. In that chaos, she was swept away by a figure into a familiar embrace. "How could you assure me of your safety? The Imperial Guards are evacuating the crowd. Yet you charge in alone. Is this how you protect yourself?" Chu Beiyue's eyes reddened as he fixed his intense gaze upon the young woman, unable to restrain his ire. Realizing her fault, Lin Qingke felt pressed for a suitable explanation. Instead, she grasped Chu Beiyue's large hand tightly for reassurance, her gaze earnest and resolute as she replied, "Your Highness, trust me. I have a plan." Upon hearing her respectful address, Chu Beiyue recognized her sincerity. He could only weakly encircle her delicate hand and declared, "Then come with me." With that, he spurred his horse into a gallop. Lin Qingke was a bird that could not be caged, destined to soar across the expansive grasslands, and he would not impede her flight. If she wished to soar, he would exert every effort to provide her with the space to do so. Upon hearing the ferocious roar of a wild brown bear, Lin Qingke was reminded of her previous life when Chu Zhongshan returned from a spring hunt, scarred by a beast's claws and bedridden for half a year. After that incident, Emperor Huiyin had placed immense trust in his son. Reflecting on it now, the scar on his chest bore 3 parallel lines, reminiscent of a sharp weapon's mark, exactly the kind left by a bear's claws. Considering the intoxicating scent of the dream grass she had just encountered, a bold yet absurd hypothesis began to take shape in Lin Qingke's mind. Could it be that Chu Zhongshan had incited the bear's aggression with dream grass, prompting it to attack Emperor Huiyin? Then, in a self-sacrificial act of heroism, he would earn the emperor's trust. But how could Chu Zhongshan be certain that the bear would not turn on him as well? Lin Qingke furrowed her brow, pondering whether he was aware of the method to counteract dreamgrass. Lost in thought, the duo soon arrived at the scene of the incident. There stood Emperor Huiyin, trembling and surrounded by the Imperial Guard led by Lin Qingke, while a dark brown bear struggled fiercely 10 meters away, injuring wave after wave of guards as its bloodshot gaze fixed upon the emperor. Scanning the surroundings, Lin Qingke spotted Chu Zhongshan standing aside, seemingly no different from those around him, yet a subtle, sinister smile flickered in his eyes. The situation was dire. If her suspicions were indeed correct, they must act swiftly, lest Chu Zhongshan achieve his aims as he had in her previous life. With a gentle motion, Lin Qingke turned to soothe the furrowed brow of Chu Beiyue, conveying a silent signal of trust. Then, she leaped gracefully from her mount. Plucking a leaf from a nearby tree, she folded it and brought it to her lips, pausing momentarily before releasing a melodious and lively tune. In the harsh environment, the only sounds aside from the bear's furious roar were the ethereal notes of a delicate melody, instantly captivating every onlooker. "Coco, what are you doing here? Hurry back." Lin Qingke was the first to regain his composure, his eyes wide with alarm as he watched the young girl approach the bear, his face draining of color and fear. Lin Qingke glanced back at her brother, giving him a reassuring nod, and then playfully winked at the equally tense Chu Beiyue. Within Chu Beiyue's heart, a sensation akin to being kneaded by soft, furry paws enveloped him, rendering him utterly vulnerable, yet his nerves remained taut, ready to spring forth and rescue her at any moment. The air itself seemed to hold its breath as the melody grew increasingly fervent, while the bear's roars gradually waned. As Lin Qingke played the tune, she moved cautiously towards the bear, which appeared to be entranced, its gaze becoming increasingly vacant and calm, fixated solely on her. Suddenly, the melody shifted key, and the bear took a step forward, prompting the surrounding guards to spring into action, swords raised to strike, only to be halted by Lin Qingke's raised hand. As she continued her slow advance, the bear followed suit, shadowing her every move. Fortunately, a massive iron cage loomed nearby, originally intended for capturing prey. Lin Qingke examined the thick iron chains coiled around the cage's walls, her tension easing as she guided the bear towards it. Just as success seemed imminent, a strange, intoxicating scent wafted through the air. Alarmed, Lin Qingke leaped into action, positioning herself in the bear's blind spot. True to her fears, upon catching a whiff of the scent, the bear lunged towards the iron cage, its eyes a chaotic mix of madness and emptiness. It began to thrash violently, emitting anguished whimpers as it struck everything in its vicinity. Lin Qingke swiftly darted in front of the bear, attempting to soothe it with her melody once more. But the effect was far less effective than before. The bear, catching sight of the source of the music, became frenzied and charged at Lin Qingke. While evading its attacks, she shouted at the guards attempting to subdue the bear, "Do not harm it. Otherwise, it will become even more aggressive." In the midst of her words, the bear grew increasingly agitated, roaring as it lunged at the musician. Lin Qingke's mind raced. Logically, the bear would only target those who bore the scent. A sudden realization struck her as she caught sight of Chu Zhongshan smirking ominously at her. If the bear's target was the emperor, then the fundamental scent must be dragon saliva. And as a prince, Chu Zhongshan undoubtedly carried that aroma, meeting the second prince's malevolent gaze. Lin Qingke responded with a cryptic smile before directing the bear towards him. As anticipated, when the bear brushed past Chu Zhongshan, it inhaled deeply, its demeanor shifting to one of excitement, abandoning its pursuit of Lin Qingke to charge at the prince instead. The upheaval transpired with astonishing swiftness, leaving the royal guard unable to provide any form of protection. Even Chu Zhongshan seemed to have been caught unawares, struck down by the frenzied bear with a single swipe, blood gushing from his chest as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The bear, now scenting the blood and observing Chu Zhongshan lying motionless on the ground, exhibited a momentary calmness in its madness. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qingke discreetly returned the leaves to her mouth, resuming the enchanting melody she had just played, skillfully guiding the bear towards the direction of the iron chains. As they passed by Chu Beiyue, she exchanged a knowing glance, urging him to follow. Understanding her signal immediately, Chu Beiyue strode purposefully to the cage, gripping the iron gate with readiness to secure it at any moment. Lin Qingke led the bear inside the cage, and upon noticing its demeanor had shifted from wild to subdued, she swiftly turned and darted outside. Xiuye, witnessing the gate of the mechanism close, disregarded the bear's interference and firmly locked the iron door. Within the confines of the cage, the bear, whether fatigued or otherwise, ceased its struggles, let out a couple of roars, and then, with a resounding thud, collapsed in defeat. Chapter 14. Proud of you after securing the cage door. Xiuye swiftly landed before Lin Qingke. His restrained gaze swept over her, ensuring she was unharmed before he exhaled deeply in relief. With careful hands, he adjusted the crooked jade hairpin in her hair, exerting immense self-control to resist embracing her in public. Lin Qingke blinked her luminous eyes at the man whose emotions had been stirred by concern for her safety. A warm current flowed through her heart, though she deliberately maintained an air of nonchalance, wrinkling her delicate nose. See? I told you I'd be fine. I know my limits. Xiuye stared at the vibrant girl before him, his lingering fear suddenly peaking. Unable to hold back any longer, he pulled her into a tight embrace. You were brilliant, so outstanding that I'm proud of you. But promise me you'll never act so recklessly again. At least warn me beforehand. I was terrified. Listening to his ragged breaths and helpless words, Lin Qingke felt her eyes grow moist. You really feel proud of me? No one had ever said such words to her before. In her past life, she had been shackled by Chu Zhengxin's archaic belief that a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent. No matter what she did, she had only ever faced opposition and criticism. Sensing her distress, Xiuye gently caressed her slender shoulders, his voice softening further. Of course. Look around. Which man here could compare to you? To me, Kuer will always be the best. Never doubt that. Lin Qingke nearly drowned in the rosy haze Xiuye had woven around her. She never imagined the decisive, aloof Prince Rue, known for his ruthlessness in battle and solitude in life, could speak with such tender devotion. Your humble servant greets His Highness Prince Rue. A shrill, distinctly eunuch-like voice pierced the moment. Lin Qingke snapped back to reality, her face flushing as she hastily withdrew from Xiuye's arms. Only then did she notice the numerous onlookers who had witnessed their prolonged embrace. This must be the esteemed daughter of Prime Minister Lin. Miss Lin, correct? A slightly portly old eunuch smiled at her. His Majesty requests your presence. He gestured toward the Emperor's direction in invitation. Lin Qingke turned to exchange a glance with Xiuye. As she prepared to follow the eunuch, her hand was abruptly seized in a firm grip. This prince shall accompany Miss Lin. Any objections? His tone was icy, a stark contrast to their earlier intimacy. The eunuch paled at Xiuye's intervention, beads of fearful sweat forming at his temples as he stammered, "Oh, of course, Your Highness." He then stumbled ahead to lead the way. Why frighten him like that? Lin Qingke studied the brooding man beside her with concern. Squeezing his calloused hand, she whispered, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Xiuye seemed to have just emerged from his reverie as he swiftly grasped Lin Qingke's restless hand. Tilting his chin towards the eunuch and leaning down to whisper into Lin Qingke's ear, his tone so frigid it could freeze. "That man is Wang Fu. Avoid contact with him. I shall elaborate on this matter later. Now is not the opportune time to discuss such things." In but a moment, they arrived at the makeshift pavilion established for hunters to rest, where the Emperor sat, his complexion pallid, surrounded by a throng of attendants. "Your Majesty, Miss Lin has arrived," Wang Fu announced, stepping forward with alacrity to take the tranquilizing soup from the tray held by a maid, which had just been hastily delivered by a mounted guard. The Emperor accepted the cup, taking a sip that slightly eased his demeanor, and then raised his gaze towards Lin Qingke. "Beiyue, what brings you here?" Noticing Xiuye standing beside Lin Qingke, the Emperor's voice held an element of surprise, tinged with a hint of delight. However, Xiuye merely responded with a formal bow, stating, "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, the Emperor redirected his attention to Lin Qingke, speaking with appreciation. "Miss Lin, you mentioned before the hunt that you possess certain skills. It appears your ability to command beasts is indeed remarkable." Unexpectedly, Lin Qingke knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness. I am filled with trepidation. The emperor's expression hardened, his already colorless face turning even grayer. What do you mean by such words? Lin Qingke recounted the truth. Your Majesty, I do not have the ability to command beasts. My talent allowed me to hypnotize the bear, but it was due to prior drugging by someone else. Her words incited a wave of panic, causing those around her to kneel in alarm. Do you comprehend the gravity of deceiving the sovereign? The emperor's voice rose sharply, yet tremors were discernible within it. Your Majesty, before returning to the capital, I studied herbal medicine with a master in the mountains. I could never mistake the scent of the hallucinogenic herb. Any beast that encounters its aroma, when exposed to a particular human scent, will target that individual for attack. The melody I played was indeed the method to dispel such enchantment. Lin Qingke replied with poise. The bear must have caught the scent of dragon saliva. I suspect the second prince was injured because he also bore the scent of your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the emperor suddenly slumped into his chair, lost in thought, realizing that the bear had indeed roared ferociously at him, mistaking its aggression for the brilliance of the dragon robe, when in fact there were sinister intentions at play against him. Your Majesty, the carriage has arrived. Wang Fu approached cautiously, bowing low, too afraid to meet the emperor's gaze, trembling as he extended a hand to assist the emperor in rising. And where is the Duke Rue? The emperor, appearing despondent, rose and declared, this matter shall be entrusted to Beiyue for investigation, with Miss Lin providing assistance. I will grant you authority from the Court of Judicial Review. Additionally, today, Miss Lin's efforts in protecting the sovereign shall be duly rewarded. With that, he was supported by Wang Fu as he made his way to the carriage. I shall obey the decree, the emperor replied as he departed. Once he was gone, Lin rushed over, gripping Lin Qingke's shoulders and scrutinizing her closely, exclaiming, you truly frighten me to death, dear sister. If you were to sustain an injury, how could I possibly explain it to our parents upon my return? Lin Qingke gazed at her anxious elder brother, her heart fluttering as she playfully stuck out her tongue. But I'm perfectly fine. Brother, please do not be so agitated. The tender utterance of brother from the young girl further ignited Lin Zhe's protective instincts. He opened his arms, ready to envelop her in a warm embrace, only to find himself grasping at empty air. Raising his gaze, he beheld his delicate little sister, like a fresh and tender cabbage, being tugged along by His Highness, the esteemed Rue Wang, who appeared to be quite bashful. Before he could voice his reprimand regarding Chu Beiyue's lack of decorum, the latter preempted him. Deputy General Lin, even siblings must maintain a semblance of propriety in public. What sort of decorum is it to engage in such embraces? Lin stood, dumbfounded, staring at the expressionless man before him, utterly incredulous that such audacious words could emanate from the illustrious Rue Wang himself. What he did not anticipate was the even bolder actions that unfolded next. With a nod directed at him, the Rue Wang declared, I have been commanded to escort Miss Lin on an official matter, and with that, he whisked Lin Qingke away into the air. Left behind, Lin Zhe fumed in frustration, exclaiming, is it truly necessary to fly while embracing her for an official matter? My sister is not incapable of flight. Chapter 15. A corner dog jumps over the wall with familiarity born of experience. Lin Qingke adeptly nestled her head against Chu Beiyue's neck. One arm draped around his shoulders while the other playfully tousled the strands of hair ruffled by the wind. Why are you upset with my brother? He is merely concerned for me, Lin Qingke murmured softly. Hearing her incessantly refer to him as brother filled Chu Beiyue with a jealousy that threatened to overflow his heart. Yet he found himself without a title to stake his claim, even feeling unable to express his envy. The young woman in his embrace remained restless, her fluffy head nuzzling against his neck, her soft murmurs continuing, endearing him further. Chu Beiyue swallowed hard, tightening his hold on Lin Qingke. Be good. Let me take you back to the tent to change and rest for a moment. Afterwards, we shall discuss this case in detail. With that, he hastened towards the camp. At this moment, within the tent of the second prince, Your Highness has awakened. Lin Mushuan gazed in astonishment at Chu Zhongshun, who was gradually opening his eyes on the bed. Quickly summoned the physician. Where's the doctor? The imperial physician, who had been waiting anxiously outside, rushed in upon hearing the call. He first lifted the bandages covering Chu Jingqian's chest to examine the injury, then proceeded to take his pulse. "Water. I need water," Chu Jingqian weakly uttered, his voice barely audible. Upon hearing this, Lin Muxuan quickly poured a full cup of water from the teapot on the table, supporting Chu Zhangqian as he leaned against the headboard, carefully feeding him sip by sip. "Your Highness, the second prince, your internal injuries are no longer critical. You need only to take your medicine regularly each day. However, the external wounds are quite severe. They require dressing changes 3 times daily, and you must rest in bed for a month before you can move about." The physician knelt trembling beside the bed, fearful of provoking the capricious temper of the master before him. "What? Is it truly necessary to rest for an entire month before one can rise and walk?" As Chu Zhangqian remained unresponsive, Lin Muxuan erupted like a firecracker, her gaze fixed intently upon the imperial physician. "No matter," a pale hand emerged from beneath the bed curtains, gently patting Lin Muxuan's arm in a soothing manner, addressing the physician below. Witnessing the physician flee in a panic, Lin Muxuan playfully pushed away the colorless hand, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, how could you silence someone merely for the sake of a trivial physician? The imperial physician is aware of the existence of the dream flower. I shall keep him for my own purposes," remarked Chu Zhangqian indifferently. Speaking of the dream flower, Lin Muxuan recalled the widespread rumors about Lin Qingke's recent actions, to the point where it was nearly suggested that the prime minister's household had brought home a celestial being. A wave of jealousy washed over Lin Muxuan's face. After all, it was she and her brother Chun who had meticulously orchestrated everything. How could that little wretch intervene at such a crucial moment? All this was the fault of Lin Qingke. "Brother Chun, were it not for her, you would not have sustained such grievous injuries." Lin Muxuan drew the hand resting on her arm into an embrace. Yet after a lingering moment, instead of receiving solace from her beloved, she was met with an inquiry about another woman. Was Lin Qingke truly raised in the countryside for the past decade? Chu Zhangqian asked weakly, "Brother Chun, what do you wish to know?" "I have already conveyed to you that she is merely a coarse country girl." Lin Muxuan replied with dissatisfaction. "What is it? Did Brother Chun also fall under the spell of that seductive vixen?" Upon hearing the woman's incessant prattle, Chu Zhangqian, feeling vexed, closed his eyes momentarily. Yet his tone revealed nothing of his irritation. "How could that be? I'm merely curious about the origins of her beast-taming skills." Without allowing Lin Muxuan the opportunity to continue, he waved his hand dismissively. "I am fatigued. You may take your leave. I shall return to visit you later, Brother Chun." Lin Muxuan rose reluctantly and exited the room. As the sound of her footsteps faded into the distance, Chu Zhangqian, in a fit of agitation, struck the bed with force, causing the freshly bandaged wound on his chest to tear open slightly, revealing a faint trace of blood. Were it not for his father's suspicions and the delay in naming a crown prince, how could a dignified prince like himself find himself in such a subservient position? Entangled with a woman? Previously, in a bid to secure support from the prime minister's residence, he had no choice but to approach the foolish Lin Muxuan, whose simplicity rendered her easy to manipulate. However, with Lin Qingke's return to the capital, Lin Muxuan, that illegitimate daughter, had become somewhat less useful. Yet, today it seemed that Lin Qingke possessed considerable skill, capable of discerning the scent of the illusory flower and even devising a method to counteract it. In his original plan, even if he had administered a dose of sleeping powder to that bear prior to his intervention, he would have found it impossible to extricate himself unscathed. He had intended to use the situation to garner the emperor's sympathy and trust, only to have his scheme foiled by a defenseless woman. Fortunately, he had prepared a contingency plan in advance for unforeseen circumstances, which he had not anticipated would be needed so soon. Even if Chu Beiyue were to suspect him, it was unlikely he would uncover any incriminating evidence. The pain from his chest wound gradually spread, yet Chu Zhangqian appeared numb to it, his mind flickering between the fearful visage of the physician and the countenance of Lin Muxuan. Were it not for the fact that he had yet to approach Lin Qingke, he would have undoubtedly sought to take the woman's life today. After a lengthy pause, a fierce glint flashed in Chu Zhangqian's eyes. Those who serve this palace must be as loyal as a dog. Do you not agree, left imperial physician? Your Highness, we have discovered some items from the area where the bear resides in the forest. After freshening up, Lin Qingke emerged in finer attire and found Shun Mo holding a tray, reporting to the stern-faced Xiuye. Your Highness, your movements are remarkably swift. I wondered how you could so easily bring me back to rest. Lin Qingke teased as she approached Xiuye. Upon her utterance, the man's demeanor hardened, his gaze softening as he regarded her. I just dispatched Shun Mo to conduct a search in the woods, and he has retrieved some items. You should take a look. Shun Mo, holding the tray, was momentarily stunned. He had never witnessed such a remarkable display of shifting expressions. Noticing his daze, Xiuye frowned in displeasure, rapping his knuckles on the nearby table to signal Shun Mo to commence his report. Shun Mo, startled back to attention, ceased to regard his master's lackluster expression and began to explain the contents of the tray to the two. This handkerchief was found in the bear's den. It bears the palace's insignia, and despite the passage of time, it still retains the fragrance of the emperor's dragon saliva. The ground around the cave was muddy, yet the boot prints distinctly bore the pattern of Imperial Guard's military footwear. The number of footprints was sparse, with other figures standing nearby. Judging by the chaotic arrangement of the prints, it was evident the guards had confronted the bear. A small piece of oiled paper was also discovered, likely used to wrap medicinal powder. We collected a sample of the soil near the scrap and brought it back for the imperial physician to analyze. This would reveal the nature of the substance. Shen Montak, his throat parched from speaking, gulped down the tea in his hand and turned hopeful eyes toward his master, anticipating a word of praise. Yet all he saw was Xiuye, chin resting on his hand, reclining lazily in his chair without so much as a glance in his direction. Instead, his gaze was tenderly fixed upon Lin Qingke, who was curiously examining the objects on the tray. Shun Mo. Chapter 16. Investigating the case, Lin Qingke gently pinched a small amount of soil from the tray, bringing it to her nose for a delicate sniff. Suddenly, her eyes widened with delight as she looked up. This was indeed the scent of hallucinogenic grass. We need only deliver this soil and the oiled paper wrapping the medicine to the Imperial Hospital to prove I have committed no crime of deceiving the Emperor. Xiuye gazed at the vivacious maiden before him, his eyes brimming with unmistakable mirth. Rest assured, he said, even if those incompetent Imperial physicians fail to discern the truth, as long as I refuse, no one shall harm even a hair on your head. Yet upon hearing these words, Lin Qingke felt her nose sting with sorrow, her thoughts drifting to their past life, when Xiuye had willingly abandoned his chance to storm the capital, choosing instead to shield her and those she cherished, only to perish on the boundless battlefield. Every word he spoke to her was sincere. He truly would forsake everything, even his own life, to protect her. Watching the maiden's spirits gradually sink, Xiuye grew flustered. With a glance, he signaled Shun Mo to withdraw, then stepped softly to Lin Qingke's side. His steady, powerful hand settled upon her head, gently ruffling her hair in comfort. What troubles your thoughts? He murmured. Are you truly afraid that the Emperor might accuse you of treason? With a teasing question, Xiuye intended to elicit a laugh from the girl. However, he was unexpectedly met with a furry little head nestled in his arms. Lin Qingke turned, wrapping her arms around Xiuye's sturdy waist, burying her face into him, remaining motionless as she murmured, "You should not be so kind to me. I do not deserve it." Hearing Lin Qingke belittle herself ignited a spark of irritation within Xiuye. He supported her armpits with his large hands and effortlessly lifted her onto a nearby small table, gently tilting her chin to meet her tear-streaked gaze. "You deserve nothing but the best, Coeur." Xiuye spoke softly, his fingers delicately brushing away the tears clinging to her eyelashes. "It is my own volition to care for you. Do not feel pressured." Feeling exceedingly shy from being lifted onto the small table, Lin Qingke blushed deeply, resembling a freshly bloomed rose swaying in the breeze, as she heard his heartfelt confession. "I understand, Your Highness." As if resolved to share something significant, Lin Qingke gazed earnestly at the gentleman before her. "Upon our return to the capital, I shall reveal to you an astonishing secret about myself. Although he had long suspected that Lin Qingke harbored some secrets and had pondered them, he had never thought to pry. Yet, upon hearing her willingness to disclose it, a hint of amusement danced in the corners of Xiuye Pavilion's eyes. Very well. Upon our return to the capital, I too shall share certain matters with you. Are you not happy now? Lin Qingke gently shook her head, lifting her delicate face with a charming smile. If the prince himself has come to cheer me up, and I remain unhappy, wouldn't that be a slight against our esteemed Prince Rue? Upon witnessing Lin Qingke's renewed vivacity, Xiuye Pavilion gradually felt a sense of relief. Now, dear Kerr, do enlighten me about the mystic herb, he prompted. The two resumed their seats and commenced a serious discourse. The mystic herb, known to be imported from the land of Human, cannot thrive in the Central Plains. At this juncture, Lin Qingke slapped her forehead, recalling, even my master possesses merely a few specimens, and those were gifted by an old friend of his. Human's nature is inherently brutal, and the thrill of conquering wild beasts captivates them, which is why the use of hallucinogenic herbs is quite prevalent in the Human region. Once their effects take hold, one can only control beasts through melody. My skills are lacking. I have merely learned to calm them down, yet my master mentioned that in Human, melodies can also command ferocious beasts to attack. Xiuye Pavilion did not anticipate that the matter was connected to the Human tribe, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Recently, the Human invaded a city on the outskirts of the Qi, and he had led troops to suppress them, naturally aware of their fierce bloodlust in battle, as if they had no regard for their lives. Kerr seemed to suggest a suspicion that the mastermind behind this had ties to the Human tribe. Lin Qingke, equally solemn, nodded in agreement. In her previous life, she was unaware of the hallucinogenic herbs and did not realize that Xu Zhongxun had long been in collusion with the Human, which explained why he could ultimately lead troops to slay his father and ascend to the throne. Moreover, I have a suspect. Lin Qingke hesitantly glanced at Xiuye Pavilion, contemplating how to justifiably place these suspicions upon Xu Zhongxun. Are you referring to the second prince? Xiuye Pavilion understood her implication, his expression shifting to one of realization. So this is why Kerr cautioned me to be wary of Xu Zhongxun before the hunt commenced? Xiuye Pavilion smiled at Lin Qingke. Aren't you going to ask why I suspect him? Lin Qingke inquired curiously, as if every word she uttered was taken at face value by the man before her. Never doubted. Kerr also mentioned that you have your own little secrets. I am not the sort who enjoys pressing others about their troubles. After a moment of contemplation, Xiuye Pavilion continued, furthermore, since leaving the palace, my informants have reported that Xu Zhongxun has not entered the camp of Emperor Huyan, yet that bear attacked him. So, from where did the dragon's saliva on him originate? Your Highness truly is astute. We are indeed on the same wavelength. Lin Qingke exclaimed with delight. Initially, when guiding the bear towards Xu Zhongxun, Lin Qingke merely intended to use the scent on him to confuse the beast. However, she did not expect the bear to exhibit such formidable aggression, knocking Xu Zhongxun unconscious. This indicated that the dragon's saliva on him was not a trivial amount, and it must have been fresh and potent, raising considerable suspicions. Is Kerr praising me or subtly extolling herself? Xiuye Pavilion chuckled, indulgently shaking his head. Of course, I am praising you, Your Highness, Lin Qingke playfully retorted. Now, let me test the wisdom of the esteemed prince. What should our next step be? Xiuye Pavilion could only smile helplessly. I have already dispatched individuals to closely monitor Xu Zhongxun's every move, and it seems we must also increase our manpower to investigate whether any foreign tribes have appeared in the capital recently. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingke nodded in agreement, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminating her mind. There is another person we can utilize, Your Highness. Feel free to speak. Xiuye Pavilion observed the suddenly animated young woman before him, finding it most intriguing. My half-sister from my second aunt, Lin Muxuan, Lin Qingke declared excitedly. She and Xu Zhongxun had already entangled themselves before I returned to the residence. Perhaps she knows some hidden truths. Approaching her might be a wise course of action. Xiuye Pavilion nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it would require the intervention of the Dali Temple, as she is your half-sister, making it inappropriate for me to directly retrieve her from the residence. Upon hearing the mention of the Dali Temple, Lin Qingke's mind immediately flashed to the dungeon where she perished in her previous life and the loathsome visage of Lin Mushuan when she came to see her. Very well. I have no objections, Lin Qingke replied with a faint smile. Lin Mushuan is quite spineless. A little hardship might compel her to divulge everything. Lin Mushuan, dear sister, it is finally your turn to experience that dungeon in this life, and I shall certainly come to visit you. Chapter 17. Preparations for action at the dawn of the second day. Emperor Huiyan issued orders for all to prepare for their return to the capital. Following their conversation the previous day, Chu Beiwei had already set off for the Dali Temple to summon people. Estimating that the time was ripe, Lin Qingke hastily washed up and made her way to the Prime Minister's tent. Father, Mother, your child has come to pay her respects, Lin Qingke announced as she lifted the curtain and bowed deeply. Prime Minister Lin and Madame were awaiting their servants to pack their belongings when they heard the voice of their cherished daughter, instantly turning in surprise. Kiki, you have finally arrived. Do you have any idea how frightened your mother was upon receiving news from your brother yesterday? Madame exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Lin Qingke's hand and tenderly caress it. After repeatedly confirming that Lin Qingke bore no injuries, she felt relieved and led her daughter to sit inside. Your father, still recovering from a cold, did not partake in the hunting expedition. Upon hearing you had ventured into danger alone, he nearly mounted his horse to rush in, Madame, and scolded, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Qingke. Both your father and I were deeply worried. We intended to visit you yesterday, but your brother insisted you were engaged in an investigation with His Highness, and it would be unwise to disturb you. Once assured of her daughter's safety, Madame's mood brightened. However, my Kiki has indeed displayed remarkable capability. You have accomplished a significant feat. Listening to her mother's mixture of reprimands and praises filled Lin Qingke with warmth. She merely smiled sweetly. I have caused my parents concern. It is my fault, and I shall accept any punishment upon our return home. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhong, who had been silent until now, glared at her with indignation. As if I would dare punish you. You are now a favored figure before the emperor, tasked with an investigation. Lin Qingke, aware that her father understood her best, lowered her head in embarrassment and leaned against Madame and pouting her lips in feigned distress. Though he saw through her little ruse and recognized her lack of genuine sorrow, Lin Zhong's tone softened. Kiki, this matter is perilous. It may even involve treason. The emperor, while seemingly valuing you by sending you to investigate, might merely be positioning you as a scapegoat should nothing come to light. As Prime Minister Lin spoke, his temper flared once more. I know you have learned much at the Xiuye Pavilion, but this is a matter of state. Serving the sovereign is akin to treading upon a tiger's tail. How can your mother and I rest easy knowing you are entangled in such affairs? Seeing her father so agitated, Lin Qingke felt a pang of sorrow herself. Rising from beside Madame, and she solemnly knelt before Lin Zhong. Madame gasped in shock and hurried to assist her daughter. You old man, must you speak so harshly to Kiki? Yet Lin Qingke remained resolute on the ground, her voice imbued with determination. Father, I am fully aware of your concerns. Regarding the matter of the enchanting grass, I indeed possess knowledge that surpasses others. My unwavering decision to rescue His Majesty was not for fame or fortune. It stemmed from a deep conviction within me. Had I not acted then, I would have lived with regret for a lifetime. Upon witnessing his beloved daughter kneeling on the ground, exuding an air of righteous indignation, Lin Zhong found that his anger was swiftly quelled. Currently, as I align myself with the esteemed Prince Rui, we have already gleaned some crucial insights, and it is merely a matter of continuing our efforts to gather sufficient evidence to conclude the case. Upon hearing these words, both Lin Zhong and Madame felt a genuine sense of relief. Having some leads was better than none, and following that thread would surely unveil some hidden truths. With heartfelt sincerity, Lin Zhong advised, if there is anything you require assistance with, do not hesitate to confide in your father. After all, I am the Prime Minister of the realm, and can certainly lend a hand. He then gestured for Madame and to help Lin Qingke rise. Seeing her father relent, Lin Qingke beamed with a sincere smile, reassured that her father and mother would undoubtedly support her, and with the backing of the Prime Minister's residence. Her heart felt much steadier. Lin and Madame Lin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with pride as they gazed at their daughter, who had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Yet, there was a matter troubling Lin Qingke, one she was unsure how to broach with her parents. The true purpose of her visit weighed heavily on her mind, causing her considerable distress. Her father, who valued familial harmony above all, would likely be deeply saddened by the incident involving Lin Muxuan. Noticing the troubled expression on her face, her parents became anxious, asking, "What is troubling you, Qingke? Is someone bullying you?" The couple looked at Lin Qingke with furrowed brows, filled with concern. Her father had previously mentioned that this case might be quite intricate, and it would be prudent for the Prime Minister's residence to maintain a distance from it. Correct? Lin Qingke seated herself between her parents, gently clasping their hands together. What if I were to say that the perpetrator of the poisoning is linked to Sister Xian? Upon hearing this, Lin Chong's face turned pale with shock, and Madame turned to her in disbelief, exclaiming, "Qingke, is this truly the case?" With a grave expression, Lin Qingke nodded, bolstering her credibility by mentioning Chu Beiwei. She recounted how, alongside Prince Rue, they had uncovered numerous ambiguous details that pointed towards a second prince. Furthermore, the prince's informants indicated that Sister Xian shared a close relationship with the second prince, having engaged in a clandestine conversation the night before the spring hunt. In an effort to persuade her father to sever ties with Lin Muxuan, Lin Qingke exaggerated the severity of the situation, suggesting that the hallucinogenic herbs were entangled with the Hu man and that Sister Xian was likely acting as the second prince's informant. This wretched child, how foolish! Lin Chong lamented, pounding the table in despair. I had no idea she was so intimately involved with the second prince. Throughout my tenure, I have never taken a side in the struggle for the crown prince, yet that girl has exploited my ignorance. Seeing that her father showed no inclination to protect Lin Muxuan, Lin Qingke felt a surge of relief and added fuel to the fire, stating, "Prince Rue hastened back to the capital last night to summon individuals from the Dali Temple. Considering the time, they should be arriving shortly." Upon hearing this, Lin Chong indignantly waved his sleeve and declared, "This matter involves the Hu man and is indeed a matter of national significance. Rest assured, Qingke, I shall not obstruct your investigation. You may instruct the Dali Temple to take your sister away. If she has truly committed any wrongdoing, let justice be served. If this proves to be a false alarm, it shall serve as a fitting lesson for that reckless girl." "Understood, father." As they spoke, the clamor of marching troops and murmuring crowds arose beyond the tent. Soon after, a brief flute melody echoed from afar. A pleased smile graced Lin Qingke's lips. Chu Beiwei had evidently arrived with the judicial decree and reinforcements from the Dali Temple. After bidding farewell to her parents, Lin Qingke strode purposefully from the tent, swiftly making her way toward Lin Muxuan's quarters. Chapter 18. Interrupted action save for a small contingent of Dali Temple soldiers. Lin Muxuan's tent was surrounded by a boisterous crowd, buzzing with animated discussions. "Have you heard? That Lin family's daughter seems to be involved in the plot against His Majesty." "What? The eldest daughter who just returned to the capital? Weren't people praising her just the other day?" No, not the celestial beauty. It's the illegitimate daughter born to one of Chancellor Lin's concubines." "Heavens, so she's a concubine's child. How can two daughters of the same father be so different?" Lin Qingke strode through the clamoring throng without so much as a glance, heading straight for Lin Muxuan's tent. Bathed in the mid-morning sun, faint silhouettes could be seen struggling inside the tent, accompanied by muffled, indistinct cries of distress. Upon entering, the air was thick with desperate pleas for mercy. Lin Muxuan and her maidservants knelt trembling on the ground, tears and mucus streaking their faces. "Your Highness Prince Rue, please be just. I have nothing to do with the conspirator. I wasn't he the one who poisoned him." Lin Muxuan lay prostrate in utter disarray, her usual facade of grace and refinement shattered. She had merely known of Qingge's plan. She hadn't participated. One of her maids, though terrified and weeping, stubbornly blurted, "Do you know who my mistress is? The daughter of the current chancellor. Aren't you afraid the Lin family will come for you?" Standing by the tent entrance, Lin Qingke couldn't help but scoff. How delusional her dear sister was, To think the Lin household would shield her after being implicated in a treasonous plot. Everyone here knows exactly who your mistress is. As for whether they fear her, I doubt it. Lin Qingke spoke languidly as she strolled toward Lin Muxuan, as if admiring her wretched state. She tilted her chin slightly. After all, the Lin family won tea trouble them. The moment Lin Muxuan spotted Lin Qingke, her eyes burned crimson with madness. She clawed desperately toward her, but failed to even graze the hem of her robe. You, Lin Qingke, it was you who framed me. I did nothing. With a light tap of her toe, Lin Qingke vanished and reappeared on the opposite side of the tent, leaving Lin Muxuan grasping at air. At these words, Lin Qingke smirked disdainfully. Dear sister, the mastermind involved you in nothing yet let you in on the scheme. What do you suppose his intentions were? One day, even you would serve as the scapegoat. Lin Muxuan's face twisted in terror. No, Chun, that man would never do this. You're just provoking me. Yet her body had already melted into a quivering heap of fear. Lin Qingke stepped forward, lifting Lin Muxuan's chin delicately. She leaned in, whispering by her ear, "Were you about to say Qingge, second prince Chu Zhengchen, perhaps?" At this, Lin Muxuan trembled violently. Unless Chu Zhengchen had betrayed her. How do you know? How could you know? He wouldn't abandon me. She shrieked. With those words, her eyes rolled back as she completely lost consciousness. Lin Qingke curled her lips into a faint smile. To faint from just this much? Dear sister, the real delights are yet to come. Surveying the tent, she noticed Chu Beiwei was conspicuously absent. Curiosity piqued. She turned to a nearby guard. Is His Highness the Prince of Rui not here? The guard replied with composed deference. Lady Lin, His Highness was summoned by His Majesty moments ago. It seems someone has come forward to confess. Lin Qingke's expression darkened. Damn it. She hadn't anticipated that the heartless Chu Zhengchen would go to such lengths for Lin Muxuan. If Lin Muxuan wasn't the scapegoat, then who was? This complicated her plan to ensnare them both. As her thoughts churned, Shanimo strode in and bowed respectfully. Lady Lin, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. His Highness requests your presence before His Majesty at once. Lin Qingke nodded. I'll go immediately. Please inform my father of the developments. He will know how to proceed. With that, she cast an indifferent glance at the unconscious Lin Muxuan before hastening toward the Emperor's tent. Regardless of whether Lin Muxuan was convicted, the truth of her illicit affair with the second prince would force their father to tighten his control over her, a devastating blow in itself. A pity, though. She hadn't yet made her dear sister experience the torment she herself had endured in her past life. But since fate had spared her, Lin Qingke had the patience to play this game with those two snakes a little longer. Your humble subject greets your majesty. May your majesty live 10,000 years. Rise, young lady of the Lin family. Emperor Huiyan's voice was feeble, his complexion ashen as he gestured dismissively. Be seated. Thank you, your majesty. Her gaze swept the room, settling on Chu Beiwei. His expression was stern, edged with irritation. Lin Qingke gave him a subtle shake of her head before taking her place beside him. At the center knelt a disheveled old man, shackled and despairing. The emperor nodded to the Minister of Justice, who had accompanied Chu Beiwei through the night. Proceed with the interrogation. Minister Feng Yu unfurled a scroll and demanded sharply, You claim responsibility for administering the hallucinogenic herb. Is this true? Indeed. This lowly one ground the herb into powder and used it to incapacitate the bear. Lin Qingke interjected coolly. Where did you obtain it? To my knowledge, such herbs are cultivated exclusively by the Hu barbarians. At the mention of the Hu, the assembly stiffened, faces paling with dread. The old man wailed. Those savages seized my entire family. They forced this herb upon me, compelling me to act. I had no choice. His tearful lamentations about coercion by Hu warriors filled the tent. Silence. Regardless of whether you were coerced, conspiring against His Majesty constitutes an unforgivable crime, especially considering your connection to the barbaric Hu clan. An elderly man's cries were interrupted by Feng Yu's voice. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qing attempted to rise and speak, but a broad, warm hand clasped her own beneath the table, soothing her inner turmoil with its reassuring strength. Chu Beiwa leaned closer to Lin Qing's ear and whispered, "It is unwise for you to voice any dissent. Allow me to handle this." With that, he gently squeezed her hand, offering her a reassuring glance before standing and approaching the emperor. Chapter 19. Only seek me as the imperial physician. You must be well aware of the effects of the psychedelic herb, correct? Chu Beiwa slowly approached the elderly man who had surrendered, fixing him with a gaze reminiscent of one who stares at the dead. The old man visibly shrank back in fear, trembling as he fell to the ground, mumbling, in response to His Royal Highness, "I have practiced medicine for decades. Thus I am indeed quite familiar with the properties of the psychedelic herb." Chu Beiwa chuckled lightly, his toes barely touching the ground. "Do not be afraid. I have no intention of harming you. I merely seek clarification on a matter that perplexes me." "Your Highness, please proceed, and I shall speak without reservation," the old man replied. "I wish to understand why, if the bear sought only to attack the emperor, the scent that incited such madness must be ambergris. Is that not so?" The old man cowered further, shaking uncontrollably, as if he sensed the true nature of Chu Beiwa's inquiry. "In response to your Highness, it would indeed be ambergris." Having received the answer he sought, Chu Beiwa smirked, casting a glance at the pale-faced emperor before continuing. "Then why would the beast also attack the second prince? Could it be that my cousin, like his majesty, has spent too much time in the Yangxin palace, reeking of ambergris?" His words detonated like a thunderclap within the tent, causing the officials loyal to the second prince to kneel in protest, some voicing their outrage. "Your Highness must present evidence. You cannot simply cast such vile accusations upon the second prince." Chu Beiwa regarded the mass of kneeling figures with indifference before turning to the emperor, stating coolly, "I merely wish to highlight a point of confusion for the imperial physician to clarify. I harbor no ulterior motives." Seeing the emperor's countenance darken, he added a sharp remark, as if to remind his majesty, perhaps it was the second prince who lingered too long with the emperor before the hunt, thus acquiring the noble scent of ambergris. "Enough. Prince Rue, you may leave for now. Feng Yu, have that scoundrel thrown into the dungeons. This matter shall be discussed upon our return to the capital." The emperor seemed to recall something, his eyes igniting with suppressed rage. He rose abruptly, flinging his sleeve, as if to speak further, but was interrupted by a fit of violent coughing. "Your Majesty, allow me to assist you," Wang Fu said, stepping forward to support the emperor. Once steady, the emperor's expression remained grim. "Issue a decree. Lin family's young lady has rendered service in saving the emperor and shall be rewarded with a sacred imperial object, with further rewards following protocol." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingke hastily rose to bow. "This humble servant thanks your Majesty." With the exception of Feng Yu, the others withdrew. "Yes, I take my leave." As Lin Qingke exited the emperor's tent, the surrounding officials rushed to congratulate her, extolling her virtues. Though young, Miss Lin has achieved such greatness. Truly, Prime Minister Lin has raised his daughter well. Miss Lin is indeed the heroine spoken of by the people. Lin Qingke was already feeling vexed for failing to eliminate those two thorns at her side. Now, encircled by a group of elderly officials, her irritation intensified to the point of wanting to lash out, yet she still wore a smile and engaged in pleasantries. "It seems that you esteemed ministers are quite idle. Having the time to engage in idle chatter here?" Chu Beiwa stepped through the crowd and positioned himself beside Lin Qingke, declaring, "This prince has matters of importance to discuss with Miss Lin. You may all withdraw." Typically, Chu Beiwa appeared aloof and taciturn during court sessions, and his demeanor was even more formidable on the battlefield, exuding an aura of fierce intensity. The scholars present shrank back in trepidation, particularly in the presence of the illustrious Prince Rue. The crowd dispersed in an instant, leaving the previously crowded space feeling desolate. "Your Highness." Lin Qingke lifted her gaze, hesitating to speak, momentarily at a loss for words. The girl before him was clearly discontented. Her once bright eyes now appeared lackluster. Observing the slight furrow of her willow-like brows, Chu Beiwa detected a hint of grievance that tugged at his heartstrings. Having lived for 20 years without experiencing love, the Prince Rue found himself empathizing with the girl's somber mood, reminiscent of the poignant tales he had read. With no one around, He enveloped her in a tender embrace, offering silent comfort. It is my oversight for not recognizing Chu Zhengxin's cunning schemes. Otherwise, today would have been his day of reckoning. Lin Qingke lifted her head from his chest. It is not your fault, Your Highness. Chu Zhengxin has always been cautious in his dealings, and my eagerness to capture his little lover led to my failure to draw him out. Her expression grew more sorrowful, pondering whether, even in this second life, she would ultimately succumb to fate and falter before those two. Noticing the shift in the young woman's emotions, Chu Beiyue felt a pang of bitterness. He sensed Lin Qingke's animosity towards her half-sister and the second prince, and her desire to take this opportunity to overthrow them. Thus, her disappointment was palpable. Although he was unaware of her motivations, the fact that he could not aid her in achieving success, leaving her in such distress, weighed heavily on him. With this thought, Chu Beiyue tightened his embrace around Lin Qingke. It was simple for her to seek retribution against them. This endeavor had not succeeded, but once he recuperated, Chu Zhengxin would surely not endure for long. Desperation could drive one to act recklessly. A tingling sensation coursed through him as the girl in his arms murmured, "I have considered this as well. The emperor has clearly begun to suspect Chu Zhengxin. Although we have not found direct evidence, the emperor's suspicion can be equally frightening." At this, dark thoughts swirled in Chu Beiyue's eyes as he gravely concurred. Indeed, the emperor's suspicions may well be more unsettling than direct proof. After a moment, Lin Qingke gently extricated herself from his embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed. "All right, Your Highness. Having inhaled your aura for a while, I feel rejuvenated, like a languid kitten." She stretched her arms and yawned, her sparkling eyes regaining their usual vivacity. Upon hearing the young maiden's words and witnessing her delightful demeanor, Chu Beiyue could not help but chuckle. Could it be that Ku'er was a fox spirit, drawing vitality from others? At this remark, Lin Qingke's cheeks flushed even more, and with her head bowed, she murmured softly, "So what if I am? Does the prince not permit me to draw from him?" While playfully poking at his firm chest. Observing this, Chu Beiyue's Adam's apple moved slightly, his gaze deepening as he captured her delicate hand, responding with utmost sincerity, "Of course I permit it. Not only that, I intend to keep you close, allowing only myself to be your chosen one in this lifetime." Lin Qingke lifted her rosy face, her words laced with mischief as she teased, "Who are you to speak so boldly? The prince ought to maintain a respectful distance with a young lady." Yet, Chu Beiyue tightened his hold on her tender palm, his gaze unwavering as he earnestly declared, "Upon our return to the capital, I shall provide you with a definitive answer." Chapter 20. Love at first sight. After the court session that day, Emperor Hin and Feng Yu deliberated for an extended period within the tent. It was not until about an hour later that the grand procession began its journey back to the capital. Lin Qingke sat idly in her carriage, toying with the little tassels on the window curtains, occasionally exchanging a few words with Lin Zhe outside. "Is it true that Lin Muxuan has been sent back to the residence?" Lin Qingke inquired, her curiosity piqued as she glanced over at Lin Zhe. "Indeed," Lin Zhe replied with a hint of regret. "Father was furious that morning and dispatched a servant to bring Lin Muxuan back ahead of time. It seems she has been placed in the side courtyard under strict watch." Lin Zhe sighed, surprised that his seemingly harmless sister harbored such great ambition. Lin Qingke rolled her eyes at the mention of sister, asserting, "You are my only brother." Amused, Lin Zhe teased, "Oh, is my dear sister feeling a tinge of jealousy?" He approached the carriage and lifted the curtain to peer in at Lin Qingke. Avoiding his gaze, Lin Qingke turned her head away, refusing to respond. "Come now, with my biological sister back, who needs any other sisters?" Lin Zhe continued, attempting to placate her. Seeing that she was genuinely upset, he feigned a pitiful expression. "Don't be angry with your brother, okay?" Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he straightened up and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Wasn't it just the other day someone reminded me to maintain distance, even when with a sibling?" Lin Qingke could no longer pretend to be annoyed. She turned sharply, casting a scornful look at her mischievous brother. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't recall anything of the sort." Are you still pretending, Qingke?" Lin Zhe laughed at his sister's feigned ignorance, just as he was about to flick her forehead. At that moment, a voice interrupted him. Yam Shen Montak, the chief shadow guard of the Rue Wang's estate. Deputy Lin, the princess sent me to convey a few words to Miss Lin. Shenmo's arrival only served to fuel Lin Zhe's amusement as he shouted towards the carriage. Qingke, no need to pretend. The evidence has arrived right at your doorstep. With a resigned sigh, Lin Qingke poked her head out. Brother, keep your voice down. If you keep shouting, everyone in the capital will know. Lin Chavash left speechless. Fine, I shall take my leave. It's time for my patrol. Lin Qingke flashed a sweet smile at her disheartened brother. Take care on your watch, and don't be lazy. Understood, Lin Zhe replied over his shoulder as he galloped away. Once her brother was gone, Lin Qingke turned to the taciturn Shen Mo. What did the prince instruct you to say? Shen Mo appeared somewhat hesitant, his expression revealing his discomfort. Lin Qingke couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight. Chu Beiwei certainly had a knack for putting Shen Mo, the honest one, in such awkward situations when they were alone. Do not feel troubled, Guard Shun, she said graciously, offering him a way out of his predicament. Your Highness, the prince has instructed me to convey that upon his return to the capital, he will arrange everything and then seek you out at the Shao courtyard. After a brief pause, Shen Mo, with great difficulty, continued. The prince also mentioned that Miss Lin should refrain from spending all her time with Deputy General Lin and simply call him brother, reserving the term elder brother for future occasions. Upon finishing, Shen Mo wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead, seemingly relieved, and returned to his usual impassive demeanor as he turned to Lin Qingke, awaiting her response. Hearing such brazen words, Lin Qingke felt a faint blush creep across her face. Embarrassed and vexed, she twisted the handkerchief in her grasp. Yet her voice emerged soft as a whisper. Please inform the prince that I am aware, and that he should exercise caution on his journey back to the capital. Yes, I shall obey. After receiving her reply, Shen Mo turned and galloped away on horseback. The spring hunting grounds lay approximately a day's journey from the capital. As a caravan reached midday, Emperor Huiyin commanded them to halt and rest. Qingke, this princess has come to play with you. Just as Lin Qingke alighted from the carriage, stretching her limbs and preparing to call for a meal, the sweet voice of Princess Yongning rang joyfully in the air. Sihan, you have arrived. Lin Qingke smiled as she turned, warmly grasping her friend's hand and beckoning her to rest beneath the shade of a tree. Chu Sihan puffed out her cheeks, feigning anger. If I had delayed my visit any longer, I fear our Miss Lin would have forgotten me entirely. Lin Qingke chuckled helplessly, about to explain the case she was investigating, when a fuzzy little head leaned in, revealing a pair of round eyes, sparkling with curiosity. Hee, Qingke, my cousin. Chu Sihan tilted her head, narrowing her eyes mischievously. Am I to expect a sister-in-law soon? At this, Lin Qingke felt her cheeks flush as she replied, her eyes glimmering with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Do not speak nonsense. I have yet to give him my answer. So your cousin is indeed pursuing you. I suspected as much when he was so serious this morning, preparing himself. Turns out he was displaying his plumage. With a burst of excitement, Chu Sihan leapt from the cushion, her expression animated as she recounted how she had been summoned by Chu Beiwei to assist him in selecting his attire and was subsequently tasked with gathering others. Lin Qingke could not help but laugh, imagining the imposing Prince Rui standing before a mirror, choosing his garments. To be honest, I hardly noticed his outfit that day, she admitted, exchanging a glance with Chu Sihan, and they both erupted into laughter. Qingke, your brother has brought you some fresh little fruits to enjoy after the meal. They are quite delectable. Just as the two sisters were lost in their playful banter, Lin Zhe approached, having removed his armor, holding several glistening wild fruits. The sunlight illuminated the handsome youth, now clad in ordinary attire, his face radiating joy, blending seamlessly with the vibrant hues of spring, creating a captivating tableau. Halfway through, Lin Zhe suddenly noticed that his younger sister was not accompanied by her usual maid. He promptly halted his steps and bowed respectfully. Lin Zhe, Deputy General of the Imperial Guards, pays his respects to Her Highness the Princess. For a long moment, Chu Sihan remained silent. Lin Qingke curiously glanced over and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The same carefree person who had just teased her moments ago now stood frozen, a suspicious blush creeping on her cheeks. With a mischievous grin, Lin Qingke nudged the young girl, who was lost in the romantic haze of love at first sight, and deliberately teased, "Your Highness, why the silence?" Only then did Chu Si-han snap out of her daze, her face flushed crimson, her eyes darting nervously as she stammered, "Rise, Brother Lin. Cuckoo and I are close sisters. There's no need for such formalities in the future." Lindsay laughed heartily and offered the fresh fruits in his hand. "As you command. I happen to gather extra wild berries. Please help yourself, Your Highness. I shan't intrude on your sisterly reunion. I shall take my leave now." Chapter 21. The Assassin. All right. Your brother from the Lin family has already walked 500 meters away. Why are you still gazing after him? Lin Qingke remarked with a mischievous grin, biting into a wild fruit in her hand, while playfully offering another to Chu Si-han. Chu Si-han accepted the small fruit, her cheeks flushed at the teasing words, and with a hint of spring in her brows, she playfully retorted, "Oh, come on, Kiki, please don't tease me," casting a glance at the fruit in her hand. Chu Si-han hesitated to eat it, wiping it with her sleeve before clutching it tightly, motionless. Lin Qingke observed her, arms crossed, curious to see how long she could suppress her urge to speak. As anticipated, within moments, Chu Si-han shyly lifted her gaze to Lin Qingke, revealing a charming smile. "Kiki, does your brother have someone special in his heart?" she inquired, gently tugging at Lin Qingke's sleeve, her youthful bashfulness vividly displayed. Let me think." Lin Qingke teased, drawing out her words. "It seems he might." Upon witnessing Chu Si-han's suddenly crestfallen expression, she could not help but chuckle, but then again, "It seems he does not." Seeing the bewildered look on her friend's face, Lin Qingke burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Finally, Chu Si-han reacted, indignation flaring as she dramatically swished her sleeve, pretending to tickle Lin Qingke. "Oh, you wicked Kiki! How dare you play tricks on me?" The girl's laughter, as melodious as silver bells, resonated with infectious joy, even causing the nearby old tree to shake its branches merrily, rustling in agreement. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, a faint twang of an arrow striking Lin Qingke's sensitive nerves. Instantly, her smile vanished, her expression sharpening as she embraced the girl beside her and rolled to the side. In the next moment, an arrow embedded itself precisely where they had been sitting. "Assassin, protect the princess." Lin Qingke was the first to react, swiftly drawing her Xinghin sword and shouting to attract the guard's attention. In the blink of an eye, 2 more arrows hurtled toward them. Chu Si-han, pale with fear, collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed with shock. Lin Qingke sprang to her feet, wielding her sword with precision, slicing through the arrows mid-flight. She then scooped up the frightened Chu Si-han and dashed towards the carriage. The royal guard was no idle force. Upon hearing Lin Qingke's urgent call, they quickly organized themselves and raced toward the shaded tree where the girls had been. In an instant, a horde of masked figures in dark clothing emerged from the trees and bushes, engaging in fierce combat with the guards. Lin Qingke deposited Chu Si-han safely inside the carriage, tenderly stroking her head to soothe her, her expression fraught with urgency. "Si-han, stay here and don't move. I'm going to help." Just as she was about to spring into action, her sleeve was suddenly tugged. She looked up to meet Chu Si-han's worried gaze. "Kiki, there are guards outside. You must be extremely careful." Lin Qingke flashed her a reassuring smile, signaling her to remain calm. "The Lin family is not just about my brother's prowess. I, too, possess skills in martial arts. The princess should stay safely in the carriage." With those words, she swiftly departed, rushing toward the skirmish not far away. The once desolate and silent land was now sporadically littered with corpses, the air thick with a metallic scent of blood and an aura of impending doom. Lin Qingke brandished her sword and joined the fray, first shielding an imperial guard from a blade aimed at his back before swiftly dispatching an assassin attempting a sneak attack. Her movements were fluid and practiced, her demeanor composed. In moments, she became the focal point around which the guards rallied. Before long, the numerical disadvantage was overcome under Lin Qingke's command, and the assassins were subdued, some left alive for future interrogation. With a triumphant smile, she sheathed her sword and strode proudly back toward the carriage. Xian, did you see my prowess? She called into the carriage, her joy shattering the instant she spotted a fallen wild fruit in the dust. Where's the princess? Where has her highness gone? Behind the carriage, a wounded guard leaned weakly against the wheel, his life ebbing away. Lin Qingke pressed her ear close to his lips, barely catching his dying words. The princess was taken by bandits. Deputy General Lin has already given chase. Southeast. Relief flickered through her. Her brother Lin Zhe, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, was more than capable. Yet, recalling the sheer number and ruthless tactics of the black-clad assailants, she tightened her grip on the dagger Xiuye Pavilion had given her and dashed southeast. The deeper she ventured, the more her brow furrowed. The path led into dense, untamed wilderness, towering ancient trees obscuring any trace of her brother. Finding him would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. No, don't panic. Stay calm. Perched on a tree branch, she steadied herself with measured breaths, recalling the meditative techniques her master had taught her at the Xiuye Pavilion. She focused her senses entirely on hearing, attuned to even the faintest rustle of leaves. Then, a disturbance. The clash of steel echoed from the north. Lin Qingke sprang into motion, racing toward the sound. Soon, signs of battle emerged, scattered bloodstains leading her onward. At last, she reached a clearing, only to freeze in horror. A black-clad assassin swung a cleaver toward Lin Zhe's exposed back. The same agony of watching a loved one perish, just as in her past life, engulfed her. Instinct took over. Her sword flashed, and from her sleeve, Xiuye Pavillion's dagger flew. A sharp thud. The assassin collapsed, a poisoned dart embedded in his throat. Lin Qingke's star-scar sword intercepted the blade's lethal strike at the most critical moment, shielding Lin Zhe, who was hanging by a thread. Simultaneously, Lin Zhe dispatched the bandit entangled in combat with him, instantly securing their safety. Elder brother, do you realize how perilous that was? Had I not arrived in time, what would you have done? The agony of losing her brother in her previous life surged violently through Lin Qingke's mind, and she shouted at Lin Zhe, unable to restrain her emotions. Lin Zhe was momentarily stunned by his sister's outburst before finally responding. It was an emergency. Rescuing her highness took precedence. At the mention of rescuing her highness, Lin Qingke snapped back to her senses, her expression growing even more frantic. Where is Sihan? Is she unharmed? No sooner had she spoken than a muffled whimpering emerged from behind a nearby boulder. Chu Sihan, bound tightly, wriggled and rolled into view. Lin Qingke rushed over to untie her, removing the cloth gagging her mouth, her heart aching as she gazed at the suffering young princess. Yet Chu Sihan appeared unfazed, though her pallor remained. Her voice carried a reassuring tone as she said, "Cuckoo, I'm fine. I saw everything. You were absolutely magnificent." Chapter 22. Deepening suspicions, Lin Qingke embraced the disheveled Chu Sihan tightly, her heart heavy with remorse. "This is all my fault. I should never have left you alone in the carriage. If I hadn't tea, you wouldn't have been taken." Chu Sihan, however, let out a soft laugh and patted Lin Qingke's arm reassuringly. "I'm perfectly fine, thanks to your brother's timely arrival. Both of you are my saviors now." Hearing her dear friend's light-hearted tone, Lin Qingke's tears turned to laughter as she teased. "Well then, does that mean you'll pledge yourself in gratitude? To the brother or the sister?" A delicate flush bloomed across Chu Sihan's pale cheeks, still tinged with a lingering fear of her abduction. She cast a shy glance at Lin Zhe, who stood nearby, then swatted at Lin Qingke in mock indignation, refusing to answer. Seeing the princess's genuine embarrassment, Lin Qingke relented and moved to lift her onto her back. "Ah, there is someone else here who can handle that," Lin Zhe interjected. Stepping forward before his petite sister could attempt such a feat, he swept his robes aside and knelt, offering his back. Lin Qingke, of course, didn't protest. She was all too eager to encourage this budding affection. Having Chu Sihan as her sister-in-law would be nothing short of perfect. Yet Chu Sihan remained frozen in place, staring at the broad back before her, her face deepening into the hue of a ripened cherry. "Your Highness, if you please." Lin Zhe extended a hand behind him, his voice steady. This humble servant knows his place. You need not worry. Lin Qingke shot her brother a despairing look. Knows his place? Could he truly be so oblivious to the princess's feelings? But the words seemed to reassure Chu Sahan. With a soft murmur of assent, she leaned forward, draping her arms lightly over Lin Zhe's shoulders. Let us go, brother. The convoy must be growing impatient, Lin Qingke called, leaping onto a nearby tree branch to scout ahead. Let us go. The usually talkative Lin Zhe fell uncharacteristically silent. Curious, Lin Qingke glanced back, only to see him stumble slightly even in the simple act of launching into a light-footed stride, a fundamental skill any martial artist mastered from childhood. Suppressing a giggle behind her hand, Lin Qingke thought, so my brother isn't entirely hopeless after all. Clearly, his composure is shaken by the one he carries. Upon returning to the convoy and entrusting Chu Sahan to the imperial physicians, the Lin siblings were summoned before the emperor. Emperor Huiyan sat beneath his carriage, his pallor even more ashen than during the interrogation of the physician earlier. His expression was shadowed, and only a superficial smile touched his lips as the siblings approached. Ah, Deputy General Lin and Miss Lin, you've rendered great service in protecting the princess, especially you, young lady. It seems I underestimated you before. Your humble servants greet your majesty. May the emperor live 10,000 years. Rise, please. Bring them seats. Thank you, your majesty. Seated at the emperor's side, flanked by imperial guards, the siblings exchanged a glance, sensing the weight of unspoken tension in the air. Prime Minister Lin truly excels in raising his children. Just look at how exceptional you two siblings are. Emperor Huiyan stroked his beard, wearing a smile as he gazed at them, though the warmth of his smile did not quite reach his eyes. Your Majesty, you flatter us. Protecting the princess is merely my duty. My sister and I are simply fulfilling our responsibilities as subjects, which hardly merits mention, Lin Zhe replied, rising from his seat with a respectful gesture. Upon hearing this, Emperor Huiyan seemed to display a hint of genuine amusement, casually waving his hand to beckon Lin Zhe to sit down. I did not summon you solely for the purpose of bestowing rewards. I would like you both to recount the circumstances surrounding the princess's abduction, including a description of the assailants. After uttering these two sentences, Emperor Huiyan found himself slightly short of breath, and he took a couple of sips of tea with the assistance of Wang Fu before he regained his composure. After exchanging a glance with her brother, Lin Qingke stood up first to respond. In reply to your majesty, it was my sister who first discovered that group of bandits. At that moment, I was conversing with the princess when we suddenly heard the sound of arrows being shot, prompting us to take cover. Subsequently, realizing their cover was blown, the bandits revealed themselves. I escorted the princess back to the carriage before rushing back to assist the imperial guard. By the time I returned, the princess had already been abducted, and my brother had pursued after them. At this point, Lin Zhe also stood to corroborate his sister's account. In response to your majesty, when I hastily made my way there, a fight was already underway. One of the bandits seized the opportunity to kill the guard by the carriage and abduct the princess, prompting me to give chase. After I pursued the princess, my sister arrived to lend her aid in defeating the bandit. Emperor Huiyan nodded, his expression inscrutable. You may retire for now. There will be rewards for you at the Prime Minister's residence tomorrow. Thank you for your generous favor, they both replied. Once the siblings departed, Wang Fu approached with an eager demeanor, his beady eyes glancing at the cup recently used by the emperor. Noticing the emperor's somber expression, he inquired, Does your majesty suspect anyone? Upon hearing this, Emperor Huiyan's face darkened as if he had found an outlet for his pent-up frustration, his eyes flashing with indignation. Do you think it could be the second son? Ever since the spring hunt incident, I have harbored suspicions against him. Since leaving the capital, he has never entered my tent. Where did he acquire that dragon's saliva perfume? Wang Fu dared not respond, but merely smiled obsequiously, his eyes nearly squinting shut. Your Majesty, you seem overly concerned. The physician will have something to say about this. It will be wise for you to rest more. Emperor Huiyan coughed violently, his complexion reddening. Very well. As long as I live, I shall see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Once the Lin siblings exited the emperor's tent, they both let out a sigh of relief. Although they had rendered service to the emperor, the nature of rulers is to be suspicious, and it was inevitable that they might direct their scrutiny toward them, especially since Lin Qingke had saved the emperor twice within a matter of days. "Brother, I am weary. I shall return to the carriage to rest. Please go and check on Sister Sihan." Half of her felt genuinely weary, while the other half yearned to play the role of the matchmaker, weaving the red thread of fate. Lin Qing rubbed her eyes, her vision hazy as she made her way towards the carriage at the Xiang residence. Lin Zhe watched his sister's retreating figure with a mix of helplessness and undeniable joy, though he could not resist teasing her. "What do you think I am, oblivious to your intentions? If you wish to go, then go." With that, he strode off merrily towards the princess. Suddenly, a wild fruit rolled by. Lin Zhe glanced down at it for a moment before turning to approach Shaolin. Before long, he returned, cradling a handful of freshly picked wild fruits, his steps even more jubilant as he headed towards the princess. Chapter 23. "I also desperately need your dependence." The elder brother walked away with great flair, while Lin Qingke felt utterly fatigued, slowly making her way towards the carriage, one deliberate step at a time, just as she allowed her mind to wander, contemplating which restaurant in the capital would offer a delightful meal. A swift gust of wind rushed past her ear. Instantly alert, Lin Qingke silently cried out in her mind, "Not again," as she deftly sidestepped. In doing so, she unexpectedly collided with a warm and broad chest, the familiar scent of sandalwood enveloping her once more. "Your Highness!" Lin Qingke exclaimed in surprise, lifting her gaze to meet the embrace of the man who held her. Chu Biyue's expression was hurried, his face betraying evident concern as he tightly embraced the young woman, burying his face in her hair and inhaling her sweet fragrance, as if to confirm her very existence. Are you all right?" The man's hoarse voice conveyed both tenderness and compassion. Lin Qingke, lost in her own world, nestled against him, still reveling in the joy of seeing her beloved. With a carefree smile, she replied, "I'm fine. Today I even contributed to saving the day." With that, she looked at Chu Biyue expectantly, as if awaiting praise. "Yes, you are magnificent today." Seeing her charming demeanor, Chu Biyue let out a soft chuckle, gently arranging her disheveled hair and affectionately patting her head. "I was on my way to assist you, but it seems you managed quite well on your own." Gazing into the man's tender eyes, which seemed to brim with warmth, Lin Qingke felt an unexplainable sense of grievance swell within her, her eyes inexplicably misting over. Burying her face into his warm embrace, she mumbled, "What's wrong? The moment I see you, I feel like crying. I could have taken down 100 more of those thieves." At her words, the sorrow in Chu Biyue's gaze deepened, yet he could not suppress a flicker of joy within. This indicated that his coup was beginning to lean on him. "This is indeed a good thing. I too require your reliance, Your dependence seems to empower me, and just the thought of you enables me to vanquish countless foes." Lin Qingke's tears transformed into laughter, buoyed by his soothing words. "Why should you defeat more than I do? I am quite formidable as well, you know." Very well, is indeed formidable. I shall strive even harder to become someone even greater than you, in order to protect you. Is that not so?" Lin Qingke felt herself nearly drowning in the tender haven he had woven for her. "Indeed, your Highness is the most formidable." Seeing that the girl was too exhausted to stand on her own, Chu Biyue swiftly lifted her into his arms and ascended into the carriage, placing Lin Qingke gently upon the soft cushion beside him. However, he mused, it would be prudent to refrain from blindly pursuing danger in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously said, "I do not intend to restrict you, for I know how capable you are, but I cannot help but worry. Just moments ago in the capital, upon hearing the report of your mishap, I felt as though the very blood in my veins had frozen." As if reliving that dreadful moment, Chu Biyue's brows furrowed involuntarily, his face turning pale with lingering fear. "All right, I'll be more careful next time," Lin Qingke replied earnestly, lifting her gaze to meet the man before her. She reached out to gently touch his face, her heart aching at the sight of his weary appearance. "Did you rush here from the capital as soon as you heard the news?" Chu Biyue tightened his embrace, holding his precious treasure close. "One must understand. When his subordinate reported that assassins had ambushed the imperial convoy, Chu Beiue's face had drained of color instantly. Even his most seasoned followers had never seen their master wear such an expression. His entire body stiffened, as if filled with lead. And it took him a moment to react, his eyes burning red as he roared at the messenger, demanding the convoy's location. By the way, why did you return to the capital early? A soft, sweet voice interrupted Chu Beiue's panicked recollection. At the memory of his purpose in the capital, a faint tenderness returned to his eyes. He tapped the tip of her nose playfully, teasing, "I won't tell you. You'll find out soon enough." Lin Qingke puffed her cheeks in mock anger and turned her head toward the carriage window, only to lock eyes unexpectedly with her elder brother. Startled, she jolted upright from her seat. Chu Beiue tensed immediately, shielding the girl with one arm while the other hovered near his waist, ready to draw his sword. Lin Zhe slowly lifted his hands in applause, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "My apologies, dear sister. How inconsiderate of me to interrupt your romantic rendezvous." "What rendezvous? Brother, you really scared me." Having regained her composure, Lin Qingke bristled like an agitated kitten, leaning out the carriage window to glare at Lin Zhe indignantly. She failed to notice the fleeting shadow of desolation and madness that flickered across the man's face behind her. "Your Highness, Prince Rue, I respect you as a warrior who defends our borders, and thus I shall refrain from further comment. However, an unwed man and woman embracing in the same carriage, what impropriety." Lin Zhe had no patience for his sister, who had been so easily charmed away, and instead directed his ire at Chu Beiue. Hearing this, Chu Beiue found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had yet to reveal his preparations in the capital to Lin Qingke, and indeed, he lacked the proper standing to justify their closeness. "Deputy General Lin, your words are too severe. Upon our return to the capital, I shall arrange everything appropriately. I would never tarnish Kuer's reputation." Chu Beiue stepped down from the carriage, his expression solemn. He even clasped his hands in a formal salute to Lin Zhe, a gesture that left no doubt about his sincerity. The act startled Lin Zhe. This was the illustrious Prince Rue, revered throughout the realm, bowing to a mere deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Surely, aside from the Emperor himself, he was the second person in all the land to receive such courtesy. "Your Highness need not trouble yourself with such formalities. However, for propriety's sake, I must take my sister with me now." Lin Zhe shot Lin Qingke a pointed look, silently urging her to come to him at once. "Please forgive me, Your Highness, for this is quite improper." As Lin Zhe spoke these courteous words, he approached and pulled Lin Qingke away. Lin Qingke, feeling helpless, cast a backward glance at Chu Beiue. However, as her brother's reasoning was sound, she had no choice but to follow him. It seemed she needed to expedite her plans to confess to Chu Beiue. She could not allow the regrets of her past life to resurface. Left behind, the Prince Rue appeared to maintain a calm demeanor, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the madness swirling within his eyes, filled with obsession. "My dear, once we return to the capital, I shall ensure that you are rightfully mine." Chapter 24. Self-inflicted misery. Lin Zhe was genuinely incensed this time. In broad daylight, his own sister was alone in a carriage with a man. If others were to witness this, she would undoubtedly be branded with the scandalous accusation of public debauchery. Goodness, it is not that I wish to criticize you, dear sister, but this behavior is utterly unbecoming. Do you not realize how significant such matters are for young ladies like yourself? If someone were to see you, it is likely that by the time you return to the capital, rumors would have already spread. As Lin Zhe spoke, his anger intensified, and he felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle that Chu Beiue into pieces. Yet he could only vent his frustration by kicking small stones along the road. Lin Qingke, aware of her own misstep, felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing her brother's latter remarks. Life is meant to be lived for oneself. Why should one overly concern themselves with the opinions of others? Hearing his sister's carefree words rendered Lin Zhe momentarily speechless as he found himself gazing into her earnest and resolute eyes. Lin Qingke grasped her brother's arm and earnestly declared, "Moreover, I have faith in Prince Rue's character. He is a man of his word and would never abandon me. It seems that in this lifetime, I shall marry none other than Chu Beiue." With each passing moment, Lin Zhe felt her words were increasingly nonsensical. What enchantment has this Prince Rue cast upon you? With your qualities, what man would not seek you out? Must you cling to this singular tree? The prince's household is not one to be trifled with. Lin Qingke, unwilling to heed such words, halted in her tracks, choosing not to follow her brother any further. Brother, no matter how many times you inquire, I will respond with utmost sincerity. Aside from Prince Rue, I shall choose no other. He, along with our father and mother, are the most important individuals in my life. Lin Zhe did not turn back. Upon hearing this, he paused momentarily before continuing on his way, leaving behind a curt instruction to return to the carriage promptly. Sighing softly, Lin Qingke understood that her brother merely needed time to accept her decision. She was not worried about his opposition. In her previous life, he had staunchly opposed her association with the second prince. Fearing the prime minister's household would overshadow the imperial family, and recognizing that the second prince was not of good character, a fact she had failed to see at the time. Now, though Chu Beiyue was also of royal lineage, Lin Zhe could at least acknowledge his commendable character. With this thought, Lin Qingke could not help but smile gently. Her Prince Rue was indeed extraordinary. Following the incident with the assassin, the caravan hastened its pace, eager to avoid further mishaps on their return journey. Approaching dusk, the group finally arrived at the city gates. It seemed that Emperor Huiyan's mood had been affected by the day's distressing events. Upon reaching the gates, before the officials could formally bid farewell, he waved his hand dismissively, instructing everyone to return home. This was most welcome, for after a day of jostling, everyone longed to return to the comforts of home. The residence was not far from the city gates, and within moments they arrived at the entrance of their courtyard. Even before disembarking, Lin Qingke could hear the hushed murmurs of the gathered townsfolk outside the carriage. Peering through the gaps in the carriage curtains, Lin Qingke noticed several large red boxes stacked on the ground. Curiosity piqued, she gracefully descended from the carriage, only to find her parents, Lin Fu and Lin Mu, radiating joy as they were being praised by a young eunuch. Upon spotting her, the trio hurriedly approached. The young eunuch, wearing a charming smile, stepped forward and unfurled the imperial edict, proclaiming in a clear voice, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Lin Qingke, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, in a moment of peril during the spring hunt, has saved me from calamity, thereby earning the merit of protecting the emperor. For this, she is to be rewarded with 5,000 taels of gold, 2 chests of jewels, and numerous bolts of silk." So decreed. The surrounding populace stirred with excitement, their astonished, envious, and admiring gazes converging upon Lin Qingke. Yet, she remained unperturbed by the adulation, performing a proper bow as she accepted the decree. This humble daughter acknowledges the edict. Her parents beamed with delight, their smiles wide enough to reveal their teeth, persistently expressing gratitude to the eunuch, who reciprocated with effusive praise for Lin Qingke. The atmosphere was one of unbridled joy, echoing throughout the crowd. Amidst this harmonious scene, Lin Qingke suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon her. With a keen sense, she turned her attention to its source and locked eyes with Lin Mushuan, whose face was twisted in jealousy. Lin Mushuan, taken aback by being discovered, momentarily displayed surprise, which quickly morphed into fear. It then dawned on Lin Qingke that her dear sister was supposed to be under confinement. Her unauthorized escape would surely incur familial discipline. A slow smile crept across Lin Qingke's lips as she called out, "Sister Xian, why are you all alone over there?" The moment her words escaped, all eyes turned towards Lin Mushuan, and the expressions of Lin Fu and Lin Mu soured. Lin Mushuan's face paled in shock. She was clad in the coarse garments befitting a prisoner, her appearance neglected since returning from the spring hunt, her hair unkempt. Was this truly the illegitimate daughter of the prime minister's household? She resembled a beggar. A passerby, intrigued, inquired loudly enough for all to hear, "Is that the prime minister's illegitimate daughter? She looks like a wretched creature." In that instant, Lin Mushuan's countenance turned ashen. Her once proud visage and fragile self-esteem were trampled beneath Lin Qingke's triumph. One was the newly honored daughter of the prime minister, resplendent like a celestial being, while the other was a disheveled, pitiful girl confined to her quarters, akin to a rat in the gutter. Hearing the passerby-esque question, the townsfolk's gazes shifted back to Lin Qingke and her parents, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Observing his father's troubled expression, Lin Qingke sensed his reluctance to speak, bound by paternal affection. Yet, if no clarification were offered, she risked being labeled as a cruel sister. Adopting a demeanor of feigned alarm, she spoke softly, her voice melodious yet crafted. "It is all my fault. I failed to properly guide my sister, allowing her to err before the throne, nearly incurring the emperor's wrath." The father, having administered a slight reprimand, confined his daughter, Xian, to her room, hoping she would reflect upon her misdeeds. After expressing his feigned sorrow, having been so elated to see his sister that he momentarily forgot her transgressions, he spoke up to garner the attention of those present. Admitting his own fault, "Do not blame you, Miss Lin. It is she who has brought this upon herself." A rough voice emerged from the crowd, with many townsfolk subtly echoing his sentiments, momentarily transforming the atmosphere into one of condemnation towards Lin Muxian. She must bear the consequences of her own actions. Miss Lin is truly beautiful and kind-hearted, resembling a celestial being. Even the commoners could no longer endure the situation, let alone her doting parents, Lin and Un, and cast a stern glance at the previously silent Chancellor Lin, hastily linking arms with Lin Qingke, gently coaxing her back home. Lin Zhong also felt a twinge of regret for not defending his precious daughter earlier, allowing her to suffer such indignities. With a stern glare at the servant behind him, he signaled for them to escort Lin Muxian back to her locked chamber. "I apologize for the spectacle. The matter is as my daughter has described. I must return to manage family affairs now, so please disperse." Chapter 25. How dare you strike me? Let go of me. Let go of me. I am the daughter of the Prime Minister. You, a mere servant, how dare you? Lin Muxian was being dragged into the residence by two rough women, struggling and shouting with utter indignity. The gatekeeper of the residence hastily shut the door, yet curious onlookers caught glimpses of the spectacle through the cracks, murmuring in sympathy. Before Lin Muxian's return to the capital, her younger sister Lin Qingke had always maintained an air of celestial grace. Now that the true celestial being had returned, her true colors were laid bare. A down-and-out scholar stroked his beard and spoke slowly, eliciting a chorus of agreement from those around him. Thus, the tale of the true and false celestial beings spread like wildfire through the streets. Among the populace, Lin Qingke's reputation flourished, with whispers claiming she was a divine spirit returned to repay a debt of gratitude. "Let go of me. Release me." The two women exerted all their strength to restrain Lin Muxian. As an unwed maiden, she possessed no power to contend with them and was dragged helplessly to the secluded confinement room. Lin Qingke awaited her arrival, arms crossed. Noticing Lin Muxian's continued struggles, Lin Qingke signaled to the two women, who promptly understood and pressed Lin Muxian against a nearby pillar, rendering her immobile. Lin Muxian, seeing her sister, elegantly dressed with an air of superiority, was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, jealousy, and fear intertwined within her. "Lin Qingke, may you meet a dreadful fate. Let go of me. I must find father." Lin Muxian continued to resist fiercely, yet bound as she was, she could only twist her head slightly, appearing akin to a writhing caterpillar from a distance. Lin Qingke approached her slowly, pausing for a few seconds as if to threaten her in silence. Lin Muxian fell silent, panic in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Qingke. "What do you intend to do?" Without uttering a word, Lin Qingke gently raised her hand, only to bring it down with force, delivering a sharp slap to Lin Muxian's face. The two women nearby felt the gust of the slap, their eyes widening in fear, and they grew even more respectful towards Lin Qingke. Lin Muxian, stunned by the blow, felt her left cheek swell painfully, resembling a dumpling in its prominence. How dare you strike me?" Stammering, she looked in shock and fear at the woman before her, whose lips curled in a smirk. "Indeed, how does it matter if I strike you?" Lin Qingke lightly traced the swollen half of Lin Muxian's face with her fingertip, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Do you find my slaps uneven? Allow me to accommodate you then." With that, another fierce slap landed, swelling the right side of Lin Muxian's face, rendering her visage grotesque. How dare you strike me? I will tell father. Lin Muxuan remained obstinate, believing her father would show her compassion, as she spat blood and bitterly threatened Lin Qingke. Upon hearing those words, Lin Qingke burst into laughter, a sound that echoed in Lin Muxuan's ears like the whispers of a devil. It is father who has sent me to deal with you, my dear sister. How could I bear to harm you otherwise? Lin Muxuan's eyes widened in terror as she realized her salvation was futile, pain reflected in her gaze. Yet she erupted into frenzied laughter. What of it? Can you take my life? Lin Qingke, I ask, what have I done to you? Why must you treat me this way? Lin Qingke sauntered over to the chair that the old woman had just moved for her, reclining against the backrest with an air of leisure, observing Lin Muxuan as one might observe ants on the ground. Indeed, I shall not take your life. Rather, I intend to ensure you live well. The last 4 words were enunciated with deliberate emphasis, ostensibly words of mercy, yet Lin Muxuan felt a chill creeping down her spine, as if she were being scrutinized by a demon. You have not yet done anything to me? Lin Qingke's demeanor shifted, her presence growing increasingly formidable, as if she had heard a most amusing jest. On the day I returned to the residence, someone attempted to abduct me. Can you guess who orchestrated it? Lin Muxuan, now crumpled on the ground, turned even paler, frantically shaking her head, trembling uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. Not me, not me. And all that transpired in the previous life. Lin Qingke seethed internally. If it were not for you, matters would not have escalated to this extent. Do you think the Dali Temple has spared you? Does father remain oblivious? You have secretly colluded with the second prince, perhaps no longer holding the residence in any regard. As Lin Qingke meticulously unraveled her clandestine actions, Lin Muxuan, in a state of panic, began to crawl backward, intent on fleeing. She babbled incoherently. I will seek Brother Chun for rescue. Brother Chun will surely save me. With a sudden clang, a long sword was thrust before Lin Muxuan, severing all avenues of escape. In the gleaming reflection of the blade, she caught sight of Lin Qingke's cruel smile and noted her garment ensnared by the sword. Overcome, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Lin Qingke approached, withdrew the Xinghin sword, caressed it fondly, and returned it to its sheath. Then, she regarded the unconscious Lin Muxuan on the ground with a gaze akin to that of one observing a dead dog, her eyes swirling with a mix of rage and release. Only by witnessing Lin Muxuan in this state could she feel that she had regained control of her fate in this life. Your brother Chen? Fear not. He will be next. Sister will ensure he accompanies you in the depths to come. With that, Lin Qingke turned her attention to the 2 trembling, stout women nearby. With a gentle smile gracing her features, she reassured them, You need not fear me. I'm always clear in my affections. As long as you both comply, you shall continue to live comfortably. Should you not? Lin Qingke left the sentence hanging, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she regarded the 2 women. Overwhelmed with terror, they quickly knelt on the ground, fervently bowing their heads to pledge their loyalty. Please rest assured, Miss, you are our sovereign. We shall not heed the second Miss's words. Lin Qing realized that her intimidation had indeed taken effect as she nodded in satisfaction and gently urged, Please rise. The ground is quite cold. She ordered the guards to drag the individual on the ground to the confinement chamber, instructing that meals be delivered once a day and to promptly inform her of any peculiar behavior. Yes, your servant obeys. Having arranged her sister's future circumstances, Lin Qing walked back to her courtyard with a light step. Although she was still far from the harrowing experiences of her past life, witnessing Lin Muxuan in such a disheveled state inevitably filled her with a sense of delight. Contemplating the second prince, who is currently incapacitated in bed, Lin Qing's gaze deepened. It would not suffice to merely inflict an injury. She needed to seize the opportunity to orchestrate something more significant. As she pondered, the notion of the physician who had been wrongfully accused came to her mind, slowly giving rise to a plan. Shortly thereafter, a figure flashed through her thoughts, and Lin Qing nodded to herself, muttering, Since I have caused you to lose a doctor, I shall provide you with another. With that, she plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and gently blew on it. An unusual melody reverberated from the Prime Minister's residence, serving as a covert signal for the Ziyegwan. Anyone in the vicinity who belonged to the Zayegwin would arrive within an instant. Chapter 26. The renowned physician of the capital, not long after Lin Qingke, had settled in her courtyard. A scholarly-looking man clad in white robes vaulted over the wall and landed gracefully before her. Upon recognizing the face of the one who had played the leaf melody, the man started in surprise, then immediately bowed with deep reverence. Xie Yuan pays his respects to the young pavilion master. Hearing his introduction, Lin Qingke's eyes brightened instantly. "Please, take a seat, physician Xie." Xie Yuan responded with a wry smile. "Young pavilion master flatters me. Compared to you and the pavilion master, who would dare claim the title of divine physician? Let's not dwell on formalities. After all, your reputation in the capital is far greater," Lin Qingke replied with a smile, offering him a cup of tea. "I heard from Qingzhu that you were wandering the rivers and lakes, and by chance, you happened to pass through the capital. So, I tested the waters by playing the leaf, never expecting you to appear so swiftly." At the mention of Qingzhu's name, a fleeting tenderness crossed Xie Yuan's gaze. "How is Qingzhu these days? Why is she not by your side?" Lin Qingke covered her mouth with a light chuckle. "First, my brother and the princess. Now Xie Yuan and Qingzhu. It seems I've been playing matchmaker these past few days. I sent her to assist with tasks in the front courtyard. You shall see her shortly." Only then did Xie Yuan take his seat, his tone laced with urgency. "What does the young pavilion master require of me?" Instead of answering directly, Lin Qingke set down her teacup and regarded him with solemnity. "Within our pavilion, there exists a secret medicine, colorless, odorless, yet capable of gradually corroding a person's meridians over time. Are you aware of it?" Xie Yuan's expression turned grave. "I am. The pavilion master devoted considerable effort to its creation." "Then, are you acquainted with the second prince, Chu Zhengchun, the emperor's second son?" Lin Qingke ventured cautiously. The moment the words left her lips, Xie Yuan connected the dots, his gaze sharpening as he studied her. "You intend to administer this medicine to the second prince?" "Precisely." Lin Qingke recounted the events of the spring hunt in detail. "Emperor Huyan will undoubtedly harbor suspicions toward Chu Zhengchun now. The imperial physicians will be beyond his reach. Yet, common folk rarely suffer such grievous wounds, leaving civilian doctors equally helpless. The second prince's residence must be in dire need of a physician. With your renowned reputation, he would not refuse your services." Understanding the scheme, Xie Yuan swiftly grasped his role. "And then, I administer the medicine?" "Yes. But remember, start with a subtle dosage, allowing it to accumulate unnoticed. Only when the time is right will I instruct you to increase it." Xie Yuan hesitated. "However, that medicine does not merely cripple the meridians. It is a slow-acting poison, tormenting its victim until death." "I know, and that is precisely the outcome I seek." Memories of Chu Zhengchun's atrocities in her past life, the corpses strewn across the prime minister's estate, flashed through Lin Qingke's mind, igniting a fury that made her wish she could flay him 1,000 times over. Lin Qingke spoke while playing with a token in her hands, a symbol of authority from the Xiuye Pavilion. Xie Yuan hesitated initially, knowing that being discovered would be a grave offense punishable by death, yet upon seeing the token, his demeanor shifted to one of immediate submission. This singular token was unique to the entire Xiuye Pavilion, and, astonishingly, it was not in the possession of Elder Yi. This fact alone underscored Elder Yi's high regard for the young pavilion master. Xie Yuan bowed even more respectfully, affirming his unwavering commitment to the mission. Lin Qingke then broke into a smile and returned to her chamber. "The green bamboo is in the front courtyard. You may seek it out yourself," she instructed. No sooner had her words left her lips than Xie Yuan vanished from his seat, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. Amused yet speechless, Lin Qingke shook her head and nestled into her bed. After a moment, as if recalling something, she rose to the dressing table, grasped a jade hairpin, and placed it beside her pillow. Gently gazing at the softly gleaming hairpin, Lin Qingke whispered, "Good night, Your Highness." With that, she wrapped herself tightly in her quilt and drifted into slumber, seeking to replenish the rest she had lost in recent days. That night at the second prince's residence, a trembling maid reported, "Your Highness, the servant we dispatched to summon the imperial physician has just returned empty-handed." The second prince's wound had not healed properly since his injury during the spring hunt, and the jostling of the return trip had only exacerbated his condition. The wound had reopened for 2 days, yet the local physician could do nothing but seek an imperial physician from the palace. However, Emperor Huiyin seemed inexplicably indifferent to his son's plight, consistently finding excuses to send the second prince's people back empty-handed. Useless. You can't even bring back a physician. What purpose do I have in keeping you here? Chu Jingqin's weak yet furious voice emerged from behind the bed curtains. He understood that the fault did not lie with the servants. The real issue was that the emperor was beginning to suspect him of foul play regarding the spring hunt, and had started to keep a wary eye on him. TSK. Chu Zhangchun furrowed his brow in frustration, striking the bed with a clenched fist. The movement caused his chest wound to tear further, intensifying the scent of blood that filled the air. Cough, cough. Go. Spend lavishly to summon a doctor from the marketplace. If I cannot be cured, you need not expect to live, he declared, forcefully sweeping aside objects on the bedside, shattering a glass lamp and scattering shards across the floor, which vividly reflected their master's foul mood. Get out. All of you get out. His hoarse roar sent the attending servants fleeing in panic. As Chu Zhangchun endured the sharp pain in his chest, the image of Lin Qingke's stunning face flashed through his mind, contorting his expression in growing anguish. Hell, Lin Qingke, once I possess you and sample the taste of you, we shall see how you dare to be so arrogant. Chapter 27. Introducing a person early the next morning, Lin Qingke received a secret letter delivered by someone sent from Xie Yuan, stating that everything had been arranged, and the second prince's residence was eagerly inviting him to enter. Lin Qingke smiled with satisfaction, slowly igniting the letter in her hand. The orange-red flames reflected in her eyes, creating a mesmerizing beauty. Zhu Zhengjian, I shall return everything from my past life. Suddenly, a distinct sound of bricks being knocked echoed from the courtyard wall, starkly noticeable in the quiet morning. Lin Qingke turned in surprise, only to see Chu Beiyue, clad in dark garments, knocking on the tiles atop the wall with one hand while propping himself up with the other. He presented a striking figure, like a graceful tree in the wind. After a few days apart, the man appeared even more handsome, with sharp brows and eagle-like eyes, his chiseled features exuding an air of grandeur and authority. He even wore a jade crown that shimmered with a lustrous glow, and his belt was embroidered with golden threads, sparkling in the morning sunlight. My lord, what brings you here? Lin Qingke exclaimed joyfully, running over and looking up with her delicate face, her eyes sparkling with bright laughter. Seeing her, Chu Beiyue couldn't help but feel a wave of joy himself. With a graceful flick of his robe, he leaped down from the wall, landing steadily before the girl. I promised I would give you an explanation upon returning to the capital, he said, his deep and melodious voice carrying an air of seriousness, interlaced with strands of tenderness. Recalling what Chu Beiyue had said during the hunt, Lin Qingke felt her cheeks flush. Her lord was indeed serious. Feeling a twinge of indignation at the thought of losing her chance to confess, she puffed her cheeks slightly, though her expression was undeniably filled with joy and spring-like exuberance. Observing the prince's particularly splendid attire today and recalling what Princess Yongning had said about a peacock spreading its feathers, Lin Qingke couldn't help but laugh aloud. Was Kuer laughing about? Chu Beiyue questioned, glancing at his own outfit. He had meticulously chosen this ensemble the previous day and had consulted several people to ensure it was suitable. Could it be that he had been deceived into thinking it looked good? Ha 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 ha. Seeing the rare look of confusion on Chu Beiyue's face, Lin Qingke could no longer contain herself, her cheeks aching from laughter. My lord, did you dress this way on purpose today? She asked, a hint of teasing in her tone. With a slightly embarrassed expression, Chu Beiyue resembled a bashful youth caught in a secret romance, awkwardly replying, Indeed. Do you find my attire amusing, Kuer? Lin Qingke shook her head, unable to suppress her silly grin. Not at all, my lord. I think you look handsome no matter how you dress. The thought of the dignified and unapproachable Prince Ray earnestly preparing himself before a mirror for her sake filled Lin Qingke's heart with blissful pink bubbles, each pop proclaiming her fondness for Chu Beiyue. Noticing the lingering doubt on Chu Beiyue's face, she tiptoed, playfully tapping his head as he often did to her, murmuring soothing words to reassure him. I speak earnestly. Regardless of his appearance, in my heart, the prince is the most handsome man in all of Deqi. Upon hearing this, Chu Beiyue found himself at a loss for words, turning his head slightly to cough in an attempt to mask his discomfort, inadvertently revealing the faint blush upon his ears. This time, Lin Qingke could only stifle her laughter within, for her esteemed prince was rather bashful. She must tread carefully to accommodate him. Chu Beiyue composed himself, glanced at the sun, estimating that the time was just right. Come with me to a place. I wish to introduce you to someone. Lin Qingke felt a twinge of disappointment. Was the prince not going to confess his feelings? Nevertheless, she thought to herself, let me be the one to pierce through this veil of ambiguity. With this resolve, the spirited and determined Lin Qingke deftly climbed onto Chu Beiyue's shoulder, urging, let us be off, your highness, take flight. Chu Beiyue could not help but smile helplessly, his strong arm encircling the young girl in his embrace as he took a leap into the air. The Chuanfu restaurant, the grandest and most luxurious establishment in the capital, was a favored venue for all the nobility to host banquets. As they arrived, it was the height of the lunch hour. The bustling hall was filled with patrons, the sounds of waitstaff calling out orders resonating amidst the lively atmosphere. Inhaling the fragrant aromas of delectable dishes, Lin Qingke instinctively touched her empty stomach, swallowing hard. Your Highness, after our meeting, may we dine here? Noticing her gluttonous demeanor, Chu Beiyue's expression softened with affection. He gently tapped her nose and chuckled. I brought you, my little glutton. Here for lunch. His Highness the Wise King. His Highness has arrived. A beaming young attendant approached, eagerly gesturing toward an upper room, exclaiming, Young Master, Su has been waiting for you. He is in the private room upstairs. Please, follow me. Young Master Su? Lin Qingke wondered, tilting her head. Having lived 2 lives, she had never heard of such a person. Ascending with the attendant, they encountered fewer patrons as they climbed. The remaining guests donned lavish fabrics, suggesting that only the powerful and influential could secure a spot in the private chambers. Here we are, this is the room. His Highness the Wise King and this young lady, please. As Lin Qingke entered alongside Chu Beiyue, the elegant room was imbued with delicate incense. And seated amidst steaming dishes was a dashing young man, exuding the charm of a libertine. Ah, at last, you have graced us with your presence. I feared I would have to wait until dinner. The tone was slightly exaggerated, emanating an air of playful arrogance. It seemed this individual was quite familiar with her prince. Lin Qingke mused, peering curiously. However, the young man fell silent upon seeing her, his eyes widening in astonishment, no longer jesting with Chu Beiyue. His gaze fixed intently upon her, following her until she took her seat. With a sudden clap, a chopstick was thrust into the wooden table before the young man clad in deep purple robes, causing a crack to form in the sturdy surface. Should you continue to gaze, you shall forfeit your precious eyes, came the frosty words of Chu Beiyue, his knife-like gaze intimidatingly fixed upon the individual before him. The young gentleman immediately responded with a sycophantic smile, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an air of flirtation in every gesture. I shall cease my gaze. Although I am by nature a roguish soul, I possess a sense of honor. At the very least, I understand that one should not covet a friend's wife. As he spoke, he unfurled his folding fan, gently wafting it, a teasing smile gracing his handsome, nearly ethereal visage. Lin Qingke, overhearing this remark, found himself choking on the tea still in his mouth, erupting into a fit of violent coughs. In an instant, a second chopstick, swift as lightning, plunged into the same spot, even severing the original chopstick in twain. Chapter 28. The Night Hall. My goodness, I was merely jesting with you. Why are you so dense and lacking in sensitivity? The man in the purple attire swiftly recoiled from the table, narrowly avoiding a flurry of chopsticks that flew towards him. Are you all right? Chu Beiyue inquired anxiously, glancing at the young lady beside him, whose face was flushed from choking on tea. His broad hand gently patted Lin Qingke's back in a futile attempt to offer comfort. After a considerable pause, Lin Qingke finally regained her composure. "I am fine, Your Highness," she assured, then turned her gaze toward the young man across the table, who appeared dazed, mechanically brushing off his sleeves. "I am Lin Qingke from the minister's residence. May I ask your name?" Su Huaiji, still recovering from the earlier scene, wore an expression as if struck by lightning. He then regarded the exceptionally beautiful young lady with admiration. "I am Su Huaiji, a friend of the prince." Before Chu Beiyue could speak, Su Huaiji eagerly began to pry into their relationship. "Miss Lin, how did you come to know the prince? I have never seen such tenderness on his face before. He has never patted anyone on the back. Miss Lin, do you know that the prince's attire today was all arranged by me last night?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Huaiji felt a chilling gaze upon him, causing him to involuntarily shudder. He quietly silenced himself, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingke smiled brightly and nodded at him. Indeed, the prince must have dressed up in advance. Ahem. Chu Beiyue cleared his throat, signaling his presence. "I have summoned both of you today to facilitate your introduction." After speaking, he turned to Lin Qingke, pointing at Su Huaiji, who was leisurely sipping his tea. "This is Su Huaiji, my second-in-command." What does second-in-command mean?" Lin Qingke asked, puzzled, furrowing her brow. "Is it some sort of organization?" Chu Beiyue's expression turned serious as he retrieved a small metallic plaque from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qingke. "As I promised, I will provide you with an explanation. So today, I shall reveal everything to you. Several years ago, Su Huaiji and I founded an assassin organization known as the Night Hall. Have you ever heard of it? The Night Hall." Lin Qingke's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the inscrutable man before her. Chu Beiyue was the master of the Night Hall, the very mysterious assassin organization that even the Xiuye Pavilion dared not confront head-on. Its members were akin to phantoms, leaving behind a single red maple leaf after their kills, signifying that one had offended someone and would be hunted down. The influence of the Night Hall spanned nearly the entire Qi, and she had heard whispers of it long before her return to the residence. It was even rumored that the Night Hall had outposts in foreign lands. Lin Qingke found herself momentarily speechless, realizing why Chu Beiyue had been able to infiltrate the capital so swiftly in her past life. His power exceeded what she had previously comprehended. Seeing the girl's eyes wide open like a little hamster's, Chu Beiyue felt a mix of affection and unease, concerned that she might be frightened. Observing Kuer's reaction, it is evident that she has already come to understand the true nature of the Dark Night Hall. Lin Qingke obediently nodded, her gaze fixed upon the small yet weighty metal insignia in her hand, her eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. "This insignia is exclusive to the internal members of the Dark Night Hall. Yours signifies a high-ranking position, akin to my own and Su Huaiji's. Should you wish, you can summon any force of the Dark Night Hall at any time and place, with no one daring to obstruct you," Chu Beiyue explained with a serious countenance. Lin Qingke was momentarily taken aback. "Is it truly appropriate to entrust such a valuable item to me?" "No need for concern," Chu Beiyue replied gently. "Everything I possess ultimately serves the purpose of safeguarding Kuer." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingke felt a warmth welling up in her eyes. It was not merely a verbal promise. In her previous life, Chu Beiyue had demonstrated the same unwavering commitment, exerting himself to the utmost to secure her life. "Very well, I shall accept it," she declared solemnly, wrapping the insignia in a handkerchief and carefully tucking it into her bosom. "Kuer, do you feel apprehensive about this?" A hesitant voice from the man emerged slowly. Lin Qingke was momentarily puzzled, only to realize that Chu Beiyue was inquiring whether she feared the Dark Night Hall. She chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. "After we finish this meal, I will share a secret with you, and you will understand my feelings on the matter." "Oh dear, at last we can dine. I am absolutely famished." Su Huaiji exchanged playful glances with Chu Beiyue, testing the waters on the brink of mischief. "Eat, eat." Lin Qingke, equally ravenous, played the peacemaker, attempting to diffuse the brewing tension. Each dish on the table was crafted by renowned chefs from various regions of the Great Qi, reputed to rival even the imperial kitchens. The succulent lion's head meatballs, the fragrant squirrel fish, the vibrantly colored money shrimp cakes, the unforgettable Kung Pao chicken, and the rich yet not greasy dompa pork. Lin Qingke and Su Huaiji almost simultaneously picked up their chopsticks, indulging in the feast with such speed that it seemed as though they were racing against one another. Chu Beiyue initially cast a disapproving glance at Su Huaiji, who was greedily devouring his food, before tenderly using a handkerchief to wipe the remnants of dish from Lin Qingke's lips. Slow down, cur, or you may feel discomfort in your stomach and become bloated. This is truly delightful, exclaimed Lin Qingke, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at Chu Beiyue, her cheeks bulging with a morsel resembling a little crystal ball, reminiscent of an adorable squirrel munching away. Sister, Miss Lin, you have yet to experience the culinary delights of the prince's residence. The dishes prepared by the chefs of the Rue Wangfu are renowned for their intoxicating aroma. Alas, I have only had the fortune to taste them once. Su Huaiji boasted passionately at first, only to let his head droop in sadness, nostalgia lacing his tone. Is that so? Then, my lord, may I have the honor of sampling them once? Lin Qingke implored, employing her most irresistible gaze, her tone soft and pleading. Chu Beiyue chuckled lightly. Of course you may. Not only can one savor it once, but indulging for a lifetime poses no issue. Hooray! Lin Qingke gently clenched her fist in celebration before returning her focus to earnestly enjoying her meal. Chu Beiyue dined alongside two rice-making machines, yet he could not help but find his own darling far more endearing in her manner of eating than the dandy across from them. Chapter 29. Peony, by the way. Beiyue, when do you plan to depart from the capital for this campaign? Su Huaiji inquired, his mouth full of food, making his words somewhat indistinct. Are you going to battle? To the northern frontier? Lin Qingke abruptly lifted her head from her bowl, her lips subtly downturned. Why didn't you mention this to me? Noticing Lin Qingke's bewilderment, Su Huaiji discreetly wiped his mouth and lowered his head, hoping that the chopsticks would not end up lodged in his hair. Chu Beiyue cast a penetrating gaze towards the quail impersonating Su Huaiji, choosing to disregard him entirely. Instead, he turned his attention to Lin Qingke, who appeared somewhat aggrieved. Gently wiping the corner of her mouth and speaking softly, "This is the second matter I wish to discuss with you this evening. It was not my intention to keep it from you. I simply wanted to wait until you finished your meal, as you seem to be enjoying it so much." Recalling her earlier ravenous consumption, which was far from the image of a refined lady, Lin Qingke's ears quietly flushed with embarrassment, yet she remained obstinate. "You could speak while I eat." Chu Beiyue smiled indulgently. "My little glutton, if you don't eat soon, you might faint from hunger. I wouldn't dare to disturb you." All right, just tell me," Lin Qingke replied, a mixture of shyness and indignation in her tone. Chu Beiyue's expression turned serious. "This time, I am heading to the same city as my last expedition to the northern frontier. Although the Human were repelled, they have recently entertained thoughts of besieging once again. While there is no large-scale war, the local populace has grown accustomed to fear, and the city lord, feeling helpless, has written to request my presence to restore order. So you're going to both deter the Human's ambitions and reassure the citizens?" Lin Qingke asked, biting her chopsticks and tilting her head in inquiry. "Yes, precisely. I shall depart tomorrow," Chu Beiyue replied with a nod. "Is your mention of the Dark Night Hall today because you are worried no one will look after me in your absence?" Lin Qingke suddenly realized, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Caught in her insight, the man could only smile helplessly. "You are indeed very perceptive, cur. However, there is another reason." At this point, Chu Beiyue's expression grew solemn. "We have uncovered some information regarding the identity of the assassins who abducted Si Han. They are not of Dachi, but rather of a foreign tribe." "Foreign tribe? The Human?" Lin Qingke was genuinely taken aback. She had pondered the true identities of those assassins, but had only concluded that they might harbor a grudge against the royal family and sought to harm the dragon vein. She never imagined they would be from foreign land. Indeed, but they are not the Human. They hail from a nation in the western frontier, possibly affiliated with some organization. A nation in the western frontier. Lin Qingke fell into contemplation, recalling the border history her master had once lectured her on. Could it be Wuyong country? I have heard tales of a poison sect skilled in the use of toxins there. But why would they come to our Dachi and abduct Princess Yongin? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Qingke was gradually lost in her own thoughts. I have entrusted these matters to the hall to investigate, so the capital may not be peaceful for a while. A hint of concern flickered in Xiuye Pavillion's gaze. In my absence, Kair must ensure her own safety. Yes, I know, Lin Qingke replied, a sweet smile illuminating her face, alleviating the worry that clouded the man's brow. Witnessing her cheerful demeanor, Xiuye Pavilion felt a slight easing of his anxiety and returned her smile in kind. With Xiuye Pavilion appearing more relaxed, Lin Qingke felt reassured and picked up her chopsticks, ready to continue her meal, lest she be outpaced by the voracious eater opposite her. Eat slowly. Once you're finished, I shall take you to a special place, Xiuye Pavilion said, playfully toying with a strand of Lin Qingke's hair. Could it be that he intends to express his feelings? Lin Qingke mused, feeling a sudden flutter of nerves. However, this lady cannot be the one to shatter the delicate tension. It is a pity indeed. Despite her thoughts, a radiant smile graced Lin Qingke's face. After savoring her final bite of rice, she accepted a sip of tea from a man. Then, with a flourish of her sleeve, declared, "Brother Su, please continue your meal. I shall take my leave of the prince." Su Huaizi, having endured an entire hour of witnessing their affectionate banter, silently rolled his eyes but maintained a facade of admiration for his sister-in-law, smiling as he said, "Farewell, Miss Lin." Before Xiuye Pavilion could utter a word, Lin Qingke expertly climbed onto the man's sturdy shoulder. With a gentle pat on his shoulder, she comfortably leaned against him, directing, "Let us set off." Xiuye Pavilion, treated like a human carriage, felt no irritation. On the contrary, he found Lin Qingke's antics utterly endearing. He encircled her slender waist and leapt into the air, soaring towards the outskirts of the city. "Are we leaving the city, Your Highness?" Lin Qingke inquired, her head tilting curiously as she glanced around, her hair brushing against the man's face. "Indeed, we're going to the place I took you last time," Xiuye Pavilion replied, his breath slightly unsteady from her closeness. How thoughtful of her prince, Lin Qingke mused casually, yet her heart swelled with warmth at his consideration, her legs swinging playfully. Although it was the same night, and only the two of them were present, the ambience felt entirely different from their previous encounter. Last time, she had been engulfed in the shadows of her past suffering, gazing at the stars while yearning to escape the pain. This time, however, only a gentle joy remained, as if the warmth of the man's embrace shielded her from the anguish of her former life, leaving only the scar of hatred within her, a reminder of her quest for vengeance. The haunting nightmares that once plagued her had vanished entirely. Xiuye Pavilion nurtured the scars in her heart, cultivating them with tender care until they blossomed into delightful flowers. Lin Qingke felt a sense of warmth. Since her rebirth, the prince had indeed healed her significantly, for otherwise, she would not possess such inner strength. "We've arrived," came his deep, melodious voice, reverberating gently in his chest. He then enveloped Lin Qingke in his arms and gently set her down. Before she could clearly discern her surroundings, a delicate floral fragrance reminiscent of blooming blossoms wafted into Lin Qingke's senses. What is this scent? How utterly enchanting! She tilted her head slightly, rising on tiptoes like a curious little squirrel catching a whiff of nuts, peering over the man's broad shoulders. Before her eyes stretched vast fields of peonies. Bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight, the tender pink petals shimmered with a delicate radiance, swaying gently in the evening breeze. Their soft hues blended with ivory. The blossoms unfurled naturally, their golden stamens tinged with dark allure, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Xiuye Pavilion gazed tenderly at the astonished girl before him, his deep, magnetic voice resonating softly. "Do you like it?" Lin Qingke turned to meet his obsidian dark eyes, feeling as though she were being drawn into an inescapable whirlpool. The gentle man before her and this boundless sea of peonies irresistibly reminded her of the ancient texts she had once perused in the Xiuye Pavilion. The Book of Songs, in its Zhangfeng section, spoke of the Qin and Wei rivers, how in the days of spring, young men and women would wander the riverbanks, exchanging peonies as tokens of affection. The maidens and the gentlemen, merry in their dalliance, present each other with peonies as pledges of love. As if bewitched, Lin Qingke couldn't help but whisper, "My prince, What meaning lies in gifting me these peonies? Chapter 30. My heart yearns for you. Lin Qingke gazed intently at Xiuye, hoping to elicit the answer she so desperately sought from his lips. The man before her parted his lips slightly, yet no words escaped them. Instead, he retrieved a small box made of rosewood from his bosom. With a long and powerful hand, he opened the box, and under the gentle glow of the moonlight, Lin Qingke discerned a translucent and warm jade pendant nestled within. The pendant was intricately carved with 2 peonies in full bloom, nearly identical in size and form to the one she had gifted to Xiuye. Remarkably, the jade exuded a subtle blush akin to that of the peony blossoms. Clearing his throat with a slight cough, Xiuye appeared somewhat ill at ease, a hint of color rising to his ears. If Lin Qingke was not mistaken, the renowned war prince, revered across the land, was trembling slightly as he held the box. "My dear," he began, "I informed you during the spring hunt on the outskirts of the capital that I would provide you with an explanation upon our return. I acknowledge that my previous actions were lacking in propriety. However, I swear by my life that I held no intention of belittling you. Each time I stand before you, I feel transformed, shedding the fade of the exalted war prince to become an ordinary man in the company of his beloved. My affectionate gestures towards you are beyond my control. When I see you, my thoughts become singularly focused on the desire to be closer to you." There was a barely perceptible tremor in the usually composed tone of Xiuye, revealing a vulnerability akin to that of a youthful lad in the presence of his crush. Though they were separated by a mere arm's length, Lin Qingke felt enveloped by the warmth of his gentle embrace, as if she were immersed in a jade hot spring. Enveloped in a soothing warmth. Taking a deep breath, Xiuye gestured toward the vast expanse of peonies behind him, his gaze fixated on the girl before him. "I am not well versed in matters of love, so I sought counsel from an old storyteller in the capital. They informed me that, according to their tales, men present peonies to their beloved as a declaration of affection. Yet, I believe that merely gifting a flower cannot encapsulate the depth of my feelings for you. Each peony here has been personally cultivated by my hand. My dear, I wish for you to see the significance you hold in my heart. If the number of peonies could convey your worth to me, I would unceasingly cultivate them across the entire world." With a soft smile, Xiuye added at that point, "The storytellers would surely declare that the war prince sought to conquer the world solely to cultivate peonies." Lin Qingke felt warmth welling in her eyes, tears shimmering as she listened to his words, which prompted an involuntary smile to break across her face, tears cascading down her cheeks in joyful arcs. Observing this, Xiuye withdrew a handkerchief from his sleeve and offered it along with the jade pendant. "I am enamored with you, my dear. Will you choose to be with me?" Lin Qingke accepted the handkerchief to dry her tears, but offered no verbal response, lost in the moment. The heart of Xiuye plummeted into the abyss, as if he had been doused with icy water, rendering his blood completely frozen. "My lord, I previously mentioned that I had something to discuss with you. Do you remember?" "Yes, I remember," came his deep, melancholic voice, sounding somewhat desolate, as if he had lost his very soul. Lin Qingke gazed earnestly into the man's eyes. "My lord, please listen to me. If I were to say that I have actually lived through a previous life, would you believe me?" With a sense of trepidation, Lin Qingke spoke. For this was indeed an extraordinary claim, yet she no longer wished to deceive Xiuye about anything in this life. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of emotion stirred on Xiuye's pale face. What are you saying?" His tone was filled with hesitation. "If you are unwilling, there is no need to say such things to appease me." Lin Qingke, growing anxious, retorted, "I am not deceiving you, my lord. Do you not find it curious why I would wish to target the second prince? Because in my past life, he conspired with my half-sister, leading to my tragic downfall." As she recounted the events of her previous life, Lin Qingke's expression darkened. "Heaven has shown me mercy by granting me another chance, which is why I am so eager to eliminate them." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Xiuye. "I believe you, Kuer. Do not dwell on the past if it brings you pain." Xiuye extended his hand, intending to comfort her as he usually did, but hesitated, his hand lingering in the air. Feeling aggrieved, Lin Qingke pouted and leaned into his palm, seeking the familiar warmth that brought her solace. Then, Residing within my body is the soul of someone who has lived 2 lives. My lord, would you still be willing to cherish me? A muffled voice emerged from her chest, laced with an indescribable sense of grievance. Chu Beiyue appeared struck by a wave of elation, dispelling the previous gloom, as if a light had ignited within his chest. Do you mean to say? Chu Beiyue dared not fully entertain the thought, believing, as her head nestled against his chest, her delicate arms encircled his waist. Chu Beiyue had never experienced such exhilarating moments in his over 20 years of life. His heart seemed ready to leap from his chest, the rhythm of his burgeoning feelings resonating through flesh and bone, reaching Lin Qingke's ears. Silly prince, aren't you going to put on the jade pendant for me? I've been wanting it for so long. Her playful voice reached his ears, and Chu Beiyue felt as if his soul had ascended. In a flurry, he retrieved the jade pendant, carefully fastening it around Lin Qingke's waist. The delicate cord swayed gently, mirroring the peonies dancing in the breeze below. As he moved, the jade pendant at his waist also swayed slightly, as though even the pendant possessed an intrinsic attraction, drawing them closer to one another. Kayar, Kayar, Kayar. Chu Beiyue, unable to contain his impatience, enveloped the girl in his arms, holding her tightly as if he had acquired the most precious treasure in the world, yearning to merge her essence with his very being. I am here, my lord. Lin Qingke also embraced him tightly, holding on to the man who had loved her for 2 lifetimes. Call my name, Kuer, he murmured. Chu Beiyue cupped Qingke's face in his hands, his gaze so profound it seemed to melt the person before him. Instantly, Lin Qingke's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes darting away, too shy to meet the overwhelming charm of the prince before her. Zhu Baizu, Beiyue, MMM. She barely managed to utter his name before her lips were claimed, his intoxicating presence enveloping her. Her body was swiftly drawn back into his powerful embrace, all unspoken words lost in a kiss brimming with tender affection. Chapter 31. A meeting of hearts. The lush peonies swayed gently in the evening breeze, their leaves rustling softly, adding a touch of ambiguity to the tranquil atmosphere. Under the silvery moonlight, a couple nestled closely together, their shadows elongated and intertwined. In my childhood, a wise seer foretold that I must distance myself from the capital's aura, lest I meet my demise. Thus, I ventured afar to seek knowledge, and only recently returned to Beijing. Lin Qingke leaned against Chu Beiyue's shoulder, playfully toying with the man's broad palm, glancing up at the stars as she spoke. Kuer has suffered. I should have been pampered in the capital. Upon hearing this, the man instinctively furrowed his brow, tightening his embrace around the girl. The image of the young child escaping the training in the bamboo grove flickered in his mind. Despite the chance of never having encountered her, Chu Beiyue wished to spare his beloved from hardship. However, Lin Qingke suddenly turned to meet Chu Beiyue's pained gaze. With a playful pout, she said, "But I truly cherish the person I am now. Do you prefer those delicate and soft noble ladies instead?" Deliberately averting her gaze from him, she stifled a silent laugh. Chu Beiyue had long seen through her usual antics, but chose not to reveal his understanding. Instead, he smiled gently, his eyes softening with affection. "I adore you, no matter how you appear. I am simply pained by your past and admire your capable self now." He tenderly caressed the girl's hair, cascading over her shoulder. "I have told you before, I take pride in you." What began as a jest by Lin Qingke was transformed by this heartfelt confession, causing her to blush deeply. Burying her face into the man's neck, she glimpsed his genuine smile through the gaps between her fingers, feeling the subtle vibrations in his throat, a testament to his uncontainable joy. He was truly happy, she thought, and being with the prince filled her with immense happiness. "By the way, Your Highness, do you know about the Ziyegwan?" Lin Qingke asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement. Observing her impatience, Chu Beiyue smiled knowingly, sensing that the little one was about to unburden herself entirely. He nodded gravely, understanding that the renowned Ziyegwan was nearly as famous as the Dark Night Hall. "Are you seeking assistance from Ziyegwan-ke?" he inquired, maintaining a serious expression while concealing his true feelings. "No, Your Highness," the girl replied with a mischievous grin, her dimples deepening as if filled with intoxicating sweetness. I mentioned seeking a mentor, and my master is actually the head of Xiuye. Xiuye Pavilion surprise. You are the elusive little head of Xiuye that has been the subject of intrigue in recent years? Indeed. Surprising, isn't it? Her voice, brimming with joy, echoed in Xiuye's ears. Even though he was already aware of her identity, he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Who would have thought that Ku'er possessed such remarkable prowess? Receiving compliments, Lin Qingke comfortably stretched her arms, resembling a languid little kitten. Therefore, there are times when you need not worry excessively about me. I possess a fundamental ability to protect myself. Xiuye, upon hearing this, smiled lightly, stating that even if you were indeed a celestial being, there would be moments when I would genuinely be concerned for you. Perhaps this is what is referred to in tales as longing? Indeed, you shall embark on your journey to the frontier tomorrow. Even though the prince is formidable, I cannot help but ponder the most unfavorable outcomes. Having spoken, I lifted my gaze to the heavens. The moon shone brightly, and the stars were sparse, heralding that tomorrow shall surely be a splendid sunny day. On the following day, the bright sunlight streamed through the ornate window, casting its glow upon Lin Qingke's face. Her exquisite visage, marred by slumber, slowly awoke as she gradually opened her eyes. Gazing at the sun hanging high in the sky, Lin Qingke's consciousness gradually returned, and suddenly, with a start, she sat upright in bed. How had she fallen asleep again without realizing it? It was promised to send Xiuye off to battle. Lin Qingke hurriedly donned her clothes, internally scornful of her former self, who could easily find solace and drift into slumber in the presence of a man. Qingzhu, Hongfeng, is it time already? The young maidservants stationed outside the door, upon hearing the voice, entered with water basins in hand. It was already past a quarter of the hour of the snake when they responded to the young lady. Lin Qingke felt as though a cold wave had washed over her, abruptly halting her movements as she dressed, and she sank onto the edge of the bed. How could I have slept so late? Why did neither of you come to rouse me? Realizing that Xiuye had likely ventured far beyond the capital, Lin Qingke asked with a hint of melancholy. Miss, it was last night when His Highness the Rui Wang personally delivered you, and he specifically instructed us not to disturb you. Hongfeng replied with a subtle expression, her eyes flickering with the fire of curiosity. Before Lin Qingke could intervene, the young girl had already opened her mouth to speak. Miss, when did you establish a relationship with His Highness, the Wise King, even atop the mountains? We occasionally hear tales of that heroic figure. Just yesterday, he was still carrying you back with him. With just one arm, he held the young lady securely. Thus you all. Stop, stop, stop. As the vibrant red maple leaves stirred his excitement, Lin Qing promptly intervened, retreating to her bed and covering herself with the quilt, feigning a state of lifelessness. Just yesterday, he had expressed his heartfelt affection for me. A muffled voice emanated from beneath the silken cover, yet it could not conceal the mirth woven into his words. And thus, your humble servant, the young lady, acquiesced. With a swift motion, Lin Qingke threw back the covers, standing with hands on her hips, gazing triumphantly at the two young girls who were utterly dumbfounded. Who would have anticipated this? The illustrious Prince Rui has, astonishingly, fallen into my grasp. Qingzhu was the first to react, noticing her young mistress's overwhelming happiness. She set aside her lingering concerns, her eyes sparkling and her brows arching in delight. Ah, is it truly so, my lady? The red maple gasped in surprise, covering its cheeks with both hands, a mixture of astonishment and relief evident on its face. Wait, relief? Lin Qing looked over in confusion, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and the light in her eyes sparkled even more. Miss, I have long believed that you two are a perfect match of talent and beauty in the entire capital. Hongfeng believes only Prince Rui is worthy of you. Hongfeng jumped excitedly. Qingzhu wouldn't let me say it before, but now it's really true that you're together. Ha ha. Watching someone even more elated than herself, Lin Qingke sighed helplessly, rubbing her temples. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the small box on the bedside table that had held the jade pendant the previous day. Opening it, she found the warm, translucent jade pendant carefully placed inside, accompanied by a note. The handwriting was bold and powerful, each stroke flowing with the decisiveness of a man accustomed to command. Kaiya, I have departed. I instructed the maids not to wake you. Sleep a little longer, my lazy kitten. While I'm away from the capital, be cautious in all things. Seeing this jade is like seeing me, and so it is for me as well. At the signature was only a single, sweeping character, Chu. Lin Qingke's heart warmed at the sight. So, even when going to war, the prince would carry the jade pendant she had given him. Carefully, she fastened the peony-engraved jade pendant at her waist, her gaze drifting through the window toward the distant horizon. My prince, I await your triumphant return. Chapter 32. The Imperial Astronomer, Your Majesty, the head of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau has arrived. Wang Fu, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile, pushed open the doors of the Hall of Mental Cultivation and entered with a bow. Behind him followed an elderly man with graying hair. The old man carried himself with effortless grace, his waist-length beard swaying faintly with each step, lending him an almost ethereal, immortal air. Emperor Huiyin lay half-reclined on his bed, his countenance haggard and pallid, clutching a ceramic bowl still stained with the remnants of medicine. You, cough, Argua-E, the director of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau? His once majestic voice now carried the frailty of age, thick with illness. He flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand, his bow exuding an air of deliberate mystique, a man seemingly above worldly concerns. Reporting to your majesty, this humble servant is indeed the director of the bureau. Seeing him like this, Emperor Huiyin felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. To hold such a position, you must possess genuine talent. Then tell me, why have I been plagued by illness since returning from the spring hunt? Has the fate of the empire been compromised? With the support of his attendants, the emperor struggled to sit up. His shadowed eyes, veiled as if by mist, flickered with a trace of something wild. Your Majesty, last night I observed the celestial signs and indeed noted certain anomalies. He stroked his beard theatrically, his expression artfully troubled. Oh, are there traitors conspiring against the great cheese fortune? The emperor's face flushed with agitation, his voice thick with fury. Your Majesty, the empire's destiny remains prosperous. However, suddenly, he prostrated himself on the ground, his voice trembling with fear. Speak freely, my minister. Only the truth. I shall not punish you for it. Reporting to your Majesty, the empire's fortune remains unharmed. It is merely the noble dragon's chi appears to be shifting. The new current is youthful and potent. I fear your Majesty may struggle to withstand it. The emperor's face darkened instantly. With a violent motion, he hurled the medicine bowl to the ground, shattering it into fragments. Everyone in the Hall of Mental Cultivation dropped to their knees in terror, their voices quivering with barely restrained dread. Audacious Gua, how dare you curse the emperor? Guards, drag him to the court of judicial review. Wang Fu, still prostrated, discreetly signaled to the imperial guards while pleading desperately for mercy. Gua-yi, his facade of otherworldly detachment crumbling, scrambled toward the emperor in panic. He had sought only to secure wealth and prestige before retirement, not to gamble with his life. Your Majesty, spare this lowly one. I have a solution. Spare me, your Majesty. As two burly guards hauled him toward the doors, Gua-yi, now weeping openly, suddenly had an idea and shouted back at the emperor. Wait, let us hear what he has to say. Emperor Huiyin's expression remained dark, his features shadowed with ominous intent as he raised a hand to halt the guards. Gua immediately pressed his forehead to the floor. Thank you for your Majesty's mercy. Thank you for your Majesty's mercy. Having spoken, he retrieved a completed divination slip from his bosom and respectfully presented it. Your Majesty, last night I labored tirelessly to calculate the hexagrams, and the heavens have indicated that within our capital resides a woman capable of resolving our current predicament. The Emperor Huiyin cast a glance at the bizarrely scrawled divination paper beside him, uncertain of how much to believe. He apathetically continued to tap his fingers against the edge of the bed, the rhythmic sound amplifying the already oppressive atmosphere within the hall. Gua-yi dared not lift his head, fingers forming gestures as he muttered incantations under his breath. Your Majesty, I have discerned the answer. I have discerned the answer. Gua-yi exclaimed with joy, his body trembling with excitement, eyes alight with a desperate glimmer. When the next full moon arrives, if that woman performs a sacrificial rite at the altar of heaven, the vitality of the dragon vein shall soon be revitalized. The emperor's tapping gradually ceased, and his expression shifted from one of ominous gloom to contemplative intrigue. Wang Fu, grant Gui Jianzheng a place of honor. Yes, your majesty, Wang Fu responded, his jowls quivering in servility as he assisted Ge Yi onto a nearby elevated chair, not neglecting to utter auspicious phrases. When our emperor's ailments have passed, will it not be a true renewal? Glancing at the slightly relaxed countenance of Emperor Huyan, Wang Fu's flattery flowed forth in abundance. At that moment, the newly invigorated dragon vein shall surely be purged by the emperor's true noble aura. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. You speak wisely, Wang Gonggong. Gua Yi slumped in the chair, his body feeling weak as he dabbed at his perspiring forehead with a handkerchief, nervously echoing the sentiment. The emperor, buoyed by the two men's flattery, felt a touch of relief from the pervasive gloom that had long shadowed his features. Do you know the identity of this woman? Emperor Heian inquired, taking the tea offered by a maid and moistening his parched lips. Well, Gui's back was still slick with cold sweat, his handkerchief nearly drenched. The heavens suggest that this woman was originally a celestial being descended to undergo trials, and she is the most exceptional among the capital's finest. He straightened his posture, concealing his trepidation, striving to present a credible faade. Your Majesty, it would be prudent to host a competition among the noble ladies of the capital. The most outstanding among them should surely be the divine woman. A profound silence enveloped the hall, punctuated only by wisps of fragrant smoke wafting gently through the air. Wang Fu, also wiping away his own cold sweat, lamented the folly of Gui Yi, fearing the emperor's impending wrath. To everyone's astonishment, however, Emperor Huyan waved his hand and acquiesced. Wang Fu, prepare the brush. I shall draft an imperial decree. Gui Yi released a heavy sigh of relief, though his body remained slack, beset by an unease for the future. The previous night he had indeed observed the starry heavens, witnessing two dragon veins, shimmering with the light of the purple stars, in fierce contention, and had accurately calculated that a woman played a pivotal role within this cosmic struggle. The crux of the matter lies in his inability to accurately discern which dragon vein ultimately held the upper hand. His previous assertions were merely a desperate attempt to safeguard his own life in a moment of dire peril. If he were to, he dared not continue that thought. Should he lose his wager, it was likely he would not survive to see another day. A profound sense of dread enveloped him, and a faint odor emanated from the hem of his garments, a manifestation of his own terror that had caused him to lose control. As he stumbled out of the hall, his legs trembled slightly, and suddenly, a pair of elegantly embroidered golden boots came into view. He looked up and, in a flurry, knelt to pay his respects. I wish to participate. He barely began to speak before the man before him interrupted. No need for excessive formalities. You are Gui Yi, the chief of the Astral Monitoring Bureau? Come with me. Yes. Chapter 33. Ink flows like smoke by the decree of the emperor. It is proclaimed that 3 days hence a selection will be held among the noble ladies of the capital, to choose the most exemplary one as my adopted daughter and bestow upon her the title of princess. When the next full moon arrives, the princess shall journey to the temple of heaven to recite blessings, praying for prosperity for our great Qi and its people. The following day, the morning court was disrupted by a royal edict, shattering the usual tranquility. The normally solemn ministers began to whisper and speculate. What could the emperor be planning? It seems the Astronomical Bureau has calculated that the chosen lady will bestow prosperity upon our great Qi. A well-informed minister remarked mysteriously, igniting a flurry of excitement among his peers. Brother Chun, is that truly the case? Inquired one of the officials. The man addressed as Brother Chen elegantly unfurled his folding fan and waved it with an enigmatic air. Better to believe it than to dismiss it, my esteemed colleagues. Those of you with daughters may soon find yourselves fortunate. The officials with daughters erupted in excitement, their faces alight with eager anticipation. Even Lin Qingke was not immune to the excitement. despite his concerns that his family's prominence might provoke the emperor's jealousy. The thought of his intelligent and graceful daughter made him feel that all the honors in the world rightfully belonged to her. Coincidentally, as Lin, the prime minister, reveled in thoughts of his daughter's many virtues, several ministers approached him with eager curiosity. "Prime Minister, your eldest daughter has been the talk of the town since her return to the capital. Indeed, even the children in the streets know that the prime minister's daughter is a celestial being." Lin Qingke had never enjoyed such flattery, feeling as though he were floating in the clouds, his face beaming with joy. "Oh, no. My daughter is merely ordinary, undeserving of such praise," he humbly replied. "You are too modest, Prime Minister. There is no other lady in the capital who has received a personal decree from His Majesty," they exclaimed, praising his exemplary parenting. Lin Qingke basked in their compliments, feeling utterly content. The first day would test skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The second day would evaluate poetry and song. The third day would assess horsemanship and martial arts. Lin Qingke lounged on a rocking chair in the courtyard, lazily basking in the sunlight as she listened to Qingzhu recite the details of the selection. Her father had hurried back from court, expressing his hopes with palpable enthusiasm. Setting aside her own aspirations for a brighter future, she felt compelled to strive for honor, driven by her father's expectations. "This is utterly unfair to our young lady. Those esteemed young women have been immersed in culture from a young age. How can we possibly compete?" Hong Feng murmured softly, her delicate brows furrowing in distress. "Hong Feng, do you truly believe I am a complete illiterate?" Lin Qingke teased, tapping the stone table beside her and raising an eyebrow in jest. Hong Feng wanted to nod in agreement, but hesitated, her little face contorting in a comical expression of dismay. Qingzhu shook her head with an amused smile, helplessly tapping Hong Feng's nose with her finger. "Silly girl, have you forgotten where a young lady is always confined whenever the pavilion master punishes her?" Only then did Hong Feng have an epiphany. "The library in the pavilion. So you've been studying in a library all this time, my lady?" Her eyes widened in astonishment, round and adorable like a hamster's. Lin Qingke rose from the reclining chair, smoothing the creases on her sleeves before turning gracefully toward the study. "What else?" "Hong Feng, it seems you're the only illiterate one here. Qingzhu, prepare the ink and brush." Hong Feng stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. All those times she had sneaked treats to her lady during punishments, only to realize she had been left out of their secret study sessions. After a brief sulk, her simple mind quickly brightened again, and she scampered off to join them in the study. As she reached the window, the sight inside rooted her to the spot. A woman of unparalleled elegance held a brush in one hand while the other gracefully guided her sleeve. Dipping the brush into ink, she swept it across the paper with unrestrained flourish, each stroke forming characters that were both ethereal and bold. A refined, untamed spirit seemed etched into every line. Her writing flowed like drifting clouds and mist. The scholarly aura softened Lin Qingke's usual heroic vigor, lending her a touch of delicate charm reminiscent of Jiangnan's grace. From afar, she seemed enveloped in an otherworldly haze. When Hong Feng finally snapped out of her daze, she found the two inside whispering and laughing at her. Too awestruck to feel embarrassed, her eyes brimmed with naked admiration. "My lady, I was mesmerized. When you write, you truly look like the celestial maiden from the folktales." Lin Qingke chuckled, unable to resist ruffling the silly girl's hair. "I invited you to join us in the study hall before, but you refused. Now you see what you've missed." Hong Feng stuck out her tongue sheepishly. So her lady had seen through her excuse of fetching snacks. But the moment she laid eyes on books, drowsiness overtook her. Had she entered the library, she'd have slept like the dead. "Do you excel in all the refined arts? Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song?" Hong Feng gazed at her with sparkling eyes, as if a wagging tail might sprout behind her at any moment. "More or less." Lin Qingke pondered briefly. She wasn't sure how she compared to the noble ladies of the capital, but she had always applied herself diligently to her master's teachings. Surely she wasn't lacking. Suddenly, a thought darkened her expression, cutting short the light-hearted banter. The emperor decreed that all noble maidens of the capital must participate? Qingzhu nodded faintly as she tidied the rice paper. Indeed, rumor has it he seeks some divine maiden. Not a single one is to be exempt. A divine maiden? Lin Qingke scoffed disdainfully. How could the ruler of a nation place faith in such superstitious nonsense? The Emperor Huiyan must be beyond the reach of medicine, she surmised, to resort to such desperate measures. During the spring hunt, the Emperor was not truly injured. It was the burdens of his heart, the suppressed emotions that festered within, causing his illness to linger without improvement. When matters concerning the imperial family arose, Chu Zhongshan would inevitably intervene. It seemed this title of princess was destined for her. How would Chu Zhongshan react when he discovered she had emerged victorious in the end? A confident smile curled on Lin Qingke's lips as her thoughts drifted to that dilapidated courtyard within the estate. Must Lin Mushuan also attend? Reporting to the young miss. Upon returning today, the Prime Minister immediately ordered the second young lady back to her chambers, though she remains confined to her quarters. Lin Qingke smirked with amusement. Excellent. Perhaps this would be Lin Mushuan's final worth. She was eager to witness just what waves this wretched pair could stir. Chapter 34. The most talented young lady in the capital recently. The capital has been bustling with an air of festivity, reminiscent of the joyous atmosphere of the new year. Streets and alleys are adorned with red lanterns, and everywhere is decorated with colorful embellishments. The citizens have even prepared offerings for the deities, eagerly welcoming the arrival of the divine maiden. Clothing shops are teeming with customers, as families with daughters are busy procuring garments and accessories in anticipation of the upcoming contest. My lady, this exquisite silk skirt seems tailor-made for you. On the day of the contest, you shall undoubtedly outshine all others. Han Mingyao stood before a bronze mirror, admiring herself in a newly fashioned silk gown. Upon hearing the maid's flattering praise, a look of self-satisfaction radiated from her features. Realizing she had struck the right chord, the maid grew even more enthusiastic, adjusting Han Mingyao's attire while showering her with sweet words. Soon, everyone will know that Our Lady is the true divine maiden. However, at the mention of the divine maiden, Han Mingyao's expression suddenly darkened, a hint of derision crossing her face. That country girl from Minister Lin's household is being hailed as a fairy. Does that not make me the destined divine maiden? Just as the maid was about to agree, a soft, delicate voice interrupted her. How can you refer to Sister Lin as a country girl? Han's sister. She recently performed a great service for the emperor and has been generously rewarded by His Majesty. She is quite remarkable. The newcomer, clad in a smoky blue gauze dress, possessed a serene and graceful demeanor, her enchanting eyes sparkling with innocence, embodying the elegance of a refined young lady. It was none other than Xiuye Ran, the youngest daughter of the current Grand Historian, renowned as the most talented young lady in the capital. Seeing her famed delicacy and insincere words, Han Mingyao could scarcely be bothered to engage. With an eye roll, she retorted dismissively, I shall say whatever I wish. It is of no concern to you. Who are you trying to impress with your pretentiousness? Xiuye Ran, taken aback by Han Mingyao's blatant disregard, momentarily faltered, yet quickly masked her discomfort. Han's sister, I meant no harm in my reminder. I am perplexed as to why you would speak of me in such a manner. I apologize if I have offended you. Please do not hold it against me. Han Mingyao, baffled, wondered what special occasion warranted this talented young lady's theatrical display before her. She had always found this insipid white lotus unappealing, and now it seemed to be deliberately provoking her. Was this not an invitation for misfortune? Just as she was about to retort, she noticed a gathering crowd around them, whispering amongst themselves. The daughter of Minister Han is indeed as arrogant as the rumors suggest. She has even dared to bully someone from the Grand Historian's household. Indeed, even Miss Iran, who is so kind and gentle, cannot bear her insolence. In an instant, Han Mingyao realized she had fallen victim to this duplicitous little vixen's ploy. Do not speak ill of Han's sister. It was I who initially offended her. Xiuye Ran now wore a gently reproachful smile, artfully mingling traces of hurt in her tone as she spoke softly. You, Han Mingyao, known for her sharp tongue, found herself at a loss for words. Her face flushed with anger as she pointed a trembling finger at Xiuye Ran. So what if I bully you? That Lin Qingke is indeed just a country girl. On the day of the competition, I shall see if you, the renowned First Lady of the Qi, can surpass her. With her words resonating, she noticed the townsfolk around her fervently praising Lin Qingke, yet she felt no embarrassment as she usually would. Her gaze swept past Xiuye, who was desperately trying to mask her displeasure. A smirk curled at the corners of Han Mengyao's lips as she tossed aside her handkerchief and sauntered away. Even the loquacious shopkeeper in the tailor's shop, spurred by Han Mengyao, began to extol Lin Qingke's virtues. The words of celestial beings and divine decrees echoed around them. Xiuye didn't need a strain to hear their conversations. Originally, all this acclaim was meant for her. Clenching her fists in frustration, she felt her nails dig into her palms, turning them crimson, yet she maintained a facade of a rigid smile. She was determined to grasp the title of princess, no matter the cost. That Lin Qingke was merely a girl from the mountains, not to be feared. She would surely succeed. She must succeed. Restlessly climbing into her carriage, Xiuye murmured to herself. Only by securing the title of princess could she perform sacrificial rites and have the opportunity to meet the emperor. Then, she could rightfully marry Brother Beiwei. Meanwhile, Lin Qingke remained blissfully unaware that she had become the object of rivalry, diligently practicing her calligraphy in the study pavilion. The melodious strains of the guqin filled the air, casting a slender shadow on the screen of the study. "Senior brother, I have been writing for nearly an hour. May I take a break?" Lin Qingke pleaded, her head peeking around the screen. Practicing calligraphy was 100 times more torturous than wielding a sword. As the music gradually ceased, a tall, handsome young man emerged from behind. "You can practice swordsmanship for half a day, yet you cannot endure an hour of calligraphy?" His face, like jade, bore a gentle smile that hinted at his affection. "If I recall correctly, it was you who insisted on practicing calligraphy and guqin." Lin Qingke pouted, raising her slightly trembling hands before Yi Chanshu, shaking her wrists. Though her expression was soft, she would not concede easily, exclaiming, "But that doesn't mean I should practice 1 hour of guqin and another hour of calligraphy. Senior brother, you are truly testing my limits." Yi Chanshu chuckled helplessly, his face radiating warmth as he handed her the music score. "I assure you, no one in the capital can rival you. Take this score home and familiarize yourself with it. You will undoubtedly outshine them all." Lin Qingke accepted the tattered score as if it were a treasure, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Yi Chanshu. "This is a guqin score that master obtained from the western regions years ago, containing the authentic works of ancient guqin masters. Senior brother, you are truly wonderful." Shouting excitedly, she wanted to rush forward and embrace him like in childhood, only to be held back by a single finger from Yi Chanshu. Without much thought, Lin Qingke joyfully clutched the musical score, bouncing up and down in exhilaration. Yi Chanshu gazed at the elated figure before him with eyes as calm as water, his fingers lightly rubbing together where traces of the girl's warmth still lingered. A faint shadow of melancholy flickered through his gaze. Indeed, Qingke belonged to the bustling capital city. It was time for him to let go. Chapter 35. The art of pretense. The day of the official competition arrived swiftly, with the first round focusing on the 4 refined arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The event was held at the Hamlin Academy, where participants were divided into groups of 10, each evaluated individually. The highest-scoring noblewoman would emerge as the day's victor. The Academy's entrance bustled with activity, the sheer number of elegantly dressed young ladies leaving even the gatekeepers wide-eyed. Never before had they witnessed such a gathering of beauties, their laughter perfuming the air like delicate blossoms in full bloom. The previous day, every eligible maiden from noble families had received an entry token. Now, young eunuchs stood at the gates, meticulously inspecting each one. "Esteemed ladies," a voice strained with effort rose above the crowd. Wang Fu, specially dispatched by Emperor Huiyan to oversee the proceedings. Upon entering, the competition rules are posted on the pillars in the front courtyard. Groups will be assigned accordingly, so please do not fret. Understood, Eunuch Wang. We shall rely on your guidance. Several cunning young ladies cooed, fluttering scented handkerchiefs as they sought to ingratiate themselves. Wang Fu's eyes crinkled into slits, his plump face oozing unctuous charm. "Ah, young misses, today's judges are renowned scholars of the court. Even the imperial censor himself presides. This humble servant holds no sway over their decisions. With that, he sauntered over to the registrar, his jovial mask slipping into neutrality as he scanned the roster. A frown creased his brow. Where are those high-profile figures who've stirred such commotion lately? The competition is about to begin. Surely they one T collide en route. As if summoned by his thoughts, a panting eunuch scurried in. Eunuch Wang. The carriages of Lady Han, daughter of Minister Han, and Lady Zhou, daughter of the imperial censor, approached side by side. Wang Fu hurried forward, arranging his face into a practiced smile to greet these two formidable arrivals. The carriages halted simultaneously. Han Mingyao leapt down with a spirited flourish, her movements crisp and bold. Eunuch Wang, where does this young lady enter? She glared imperiously at his bowing figure. Her sidelong gaze locked onto Zhou Yiran, who descended with deliberate grace, lifting her skirts daintily over the carriage step. What an actress! Wang Fu's instinct screamed as Han Mingyao crossed her arms, glowering at the approaching Zhou Yiran. If these two clashed here, the emperor's reprimand would be inevitable. Lady Han. This way, he gestured toward the gate, only to be interrupted by a voice soft as silk. Sister Han, it has been quite a while since we last met. Today, you have accompanied me the entire way. Surely, you wish to reminisce? A trademark smile adorned the face of Zhou Yiran as she glided gracefully toward me. The very tone of her voice ignited a spark of ire within Han Mingyao, which only intensified upon discerning the words she uttered. In an instant, the young Lady Han was seething, drawing forth her long whip from her waist and striking fiercely at Zhou Yiran. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. Wang Fu wished fervently to intercept that lash, while Zhou Yiran stood frozen in terror, her body rigid and her face drained of color. Resigned, she closed her eyes. Yet the anticipated pain never arrived. The powerful whip seemed suspended in midair. Lin Qingke, what business do you have meddling here? Han Mingyao's voice, laced with frustration, echoed. Only then did Zhou Yiran dare to tremble and open her eyes, discovering a gleaming scabbard ensnared by the whip, seemingly imbued with the strength to sever it. Astonished, Zhou Yiran turned her gaze toward the newcomer, momentarily entranced by the woman's beauty, rendered speechless. Lin Qingke, for today's competition, had donned attire exuding the grace of a Jiangnan beauty. The azure silk skirt flowed like a celestial being in motion, while her lustrous black hair was simply adorned with a jade hairpin, rendering her exquisite visage all the more gentle and charming. Wait, what did Han Mingyao just call her? Is she truly Lin Qingke? Regaining her composure, Zhou Yiran stared in disbelief. How could this Lin Qingke, once perceived as a mere rustic, possess such elegance? Following closely was the pang of jealousy that stirred within the hearts of women. No wonder the citizens of the capital had recently extolled her virtues to the heavens. Zhou Yiran thought bitterly. All of this was once hers. It was Lin Qingke who usurped her good name, shattering the image she had painstakingly cultivated over the years. Even the legend of the goddess had not first called to mind her name. Little Sister Han, to so casually strike a lady of the gentry in the capital could invite considerable trouble. Do mind your actions, Lin Qingke remarked with a playful raise of her brow, effortlessly returning her starry sword to her waist with a flick of her wrist. She had not intended to intervene, yet Zhou Yiran, being the daughter of a high-ranking official, warranted some consideration for future connections. Do you think it wise to play the role of the savior here? I am perfectly capable of managing my own affairs. Han Mingyao simmered with indignation, yet she recognized Lin Qingke's words held merit. Her earlier impulsiveness might indeed bring trouble to her father. With a resentful glare at the two before her, she left with a scornful retort. Lin Qingke, mind your own business. Not everyone wishes to be rescued by you. With that, she was assisted by a handmaiden into the courtyard. Upon hearing those words, Lin Qingke turned back in confusion, locking eyes with the still flustered Zhou Yiran, who concealed her jealousy beneath a facade of politeness, offering her thanks with a forced smile. Thank you, Sister Lin. Today I owe you my gratitude, or else I would have faced dire consequences. No matter, it is but a trivial task. However, Lin Qingke perceived that this was merely a facade of forced cheerfulness, as her words seemed to betray a hint of gritted teeth. It appeared that the renowned first talent of the capital was not as amiable as the rumor suggested. Lin Qingke mused quietly, choosing not to press her affections upon someone so aloof. With a slight nod, she turned and stepped into the courtyard. Observing Lin Qingke's indifferent demeanor, Xiuye Pavilion clenched her fists in frustration, her usually masked visage twisting slightly in discontent. Then, reflecting on Lin Qingke's prolonged stay in the countryside, she smirked faintly, perhaps convinced that the lack of exposure to the arts would be her downfall. Once the competition concludes, I shall see how you maintain your haughtiness. Chapter 36. The White Lotus? She too, with Lin Qingke, slowly strolled into the front courtyard, where a large announcement regarding the competition was prominently affixed to a pillar. 10 individuals would form a group, entering the assessment point in successive batches. Each participant could select 2 out of the 4 disciplines: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to showcase, followed by a unified scoring from the judges. Ultimately, the average score from the 5 judges would determine the rankings. Lin Qingke murmured the details softly, lost in thought. She had indeed studied all 4 disciplines, but her forte lay in calligraphy. Not long ago, she had practiced her musical skills with her senior brother, who assured her that if he believed in her abilities, she would surely excel. Moreover, she possessed a score from the Western regions. With her decision made to choose calligraphy and music, she drew a lot from the hand of a nearby young eunuch and calmly entered the inner chamber, awaiting the grouping results. Upon stepping into the room, the previously bustling atmosphere gradually fell silent, with nearly every eye fixated upon her. After a few moments, whispers began to circulate, revealing a spectrum of emotions: envy, admiration, and jealousy. Is this Lin Qingke? She is remarkably beautiful. I heard she recently contributed to a rescue effort. Truly impressive. Conversely, dismissive remarks punctuated the air. What's so special about her? The mixed voices of praise and criticism, interspersed with gasps of astonishment, echoed around her. Lin Qingke had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny. She composed herself and took a seat in an empty spot, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. Xiuye Pavilion soon arrived, maintaining a poised smile as she warmly greeted a group of fellow ladies. However, the response she received was not as enthusiastic as she had anticipated. Observing that everyone's attention was riveted on Lin Qingke, her heart simmered with indignation, yet she concealed her feelings behind a carefully crafted facade. The first group, the eldest daughter of the Minister of Rites, the second daughter of the Minor Minister of Ceremonies, the eldest daughter of the Director of the Imperial Secretariat. A sharp voice from the eunuch announced the competition groupings, prompting those called to step forward. The vast inner chamber fell into an expectant hush, the atmosphere thick with tension. The second group, the youngest daughter of the Deputy Governor, the eldest daughter of the Chief Physician, the eldest daughter of Minister Han. Lin Qingke straightened her posture, listening intently. Finally, she heard her name among the last group. The eldest daughter of the Inspector, the eldest daughter of Chancellor Lin, the second daughter of Chancellor Lin. At this announcement, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd, eyes turning to observe the 2 sisters as if they were a spectacle. Xiuye Pavilion displayed a confident smile, relishing the opportunity to showcase what a true noble lady from the capital should embody to this girl from the countryside. Lin Qingke, reminded of her sister, began scanning the crowd for Lin Muxuan's figure. How could she forget? Her dear sister might be waiting for her here. What a coincidence that 2 members of the same family should be placed in the same group. It was evident that someone had orchestrated this arrangement, particularly as they both ended up in the final group. Indeed, Lin Muxuan was not present in the inner chamber. Lin Qingke curled her lips in a mocking smile, intrigued by what Lin Muxuan might do in response to the situation. Soon, those ahead had completed their assessments and emerged, some jubilant while others despondent, engaged in lively discussions about their scores. The last group, the assessment begins. Please follow me. Lin Qingke rose and followed the 9 individuals in the direction indicated by the eunuch, only to discover that Lin Muxuan had returned at some point. Now circling around Xiuye Pavilion. Sister Iran, you are indeed the foremost talent in the capital. Today, the first place is undoubtedly yours. Yes, Sister Iran writes superb calligraphy. Xiuye Pavilion walked ahead, basking in the praises from the surrounding girls, especially feeling a swell of pride upon noticing Lin Qingke's half-sister among her admirers. With a gentle smile gracing her face, she feigned understanding and said, "Mu Xuan, your compliments may upset Sister Qingke." After speaking, she glanced back as if to check her impact. The surrounding girls understood Xiuye Ran's hesitation and began exchanging glances, their faces betraying disdain. One seemingly youthful girl, her tongue quicker than her thoughts, boldly voiced what others were thinking. How can Sister Lin be upset over this? Sister Iran certainly deserves such praise. Isn't that a bit petty? The crowd fell silent in an instant, wary of provoking Lin Qingke, given Lin Qingxiang's esteemed position. Xiuye Ran's eyes sparkled with amusement as her smile widened, feigning reproach as she flicked a handkerchief at the bold girl. How can you speak so of Sister Lin? Anyone would feel discomfort upon hearing they fall short of another. She even placed a metaphorical hat of inferiority upon Lin Qingke. Lin Qingke couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. They say 3 women form a drama. Yet how could Miss Zhou monopolize all the roles? How foolish she was to have considered befriending her for a favor. She deserved a lash for her audacity. Facing such provocation, Lin Qingke could no longer hold her tongue. Are we not on our way to the assessment location? She inquired sweetly of the guiding eunuch. Just a white lotus. She can pretend as well. Why, yes, the eunuch stammered, his face flushed from her beauty. Oh, seeing Sister Iran's demeanor. I thought we had already completed the assessment. Xiuye Iran's expression shifted abruptly, but she quickly regained her composure, feigning innocence. I never said such a thing, Sister Lin. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Ah, she still wishes to compete with me? Lin Qingke smirked inwardly while maintaining an innocent facade. Could it be that my sister was so startled by Miss Han's whip at the entrance that she remains dazed? She feigned surprise, covering her mouth delicately, exuding an air of fragile vulnerability as she spoke carefully. Sister, I did not intend to reveal it, otherwise no one would know that you were almost struck by Miss Han. Xiuye Ran's face flushed with shades of red and green, then darkened, momentarily unable to maintain her smile as her expression twisted in anguish. Huh? Sister Iran, you nearly faced an assault from Sister Mingyao? The blunt and forthright girl spoke again, her words no longer bringing comfort to Xiuye Ran, rendering her expression devoid of joy. This girl was inherently bold and domineering. It was evident that Sister Iran had inadvertently offended her. Lin Muxuan supported Xiuye Ran, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Qingke. As for you, sister, how could you stand by without offering any assistance? Truly, you have a heart of stone. Lin Qingke, harboring a cold sneer within, swiftly drew the star-scar sword from her waist, positioning it before Lin Muxuan with an imposing aura. Lin Muxuan, startled by this sudden action, turned pale, her body freezing in place. Sister, this sword still bears the marks of defending your Iran's sister from lashes. Would you care to come and inspect it closely? Observing the sword, its edge glinting ominously, Lin Muxuan's fear intensified, and she hastily shook her head. In no need for inspection. My sister is beautiful and kind-hearted. She would never turn a blind eye to someone in peril. Such a pity, Lin Qingke replied, her tone laden with meaning as she sheathed her sword. For this treasure blade has not seen another for quite some time. With a significant glance at the trembling Lin Muxuan, the crowd, previously engaged in idle gossip, fell silent, taken aback by Lin Qingke's sudden display. No one could ascertain whether her last remark was a veiled threat, and they remained enveloped in a heavy silence. Chapter 37. The assessment begins. Esteemed lords, we have arrived. Upon crossing this threshold, we enter the venue for the assessment. A sharp, delicate voice shattered the silence, tinged with a faint tremor. The young eunuch, who had been listening intently, felt cold sweat bead at his brow, his head nearly bowing to his chest. Daring not to glance up, nodding and bowing in deference, Lin Qingke leisurely surveyed the array of expressions among those beside her, all maintaining an air of quietude, and let out a barely perceptible chuckle before gracefully stepping into the room. Upon entering, she was greeted by the rich aroma of ink mingled with a hint of sandalwood. The spacious chamber was divided into 4 sections by intricately carved screens, each displaying the tools necessary for the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Further inside, 5 venerable elders, their faces weathered yet wise, sat at the elevated position, beaming as they observed Lin Qingke's approach. Among them were the Minister of Justice, the Princess Tutor, and several equally learned friends appointed by the tutor. Since ancient times, scholars have enjoyed a revered status among the populace. Lin Qingke promptly bowed, introducing herself. "I am Lin Qingke, honored to meet you, esteemed lords." The elder seated in the center, his hair as white as snow, regarded her kindly and inquired, "Is your father the current Prime Minister, Lin Zhong?" Lin Qingke nodded respectfully and replied, "Indeed, it is as you say, esteemed tutor." The tutor raised an eyebrow in surprise, a smile broadening across his face. "How did you come to know that I am the tutor?" Feeling a bit bashful, Lin Qingke scratched her head. "When accompanying my father on his travels, I had heard tales of your remarkable deeds. Out of curiosity, I procured a book you authored, which contained your portrait." The tutor burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, this girl is far more amusing than your father." The others also smiled. Their gazes softened as they looked at the young lady before them. Where are the others? Just as the question was posed, a group led by Xiuye entered together. The tutor clapped his hands in delight. "What a coincidence! Brother Xiuye, your daughter is in this group as well." The Minister of Justice stroked his beard, smiling benevolently at them. "The young lady is here to showcase her talents." "Nonsense." The tutor feigned a frown at him before adopting a more serious demeanor, addressing the group of radiant young ladies. "What preparations have you made? You may present your skills shortly." One by one, they would come forth while the others observed, serving as witnesses to the scores. The tutor cheerfully concluded, scanning the group. "Who shall go first?" Previously subdued, Xiuye stepped forward with confidence, bowing gracefully. "Esteemed tutor, I shall go first to bolster the spirits of my sisters." "Excellent. Truly deserving of the title of the capital's foremost talent. You possess great courage." The tutor responded with glee, returning to his seat while exchanging pleasantries. Xiuye, filled with pride, raised her chin slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qingke, who was standing with her arms crossed. "Do watch closely, you country bumpkin," Xiuye thought disdainfully. The young lady chose to showcase her skills in both the zither and calligraphy for today's assessment. After uttering these words, Ro gracefully seated herself before the guzheng, and as her wrists danced with fluid motions, a melodious and luminous tune gradually filled the air. Every face in the room bore an expression of rapture, except for Lin Qingke's. It seemed her senior brother was right in predicting she would undoubtedly rank first. She had initially assumed the musical talents of noble ladies from the capital would be formidable. Lin Qingke mused indifferently, her peripheral gaze absently lingering on Lin Mushuan, who had remained silent since entering. What exactly was she plotting? As the melody concluded, Xiuye rose slowly, offering the assembly an ostentatious yet hollow bow, unable to suppress the smile on her face. This had been her finest performance of the piece. The top spot was surely hers. Marvelous, simply marvelous. It was as if celestial music had momentarily purified our ears. A portly elder beside the grand tutor praised with a chuckle, marking his score while signaling for Xiuye to proceed with the calligraphy segment. Xiuye brimmed with even greater confidence. After all, her reputation as the capital's foremost talented maiden was not unearned. Having practiced calligraphy alongside her elder brother and father since childhood, she far surpassed those sheltered maidens who had merely skimmed a few books. In less than half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiuye had flawlessly transcribed a poem. After drying the ink, she presented it to the 5 judges. Such penmanship, truly the heir to your father's legacy. Indeed, worthy of the legendary capital's top talent. Exquisite strokes. The colleague's accolades left the imperial censor beaming, his eyes narrowing into slits as he modestly waved off the praise. Soon, Xiuye's scores were announced. Musical artistry, 8. 9 calligraphy, 9. 3 The room erupted in murmurs. The awaiting candidates began chattering animatedly. The highest score in previous groups was only 8. Sister Iran is incredible. As expected of Sister Iran, the capital's premier talent, truly deserving of the title. Zhou Yiran basked imperceptibly in the admiration, inwardly grinning from ear to ear. Casting a seemingly casual glance at Lin Qingke, she anticipated envy, only to find her meditating with closed eyes. This incensed Zhou Yiran anew, though she masked it with a derisive smirk. How provincial! If she can't appreciate it, she might as well nap. One by one, the remaining participants completed their assessments, the highest among them barely scraping 7. 5. Only Lin Qingke and Lin Muxuan remained unexamined. Noticing the fleeting calculation in Lin Muxuan's eyes, Lin Qingke understood. So this is where the trap lies. Allow me to go first. Let my elder sister prepare a while longer. True to form, the moment only the two of them were left, Lin Muxuan sprang into action. Esteemed judges, this humble girl is Lin Muxuan. My chosen disciplines are musical artistry and calligraphy. Lin Qingke arched a brow in amusement. How coincidental. My dear sister has selected the same categories as I. Who would believe there's no ulterior motive here? Lin Muxuan settled before the guzheng, inhaled deeply, and lightly plucked the strings. A hauntingly melancholic melody unfurled. Lin Qingke's eyes narrowed, her demeanor radiating peril. This piece, prepared by her, is the Western melody Nilyeber, which narrates the tumultuous life of the royal princess Nilyeber from the western regions, reflecting both her glorious past and her desolate decline. However, Lin Muxuan is no longer playing the complete composition. She has only rendered the sorrowful segment. The essence and soul of this musical score lie in its first half. It appears that my dear sister is rather well informed, thought Lin Qingke, her gaze dark and contemplative, realizing that it may be time to remove certain individuals from her courtyard. As the performance concluded, Lin Muxuan's face glistened with a few poignant tears. The judges were visibly astonished, and the Grand Tutor, in a surge of excitement, rose to his feet and struck the table before him. Are you playing the long-lost Western piece Nilyeber? Chapter 38. Mirabelle Lin Muxuan dabbed the corner of her eye with a handkerchief, wiping away tears that were scarcely there, her face still etched with sorrow as she nodded. The Grand Tutor, witnessing this, grew visibly agitated, stepping out from behind his desk to approach her directly. For where did you obtain this musical score? To my knowledge, it has been lost for many years. Lin Muxuan had anticipated admiration, but not such fervent excitement from the Grand Tutor. A faint swell of pride rose within her. Lowering her head, she smiled demurely. By sheer chance, I received this legacy from a master. Do you possess the first half of the score? At this, Lin Muxuan froze, her expression blank with bewilderment. When Brother Chun had given her the score, he had never mentioned a first half. Never mind. To have heard the latter half today is already a rare fortune. The Grand Tutor waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with disappointment. Lin Muxuan stood awkwardly, twisting her handkerchief in unease. It doesn't matter, she reassured herself. Brother Chun said that as long as I play this piece and make a few other arrangements, first place in the zither competition will undoubtedly be mine. Recalling the subtle sabotage she had performed on the guzheng earlier, a smirk curled her lips. Soon, that wretched Lin Qingke would be humiliated before everyone. Once she helped Brother Chun achieve his grand scheme, she would make sure Lin Qingke paid for every ounce of humiliation she had suffered. Her next challenge was painting, which posed little difficulty. After all, as the daughter of a high-ranking minister, she had been trained in the art since childhood. As expected, her final scores were announced. 9. 5 in zither, 8. 5 in painting. The moment the results were revealed, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. First place in zither, and her total score is only slightly lower than Sister Yiran's. Who knew Lin Muxuan was hiding such talent? Amid the chorus of praise, Zhou Yiran's face darkened. Hadn't Lin Muxuan always been her lackey? Since when had she acquired such skill? To trail her by a mere 0.2 points, and even claim first place in zither. Basking in the admiring gazes, Lin Muxuan strode proudly to Lin Qingke's side, lifting the hem of her skirt as she seated herself with the grace of a haughty peacock. Your turn, elder sister. Do your best. At the taunt, Lin Qingke nearly laughed aloud, recalling the half-played melody. Rest assured, dear sister, she replied, emphasizing each word with deliberate sweetness. I will certainly do my very best. Rising with an enigmatic smile, She moved toward the examination area. Through Qingke's clear, piercing gaze, Mushuan suddenly felt an uncanny sensation, as if she had been seen through entirely. Just a country bumpkin pretending to be a noble lady. Mushuan fumed inwardly. Soon, your true colors will be exposed. As Lin Qingke approached the judge's table, the elderly scholars were still lost in the lingering echoes of Mirabelle, their expressions wistful. This humble girl, Lin Qingke, presents herself for examination in Guzheng and calligraphy. Oh, the grand tutor seated at the head of the table straightened his posture with keen interest, his eyes twinkling with amusement. You, my girl, are truly extraordinary, he remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully before casting a glance toward the waiting area. There sits the capital's celebrated top talent. And now your younger sister has received guidance from a master musician. Yet you still dare challenge them in these two disciplines? Lin Qingke responded with a composed smile, executing a graceful curtsy. Courage is something I possess in abundance, Grand Tutor. You shall witness it shortly. With that, she took her seat before the ancient zither under the curious gazes of the 5 judges. As her slender fingers caressed the delicate strings, an air of serene elegance enveloped her as she began playing the memorized composition. Within the first few notes, Qingke detected the sabotage. Her dear sister had tampered with the instrument. One string's bridge had been subtly adjusted, ready to snap with the slightest miscalculation. A derisive laugh echoed in her mind. Is this all? For ordinary players, the performance would end abruptly with a broken string. But Qingke had grown up under the tutelage of her music-obsessed senior brother. Her lips curved into a faint, challenging smile. If the string was compromised, she simply wouldn't play it. Below the stage, Lin Mushuan observed the peculiar smile, her unease deepening like ink in water. The beauty of the zither lay in its resilience. Even with a faulty string, one could press the adjacent string to produce the same note. Though achieving perfect pitch was arduous, it posed no challenge to Qingke. The audience watched as the ethereal beauty at the zither straightened slightly, her jade-like fingers poised above the strings. As her wrists lifted, a sudden cascade of crystalline notes filled the hall, like a mountain brook dancing over rocks, singing joyously without fatigue. A vivacious maiden materialized before the listeners, a transcendent encounter across time. The melody carried the purity of valley orchids, ancient tones riding the clouds. Just as smiles bloomed among the audience, the music twisted into anguish, the sweet maiden forced into marriage, her freedom shackled, her world desolate. None realized this was the same piece Mushuan had played. Yet under Qingke's hands, it truly embodied the essence of the Western masterpiece. Wind howled, rain chilled. The zither's lament spoke of a crimson-clad figure with a shattered heart. As the final notes faded into silence, the hall remained breathless. Tears glistened in every eye, the tragedy vividly witnessed. Mushuan was first to react. Her fists clenched so tightly her shoulders trembled. Impossible. After years in the countryside, how could she possess such skill? And the score's missing half. Even brother Chen only found a fragment. Moreover, how could the strings remain unbroken? Lin Mushuan gazed over in astonishment, her eyes meeting the composed expression of Lin Qingke. A hint of derision sparkled in Lin Qingke's eyes as she raised an eyebrow at Lin Mushuan, brimming with provocation. Is this the complete version of Nilibale? The Grand Tutor was the first to react, trembling with excitement, his aged visage illuminated by astonishment and joy. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually realized that Lin Qingke and Lin Mushuan were indeed performing the same piece. Is it truly the same composition? The differences are staggering. One can hardly discern it. Indeed, the disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. The younger girls began to whisper among themselves, while Lin Mushuan listened in shame and indignation, fully aware of who represented the heavens and who stood as the earth in their discourse. Lin Qingke stepped forward to support the Grand Tutor, who was on the verge of fainting from excitement, and confirmed, in response to the Grand Tutor, it is indeed the complete version of Nilibale. Chapter 39. Outstanding Achievements upon receiving an affirmative response. Even the other ministers seated at the judging panel rose in unison. The Grand Tutor, more so than the others, had tears glistening in his aged, murky eyes. His hands, weathered and wrinkled, clasped Lin Qingke's arm tightly, almost involuntarily. With a quivering voice, he remarked, "Child, the last time I heard this melody was in my youth during an expedition to the western regions. On an obscure path, I chanced upon a masterful performer. Since then, I have not encountered this piece again." After wiping away his tears with his sleeve and regaining his composure, he looked at Lin Qingke with a sense of pride. "You are a gifted child. Your performance was indistinguishable from that which I heard in the West. For your artistry alone, I would grant you full marks, and even that seems inadequate compared to the brilliance of your recent piece." The audience stirred with excitement at the Grand Tutor's words, and even the naive young ladies, who had previously gossiped, began to gaze at Lin Qingke with admiration. "Among us sisters, we have never had a full score," one exclaimed. "Indeed, even Sister Iran has not achieved full marks in calligraphy. How can the Grand Tutor claim that full marks do not suffice for Lin Qingke?" A candid girl spoke boldly, only to be hastily nudged by her companion, who gestured with her elbow, warning her that Iran was seated just behind them. Iran struggled to maintain her composure, disbelief and jealousy swirling around her like a tempest. How can this be? She is merely a country girl. How could she possibly master such skills? What surprised everyone further was that the remaining judges also awarded Lin Qingke the highest score. Thus, she emerged as the first in the music category with an astounding score. What does it matter? In a rural place, knowing a few frivolous tunes is nothing to boast about, Iran consoled herself, oblivious to the fact that she had chosen calligraphy, wondering if there could even be a teacher in such a remote locale. Even if there were, she doubted they could surpass her, for she was widely recognized as the foremost talented woman in the capital. With this thought, Iran sighed in relief, thinking she still stood a chance. Losing to a country girl would indeed be a great embarrassment. All right, Grand Tutor, let the child proceed with her second demonstration," the chief censor said, approaching to assist the Grand Tutor, who was still lost in his emotions, gently guiding him away while signaling Lin Qingke to begin her calligraphy. Having witnessed Lin Qingke's musical performance, the anticipation for her calligraphy was palpable. Curious gazes stretched toward her as she laid a large sheet of paper on the table, gathering her slightly oversized sleeves. With her right hand, she picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and began to fluidly dance the brush across the paper. With abandon, she created a line of elegant, spirited characters that melded grace with strength, each stroke a testament to her artistry. Truly, it was a display of ink that spoke of the passage of time, a bold declaration that would elicit praise from anyone fortunate enough to witness it. The beautiful woman inscribed words, akin to the flourishing spring breeze and the ink-drenched rice paper, creating a scene that invigorated the spirit, leaving one yearning to capture it immediately. After a brief interval, Lin Qingke gently massaged her somewhat stiff wrist and delicately set down her brush. The onlookers had already been captivated by her celestial presence, eager to behold the characters that flowed from her pen. A young eunuch respectfully lifted the still wet paper, carefully presenting it to the judges. Upon seeing the strokes upon the tray, the 5 officials were rendered speechless, particularly the Grand Secretary, whose eyes betrayed a subtle disbelief, while the others were enveloped in awe. The elegant brushwork contained an inherent vigor, and the soft strokes revealed an unwavering strength. One colleague, his face flushed and eyes gleaming, could not contain his excitement and began to applaud while reciting poetry. Marvelous! Indeed, it was extraordinarily marvelous. The Grand Tutor's eyes squinted with delight, his gaze towards Lin Qingke brimming with admiration. As the Grand Tutor for many years, apart from His Royal Highness, you are the first disciple whose writing merits my commendation. Upon hearing the name Xiuye, Lin Qingke momentarily felt disoriented, savoring the 4 characters of His Royal Highness and discovering a profound sense of longing within them. This was soon followed by a wave of joy. Previously indifferent, she could not contain her happiness upon receiving praise from Xiuye. Observing Lin Qingke's radiant and spirited demeanor, the Grand Tutor found himself increasingly fond of her. Had she not secured the top position in this selection, he would have approached Lin Qingke, that old fellow, to inquire if he could take her as an adopted daughter. The Grand Tutor had even contemplated what gifts to bring when visiting the Prime Minister's residence, only to be interrupted by the sound of scores being announced. This time, I shall, as before, award Miss Lin a perfect score. The Grand Secretary was the first to speak, his face adorned with a gentle smile. You might consider engaging in some friendly competition with my daughter, lest she becomes overly proud. Lin Qingke smiled obediently and nodded, thinking that perhaps this connection with the Grand Secretary might prove advantageous, sparing her from dealing with someone like Xiuye Ran, that white lotus. Hey, you old rascal, have you already given your score before me? The Grand Tutor feigned anger, his demeanor betraying a sense of humor. I too shall grant Qingke a perfect score. Truly a remarkable woman, outstanding among her peers. The little old man before her reminded Lin Qingke of her own master, and coupled with the Grand Tutor's evident fondness, her impression of him was exceedingly positive. She beamed back at the old man, sweetly saying, "Thank you, Grand Tutor." The scores were swiftly finalized, and, as expected, Lin Qingke achieved a perfect score across the board. The first day's competition concluded with Lin Qingke triumphantly securing the top position with a total score of 20. After the assessment, Lin Qingke was halted in the front courtyard by the Grand Tutor, whose name was Xen Min, a teacher to the Emperor since childhood, now serving as the Grand Tutor of the Hanlin Academy, a man of vast knowledge and profound scholarship. In the vast expanse of literature, he stands out as the most esteemed figure among the literati in the capital. My esteemed tutor, may I inquire if there is something on your mind? Lin Qingke tilted her head in puzzlement. Xian Min, having lived a life of solitude, found himself struck by the adorable charm of Lin Qingke's innocent gesture, feeling an overwhelming desire to compete with Lin Chong for the affection of his daughter. Dear Qingke, I hold you in the highest regard. I wonder if you would consider becoming my cherished disciple. Despite his advanced years, the venerable tutor nervously rubbed his hands as he uttered these words. Chapter 40. The thief crying stop thief, observing the murky gaze of the elder before her, which shimmered with the innocent anticipation of a child. Lin Qingke could hardly bear to decline. The literary cultivation of the Grand Tutor is renowned throughout the scholarly realm, and to become his disciple would undoubtedly yield immense knowledge. Moreover, the esteemed position of Grand Tutor Xen Min in the court is well acknowledged. Despite the emperor's occasional eccentricities, he maintains a respectful demeanor towards his mentor, often yielding in matters concerning him. However, Lin Qingke wore an expression of great difficulty, her voice tinged with regret as she spoke. It is indeed an honor to receive the Grand Tutor's affection, but I am already under the tutelage of another. Recalling the playful antics of her own master, a smile deepened in her eyes. Upon witnessing this, Xan Min turned away, disappointment evident in his tone. Very well then. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qingke hastily interjected, "However, my master often says that one should have many teachers in life. I wonder if the Grand Tutor would mind my existing mentorship?" Xan Min's eyes brightened once more. "Of course, I would not mind at all, my dear Qingke. After all, teaching has no fixed master." He was not merely unbothered. He was elated, for Lin Qingke was only the second student he had encountered since his own tutelage began who possessed such remarkable aptitude. "Ah, Qingke, you are indeed delightful. I remember when I attempted to have that rascal Chu Beiyue take me as his teacher. He stubbornly refused." The Grand Tutor seemed to drift into fond reminiscence, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Master, you are also the teacher of His Highness the Rue Wang?" Lin Qingke inquired, her curiosity piqued as she regarded the enigmatic elder before her. Xian Min was momentarily flustered by her sweet address, his joy rendering him almost giddy. "Ah, my dear disciple, I did instruct the Rue Wang during his youth. Yet, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a child of destiny. Once I opened the door to knowledge, he hardly required my old bones any further." A sudden swell of pride surged within Lin Qingke, and she straightened her petite frame, silently affirming, "Truly, my esteemed prince is remarkable. Well then, the hour grows late. Let us save the tea of apprenticeship for another time, as I must depart to report the results of today's competition to the emperor." With a hurried exchange, Xian Min took his leave, his gait brisk despite his years, buoyed by the joy of his beloved disciple. Lin Qingke watched her new master depart with a gentle smile, mentally noting to share this delightful occurrence with another elder upon her return to the pavilion. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Xian's sister, your sister possesses quite the remarkable skill, having acquired that long-lost score from the western regions. It was Zhou Yiran's voice. Lin Qingke swiftly concealed herself behind a rockery, straining to listen to their conversation. Yiran, this. I do not know where she obtained it. I only received half of the score through a fortuitous encounter with a master. Lin Muxuan spoke softly, her words steeped in grievance. In that case, I will take you to find my father later, and you can tell him that Lin Qingke stole your score. Zhou Yiran's eyes glinted with malice. Then we can demand that her results be annulled, tarnishing her reputation. This doesn't seem right. Lin Muxuan hesitated, clearly troubled. Lin Qingke is not a fool. She will certainly defend herself. Oh, come now. You just need to insist that she is the one who stole it. She has no evidence. And in order to settle the matter, she will undoubtedly have her results revoked. Noticing Lin Muxuan's lingering indecision, Zhou Yiran, frustrated by her hesitance, stamped her foot. If her results are cancelled, you will still be the first in the music group. Are you not being foolish, lingering in your indecisiveness? Indeed, she is the first in the music group, and with everything prepared for her by Brother Chun for tomorrow, she shall become the princess. Lin Muxuan suddenly felt a surge of determination, casting aside her previous doubts, her mind solely focused on having Lin Qingke's achievements nullified. Sister Yiran, you're absolutely right. Let us hasten to seek out your father. Zhou Yiran's lips curled into a triumphant smile, feigning urgency as she nodded. How foolish. It is no wonder you cannot contend with Lin Qingke. The two walked away hand in hand, while Lin Qingke, concealed behind a rockery, slowly emerged. Her figure was half in light and half in shadow, her expression inscrutable, and after a moment, she let out a soft scoff from her throat. It is truly amusing how the one who does not even know the source of this music score eagerly seeks to expose her. Such irony. It is almost comical. Lin Qingke leisurely strolled along the corridor and settled in a small pavilion, awaiting the unfolding of some intriguing events. Sure enough, moments later, two robust guards arrived, requesting her presence in the front courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, she found Lin Muxuan standing to the side, shedding tears of grievance, while Zhou Yiran spoke soothingly to her. The Grand Inspector appeared exasperated, and upon seeing Lin Qingke, he seemed to have found savior. Qingke, dear girl, come here quickly. Lin Qingke felt a pang of confusion. The scene before her was not as she had envisioned. Your sister came to me in tears, claiming that you have stolen her score. Is this true? Although it was an inquiry, the gaze of the Grand Minister of Justice was filled with trust, and upon witnessing her calm demeanor in the face of adversity, a subtle admiration could not help but surface. In response to the Grand Minister's words, she replied that this score was a gift from a dear friend before her return to the capital, not something she had stolen. At present, the situation in the capital had not yet fallen under her control, and the identity of the Ziyegwan should remain concealed for as long as possible. Lin Qing responded coolly, paying no heed to the sobs of Lin Muxuan beside her. You are speaking nonsense. You have taken a complete score and left me with merely a half sheet. Lin Muxuan suddenly flung away the handkerchief she held and shouted loudly at Lin Qingke. Sister, your talent for slander exceeds your skill in playing the piano by far. Lin Qingke retorted with sarcasm, pulling out a tattered book from her bosom and waving it before the crowd. Is this the score you are referring to? Lin Muxuan quickly nodded, exclaiming, Indeed, you have stolen it. Lin Qingke responded with a faint smile, flipping to the first page of the book in her hand. Oh, you claim this is your music score book. Then what does the first page of this book say? Lin Muxuan's figure trembled slightly, a flicker of guilt evident in her eyes as she cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yiran, silently urging her to intervene. However, Zhou Yiran merely lowered her head, as if she were not the one who had previously suggested this. Why not speak up? Could it be that you are unaware? Lin Qingke feigned astonishment, covering her mouth with her small hand, her face etched with disbelief. Isn't this your book, dear sister? How could you possibly not know? Chapter 41. The three-character classic for children's enlightenment. Lin Muxuan was momentarily thrown into disarray, her gaze continually darting towards Zhou Yiran. Why had her sister fallen silent? What was she so intently observing about Iran? Lin Qingke's lips curled into a sardonic smile, her eyes brimming with blatant disdain as she crossed her arms, adopting a demeanor akin to one relishing the unfolding drama. Could it be that Iran had indeed encountered this score and was aware of what was inscribed on the first page? Skeptical glances converged upon Zhou Iran, who was seated nearby, her head bowed in an effort to diminish her presence. A tempest of anxiety and indignation surged within Zhou Iran. How could she have placed her hopes in Lin Muxuan, a person so inept? With a stiff smile, Zhou Iran forced a facade of cheerfulness, her voice maintaining a soft, delicate tone, layered with just the right amount of feigned grievance. Sister Qingke, you jest. How could I possibly have seen such a precious score that Muxuan has so meticulously preserved? I had no idea it would be stolen by someone with ulterior motives. Lin Qingke found herself almost amused by the absurdity of it all. She could hardly believe that, even at this juncture, Zhou Iran would still adopt her white lotus demeanor to irk her further. Oh, is that so? Lin Qingke raised an eyebrow at the two, shaking the small booklet in her hand. Muxuan, are you truly certain that this is your Guzheng score? Lin Muxuan was rendered momentarily speechless by Lin Qingke's series of provocations, a wave of anxiety washing over her as the handkerchief in her palm became damp with cold sweat. Just as she hesitated to respond, her gaze met the sharp eyes of the inspector leisurely sipping tea, causing her to tremble involuntarily. It is mine, she stammered, her voice quivering. A sudden epiphany struck Lin Muxuan. What else could possibly be on the first page of the score but the composer's name and an introduction? Rather than allowing Lin Qingke to corner her into silence, she resolved to take a bold chance. If she were mistaken, she could simply claim a lapse in memory. Before Lin Qingke could interject, Lin Muxuan hastily declared, I know what is on the first page of the score. I've remembered. Is the composer of Nilu Bear and an introduction to this piece. Having spoken, Lin Muxuan looked anxiously at Lin Qingke, who was now revealing a look of surprise as she opened the book. A surge of elation coursed through Lin Muxuan. It seemed she had wagered correctly. Perhaps fate was indeed smiling upon her. It appeared that the heavens did not acknowledge Lin Qingke's divine status. While Lin Muxuan basked in her moment of triumph, Lin Qingke, with an enigmatic smile, took 2 steps forward, extending the booklet to Lin Muxuan while gently patting her hand in a soothing manner. Then, sister, why not see for yourself what this so-called score contains on the first page? Lin Qingke's gaze, akin to one observing a farce, left Lin Muxuan utterly perplexed. Had she truly misspoken? With a mix of curiosity and skepticism, she opened the booklet, only for her vision to darken as her mind went blank upon encountering the bold characters that greeted her. The 3-character classic for children's enlightenment. With a sense of disbelief, she turned the pages, anxiety and fear surging within her, nearly crushing the leaves of the book. Yet, it was indeed nothing more than a 3-character classic devoid of musical notes, occasionally adorned with illustrations meant for children's enlightenment, striking her like a resounding slap to the face. How could this be? How could this be? Lin Muxuan felt utterly powerless, staggering as she collapsed onto a nearby stone table, her book slipping from her grasp and landing open on the ground, revealing its cover to the onlookers. Lin Qingke feigned surprise, her eyes glimmering with mockery as she mimicked Zhou Iran's tone, speaking softly, Oh, how could this be a 3-character classic meant for children? Could it be that Sister Xian is still studying this book? Lin Qingke felt a surge of delight within her heart. It was worth her while to have specially retrieved a book so tailored for her dear sister from the Hanlin Academy's library. As her words fell, a barely suppressed laughter escaped from the servants nearby. Like a crack in a dam, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Miss Qingke's sharp tongue had rendered Lin Muxuan speechless. Wasn't it Lin Muxuan who first slandered her? The fairy merely sought to defend herself. Lin Muxuan's face flushed with humiliation, feeling as though countless gazes were piercing her like poisoned needles. Even the Grand Imperial Censor looked over with amusement, his features relaxed, showing no hint of emotional disturbance. The censor's self-satisfied demeanor lingered in her mind, and Lin Muxuan suddenly realized that he might have doubted her words from the very beginning. After all, during the musical competition, Her performance had indeed paled in comparison to Lin Qingke's. Little did she know that Lin Qingke possessed such proficiency in playing the piano. Recalling the ambiguous look Lin Qingke had cast her way while questioning her, it dawned on her that all her efforts were perceived by them as mere antics of a buffoon, something she could comprehend. There was no reason Xiuye Ran would remain oblivious. Lin Muxuan glared at Xiuye Ran, and sure enough, she was reprimanding her with a righteous expression alongside the crowd. Very well, if you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. Lin Muxuan braced herself against the stone table and rose, a strange smile curling at the corners of her lips as she cast a fierce glare at everyone present. Witnessing her demeanor, Xiuye Ran felt a tremor in her heart. She had underestimated Lin Muxuan, forgetting that she was a person devoid of wit. Did she truly dare to expose herself? A mere daughter of a noble house dared to provoke her? Did she not fear the repercussions? For Xiuye Ran, it would be as simple as squashing an ant. Yet, did she believe that exposing herself was truly that straightforward? It was Xiuye Ran who incited me. It was she who urged me to speak thus. The crowd was instantly taken aback, looking at Lin Muxuan in shock, clearly disbelieving that the so-called first talent of the capital, Xiuye Ran, could commit such an act. The censor's gaze shifted from calm to intense. He set down his teacup, sitting upright, frowning as he regarded Lin Muxuan, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Accusing the legitimate daughter of a first-rank official? Lin Muxuan gazed in astonishment at Xiuye Ran, who wore a pitiful expression beside her, then swept her eyes across the surrounding crowd. Apart from Lin Qingke, everyone else's faces reflected protective sympathy for Xiuye Ran. She never imagined not a single soul would believe her words. Despair washed over Lin Muxuan as she collapsed to the ground, her face etched with sorrow, lips trembling uncontrollably. She could not afford to lose her eligibility for the competition. Brother Chun was still awaiting news of her triumph. Moreover, tomorrow's match had already been meticulously arranged. She could not let it all crumble now. I misspoke. I do not possess that musical score. I was slandering without cause. Before her words could fully fade, the shrill, piercing voice of a eunuch rang out from beyond. Imperial decree arrives. Chapter 42. Who dares bully my disciple? A hoarse yet powerful voice echoed through the courtyard. Who dares bully my disciple? Upon hearing the imperial decree, everyone in the courtyard rose to their feet, preparing to kneel in reverence. Just as Lin Qingke was about to prostrate herself, her hands were firmly grasped by Xiuye Min. The elderly man scrutinized her with anxious eyes, and only when he confirmed she was unharmed did the tension in his aged frame ease. Ignoring the young eunuch holding the imperial decree behind him, Xiuye Min, once the revered tutor of imperial princes, exuded an authoritative presence as his gaze swept between Xiuye Ran and Lin Muxuan. So, it was you two who falsely accused my dear disciple of stealing musical scores? The term dear disciple momentarily stunned everyone present. Xiuye Ran, too shocked to even defend herself, blurted out, Grand Tutor, you've taken Lin Qingke as your disciple? Though Xiuye Min had mentored countless students, he had never formally accepted any as his personal disciple, treating all with impartiality. Never had anyone witnessed such overt concern from him. Xiuye Ran stared at Xiuye Min in disbelief, her face a mixture of shock and humiliation. After all, she herself had once pleaded for days to become his disciple, only to be denied. How could Lin Qingke, how could she, be worthy of such favor? Qingke is naturally my disciple, Xiuye Min declared solemnly, his voice carrying the weight of conviction. Her innate wisdom and spirit moved me to take her under my wing. His piercing gaze swept across the courtyard as he added, regardless of her being Lin Qingke's daughter, from this day forth, whoever disrespects her disrespects me. Who among you dare slander her? Xiuye Min's stature in the imperial court was undeniable, so much so that he could even delay the reading of an imperial decree to first vent his fury. Xiuye Ran, still reeling from disbelief, paled under his accusatory stare, her composure crumbling entirely. To think he would reject her, the capital's foremost talented maiden, in favor of some rustic girl, even shielding her while questioning Xiuye Ran's integrity. The carefully maintained mask of elegance shattered, consumed by the flames of jealousy. Her venomous glare fixed on Lin Qingke, who stood protected behind the old tutor. What does she have that I don't, Grand Tutor? Zhou Yiran's voice trembled with indignation. You chose her over me? I am clearly superior in every way. The onlookers gasped, stunned by the uncharacteristic outburst from the ever-graceful Zhou Yiran. Even her father, the imperial censor, hesitated mid-step, his expression one of shock and uncertainty. Xian Min, however, was unsurprised. Decades of teaching had honed his discernment. He had long seen through Zhou Yiran's unstable temperament, hidden beneath a veneer of refinement. Where does she surpass you? Xian Min's voice grew stern, his protective instincts fully ignited. She surpasses you in humility, in her refusal to look down upon others. His tone sharpened with rare anger. Need I remind you that Qingke outperformed all of you in today's competition, achieving a flawless score? Even in basic human decency, she outshines you. Zhou Yiran, who had spent her life basking in praise, had never been so harshly reprimanded by a figure of such esteemed authority. Her face flushed with humiliation, and for the first time, she wished the ground would swallow her whole. Lin Qingke was filled with emotion. Such a resolute choice was a first for her. Aside from the previous life with Chu Beiwei, the grievances from her past life surged forth, causing her nose to sting and her eyes to warm with unshed tears. Master, I'm fine. I will find a way to clear my name. She spoke to her master in a deliberately light-hearted tone, and the tense old man before her instantly relaxed, turning to regard Lin Qingke with a gaze full of compassion and concern. It was regrettable that her master had departed too soon, allowing anyone to bully their dear Qingke. Ah, let's not distress Brother Zhou. It would be unwise for your health, the grand judge interjected, skillfully mediating the situation while casting a seemingly reproachful glance at his own daughter. It was the second daughter of the Lin family causing a ruckus here, and Iran could hardly contain herself. I shall impose a punishment upon her upon my return. As for Qingke's sister, perhaps we could revoke her eligibility to compete? Xian Min wore a grim expression and shook his head slowly, gesturing for the little eunuch behind him to take note. The grand judge understood the implication, his face growing awkward. The emperor had decreed that all noble young ladies in the city participate in the selection, fearing the possibility of overlooking a celestial maiden. Even they had no authority to rescind eligibility. If not, let us have Sister Xian transcribe the three-character classic a few times, Lin Qingke suggested lightly, her words laced with a hint of amusement. Sister Xian, so fond of this precious book, would surely be willing to copy it several times for her studies. Xian Min was somewhat amused by her spirited cleverness, his expression softening with the warmth of a doting elder. Very well, we shall proceed as Qingke suggests. With the atmosphere easing, the little eunuch who had been obstructed by Xian Min at the door tentatively inquired, Master, may I announce the imperial edict now? Upon the mention of the edict, Xian Min seemed to remember something, a joyful flush appearing on his face as he beckoned the little eunuch into the courtyard. Come now. I was a bit hasty earlier. Do not hold it against me. He then beamed at Lin Qingke, playfully raising an eyebrow as if a delightful surprise awaited her. The little eunuch cleared his throat and read aloud with clarity, By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. Today, I have heard that the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, Lin Qingke, has distinguished herself in the competition, exhibiting exceptional prowess. I am greatly pleased and hereby award her 10 bolts of new silk from Jiangnan. Lin Qingke was taken aback, hurriedly bowing to receive the golden decree. This subject receives the edict. Miss Lin, His Majesty holds you in high regard and has instructed me to convey his encouragement for you to continue your efforts. The little eunuch said, a beaming smile on his face, bowing and nodding. Lin Qingke pressed her lips together, surprised that in this life she had earned the emperor's favor. Thank you, little eunuch, this subject understands. Xian Min could not help but burst into hearty laughter, the wrinkles on his face gathering joyfully. What a wonderful disciple I have! Which young lady in the capital has ever received 2 imperial decrees? Meanwhile, the expressions of the two on the opposite side had turned ashen. Lin Muxuan had never anticipated that Lin Qingke could forge a connection with the Grand Tutor. However, the fact that she could still participate in the competition brought her a sense of relief. Although she had lost face today, as long as her plan with Brother Chen succeeded, a mere Lin Qingke was hardly worth concerning herself with. On the other hand, Xiuye Ran did not share her ease. The surprised gazes directed at her felt like a heavy hammer, pressing down on her and rendering her breathless. It was all the fault of that useless Lin Muxuan. Otherwise, she would not have displayed such a demeanor before the Grand Tutor, causing years of careful pretense to crumble in an instant. Xiuye Ran seethed with anger, thinking that if her glare could kill, Lin Muxuan would have already been sliced to pieces by her sidelong glance. If it were not for her, she would not have endured such humiliation from Lin Qingke. How dare she provoke me? I shall ensure she pays dearly. Chapter 43. The Clam and the Heron. The second day of competition arrived as promised, with the theme centered on poetry and prose. To put it more simply, it was an assessment of writing, regardless of the form it might take. Lin Qingke, while fiddling with the jade hairpin adorning her coif, smiled and explained to the nearby red maple, who bore a look of utter bewilderment. So, are poetry, lyrics, and prose considered forms of writing? The red maple tilted its head, an expression of sudden realization gracing its face. So that's it. I had been wondering why the divine maiden was also skilled in song and dance. Lin Qingke couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to touzle her fluffy little head. You ought to learn a thing or two from Qing Shu, lest you spend your days in idleness. Amidst their laughter, the carriage came to a gentle halt, and the curtain was lifted as Qing Shu poked her head inside. Miss, we have arrived at the Hamlin Academy. All right. Today, in preparation for the examination, the two young maidservants had specially dressed Lin Qingke in a pristine white robe, adorned with a jade hairpin and delicate accessories, the azure waistline accentuating her graceful figure. The young lady of the Xiang residence has arrived. The newcomer possessed features so exquisite they resembled a finely painted portrait, radiating a serene beauty akin to that of an ethereal being. She exuded an air of aloof nobility, reminiscent of a pristine white lotus, untouched by the impurities of the world. The young eunuch by the door was rendered speechless, nearly forgetting his duty to announce her arrival, as he bit his tongue and called out within, "Is Miss Qingke here? Let me take a look." Before approaching the grand gates of the Hamlin Academy, a voice, aged yet gentle, resonated from within. Without needing to raise her gaze, Lin Qing recognized it as the familiar tone of Master Xinmin, who had recently acquired a prized disciple. In an instant, Lin Qing's face lit up with a sweet smile. "Master, it is I." Alas, Xianmin's tender calm melted his heart. Having never married nor fathered children in his lifetime, he truly cherished Lin Qingke as if she were his own beloved daughter. "Master, are you not serving as an evaluator today? How fortunate to have you welcome Qingke in person." Lin Qing curiously gazed at the Grand Tutor before her. It was already quite late in the day when she had set out, and logically speaking, the judges should have commenced their preparations by now. Upon hearing her thoughts, Xianmin cheerfully provided clarification for his obedient disciple. "One of my colleagues from yesterday's evaluations has matters to attend to at home. Hence the palace has sent Minister Han to take his place. I came out to greet him and happened to run into you." Lin Qing nodded with a smile, yet her heart stirred with a hint of unease at the mention of this name. Han Mingyao's father? How could a sudden change occur without reason? Could it possibly be? Could it be the influence of the second prince's faction? Lin Qingke pondered thoughtfully, the image of Lin Muxuan's confident demeanor from yesterday vividly resurfacing in her mind. She knew well the depth of knowledge Lin Muxuan possessed, far surpassing even that of Xiuye Ran, let alone her own. Thus, her demeanor surely indicated that someone had paved the way for her. It seemed that Xu Zhangshun could no longer remain idle. After all, he had fallen under the suspicions of Emperor Huiyan and was no longer favored. Should Lin Muxuan secure the position of princess, it would undoubtedly serve him well. Nevertheless, come what may, the title of princess shall undoubtedly belong to Lin Qingke. "Master, please wait here for Lord Han. Qing may enter first to prepare for the competition." Lin Qingke was now burning with impatience to see what Lin Muxuan was up to at this very moment. Without bothering to exchange further pleasantries with Xian Min, she hastily gathered her skirts and hurried into the courtyard. Ah, make your preparations well. Xian Min watched the skipping figure recede into the distance with a smile as tender as a doting father's. No sooner had Lin Qingke stepped into the inner chamber than a young eunuch approached in haste, bearing a wooden box. "Miss Lin, you've arrived at last. You're the only one left who hasn't drawn a lot." "Draw a lot?" Lin Qingke frowned in puzzlement, her gaze settling on the competition instructions behind the eunuch. Inside the wooden box lay 4 types of slips representing poetry, lyrics, odes, and prose. One was to compose a piece in whichever form they drew. Understanding dawned upon her. She reached into the box to draw her slip, only to unexpectedly touch 2 folded pieces of paper. Why are there 2 left? Is someone else yet to arrive? The young eunuch looked equally perplexed. 1 slip per person, Mississippi. All the other young ladies have already drawn theirs and gone to the preparation room. Only you just arrived. Perhaps the one who placed the slips accidentally added an extra. Lin Qingke, however, was unconvinced. Staring at the 2 identical ode slips in her hand, clarity gradually sharpened in her eyes. A cold smirk curled her lips as a faint thought crossed her mind. It seemed someone intended to cheat, but carelessly left traces behind. No matter. Since both are owed, I shall take them both. A nascent plan began to take shape in Lin Qingke's mind. This time, she would see how her witless half-sister intended to respond. The competition proceeded in the same groupings as the day before. By the time Lin Qingke entered the preparation room, the first group had already concluded their match. "Sister, you finally arrived." Upon seeing Lin Qingke enter, Lin Muxuan wore a saccharine smile, holding a cup of tea as she glided forward with feigned warmth. The carriage ride was rough. "Sister must be parched after just arriving. Muxuan prepared this especially for you." Her voice dripped with honeyed sweetness, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of urgency. Lin Qingke nearly laughed aloud. Could Lin Muxuan truly be this transparent? Or is she simply devoid of any sense at all? Nearby, Xiuye Ran, who had not forgotten yesterday's humiliation at Lin Muxuan's hands, observed the scene with a darkened gaze. With an air of aristocratic grace, she sauntered over. "Oh, Sister Xian, how thoughtful of you to anticipate my thirst and pour tea for me." Covering her mouth with a delicate laugh, Xiuye Ran snatched the teacup before either could react and downed its contents in one swift motion. "Your intentions are commendable, though even my maids brew better tea than this." Wiping her lips with elegant disdain, her words laced with mockery, she failed to notice the anticipated flush of embarrassment on Lin Muxuan's face. Instead, both Lin Muxuan and Lin Qingke stared at her in stunned disbelief. "You, how dare you drink that tea?" "The tea." Lin Muxuan suddenly came to her senses. Exclaiming in disbelief, as if realizing something amiss, she swallowed her words, casting an indignant glance at Xiuye Ran, her eyes betraying a barely perceptible hint of panic. What was wrong with this tea? It seemed to have been poured without care, utterly flavorless. Xiuye Ran assumed that Lin Muxuan was merely irritated at her for disparaging the tea after drinking it, suppressing the oddity that flickered in her heart. She haughtily shot a sidelong glance at her and returned to her original seat, just as she had arrived. Lin Qingke silently observed this dramatic clash, nearly bursting into laughter, her shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth, her voice trembling with amusement. "Truly, what a splendid gift you have presented to your sister Iran." Her words dripped with meaningful undertones, and Lin Muxuan felt a familiar expression of being seen through wash over her heart racing with confusion as she turned and hurriedly exited. Chapter 44. Her temperament is as exquisite as an orchid, and her talent is fragrant as that of a celestial being. It seems she has gone in search of her companions for assistance in brainstorming ideas. Lin Qingke chuckled with delight. "I'm afraid it's too late now." As expected, the young eunuch by the door intercepted Lin Muxuan's attempted departure with 2 burly guards, seemingly offering earnest persuasion. After a brief altercation between the 2 parties, Lin Muxuan returned crestfallen, her expression betraying bewilderment as she anxiously gazed at Xiuye Ran, who was resting with closed eyes nearby. Lin Qingke reclined comfortably in her seat. Even swinging her legs leisurely, she might as well have been holding a handful of melon seeds to nibble on with relish. Her younger sister was truly adorable, delivering yet another vulnerability right into her hands. If she didn't eliminate her from the competition today, Lin Qingke would reverse her own name. Soon after, a young eunuch arrived, respectfully summoning the final group to participate in the contest. On the way to the examination site, Xiuye appeared unsteady on her feet, her complexion fluctuating. The group moved in rare silence, each member wordless and withdrawn. Those who drew poetry shall compose their essays first. The imperial censor unfolded the parchment in his hand with a serene expression, revealing a single bold character, dream. This would be the theme of today's literary compositions. Poetry and lyrics were to be written first, while rhapsodies and odes, being lengthier, required more time for contemplation. Coincidentally, apart from Lin Qingke, Lin Muxuan, and Xiuye, the rest of the group had drawn either poetry or lyrics. As soon as the imperial censor's voice faded, they lowered their heads in deep thought. Lin Qingke, too, let her mind wander around that single character, and soon, the framework of a rhapsody took shape in her mind. All she needed was brush and paper. While keeping an eye on the competition's progress, she discreetly observed the two beside her. Xiuye was frowning intensely, as if wrestling with her thoughts, only to open her eyes moments later in bewilderment. Her dark, clear eyes brimmed with anxiety and distraction. Lin Qingke's fingers brushed against the extra slip of paper hidden in her sleeve, then flickered toward Lin Muxuan, whose expression betrayed not a trace of concern for the composition. A preposterous suspicion arose in her mind. Minister Han had allied with the second prince and deliberately leaked the topic. And as far as she knew, among the second prince's retinue in her past life, there had been one advisor exceptionally skilled in composing odes, far surpassing even Xiuye, the so-called foremost talent of the capital. That cup of tea, then, had been meant for her. With this unpredictable variable removed, Lin Muxuan could effortlessly claim first place with the advisor's pre-written masterpiece. The realization struck Lin Qingke like a bolt of clarity. Had Lin Muxuan not been so foolish as to leave behind such glaring clues, the scheme would have been flawless. A cold laugh echoed in Lin Qingke's heart. So, in her past life, she had been bested by a woman devoid of strategy, and she had only herself to blame for her own naivety. The poetry and lyrics group concluded. The rhapsody and ode group prepare. The judges commenced deliberations to score the recently presented poetry, while Lin Qingke and others were ushered to separate desks to begin composing their essays. In less time than it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lin Muxuan and Lin Qingke nearly simultaneously laid down their brushes and submitted their works. Meanwhile, Xiuye grew visibly distressed, her sleeves twisted in her sweat-drenched palms as anxiety took hold. Time's up. The young eunuch approached with a tray to collect the works, and upon encountering the exceedingly brief piece by Xiuye, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Xiuye slumped in her seat, disbelief etched upon her face, feeling as though her mind were shrouded in a thick fog, rendering her incapable of composing even a single piece of poetry. The scores for the poetry group were announced, revealing little distinction from previous groups, with most receiving merely 6 points. Let me first examine the literary prowess of Lin Qingke. As the tray was presented, Min eagerly extracted Lin Qingke's work, gathering with others to savor its essence. As they read line by line, the expressions of the judges grew increasingly astonished, particularly Min, whose hand trembled slightly as he held the paper, emitting a guttural sound from his throat. The usually loquacious Grand Tutor found himself momentarily speechless, eventually exclaiming in wonder, "Marvelous!" The Minister of Justice joined in the excitement, and the group fervently discussed the exquisite language of the poem, their faces flushed, even causing their hats to tilt slightly askew. The literary brilliance was unparalleled, destined to be immortalized. The grace was as beautiful as orchids, the talent fragrant as immortals. The pen stirred storms, the poetry moved the spirits. Several venerable officials, all over a century old, rose in applause, their words filled with praise. Gazing at Lin Qingke, as if she were a contemporary literary giant, wishing to send her forth to partake in the imperial examinations. "Miss Lin, Is this truly the essence of your thoughts? Asked Minister Han incredulously, his gaze sweeping over the downcast Lin Muxuan as if questioning her as well. Indeed, a single word of dream encompasses much. It can signify a life of indulgence, or the ideals one strives for throughout a lifetime. It embodies the thoughts of the soul. As a dream, it is pure, devoid of filth, noise, or malevolence. Yet, as an aspiration, no matter how nebulous, it always lurks in the depths of one's heart, preventing tranquility of spirit. Lin Qingke spoke slowly, her cold gaze fixed upon Minister Han, countering, "Why does the minister doubt that this piece is my own creation? To ensure fairness, I request that everyone articulate the meaning of their works as I have." Upon meeting her gaze, Minister Han broke into a cold sweat. He had never anticipated being so intimidated by a younger generation. Hadn't he, the second prince, assured him that he would manage the Lin family's eldest daughter? His only task was to award high marks to the second daughter. Yet how could Lin Qingke's work be so exceptionally gifted, rendering even the piece prepared for Lin Muxuan utterly inferior? Hearing this, Lin Muxuan panicked. She had merely memorized the song, aware of its ornate language and eloquent thoughts, yet completely oblivious to its deeper meaning. What Qingke says is reasonable. We must not show favoritism. I shall also give Qingke a perfect score, Xian Min declared passionately, waving his hand with fervor, tears glistening in his eyes as if he had discovered a treasure of the world. I too give 10 points. So do I. After a round of evaluations, Lin Qingke once again achieved a flawless score, effortlessly securing the first position, prompting even Minister Han to concede that it is indeed a rare masterpiece in this world. Your Excellency, the Grand Tutor, and the esteemed censor. Shall we now turn our attention to my sister's composition? Lin Qing revealed a seemingly innocent smile as she gazed at the flustered Lin Muxuan. The delight within her heart swelled continuously, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to tear away the hypocritical facade of Lin Muxuan. Chapter 45, Absurdity. Now, let us turn our attention to the works of the other two individuals. Xian Min, with a cheerful demeanor, picked up Lin Muxian's piece. After a brief glance, his expression shifted subtly as he cast a cryptic look at the pallid Lin Muxian, furrowing his brow as he continued reading. Could this be Iran's writing? The grand historian suddenly caught sight of the half-finished Xian paper, his gaze fixated on his daughter, who appeared to be in a daze. His lips trembled uncontrollably, as if rooted to the spot. Iran, do tell me, is this the article you just composed? Swallowing hard, the grand historian inquired with a hoarse voice. Zhou Iran, filled with panic and trepidation, lowered her head, afraid to meet her father's disappointed gaze. She stood there, nervously parting her lips, her mouth moving in a silent struggle to articulate a single word. She was at a loss, her mind clouded, holding the pen, yet unable to write. Normally, such compositions flowed effortlessly from her pen. After a long pause, she whimpered, "I'm sorry, father. I do not know." Onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of surprise and gossip. Wasn't it claimed that Miss Zhou was the foremost talent in the capital? How could she falter in her writing? Was her previous display merely an act? Overwhelmed by their murmurs, Zhou Iran could no longer bear it. With a piercing scream, she covered her ears and fled. The grand historian's countenance darkened as he stumbled back into his chair, unable to comprehend why his typically elegant and articulate daughter had devolved into such a state today. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Qingke silently shook her head, inwardly sighing. To be candid, had it not been for her, Zhou Iran would not have consumed the spiked tea. Perhaps she should have seized the opportunity to reveal the tea's secret to Zhou Iran. At that moment, both Zhou Iran and Lin Muxian would have captured the audience's intrigue far more effectively. Lin Qingke, calculating her own devious schemes, couldn't help but smirk at the prospect of achieving two objectives with one action. As she recalled the matter at hand, she composed her expression, suppressing the excited flurry of thoughts that danced within her mind. Amidst the tension, the stern voice of the Grand Tutor resonated. "Miss Lin, please elucidate the essence of your article." Upon hearing this, Lin Muxian trembled in fear, her expression fraught with anxiety, on the verge of tears. Lin Qingke, maintaining her composure, remarked, "Sister, why are you so distressed? If it is your own creation, how could you not know how to articulate it?" At her words, the others nodded in agreement, their gazes scrutinizing Lin Muxian, who remained at a loss for words. My article is about dreams," she finally stammered, her lips moving as if to bolster her courage. She proclaimed loudly, "The theme revolves around the concept of dreams, apart from dreams. What else could a mere aide possibly write about?" Suddenly, Xian Min's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he forcefully slammed his hand on the table, producing a resounding noise. He bellowed, "Say that again. What is this article about?" Having encountered countless disheartened students in his lifetime, he harbored a profound disdain for those who resorted to deception, especially in academia. The bystanders were taken aback by the fury of the 2 generations of imperial educators. Not to mention Lin Muxian. She trembled violently and fell to her knees, incessantly justifying herself. I was merely exhausted from writing and couldn't recall at the moment. Please, Your Excellency, grant me a little more time, and I will certainly remember. Absurd. Xian Min was clearly enraged, forcefully casting the Xin paper he held onto the ground, his murky eyes ablaze with fury, his chest heaving violently. The content of this article was indeed blasphemous. Lin Qingke hurried over to support the elderly man, her gaze sweeping over the text on the floor, her expression shifting dramatically as she found Lin Muxian's folly amusing. How audacious it was to write about matters of state in a public competition. It seemed the advisor could no longer tolerate the Emperor Huiyan's superstitious tendencies and had taken the opportunity to mock him through the word dream. Little did they know, Lin Muxian had not even comprehended the meaning, simply transcribing it verbatim, which explained Xian Min's fury. Lin Qingke retrieved a note concealed in her sleeve, regarding Lin Muxian with a knowing smile. "Sister, do you know what this is? Is this not the drawing paper for the competition? Why does the eldest daughter of the Lin family possess 2? The quick-witted little girl suddenly spoke up, prompting the person she addressed to swiftly cover her mouth, smiling apologetically as she bowed her head. Lin Qingke chuckled lightly. "Indeed, why do I have 2 of these drawing papers? Surely, you are well aware, Muxian." Lin Muxian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that little wretch possess such a thing? If the matter were to be revealed, her brother Qin's grand scheme would be thwarted. Like a fish on a chopping board, she struggled to rise and lunge toward Lin Qingke in an attempt to snatch the paper from her hands. Lin Qingke swiftly drew her gleaming star-scar sword, positioning it defensively before her, her smile akin to that of a bloodthirsty demon. "Sister, have you forgotten about this sword?" The recent torment she had endured at Lin Qingke's hands flashed vividly in Lin Muxian's mind, causing her to lose all courage. Disheveled and despairing, she sank to the ground. Gradually sheathed, Lin Qingke raised the drawing paper in her hand for all to see. In this competition, each participant receives 1 paper, and, as the last to enter, I found 2 remaining in the box, which struck me as peculiar, so I kept it with me. With a meaningful glance at the crumpled Lin Muxian, she derisively continued, "It truly is strange. I did not expect that not only was there cheating, but it also involved such a treasonous article. If anyone doubts this, we can summon 2 matrons to inspect whether Lin Muxian's drawing paper is indeed a counterfeit." Xian Min gestured with his eyes to the young eunuch behind him, instructing him to summon 2 matronly servants for a search. Before long, the robust women returned, having discovered a slip of paper inscribed with lyrics from Lin Muxian. They presented it before the assembly. Indeed, it was distinct. The quality of the paper was unlike any other, not to mention the handwriting upon it. One person exclaimed in astonishment, and the surrounding crowd soon grasped the implication, directing scornful glares at Lin Muxian like a hail of arrows. Lin Qingke, satisfied, curled his lips into a smirk, seizing the moment to stoke the flames of indignation. How could a woman of such questionable character possibly be regarded as the divine maiden of our great Qi? Chapter 46. We must pursue our ambitions. Indeed, such individuals are unworthy of competition eligibility. Disqualify them. Disqualify them. The crowd, spurred on by Lin Qingke's fervor, became increasingly agitated, fervently waving their arms in protest. Lin Muxian, overwhelmed by panic, scrambled towards Min, her hands and feet working in desperation, as she cried out in anguish, "Grand Tutor! Xin Grand Tutor! I cannot lose this opportunity to compete. The title of princess must be mine." Just as she reached for a corner of Xin Min's garment, she was halted in her tracks by the starry scar sword, paralyzed by fear. This reminiscent scene further incited Lin Muxuan, her expression twisting into a snarl as she lunged at Lin Qingke, baring her teeth in fury. "It's all your fault, you little wretch. You shall pay." As soon as the words left her lips, a resounding thud echoed as Lin Muxuan was sent flying by a kick from Lin Qingke, crashing heavily against a nearby stone pillar. With a gasp, she spewed forth blood and clung to the ground, gasping for breath. The crowd was taken aback by Lin Muxuan's actions, and Lin Qingke herself was startled, her body reacting instinctively to kick Lin Muxuan away before she could comprehend the situation. Such audacity! To attempt to harm someone right before my eyes. Xian Min, the elderly tutor, fumed with rage, his trembling finger pointing accusatorily at the prostrate Lin Muxuan. "I shall report this to the emperor." The second miss of the Lin family displays a lack of virtue. Not only did she cheat, but she also deliberately harmed another. She is unworthy of competition eligibility. While he spoke, he patted Lin Qingke's hand in a gesture of comfort, swiftly turning to regard his precious disciple with a pained expression. "Our Qingke must be terrified, isn't she?" Lin Qingke, who had nearly sent Lin Muxuan crashing into the stone pillar, coughed lightly, feeling somewhat bashful. "I am fine, master, as long as you do not let this anger affect you." Warmth filled Xian Min's heart at his obedient disciple's concern, and his gaze softened toward her, wishing to immediately seek reparation for her. "I shall first go to the palace. You return to your residence and inform your father." A smile graced Lin Qingke's lips as she cheerfully acquiesced, her heart blooming with joy. She was eager to see how Chu Zhongshan would manage to regain favor before the already distrustful Emperor Huyan without Lin Muxuan as leverage. "Miss, both Qingzhu and I have heard. You achieved full marks for 2 consecutive days." Upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence, Lin Qingke was met with an exuberant outburst from Hong Feng, who rushed over, her excitement palpable. Covering her ears, Lin Qingke chuckled helplessly as the little girl approached with a beaming smile, her round eyes sparkling and her teeth gleaming. "Miss, you are truly outstanding. Is this the sole reason for your elation?" Lin Qingke asked, her expression skeptical, sensing that the little maid harbored ulterior motives. To her surprise, Hong Feng indeed revealed her intentions, playfully sticking out her tongue and glancing shyly at Qingzhu, who stood behind her. Qingzhu, seeing the exchange, stepped forward, handing Lin Qingke a letter. "This is a letter delivered today by Lord Silence, originating from His Highness the Wise King." Indeed, as she anticipated, Lin Qing's heart surged with sweet delight, and she cast a playful glance at the excited Hong Feng beside her. "If there is joy to be found, it is mine to cherish. Why do you share in this exuberance?" While speaking, she treasured the letter as if it were a precious gem, tucking it into her bosom. Upon hearing this, Hong Feng shuddered slightly, a smile of reminiscence gracing her face. Does the young lady, who often indulges in romantic tales of lovers ultimately united, not feel an involuntary joy? The crimson maple evokes such a sentiment when I see you and His Royal Highness, Prince Rue. With that said, Lin Qing has come to understand. This little girl is quietly reveling in the sweetness of her bond with Chu Beiwei. "Oh, you," gently pressing her fingers against Hong Feng's smooth forehead. A delicate blush tinted her cheeks, her eyes softening with a maidenly tenderness. Observing their young mistress in such a state, Qingzhu and Hong Feng exchanged a knowing glance. Having attended Lin Qingke for over a decade, never had they witnessed her so enamored with a gentleman. "Inform father and mother that I shall join them shortly to discuss certain matters," Lin Qingke urged, eager to dismiss the prying eyes around her. Unable to contain her joy, she hastened indoors, carefully unfolding the letter. The envelope, bearing traces of distant frontier winds and sands, carried with it the essence of that faraway land. Unbidden, the memory of the man's final moments in her past life surfaced, his solemn figure collapsing silently upon the frigid, unyielding borderlands. A bittersweet ache swelled in her chest as Chu Buyue's gentle gaze flashed across her mind, and in that instant, her longing for him crested like a tide. Drawing a steadying breath, Lin Qingke composed herself and began to read, "Kur, how have you been faring of late?" The opening line left Lin Qing with glistening eyes, as the gentle voice of the man seemed to linger beside her, tears shimmering in her gaze. "Today, the situation at the border is favorable. I foresee that it will not be long before I can return to the capital." "That is reassuring. Chu Beiyue, take good care of yourself. Safety is of utmost importance. I have heard that Emperor Huiyin is considering selecting a divine maiden from the princesses. Then my cur must be in first place." "Indeed, Chu Beiyue, I have achieved perfect scores for 2 consecutive days, leaving the rest far behind. I deeply miss you here, Kur. Once matters are resolved, I shall promptly return to Beijing to see you." "All right, Chu Beiyue, I miss you dearly as well. We promise to reunite swiftly." Lin Qingke silently recited her innermost feelings, her lips involuntarily responding, as if such words could bridge the distance between her and the man, momentarily alleviating the intense longing within her heart. The letter was even dampened by her tears, the elegant ink strokes blurred, creating a poignant canvas entitled Longing. Lin Qingke sat dazed by the bedside, her mind consumed with thoughts of Chu Beiyue. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she had never before experienced such a heart-wrenching sensation, even contemplating recklessly journeying to the frontier to find him. "Lin Qingke, you must grow strong to protect all those you hold dear." After a brief pause, Lin Qingke neatly folded the letter and placed it in the small box beside her bed, securely alongside the jade pendant, burying it deep within her heart. "Prince, when you return, I shall present to you my first-place achievement." After a moment of self-encouragement, Lin Qingke transformed back into an indomitable hero. "Being consumed by love will lead to nothing but failure. We must pursue our ambitions. The title of princess must be secured. Surely, the expressions on Chu Zhangshun and Lin Muxuan's faces will be quite remarkable then." Clenching her small fist, Lin Qingke held the signed paper she had brought back from the Hamlin Academy in her hand and made her way to the front courtyard in search of her parents. Chapter 47. A fit of rage. Before even approaching the front courtyard where her parents resided, the clamor of clashing metal and raucous voices drifted from the main gate. "Is Chancellor Lin present? This old servant comes bearing His Majesty's decree to inform you of certain matters." Wang Fu stood at the entrance of the estate, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile, despite his mission to apprehend someone. "To what do we owe the honor of your visit, Eunuch Wang?" "My father is resting in the courtyard and will join us shortly." Lin Qingke approached unhurriedly, her expression composed as she regarded Wang Fu and the small contingent of imperial guards behind him. "Ah, Miss Lin, you are now His Majesty's most favored one." Upon seeing Lin Qingke, Wang Fu's smile widened, and he scurried forward with mincing steps. "Indeed, His Majesty heard you were wronged and specially dispatched a squad of imperial guards to arrest the culprit." "TCH, I don't believe it." Lin Qingke curled her lips into a perfunctory smile. "Eunuch Wang flatters me too much. Such a grand gesture is hardly warranted for someone like me." "Ah, Miss Lin, don't belittle yourself." Wang Fu's exaggerated exclamation was abruptly cut off by Chancellor Lin's anxious voice as he hurried over. "What brings you here, Eunuch Wang? Has my daughter committed some offense to incur His Majesty's displeasure?" Lin Zhong rushed forward, pulling Lin Qingke protectively behind him, his demeanor bristling with indignation, like a mother hen shielding her chick. "Father, Lin Qingke's explanation was interrupted by Wang Fu's startled shriek. How could Miss Lin possibly err when she enjoys such imperial favor? Lin Zhong exhaled in relief, loosening his grip on his daughter's wrist and patting his chest to calm himself. Good, as long as nothing's amiss." Still beaming, Wang Fu rubbed his rotund belly before dropping another bombshell on the recovering Lin Zhong. "It's not the eldest young miss, it's the second young miss. His Majesty has ordered her arrest." Lin Zhong's relieved breath caught in his throat, his face twisting in shock. "What did you say?" "Lin Qingke. During today's selection, the second young miss of the Lin family took some improper shortcuts. His Majesty declared that this concerns the divine maiden and affects the nation's fortune." In his fury, he dispatched this old servant to apprehend her. Wang Fu spread his hands helplessly. "Chancellor, please don't make this difficult for me." Lin Zhong turned to Lin Qingke in stunned disbelief, seeking confirmation. "Is this true? Did your sister truly cheat in the examination?" Lin Qingke nodded, handing the marked slip to her father. She forged a selection slip and submitted a pre-written essay by someone else. The grand tutor exposed her. That wretch. When will she ever learn? Lin Zhong's rage erupted like a storm, his brows nearly standing on end as his face darkened with fury. Yet Lin Qingke couldn't fathom Emperor Huiyan's intentions. Lin Muxuan had already been taken to the palace with the grand tutor. Why send guards to arrest her now? Unless, as Wang Fu claimed, she truly had become His Majesty's favored one, and this was all an elaborate performance to flatter her. Lin Qingke was utterly perplexed. In her previous life, she had scarcely crossed paths with Emperor Huiyan. Apart from a vague awareness of his superstitions, she knew almost nothing about him. Has Lord Wang forgotten? My naive younger sister was taken to the palace by my master early on, wasn't she? Lin Qingke spoke softly, keenly observing Wang Fu's reaction. Wang Fu appeared astonished, scratching his head in confusion. Could it be that Master Xin has yet to report this to His Majesty, and the old servant has arrived prematurely? Noticing his theatrical demeanor, Lin Qingke discerned that he was merely acting. Indeed, our emperor mentioned that when he finds the time, he would invite Miss Lin to the palace for tea. Ah, so the emperor was truly seeking to appease her. Lin Qingke mused with a cold smile. When she saved the emperor in the past, he had shown little excitement. Yet now, over a mere divination, he sought to flatter her as if she were a divine being. However, she maintained a composed and distant smile, acknowledging, "Please convey my regards to His Majesty, and thank him for his kindness." Wang Fu, realizing that Lin Qingke understood his insinuation, left in satisfaction, clutching his belly. "Is your sister really in the palace now, possibly even taken to the Dali Temple?" Lin Qingxiang asked, still doubting. His heart filled with hope as he gazed at Lin Qingke, yearning for a denial. "Father, you know how much the emperor trusts the notion of a divine maiden. Given Lin Muxuan's deceit in this matter, His Majesty will undoubtedly be furious." Lin Muxuan had always been adept at masquerading at home, resembling a pure and innocent flower. And even Lin Qingke had been thoroughly deceived by her in her previous life. How much more so for Lin Qingxiang, a father who cherished his family. Seeing the somber expression on her father's face, Lin Qingke gently reassured him, "Perhaps after some time, when you plead for leniency, Muxuan might be able to return." However, Lin Qingke silently pondered whether Lin Muxuan could remain docile until then. After this incident, she would likely face significant trials from Zhou Ran, especially since she hadn't severed ties with Chu Zhengchen. Alas, this ungrateful child, it is my failure in raising her. She appears delicate, yet harbors such wicked thoughts. Lin Qingxiang sighed deeply, covering his heart with a look of anguish. How can it be my failure in raising her? Am I not here? Is Qingke not also my daughter? Seeing that logical consolation was ineffective, Lin Qingke altered her approach, pouting and leaning against her father's shoulder, playfully acting spoiled. Both competitions yesterday and today, I secured first place. A fleeting look of helplessness crossed Lin Zhong's face, quickly followed by an expression of deep affection and pride. Of course, I am aware that you excelled in the contests. Even when I stepped out to purchase something, people came to praise you. Really? Then tonight, I want to eat the osmanthus cake from that pastry shop near the palace. Send someone to fetch it. Lin Qingke seized the opportunity to voice her desires. After passing the pastry shop several times, the delightful aroma nearly enveloped her carriage. Yet each time, she was preoccupied with pressing matters that precluded her from indulging. Very well. She longed for anything her heart desired. She yearned for the sweet rice balls lovingly crafted by her mother. Observing her father, who seemed to have forgotten about Lin Muxuan, his face adorned with joy and pride, she couldn't help but climb higher on the metaphorical ladder of her aspirations. Splendid. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the father and daughter strolled hand in hand, radiating warmth and harmony as they made their way into the house. Chapter 48. No good fruits to reap early the following morning. The streets and alleys buzzed with intriguing tales from the recent poetry competition. Have you heard? The eldest daughter of the Lin family has secured first place for 2 consecutive days, and rumor has it, she achieved a perfect score. Not only did she claim the top spot, but she also outperformed the second place by a significant margin. Yet, her younger sister resorted to such despicable tactics. Indeed, it would be dreadful if the goddess's arrival were delayed. Isn't she endangering us all? Moreover, our city's foremost talented woman was said to have been unable to compose a single piece in front of a large audience yesterday. The crowd sighed in collective disappointment. Some even pulled out peanuts from their pockets, gossiping while shelling the nuts. In an instant, the reputations of the Lin sisters transformed. One exalted as a celestial being, while the other was scorned as a street rat, detrimental to the nation's fortune. Even Xiuye Ran was whispered to be a true simpleton, unable to recognize a single character, casting her title as the capital's #1 talented woman into jeopardy. Miss, there is a young lad outside, seeking an audience. His attire does not reveal his master. A trembling maid from the Yusher mansion approached Xiuye Ran's door, nervously reporting. Ever since the events of yesterday spread, their usually graceful and dignified mistress seemed to have transformed overnight, shattering countless items within her quarters. He claims, she faltered, not hearing a response. The maid continued with trepidation. He claims to know the truth of yesterday. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a wan visage. Xiuye Ran seized the maid's garment. Her expression bordering on madness. What did the lad say? The maid, nearly in tears from fright, stammered with fear. He said he knows the truth of yesterday. Quickly, invite him in. Xiuye Ran let out a chilling laugh, her countenance dark. She sent something amiss yesterday. A mere article she could typically write with ease had eluded her during such a crucial moment. Clearly, someone was scheming against her. She was now drowning in rumors, nearly unable to step outside. The almost negligible score she received yesterday stripped her of any dignity to participate in the competition, leaving her to cower at home, not daring to venture beyond her threshold. Your servant greets Miss Xiuye. The lad, invited in, stood nervously at the threshold, bewildered by the disarray of the room. Who are you? What truth do you know about yesterday? Xiuye Ran demanded impatiently, her voice sharp. Should you dare to deceive me, this day next year will mark your demise. The lad instantly fell to his knees, panic-stricken, bowing repeatedly as he pleaded, Miss Xiuye, spare me. I swear, I speak only the truth. There is not a hint of deceit. Xiuye Ran nodded lightly, gesturing for him to rise. Speak. The lad scrambled to his feet, quaking with apprehension as he began to narrate his tale with fervor. I am but a humble sweeper in the Hamlin Academy. On the day of the competition, I was in the inner courtyard and witnessed everything clearly. I saw with my own eyes the second Miss Lin pour a packet of powder into a teacup and serve it to the eldest Miss Lin. But then you, my lady, took it and drank it instead. The servant's voice grew fainter, fearing Lady Xiuye Ran might redirect her fury onto him. Crash! An exquisite teacup was hurled violently to the ground, shattering into countless tiny fragments. That wretched little viper. I overestimated her before. She truly has no brains at all. Xiuye Ran's face twisted with rage, her nails digging deep into her palms. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she cast a suspicious glance at the kneeling servant. Why would you be so kind as to come and tell me this? Hearing this, the servant feigned hesitation, his voice now even softer, like the hum of a mosquito. I have always admired Lady Xiuye, believing you to be the undisputed top talent of the capital. At this point, his expression turned indignant. But these past 2 days, rumors have spread throughout the capital, slandering your character. It angered me greatly. That's why He cautiously lifted his gaze to observe Xiuye Ran's reaction. Sure enough, he caught a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. I see. Thank you for today. Go to the gatekeeper and collect your reward. Her vanity thoroughly appeased, Xiuye Ran's mood lightened slightly after days of gloom. She dismissed the servant with a gracious smile before instructing her maids to prepare her attire and a carriage. Gulme, let us visit the prison of the Supreme Court and see how dear Sister Xian is faring. The servant hunched his shoulders and scurried out of the censor's residence. Once safely away from prying eyes, he straightened, shedding all pretense of timidity. "Greetings, young pavilion master. As you instructed, the lady of Zhou household took the bait. She is now preparing her carriage for the Supreme Court." Lin Qingke leaned lazily against the wall, idly toying with the token of the Xiuye Pavilion. A satisfied smirk curled her lips. Truly, evil begets evil. Zhou Yiran may seem amiable, but who knows what darkness lurks in her heart? With her harboring such resentment, Lin Muxuan is in for a world of suffering. "Well done. Return to the pavilion and claim your reward. Say it is by my order." "Yes." This subordinate takes his leave. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man, once playing the role of a meek servant, vanished over the rooftops with effortless agility. Lin Qingke, too, summoned her lightness skill and soared toward the outskirts of the capital, where the archery competition was to be held. Were it not for the event, she would have gladly joined the visit to the Supreme Court to see her dear younger sister. "Supreme Court, prison, release me. Release me at once. Do you know who my father is?" "He is Chancellor Lin." Lin Muxuan, disheveled and frantic, pounded on the prison bars as thick as an infant's arm. Gone was her usual delicate, lily-white demeanor. Now she resembled nothing short of a madwoman. A Chancellor's daughter, you say? Once thrown into the Supreme Court's dungeons. Even the Chancellor himself, one tea save you. A prison guard held a plate of spoiled greens and a steamed bun mixed with sand, sneering as he gazed through the iron bars at the struggling Lin Muxuan. With a voice dripping with sarcasm, he remarked, "If you continue to make such a ruckus, the higher-ups might decree that you are to be deprived of food altogether." No sooner had he uttered these words than a sharp female voice interjected. "Well then, let's not feed her today. A bit of hunger will surely soften even the hardest of bones." The speaker was none other than Zhou Yiran. A young maid accompanying her displayed the inspector's token, causing the guard to instantly alter his demeanor, bowing and scraping as he said, "I have the honor of meeting Miss Zhou. May I inquire what brings you here?" Chapter 49. The frightened horse with a cold smirk, Zhou Yiran declared, "I have come to see my pitiable sister Xian to observe how she fares in this dungeon of the Dali Temple." The jailer, momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believed that Zhou Yiran was there to advocate for Lin Muxuan. Just as he was about to kneel in a flurry of desperation, he beheld the rumored gentle and virtuous Miss Zhou donning a chilling smile, boldly seating herself upon a nearby chair, devoid of any intent to plead on Lin Muxuan's behalf. "Miss Zhou, does the esteemed censor have any instructions?" The jailer inquired, perplexed and hesitant, unable to fathom what a delicate lady could possibly want in a dungeon if not to intercede for her dear friend. Zhou Yiran offered the jailer a seemingly innocent smile. Yet a subtle peculiarity could be discerned in the nuances of her expression. "I have come to engage in conversation with Sister Xian. Might you kindly excuse yourself for a moment? I shall take my leave once the time is right." Having toiled in such a dismal place, where women were a rare sight for weeks on end, the jailer couldn't help but feel entranced by the request of a beautiful noblewoman. "If Miss Zhou wishes to reminisce with Miss Lin, I shall withdraw and not intrude further." Suppressing the unease that crept into his mind, the jailer exited with a beaming smile, even kindly shutting the door behind him. "No, jailer, do not leave." Lin Muxuan suddenly sprang up from the floor, clutching the iron bars with desperation, her eyes brimming with a fierce will to survive as she called out towards the door. Earlier, she had implicated Zhou Yiran concerning the music score incident. Although no one believed her claims, it was inevitable that Zhou Yiran would harbor resentment. "Sister Xian, do not exhaust yourself. The sounds from this dungeon cannot reach outside. Soon, you may shout to your heart's content," Zhou Yiran said, slowly advancing to within a step of the iron bars, positioning herself just out of Lin Muxuan's reach, her gaze fixed on her as Lin Muxuan strained to grasp her. In the shadows, a pair of frigid, hate-filled eyes lurked, silently and ominously fixated on the captive, exuding an aura of dread. Under the gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent, Lin Muxuan felt an icy chill envelop her, her body trembling uncontrollably as she collapsed onto the filthy ground. What do you intend to do?" she stammered, retreating in panic while desperately calling out, "I merely implicated you in the matter of the music score. Besides, no one believes my words. Why must you be so petty?" Hearing this, the rage that blinded Zhou Yiran intensified. How dare this wretched girl invoke that incident? Indeed. Ha ha. No one believed your ludicrous claims to begin with. Xiuye Ran's face twisted into a maniacal grin as she glared menacingly at the terrified Lin Muxuan, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. However, after you consumed that cup of tea, the people of the capital shall now believe. Upon hearing this, Lin Muxuan's pupils dilated in fear, and true terror gripped her as her lips quivered, struggling to utter fragmented phrases. How do you know? That tea was not prepared for you. Who would have guessed you would suddenly take it to drink? Lin Muxuan's voice trembled with increasing guilt as she rolled and crawled to the innermost part of the cell, retreating to a corner where there was no escape, anxiously rubbing against the grimy wall. Ha! How adept at turning the tables you are. Xiuye Ran seemed to have suddenly calmed, murmuring softly, no longer engaging in verbal sparring with Lin Muxuan, but returning to lean against her chair. Bring in the instruments of torture, use needles, and try not to let others see. With a composed gesture, she signaled the two burly women behind her, who rolled up their sleeves and entered the cell, dragging the still-crying Lin Muxuan to a spacious area. They roughly stripped her of her clothing and, seizing the slender silver needle in hand, plunged it down with ferocity. Ah! Lin Muxuan let out a piercing scream, thrashing like a dying animal, her mouth spewing curses. Xiuye Ran, how dare you? Ah! I will ensure your demise in the future. Hypocritical white lotus. Ah! In the end, your title as princess is lost too. We are the same. Ah! Unexpectedly, Lin Muxuan remained defiant even at this moment, igniting Xiuye Ran's fury, who, successfully provoked, signaled the women to continue their torment. The chilling screams echoed relentlessly in the vast dungeon, occasionally accompanied by a woman's hysterical shouts and curses, sending shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, at the suburban racetrack, under the bright sun and clear skies, Lin Qingke leisurely rode her horse, awaiting her entrance for the evaluation. With two vile faces absent from today as competition, Lin Qingke felt as though the air had become fresher, the grass greener, and the flowers more vibrant. She wondered what Lin Muxuan might be feeling at that moment. Gently stroking her steed's smooth, soft back, Lin Qingke's thoughts danced lightly. Although she had taught Lin Muxuan a lesson through Xiuye Ran's hand, it was still insufficient. The distance to the tragic fate of her past life remained far too great. She must also tear apart Chu Zhengchen, leaving that pair of wretched souls devoid of hope, allowing them to languish in despair until they slowly perish. Just as she contemplated this, a voice, oily and insincere, reached Lin Qingke's ears. Miss Lin, we meet again. Is my utmost honor. The owner of that voice, even in ashes, she would recognize. Lin Qingke turned her back and rolled her eyes dramatically. Honor indeed. To know me. You truly are fortunate. Miss Lin, why do you not converse with me? The voice grew nearer, accompanied by the rustle of fabric and the faint whisper of wind. Fearing the shamelessness of the second prince might lead to unwelcome advances, Lin Qingke abruptly tugged on the reins, turning her strong horse entirely around. Startled, the horse reared, its powerful hind legs kicking up, and its tail flew high before striking down hard against Chu Zhengchen. Chu Zhengchen, still recovering from severe injury, was struck forcefully on the chest by a powerful horse's tail, instantly turning his face pale and causing his body to sway precariously, almost losing his balance. Lin Qingke appeared to have just noticed him, her small mouth covering in surprise, a perfect blend of astonishment and guilt gracing her countenance. Your Highness the Second Prince, when did you arrive? As he spoke, he gently guided the horse in a slow circle around Chu Zhengchen, who was clutching his chest and gasping in pain. Once the horse calmed down, its fluffy tail swayed leisurely, provoking a grimace from Chu Zhengchen. Your Highness, the Second Prince, what troubles you? Why does your complexion appear so haggard and pale? Is it because the wounds from the last time have yet to heal? Upon hearing these words, Chu Zhengchen felt an overwhelming urge to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Yet, confronted by the innocent expression of Lin Qingke, he found it difficult to unleash his frustration. He could only conceal the anguish etched upon his face, adopting a facade of moral righteousness. Though his voice trembled with underlying pain, it was of no consequence. Indeed, The wound had yet to heal completely. Chapter 50. How amusing to tease the monkey. Though his wounds had yet to fully heal, the crown prince insisted on venturing out instead of resting properly in his residence. Was this not a blatant disregard for his own well-being? Lin Qingke gazed at Chu Zhongshan with an expression of concern, though the sentiments of the little figure in her heart ran entirely contrary to the words that left her lips. Screaming inwardly, "Why don't you just rot in your manor? What are you doing prancing around out here? Truly, the wicked live 1,000 years." Her face still adorned with a gentle smile, she inquired, "Your Highness, can you still stand? Shall I summon someone to assist you?" Chu Zhongshan observed Lin Qingke, who spoke such considerate words, yet remained firmly atop her horse without the slightest intention of dismounting. A surge of fury ignited within him, and a warm, damp sensation spread across his chest. His wound had torn open anew. Just as he prepared to unleash his wrath, he suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit. Suppressing his discomfort, he forced his pallid face into an expression of serene indifference and replied, "I am quite well. There is no need for your concern, Miss Lin. I have come here today specifically to seek you out." Lin Qingke gave a light tug on the reins, guiding her steed closer to Chu Zhongshan. The horse's humid breath sprayed against his face, carrying with it the pungent stench of livestock. Watching as Chu Zhongshan recoiled, forced to retreat under the assault of the beast's exhalations, Lin Qingke felt a ripple of delight. She lounged leisurely in her saddle, gazing down at him from her lofty perch. "Your Highness sought me out specifically? Could it be you wish to inquire after my younger sister's well-being?" Chu Zhongshan's heart lurched. The incident during the spring hunt had been meticulously concealed. Though he had lost Emperor Hui's favor, at the very least, his connection with Lin Mushuan remained well protected. How could Lin Qingke possibly know? A mischievous smile played upon Lin Qingke's lips. Taking advantage of the backlight that obscured her expression from Chu Zhongshan's view, she continued to toy with him. "Oh, have I spoken out of turn?" Her voice trailed off deliberately. "My sister harbors secret affections for you, yet here I am, carelessly tearing open the veil of discretion. Your Highness, perhaps it would be best to pretend you never heard such words?" Only then did Chu Zhongshan exhale in relief. The thread linking him to Lin Mushuan could not yet be severed. It might prove useful in the future. It is of no consequence. To earn the admiration of the second Miss Lin is an honor to this prince. Lin Qingke suppressed a scoff. "How modest of you. I bring you honor. She brings you honor. Will you declare an honor to die as well when the time comes?" "Miss Lin," Chu Zhongshan continued, "might I inquire as to your own impressions of me?" Caught mid-thought, Lin Qingke nearly voiced her unfiltered opinions aloud. "How else could I regard your Highness?" She paused. "As nothing more than a two-faced hypocrite, of course. Why, as an exemplary prince, just like your imperial father, noble in appearance, yet capable of anything behind closed doors. Truly, a son worthy of the emperor." If Lin Qingke's eyes did not deceive her, Chu Zhongshan's lips twitched ever so slightly. "Since Miss Lin considers me an exemplary prince," he pressed on, seizing her words as an opening, "might you be inclined to assist me in certain matters? I can grant you whatever your heart desires." Chu Zhongshan spoke with what he believed to be utmost sincerity, even extending such an enticing offer. "Oh, the second prince, what kind of talent does he lack? Why must he seek out a weak woman like me?" Lin Qingke scoffed inwardly. Indeed, in any lifetime, her allure would attract mad dogs. This is precisely because Miss Lin is currently the most promising candidate for the position of County Princess, and I, by chance, require such talent. Chu Zhongshan wore a confident expression, as if certain Lin Qingke would acquiesce, even sporting a smile that suggested success was inevitable. "In that case, all that I possess shall belong to Miss Lin. I believe this condition is quite enticing, is it not?" Lin Qingke nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity of it. "All that you possess is that a mere beggar's offer? Your Highness, as the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, I may one day be a figure of unparalleled nobility, or as the common folk might say, a goddess." Lin Qingke gently brushed her silky hair, exuding an air of languid elegance that rendered her seemingly unattainable. "Pray tell, Your Highness, What unique significance do your possessions hold for me? Her tone bore a hint of lofty pride, effectively placing Chu Zhongshan beneath her, as if the horse beneath him understood the moment and stomped its hoof in agreement. Letting out a neigh. You. Chu Zhongshan's face fluctuated between shades of green and red, rendered speechless by Lin Qingke's words. His eyes widened in fury, contorted in rage, struggling to utter a few words. You truly do not know what is good for you. Lin Qingke, however, did not engage in a war of words, merely feigning innocence as she questioned, "Could it be that your highness believes I spoke incorrectly? Why then, does Qingke provoke such anger in you?" Chu Zhongshan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, unable to pinpoint any error in Lin Qingke's statements. Yet, if he possessed any confidence or the emperor's trust, would he need to grovel before a woman? You are not wrong. Since you are unwilling, this prince shall not force you. Chu Zhongshan gritted his teeth, managing to squeeze out those words. This prince will take his leave. Your highness, wait. Lin Qingke suddenly recalled something and called out to the already retreating Chu Zhongshan. Has Miss Lin perhaps changed her mind? Chu Zhongshan, who had already covered several meters, upon hearing Lin Qingke's voice, disregarded his wounds and hurried back. I forgot to mention that to be appreciated by your highness is indeed an honor for Qingke. Lin Qingke stifled a laugh as she spoke, witnessing Chu Zhongshan's expression shift from hopeful to pale, before he angrily flicked his sleeve and departed. Ah, how amusing it is to tease a monkey! Lin Qingke leaned over her horse, laughing silently. She had never so thoroughly triumphed in a verbal spar, especially against someone like Chu Zhongshan. At the second prince's residence go. Summon Xie Yuan. Summon Xie Yuan. Chu Zhongshan returned to the estate from the tumultuous ride at the outskirts of the capital, his already torn wounds exacerbated, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Greetings, your highness. Xie Yuan was summoned in haste, and, upon seeing Chu Zhongshan's disheveled state, quickly opened his medical kit to tend his wounds. Xie Yuan, when will this injury of mine heal? Chu Zhongshan inquired weakly. This palace has appointed you as the court physician, not merely to indulge in idle leisure. Xie Yuan remained unfazed, fully aware that Chu Zhongshan's words were mere bluster, intended to preserve his dignity. Your highness, throughout the capital, aside from the imperial physicians, I am the only one capable of treating your injury. So why has it not healed after such a long time? Today, upon stepping outside, I felt utterly exhausted and my spirits diminished. What could be the cause of this? Chu Zhongshan's face turned pale, his eyes reflecting total trust as he gazed confoundedly at the divine doctor he had summoned. That is because your highness requires rest and recuperation. The bear's claw has inflicted damage at the very root of your being. However, as long as you continue to take the medicine I prescribed, you will gradually improve. While Xie Yuan adeptly bandaged the wound, he spoke these words with a semblance of confidence, all the while thinking to himself that as long as you continue to take my medicine, you shall remain in a state of malaise. Chapter 51. A test of fate after today's bandaging. Will His Highness be able to walk in 3 days? The archery competition today will determine the final victor. In 3 days hence, the day of the princess's enthronement will arrive. Would he truly wish ill upon the young lady? Xie Yuan, lost in thought and indecision, hesitated before speaking, indicating that the matter would depend on His Highness's recovery. It was too early to say. Chu Zhongshan remained silent for a long while, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips, reminiscent of a viper poised to strike, his tone devoid of inflection. Even if he has not fully recovered. Xie Yuan, you shall devise a plan. I must attend the ceremony in 3 days regardless. The image of Lin Qingke, so haughty and imperious, lingered vividly in his mind, pricking at his senses. A smoldering rage spread within him, and a crude scheme began to take shape in his thoughts. Yes, your highness, Xie Yuan replied with a respectful bow, though alarm bells rang in his mind as he observed the contemplative Chu Zhongshan secretly contemplating sending a message to Lin Qingke shortly. Meanwhile, at the racetrack, Lin Qingke joyfully fed her steed. Little date, you must muster your strength later. Let's fill our bellies first. That last flick of your tail was splendid. Eat a bit more, she said, fervently stuffing grass into the mouth of a chestnut stallion. her eyes radiating a unique affection only a caretaker could possess. "This horse is mine, the chestnut one here." A brazen voice shattered the cheerful atmosphere of feeding, drawing both horse and rideress attention to its source. Han Mingyao sat imperiously in a small sedan chair carried by two men, exuding an air of superiority as she commanded the nearby groom, entirely disregarding Lin Qingke's presence. The groom, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, stammered, "Miss Han, this chestnut horse has already been reserved by Miss Lin." "You see," impatiently, Han Mingyao waved her fan dismissively, casting a glance at Lin Qingke without uttering a word, and continued her tirade against the groom. "Do you not hear my words? I said I want that chestnut horse." Lowering her fan, Han Mingyao regarded the obstinate groom with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, slowly drawing out the long whip she had kept at her waist, her tone growing increasingly menacing. "Or do you wish to experience the sting of my newly crafted whip? Then, Miss Han, do you wish for your newly crafted whip to taste my sword, just as the last one did?" Lin Qingke, having observed the unfolding drama, rose and demanded with a sharp voice. She had initially thought that with Zhou Ran and Lin Mushuan absent from today as competition, she might find some peace. Yet this arrogant young lady had slipped her mind entirely. "You? So it's you, Lin Qingke? How dare you bring up the last incident?" Han Mingyao trembled with rage, recalling how her beloved whip had been severed by Lin Qingke's sword. Now, her new whip, still untested, remained a source of frustration as Lin Qingke dared to use that incident as a threat against her. "Why should I not dare? As the younger sister Han Mingyao, your long whip may perhaps sever my star-scar sword. Then I might indeed falter." Lin Qingke smiled faintly, observing how Han Mingyao was incensed by her mere words, a sneer forming in her heart. One after another they sought her trouble, yet they ought to consider their own merits. They couldn't possibly endure as long as Chu Zhengchen did. Han Mingyao was so enraged that words escaped her, her chest heaving violently, and it took her a moment to regain her composure, defiantly glaring at the horse behind Lin Qingke. "I will have that horse. It must be mine." Lin Qingke had not anticipated such audacity, demanding the exquisite steed she had meticulously chosen without offering any justification. However, she too had invested considerable time taming the horse, affectionately naming it Little Date, certain that Han Mingyao, who could merely wield a whip, would be incapable of taming it. With a teasing smile playing on her lips, Lin Qingke slightly raised her chin, gesturing towards the still frantically nibbling Little Date, and said to Han Mingyao, "Sister, why not give it a try? If it chooses to follow you, then it shall be yours." Stimulated by her nonchalant demeanor, Han Mingyao, disregarding everything, leaped from the palanquin and strode confidently towards the munching horse. "How difficult can this be? Just watch and see. This horse will surely follow me willingly." As she spoke, without caring that Little Date still had a mouthful of fodder, she yanked the reins and swung herself onto its back. Little Date, startled and sensing the absence of its rightful owner, neighed loudly, its hooves thrashing wildly as it attempted to dislodge the intruder. "You beast!" Han Mingyao hooted, one hand gripping the saddle fiercely while the other struggled to tighten the reins. Sensing her movements, Little Date resisted even more vigorously, its front hooves soaring into the air. Han Mingyao, unable to maintain her balance, tumbled off, clinging desperately to the saddle, her form swaying like a pendant on the magnificent steed. "Help! Someone, save me!" Finally, unable to contain herself, Han Mingyao's face turned pale as she cried out. Her cries caught the attention of the patrolling guards, and a small group hastily approached, their expressions shifting in alarm as they prepared to catch her before she was thrown off completely. At last, with a powerful buck, Little Date threw Han Mingyao off, her exhausted body screaming as she was flung into the air. Fortunately, two guards managed to catch her. Lin Qingke watched with crossed arms, clicking her tongue in regret. "The Emperor has arrived." A sharp voice from a eunuch pierced through the air unexpectedly, followed by a weak inquiry. To everyone's astonishment, Emperor Huiyin had personally come to witness the final day's competition. The crowd was taken aback, quickly kneeling in unison. "We pay our respects to the Emperor. Long live the Emperor." Clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, Emperor Huiyin stood at the center, surrounded by attendants. his expression somewhat displeased as his dark gaze swept over the kneeling multitude. Today may indeed be the day of the divine maiden's final arrival. Why do you raise such a commotion here? As his gaze swept over Lin Qingke, a glimmer of light flickered in Emperor Huiyan's eyes, and his tone softened slightly, signaling Wang Fu to assist Lin Qingke to her feet. My lady of the Lin family, do share with us what has transpired. Lin Qingke was respectfully helped up by Wang Fu, her eyes clear and bright, evidently aware that the emperor genuinely regarded her as a divine figure. Why not take advantage of this perception? A hint of fragility adorned her visage as her round eyes turned towards the elevated emperor. In response to your majesty, I have today acquired and tamed a fine steed. However, Miss Han insisted on inquiring about it, so I permitted her to test it. To my astonishment, at this moment, Han Mingyao was also supported over, her legs trembling, unable to stand, her face etched with fear, utterly bewildered as to how she had drawn the emperor's attention. Chapter 52. The Ruby, Your Majesty. I, your humble servant, pay my respects. Han Mingyao, in a state of panic, knelt and bowed, her legs having lost all strength from the fright of the fall, collapsing flat against the ground. You are the daughter of Minister Han? The Emperor of Hin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the disheveled Han Mingyao sprawled before him, his tone imbued with the authority of his station. In response to your majesty, yes, that is correct. Why are you in such disarray? Just moments ago, Qingke mentioned that you were vying for the same horse. What transpired? Upon hearing the emperor address Lin Qingke with such familiarity, Han Mingyao's complexion paled momentarily, a chill coursing through her limbs, rendering her body as rigid as if encased in cement. This implies that the emperor intends to favor Lin Qingke, Han Mingyao thought, her mind racing with indignation. How infuriating! When did Lin Qingke become so favored by the emperor? Beneath the might of royal authority, Han Mingyao, despite her usual arrogance, understood that she must align her words with the emperor's wishes to protect those he favored. In response to your majesty, the young lady, I merely thought that Sister Lin's horse appeared to be a fine steed, a prized blood horse, and wished to give it a try, but alas, my skills were lacking, and I was thrown off. Han Mingyao stammered in her defense, fearful that a single misstep in her words might displease the emperor. Oh, Qingke, what say you? The emperor gestured for a servant to bring forth the horse while casting a gentle gaze upon Lin Qingke, a faint smile gracing his features. Lin Qingke observed the emperor's shifting expressions with quiet intrigue, realizing her standing in his eyes was indeed significant. Casting a glance at the trembling Han Mingyao, now stripped of her earlier bravado, Lin Qingke smirked inwardly. Why not tell the emperor you desire, my little Zhao? No matter if you do not speak. I shall do the talking for you. Your Majesty, I was contemplating selecting a suitable horse for the upcoming archery competition, and fortuitously, I had just set my sights on one, having already tamed it and affectionately named it Little Zhao. Lin Qingke spoke softly, maintaining her delicate persona, feigning distress as she turned her glistening, round eyes towards the emperor. However, when Sister Han suddenly declared her intention for that horse, I was unwilling to part with it. She insisted on taking it from me, and, as the daughter of a minister, I believed in the virtue of yielding. Thus, I offered Little Zhao to her. Yet, who could have known that Little Zhao rejected Sister Han as its master, throwing her off in a fit of temper? At these words, Han Mingyao abruptly turned to glare at the scheming Lin Qingke, disbelief flooding her eyes as she pointed a trembling finger towards her. You! Setting aside the possibility that Lin Qingke could be the favored goddess, merely observing her tearful visage would soften the heart of any man. The emperor's expression darkened, his gaze piercing into Han Mingyao, a heavy silence enveloping the air, radiating an oppressive aura that made her tremble uncontrollably. Your Majesty, spare me. Lin Qingke is lying. She never agreed to give me that horse. She intentionally set me up for humiliation. Han Mingyao was genuinely terrified, for she was confronted by the most esteemed sovereign of the Great Qi. Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into tears, her wails echoing with despair. According to your words, did you truly intend to seize the horse that Qingke had carefully chosen? Emperor Huiyan finally spoke, Although his voice bore a hint of frailty, it nonetheless conveyed an undercurrent of indignation. No. Han Mingyao also recognized the inconsistencies in her words, trembling with fear as she shook her head repeatedly, at a loss for how to defend herself, for the truth remained undeniable. As a daughter of a minister, how could Qing so eloquently embody knowledge, propriety, and a profound understanding of righteousness and integrity, while you, in contrast, display such unreasonableness and arrogance? Emotions surged tumultuously, as Emperor Huiyan's voice rose sharply before he succumbed to 2 hacking coughs, his pallor darkening several shades further. This must stem from Minister Han's failure in paternal instruction. Very well then, Minister Han shall be barred from court for 1 month to properly discipline you at home. Upon hearing these words, Han Mingyao stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. After a prolonged silence, she finally erupted into hysterical pleas for mercy. Your Majesty, spare me. Have mercy upon me, Your Majesty. It is I, the young lady, who has erred. If the Emperor seeks to impose punishment, let it be upon me alone, for my father's honor is in no way involved. Han Mingyao truly began to regret her decision. Not attending court for an entire month was, in essence, coercing her father into relinquishing his authority. Although my father usually dotes on me, this incident cannot simply be brushed aside. It is possible that, after this month, I may no longer hold the title of the esteemed daughter of the minister's residence. Han Mingyao, in a state of terror and helplessness, repeatedly bowed her head before Emperor Huiyan, her pampered forehead striking the coarse ground of the horse arena until blood flowed freely. Coupled with her earlier fall from the horse, she could no longer bear the strain and fainted. Emperor Qin, irritated, briefly closed his eyes and gestured for his attendants to carry the unconscious Han Mingyao away. When he opened his eyes to gaze upon Lin Qingke, his expression returned to one of gentleness. Lin Qingke could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. Was this the heartlessness of a sovereign? How genuine is this gentle disposition of yours? And to what extent is it authentic or feigned? Were it not for the possibility of becoming the so-called divine maiden, and had the emperor not been so credulous in his belief in the astrological bureau, it is likely that the haughty Emperor Huiyan would not have spared her a glance. By chance, Wang Fu approached with Xiao Zhao, his face still adorned with his signature obsequious smile. Your Majesty, this is the horse that Miss Lin has taken a liking to. Indeed, she possesses discerning taste. Emperor Huiyan cast a glance, and a deeper smile adorned his features, his eyes concealing a myriad of profound emotions, as if he were reminiscing about days gone by. What does your remark mean, Master Wang? The little Juju was startled by Han Mingyao, restlessly pacing about. Lin Qingke approached, gently stroking its sleek, smooth coat, soothing it with soft words while curiously inquiring of Wang Fu. After observing the expression on Emperor Huiyan's face, Wang Fu narrowed his eyes and spoke. Miss Lin, you may not be aware that the mother of this horse is also a rare steed, named Hong Yu, which was the beloved horse of His Highness, the Rue Wang. During his youth, this horse not only inherits the remarkable physical prowess of Hong Yu, but also possesses the temperamental disposition of only recognizing one master. It seems that it has already deemed you, Miss Lin, as its chosen one. Unbeknownst to her, the tale unfolded in her mind, vividly depicting the spirited youth, Chu Beiyue, whose image brought a gentle smile to Lin Qingke's eyes. 2 noble steeds, one belonging to the prince and the other to her. Truly, they were fated to be together. With this thought, Lin Qingke gazed at little Jujube with an increased tenderness. Since you share such a deep connection with little Jujube, I shall bestow it upon you. Today, you must strive in the competition. The Emperor of Huiyan remarked with a faint smile, before departing as if in high spirits. Thank you, Your Majesty. This humble daughter bids you farewell. After seeing the Emperor off, Lin Qingke observed little Jujube, who was busily rooting through the grass, her mind swirling with contemplation. What connection could there be among Hong Yu, Prince Rue, and Emperor Huiyan to evoke such joy in the sovereign? Chapter 53. All arrows hit the bullseye. Miss Lin, it is your turn for the competition, a young eunuch announced, bowing obsequiously. His Majesty and the esteemed officials are already waiting inside. This reminded Lin Qingke to inquire, tilting her head slightly toward the eunuch. May I ask which officials are presiding over today's judging? Since the mounted archery contest involved martial prowess, the previous panel of judges would not suffice. Rumor had it that Emperor Huiyin had personally selected several military officers to evaluate the participants. Had Chu Beiyue still been in the capital, given his illustrious military achievements and formidable reputation, his presence would undoubtedly have been required. Realizing she was smiling dreamily again, Lin Qingke scratched her head in frustration. Why do I keep thinking about him? When will he return? To answer the young miss, the eunuch replied dutifully, the judges are General Jingen, the heir of Marquis Anyang, and the general's deputy, 3 in total. General Jingen's deputy is also here? Lin Qingke was mildly surprised, a flicker of delight stirring within her. She hadn't seen her elder brother in quite some time. He was always too busy to be found. Yet now they would cross paths in an official capacity. Yes, Deputy General Lin is present, the eunuch confirmed. In her past life, Lin Zhe had served under General Jingen, toiling for years before finally earning a promotion to general. Yet, on the eve of his appointment, he had died saving her. At this thought, Lin Qingke's expression darkened momentarily. General Jingen is a dependable man. As long as my brother remains steadfast under his command, a bright future awaits him. I must do everything in my power to change the fate of our past lives. While Lin Qingke was mentally fortifying herself, the eunuch led her to the designated competition grounds within the riding field, gesturing for her to enter alone. Taking a deep breath, she patted Xiao Zhao, her obedient horse trailing behind her, and said solemnly, Zoe, success or failure hinges on this moment. We must both give it our all. With that, she gave a horse a firm pat and strode resolutely inside. At the center of the judges' seating area sat a figure clad in imperial yellow, flanked by a weathered yet powerfully built man. So that must be General Jingen, Lin Qingke mused as she bowed gracefully. Your humble subject, Lin Qingke, greets your majesty and the esteemed officials. No need for formalities, Emperor Huiyin said, motioning for her to rise before glancing toward a refined young man seated below, dressed in familiar, striking purple robes and wielding an elegant folding fan. Su Huaidi. Lin Qingke maintained her composure, though inwardly she was stunned. She had assumed Su Huaiji was merely Chu Beiyue's friend. Never had she imagined he was the heir of Marquis Anyang. Marquis Anyang was a founding minister who had helped the late emperor secure the empire. Given his contributions, his status was exceedingly high. Even Emperor Huiyin treated him with deference and respect. After the initial shock, Lin Qingke marveled silently. Indeed, those who befriend a prince are never ordinary individuals. Su Huaiji observed Lin Qingke's unreadable expression, his eyes glinting with quiet admiration. Originally, there was concern regarding whether she would expose their acquaintance. However, it seems that I was overly apprehensive. Truly, she is a woman worthy of admiration. As recognized by Brother Chu. Miss Lin, I am Su Huaiji, the heir of the Duke of Anyang. Su Huaiji rose and greeted Lin Qingke with a friendly bow, exuding a demeanor as warm and refined as jade, entirely devoid of the rakish attitude he displayed at the tavern. Today, the venue is equipped with 10 specialized targets for the competition. The first 5 are fixed, while the latter 5 are mobile. Miss Lin is required to shoot arrows while mounted and in motion. The score will be based on how many red heart targets she strikes within the duration of a tea session. Do you comprehend, Miss Lin? Su Huaiji spoke until his throat was parched, seizing a cup of tea from the table and gulping it down. Thank you, young Master Su. Lin Qingke nodded lightly, indicating her understanding, then turned her gaze toward Lin Zhe, playfully winking at him. I would appreciate it if Vice Commander Lin could keep time. I require no preparation and may commence at once. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Qingke nimbly leaped up, settling firmly on the back of her robust steed. She tightened her legs around the horse's belly, raised the reins, and with a resounding neigh, the horse surged forward. Giddy up! The commanding voice of the young woman sliced through the air as a chestnut stallion galloped across the expansive racetrack, hooves flying and mane billowing. Clad in vibrant attire, she radiated vigor and spirit. Excellent! Qingke, you are remarkable. Lin Qingke could not restrain his excitement, cheering fervently for his sister. In no time, Lin Qingke reached the area of fixed targets. With one hand gripping the reins, she drew an arrow from her quiver with the other, relinquishing her grip on the horse's body and controlling its movements solely with her legs. Her arms flexed, showcasing supple yet powerful muscle lines. The bow, almost half her size, was drawn into a graceful arc as she steadied herself, scrutinizing the target before her. At the critical moment, Lin Qingke released the taut arrow, the sound of its flight slicing through the air. The subsequent actions were a mesmerizing spectacle. Her archery was executed with unrestrained elegance, as radiant as sunlight. Even as she approached the moving targets, Lin Qingke displayed no hint of trepidation. With her calves clenched around the horse's belly, the intelligent steed galloped swiftly, pursuing the continuously shifting targets. Once more, the bow was drawn, the same decisive motions repeated with precision and strength, free of any hesitation. Soon enough, Lin Qingke raised her hand to signal the conclusion of her turn. Lin Qingke glanced at the time, incredulously rubbing his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "It took less than half a tea session. Sister, Miss Lin is truly a heroine among women. I fear I could hardly manage such a feat in this time frame." Su Huaiji was equally stunned, not expecting Brother Chu to have found such an extraordinary sister-in-law. No wonder she had captured his brother's heart so completely. Let us maintain our composure and first ascertain whether the eldest daughter of the Lin family has indeed hit the target before we allow our excitement to overflow. General Jing'an cast a helpless glance at the two young lads and ordered them to inspect the target. The two rushed over on horseback, and after circling around to examine the target, they stood frozen in place, with Su Huaiji exclaiming in astonishment. They had remarkably hit the bull's eye every single time. "Your Majesty, Miss Lin has hit the bull's eye every time. She accomplished this feat in less than half a teacup's worth of time. Truly remarkable. Another perfect score." Su Huaiji, taken aback with shock, could hardly find the words to express his astonishment. He shouted at the top of his lungs while hastily galloping back. Chapter 54. The arrival of the goddess indeed. She is a paragon among women. Even some of the men in our army pale in comparison. General Jing'an rose with a decisive thud, his face reflecting a blend of anxiety and exhilaration, breath quickening as he gazed towards the racetrack. Even the usually somber eyes of Emperor Huiyan suddenly sparkled with life as he exhaled, relaxing in his seat, murmuring, the goddess has descended. My ailment shall soon be cured. The destiny of our great Qi shall surely flourish." Lin Qingke returned, flanked by her elder brother and Su Huaiji, their incessant chatter causing her head to throb. The two bickered like children newly acquainted with the art debate, their quarrel stemming solely from the fact that whenever Lin Qingke sought to praise his sister, he invariably lagged behind the ever-quick tongue of Su Huaiji. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Qingke attempted to silence Su Huaiji, only to face vehement resistance, leading to a cacophony of disputes as they made their way. "What business is it of yours if I praise Miss Lin? Why must you silence me? I have yet to extol my sister. Why must you speak so hastily? If Miss Lin is your sister, then she is also my sister-in-law." Su Huaiji abruptly ceased, swallowing the remainder of his words, turning away in displeasure. Lin Qingke, however, ignited like a firecracker, exploding in indignation. "You claim her as yours? Huh! I have never encountered such brazen audacity. When did I ever declare that Miss Lin belongs to me? How could I dare?" Su Huaiji erupted in protest, asserting that while Lin Qingke could berate him, his character must remain unquestioned. He had proclaimed that one must not wrong a friend's wife. Lin Qingke, observing the two as they squabbled nonsensically, finally reached her limit. Grabbing one by each arm with remarkable precision, she brought an abrupt silence to their bickering, akin to children caught misbehaving. "Elder brother, young Master Su, let us proceed to meet the emperor without further delay." Lin Qingke smiled through clenched teeth, her gaze piercing as it swept over the now docile pair. "Miss Lin speaks wisely. We ought to hasten, lest His Majesty and the general grow impatient." Su Huaiji quickly concurred, taking the reins and moving ahead. with Lin Zhe trailing behind, his words caught in his throat, a sullen expression clouding his features. In the distance, they spotted a burly figure beside the emperor, eagerly awaiting their arrival, and General Jingyan waved excitedly. Lin Qingke couldn't help but chuckle at this display. The renowned General Jingyan was surprisingly approachable, which explained her brother's willingness to serve as his deputy for so many years. I pay my respects to your majesty and to General Jingyan. Lin Qingke gracefully dismounted from her steed, clad in a striking red outfit. Beside her stood a magnificent chestnut horse, presenting a striking and valiant figure. Please be at ease. The emperor's tone was gentle, and if one listened closely, a hint of reverence could be detected, his expression tinged with a hint of madness, akin to a devotee in the presence of a deity. My great chi, my body, they all depend on you now. Divine Moiden. The emperor's sigh was barely audible, dissipating into the wind like mist, leaving no trace of Emperor Huiyan's whispered words. Lin Qingke shivered under the emperor's desperate gaze, as though he were clinging to her as his last hope. The intensity of his stare made her skin crawl, and she shifted uncomfortably. So, you're Lin Zhong's treasured daughter? General Jingyan's booming voice, rough with the vigor of a military man, cut through the tension. Seeing you today, I understand why your father boasts of you endlessly. Even my lieutenant can't stop singing your praises. Lin Qingke offered a modest smile. You flatter me, General. I'm merely trained in martial arts since childhood. Nothing remarkable. The general's admiration deepened as he observed her composure, unshaken by praise or scrutiny. Why not join my army for training? We've never had a female commander before. Surprise flickered across her face, but exhilaration quickly overtook her. She had never imagined she would have the chance to serve in the military in this lifetime. Thank you, General. Whenever you have need of me, I shall be ready. Ha ha ha. Such boldness. I like you, girl. The general's laughter boomed, his dark face alight with amusement. If you weren't already a princess, I'd visit Lin Zhong myself and adopt you as my own daughter. The jovial mood froze instantly. Even the general seemed to realize his blunder, his expression stiffening as he glanced uneasily at Emperor Huiyan. No matter, the emperor said, though displeasure flickered in his eyes. Jingyan has reminded me. Qingke, you must now address me as imperial father. Lin Qingke had nearly forgotten. Winning the title of princess also meant becoming the emperor's adopted daughter. Qingke pays respects to imperial father. She bowed deeply, unable to decipher the emperor's thoughts, but maintaining perfect deference. Good. Rise. Emperor Huiyan's aged face twitched with barely restrained fervor. Now that the divine maiden was his daughter, fortune would surely favor him. Just a mere girl, he mused darkly. If I control her, my health will be restored, and Great Chi's prosperity will be assured. The investiture ceremony shall proceed in 3 days. For now, you're dismissed. The emperor could hardly wait to return to the palace and share the joyous news of the divine maiden's arrival with the imperial astrologer. Surely, his fate had already begun to shift. Your subjects bid you farewell. Watching the emperor's hurried departure, Lin Qingke's suspicions deepened. She would need to find a way to uncover the truth behind the emperor's strange behavior. Qingke, Kulme, let us return home and share the good news with father and mother. Lin Zixing rushed over in high spirits, his warm palm ruffling Lin Qingke's hair, his voice brimming with pride. Lin Qingke sighed inwardly. Whether this title of princess was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Who would have thought my little sister could be so remarkable? Your equestrian and archery skills nearly rival mine. Lin Qingke, her hair tousled by his rough affection, suppressed her worries and playfully bantered with her long-absent brother. Perhaps it's you, dear brother, who hasn't been diligent in training. How could you let a mere girl like me surpass you? Ah, Cuckoo, how dare you speak to your elder brother like this? I shall report this to father and mother. Seeing her brother in such high spirits, Lin Qingke refrained from dampening his joy. With a soft smile, she followed behind him as the two siblings made their way home together. Chapter 55. The Imperial Altar, even from a distance. The clamor of the crowd reached Lin Qingke's ears as she approached the Prime Minister's residence. The familiar scene made her sigh, pressing her fingers to her temples in exasperation. Once again, her parents stood beaming with joy, exchanging pleasantries with a palace eunuch holding an imperial decree, while a throng of curious onlookers gathered around. Two sharp-eyed spectators spotted her and immediately raised their voices in excitement. The county princess has returned. The divine maiden is back. Like a wave, the crowd turned in unison, their gazes alight with fervor, curiosity, and reverence. Lin Qingke reacted instantly, stepping protectively in front of his sister, his arm outstretched as he scanned the faces before him with wary suspicion. "Ah, you foolish boy," Lady N chided, her eyes crinkling with delight as she swept forward, brushing aside her long-absent son to warmly loop her arm through Lin Qingke's. "Our neighbors have come to celebrate your sister's triumph. Must you shield her so fiercely? Our dear Qingke has worked so hard. To think she placed first in this election." Lady N burst into laughter again, covering her mouth with a handkerchief in barely contained glee. Lin Qingke and Lin Qingke exchanged a silent glance. "If the young miss has returned, may this servant proceed with the decree?" The overlooked eunuch spoke timidly, his questioning gaze settling on Lin Qingke. "Please do, honored eunuch," she replied swiftly. "We must not delay the auspicious hour." Clearing his throat, the eunuch straightened, his expression solemn as he intoned, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, after 3 days of deliberation, we have decreed that the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Qingke, shall be adopted as our goddaughter and bestowed the title of County Princess Mingxin. The investiture ceremony shall take place in 3 days' time at the imperial altar within the palace. So, it is decreed." With practiced grace, Lin Qingke bowed and received the scroll. "This humble subject thanks His Majesty. May the emperor live 10,000 years." Unlike her composed demeanor, the announcement sent the gathered crowd, along with her parents and brother, into an uproar. The imperial altar? That is where emperors ascend the throne. To think our county princess holds such prestige. Prime Minister Lin's face paled with unease. Pressing a gold ingot into the eunuch's hand, he asked cautiously, "Honored eunuch, surely there's no mistake? The imperial altar? Such imperial favor may be too great for our family to bear." The eunuch's expression remained unreadable, his voice laced with practiced diplomacy. "Rest assured, Lord Lin, your daughter is now the emperor's most cherished. There is no cause for concern." With a bow, he departed to deliver his report, leaving the prime minister rooted in place, his gaze distant with worry. To serve the emperor was to walk beside a tiger. Imperial favor was as precarious as it was dazzling, a constant dance on the edge of peril. "Father," Lin Qingke said softly, stepping close to lay a reassuring hand on his arm. "I understand the gravity of this. There is no need for such distress. Whether the heavens bestowed thunder or rain, it was all the emperor's grace. Since escape was impossible, she would meet this moment with unwavering resolve." Lin, the prime minister, gazed with deep satisfaction at his daughter, Lin Qingke, who was offering him comfort. His eyes grew misty, realizing that his daughter had truly matured. Indeed, he conceded, perhaps he had been overly cautious, stealthily turning away to dab at the corners of his eyes. He abruptly seized his still giggling wife and exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Qingke before hastily returning home. Observing her father's demeanor, Lin Qingke understood that he had not absorbed her words. He must have sought solace from her mother. With a resigned shake of her head and a soft sigh, she reflected on the unusual favor shown to her by Emperor Xiuye, which left her feeling unsettled. "Well, everyone has enjoyed the festivities. It is time to return to your homes. Sweet treats will be distributed during the coronation ceremony." Lin Qingke's call brought Lin Qingke back to reality, as the surrounding crowd animatedly discussed the events. Princess Mingxin, such a delightful title, bright and flourishing, truly befitting Miss Lin. Indeed, Miss Lin is remarkable. To call her a heroine is no exaggeration. As the throng gradually dispersed, a youthful voice emerged, resounding with innocence. "Sister Fairy, you're amazing. Aki wants to be just like you." Lin Qingke turned toward the sound, spotting a small child, barely reaching the height of an adult's knee, gazing at her with wide, admiring eyes, babbling sweet praises. The warmth of being a role model for such a tiny, innocent being filled Lin Qingke's heart, as though a little lamp had been lit within, illuminating her previously anxious thoughts. Compelled by affection, she approached, squatting to meet the child's gaze. Is your name Aki? The little one nodded obediently, eyes sparkling with surprise. Sister Fairy, do you know me? Lin Qingke's eyes crinkled with joy as she gently ruffled the child's tousled hair, her expression brimming with tenderness. Yes, Aki just said she wants to be like her sister. That makes me very happy. Then Aki will share some malt candy with you. My mother just bought it for me. It's delicious. The small child eagerly fished out a piece of malt candy wrapped in a handkerchief from her pocket, looking up at Lin Qingke with hopeful anticipation. Captivated by the innocent, shimmering gaze, Lin Qingke felt her heart melt and smiled as she accepted the candy. Thank you, Aki. I will enjoy this when I return. Noticing this charming scene, Lin Zhe hurried over, concerned for his sister's safety. Kiki, it's time to go home. Lin Qingke reluctantly bid farewell to the little one, her face expressing reluctance as she followed Lin Zhe back to their residence. Do you adore children so much? Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow, mischief written all over his face. Lin Qingke swiftly seized the initiative, mirroring her brother's playful grin as she retorted, When will you have a little one to play with me? Before she could finish her thought regarding the princess, her mouth was suddenly covered, stifling her laughter as she looked up to find Lin Zhe blushing furiously, steam practically rising from his cheeks. Coco, let us refrain from speaking so hastily. The situation is still in its infancy. Very well, brother, continue your endeavors. I shall take my leave for now. Lin Qingke could no longer contain herself. She was taken aback to witness such a rare expression from Lin Zhe. Before she even reached the courtyard, she burst into laughter. At that moment, a familiar male voice resonated. What brings such joy? Chapter 56. Aphrodisiac. Lin Qingke's expression instantly turned serious as she retracted her front teeth that had been enjoying the cool breeze outside, resuming her usual composed demeanor. Without pausing her steps, she strode directly into the courtyard. Speak. Has something happened with Chu Zhongshan? Xie Yuan executed a nimble flip, landing steadily before Lin Qingke, and performed an exaggerated bow. Your subordinate pays respects to the young pavilion master. Lin Qingke rolled her eyes in exasperation and couldn't resist mocking him. You've been frequenting my residence to see Qing Zhu these days. Did you truly believe I wouldn't notice? And now you're pretending to be proper? For this wretched pig who dared to covet her tender cabbage, Lin Qingke had not an ounce of goodwill. Were it not for Xie Yuan still working for her, she would have long ordered the guards to toss him out. It's simply that emotions are hard to control, young pavilion master. Matters between men and women. Once you experience them, you'll naturally understand. Xie Yuan attempted to defend himself. Lin Qingke's mood instantly soured further. Who said she didn't understand matters of love? It was just that her prince was currently away, building his ambitions, as her spirits threatened to plummet. Lin Qingke unwrapped the malt candy she'd been clutching and popped it in her mouth, letting the sweetness cleanse her stormy heart. Seeing Lin Qingke's expression darken further, Xie Yuan offered a guilty smile before swiftly changing the subject to the purpose of his visit. Chu Zhongshan asked if he'd be able to walk by the time of the princess's investiture ceremony. It seems he is planning something. Can you find out what? Lin Qingke's attention was successfully diverted. It's still difficult for now. Aside from trusting me with his treatment, Chu Zhongshan discusses all important matters privately with his advisors, keeping me at a distance. Lin Qingke chewed the malt candy forcefully, her expression growing solemn. In her past life, there had been no selection of a princess, so she had no idea what Chu Zhongshan was scheming. Very well, I understand. Lin Qingke lifted a teacup and took a sip to wash down the cloying sweetness. Return and keep a close watch on him. Report any unusual movements to me immediately, as you command. Then, this subordinate shall take his leave. Xie Yuan's face was a picture of guilt as he cautiously shuffled toward the courtyard gate. Just as he was about to step out, a light, airy voice stopped him. Master Xie, why aren't you leaping over the walls of the residence as usual? Lin Qingke fanned herself leisurely with the token of the Xiuye Pavilion, strolling slowly towards Xie Yuan before speaking in a measured tone. Return now, and keep an eye on the second prince. It's almost curfew. What would people say about a man and woman alone together at this hour? Xie Yuan stared at the token, symbolizing the highest authority of the Xiuye Pavilion, his face darkening as he gritted out a reluctant understood. With a light tap of his toes, he vaulted over the courtyard wall and disappeared. Lin Qingke sighed softly and reclined on her small lounge chair. Thoughts of Xiuye Pavillion's absence, Emperor Huiyan's inexplicable favor, and Chu Zhengshan's hidden schemes tangled together in her mind, weaving an inescapable web. Soon, Lin Qingke felt her mind growing increasingly hazy. She rose unsteadily, shaking her head in a futile attempt to clear her thoughts, only to discover her limbs had turned weak and leaden. "This is bad. I've been drugged." A cold sweat instantly drenched her robes as the realization struck. Mentally retracing her steps, the image of that malt candy surfaced, followed by the innocent, sparkling eyes of the child who had offered it. She shut her eyes in frustration. After living 2 lifetimes, how could I still fall for such a naive trick? Was this Chu Zhengshan's scheme? Her limbs grew heavier, limp as overcooked noodles, while an unnatural heat spread through her body. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and beneath her skin, a maddening itch began to crawl. Worse than a mere sedative. This is an aphrodisiac. Panic surged as she dragged her weakened form toward the table, hoping to shatter a teacup and alert the guards outside. "Qingzhu, enfin." Someone, her voice emerged as a feeble whimper, dissolving into the wind unheard. Then, movement by the courtyard wall. 2 unconscious guards slumped to the ground, replaced by masked, burly men. "Damn, this bitch is fine as hell," one muttered, leering at Lin Qingke's prone form with undisguised lust. His companion shot him a warning glare before producing a coarse sack. Rough hands seized her. The world plunged into darkness as the burlap engulfed her. Jostled over a shoulder, every jolt threatened to expel her stomach's contents. Blood rushed to her head, accelerating the drug's effects. Wind whipped past as they fled the manor. Through the haze, she sensed their trajectory toward the city outskirts. Not just pretty, smells like heaven too. Hands whiter than any brothel girl's, the lecherous voice continued, even mid-flight. "Brother, she's already dosed and suffering. Why not enjoy her first before delivery?" A greasy palm groped her waist through the sack. Revulsion spiked, yet her limbs remained treacherously pliant. With monumental effort, she twisted her wrist, seeking the dagger Xiuye Pavilion had gifted her, concealed in her sleeve. The pressure shifted toward the sack's opening. They were untying it. At the critical moment, her fingers closed around the blade. Thumbing the agate switch, she aimed the hidden mechanism toward her captors. As long as he dares to untie the sack and engage in some lascivious and indecent acts, she will disregard everything and resolutely risk her life to thwart their nefarious intentions. Lin Qingke's anxious breaths trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and her fingers spasmed. "Have you forgotten who that man is? We are merely here to conduct business for a price. Let's not invite unnecessary trouble." The voice of another burly man echoed, sounding considerably more astute, effectively halting the advances of the lustful brute. Recalling the opulent robes adorned with intricate patterns exclusive to royalty, the large man instantaneously envisioned the dire consequences of provoking such an individual. Reluctantly retracting his hand, his gaze lingered hungrily between Lin Qingke's feet, expressing regret with a sigh. "I wonder if after that noble finishes his indulgence, it might be our turn, dear brother." Chapter 57. Peachtree Miss Lin Qingke exhaled heavily. Her heart, which had been suspended in her throat, finally returned to her chest. Her hands, still tightly gripping the life-saving knife, trembled from the strain of intense anxiety. As the taut nerves suddenly relaxed, blood began to circulate anew, amplifying the effects of the drug coursing through her veins. Dizziness expanded within her mind, and she felt as though she might succumb to unconsciousness. Yet the relentless waves of heat enveloping her body rendered her suffering unbearable. When the world had Chu Zhengshan given her, the potency of the drug was astonishing. Normally, even when mixed with food, Lin Qingke, with her years of experience at Xiuye Pavilion, could detect any unusual substance, unless, of course, it was colorless and tasteless, rendering it undetectable. A chill ran through her as she contemplated this possibility. Could it be Peachtree Mist? Once inhaled, its effects ranged from overwhelming desire to a state of delirium. even leading to a dreadful death marked by blood seeping from all 7 orifices. Unless one had cold stone grass as an antidote, the only reprieve lay in carnal indulgence. Otherwise, death awaited the victim of such a drug. The hypocritical visage of Chu Zhengxian from the previous days flashed in Lin Qingke's mind. No wonder he had shown little reaction when she had rejected him. He was merely biding his time. Once they engaged in marital relations, he would exploit her and the Prime Minister's residence to satisfy his selfish desires, just as he had in a previous life. Lin Qingke seethed with impotent rage. He was using her very life to coerce her into compliance, revealing the depths of his cruelty. Before long, Lin Qingke felt the 2 men carrying her slow their pace. A cool breeze brushing against her ankles, momentarily alleviating the heat that engulfed her, bringing a semblance of clarity back to her eyes. It seemed they had arrived at their destination. Surely, Chu Zhengxian awaited their arrival. In an instant, she was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, the sharp pain jolting her senses back to some clarity. As anticipated, Chu Zhengxian's voice pierced the silence, cold and serpentine, dripping with malice. Things have gone well. From today onwards, you will remain in my residence to serve. Yes, yes, we shall obey. Thank you, my lord. The lecherous brute who had coveted Lin Qingke replied hastily. Lying on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, Lin Qingke pressed her palm against her skin to remain alert, mentally recording their exchange. She had initially pondered how to exact revenge on this man once she escaped, but now that he was back at Chu Jingchen's residence, locating him would become significantly simpler. If he could not control his baser instincts, perhaps he should forfeit them entirely. Very well, you may all withdraw. Wait outside the temple gate. I wish to be alone here, Chu Zhengxian commanded. After the sound of retreating footsteps, silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the slightly labored breaths of Chu Zhengxian. Miss Lin, I know you're still conscious. The dosage I administered is neither too much nor too little. It is perfectly calibrated to leave you in a state of feverish agitation without allowing you to truly lose consciousness. Chu Jingchen's voice drew nearer, his footsteps seemingly approaching Lin Qingke's direction. Instantly tense, she swiftly concealed the small knife back in her sleeve, leaving only the tip exposed for emergencies. I wouldn't mind having my way with you while you're unconscious, Miss Lin. It's just a shame you wouldn't experience the ecstasy. Such a pity for you. Stripped of his usual facade of propriety, Chu Zhengchen's voice alone was enough to induce nausea, let alone the lewd implications lacing his words. The footsteps halted right before her. Lin Qingke stiffened, curling in on herself, suppressing the fury roiling within as she calculated the possibility of striking him down in one decisive move. Since Miss Lin is so composed, why don't I keep you company with some conversation? Chu Zhengxian smirked, loosening the sack's drawstring and reaching inside. When you can no longer resist and beg me, I'll spare no effort to assist you. Lin Qingke tilted her heavy head away from his greasy touch, fighting the urge to retch, and replied coolly, What do you wish to discuss? Prolonging this exchange might buy her time. Time to find his weakness, time to strike. Had Qing Zhu noticed her disappearance? Was rescue even possible? Her thoughts blurred as she slumped weakly, glaring at him. Unbeknownst to her, her flushed cheeks and dazed eyes transformed her glare into something more akin to a lover's teasing glance. The sight of such beauty only deepened Chu Zhengxian's ragged breaths. As his gaze grew increasingly brazen, Lin Qingke swiftly redirected his attention. Was that little girl today part of your scheme? At this, Chu Zhengxian seemed to regain some semblance of composure, though his eyes still roamed over her. Impatience etched across his face. Of course, but a child that young can't act. I simply found her mother and offered her a reward. The girl obeyed her mother and sought you out. The memory of little Aki's innocent, trusting gaze weighed heavily on Lin Qingke's heart. His words brought her a sliver of relief. Miss Lin, so compassionate. Why not extend that kindness to me? Chu Zhengxian's eyes darkened with madness, the predatory gleam of a beast fixated on its prey. Even his formal address slipped as he referred to himself crudely. His hands slowly encircled her neck, caressing before abruptly tightening. Delicate skin bore the immediate mark of his grip. At the racecourse, I nearly knelt and begged you. Yet you arrogantly refused, trampling my dignity, my very being beneath your feet. Chu Zhongshan's fury blazed as he leaned closer, his lips nearly brushing her ear in a twisted whisper, his grip unrelenting. Lin Qingke was suffocated by the hand around her neck, barely able to breathe, her already hazy mind growing even more muddled. The effects of the drug within her seemed to intensify. Now that you've fallen into my grasp, once we've consummated our union, everything of yours will belong to me. Won't it? Chu Zhongshan let out a sinister chuckle, releasing his grip on her throat only to tear at the fabric of her robes instead. A jolt of panic surged through Lin Qingke as she twisted weakly, her limbs devoid of strength, as though her very tendons had been plucked from her body. Struggle all you like. Do you even know what poison you've been given? It's peach blossom mist, procured at great cost. Without my intervention, you will perish. Pinning down her feeble resistance, Chu Zhongshan gazed upon her with ravenous eyes, drinking in the sight of her delicate features and graceful form. Still, to claim a beauty like you, this prince suffers no loss. Leaning closer, his scorching breath brushed against her skin. With a desperate inhale, Lin Qingke summoned the last vestiges of her strength, drawing a slender dagger from her sleeve. She raised her trembling arm and drove it toward Chu Zhongshan's throat, only for her wrist to be seized mid-air. Oh, and what might this be, Miss Lin? His voice, dripping with malice, slithered into her ear like the whisper of a demon from the abyss. Chapter 58, I arrived late. Do not fear. Lin Qingke felt a sudden chill run down her spine, as if the very blood coursing through her veins had ceased to flow. The grip of her hand, tightly clenched, was effortlessly pried open by Chu Zhongshan, who swiftly seized the small knife from her grasp. Miss Lin, what makes you believe that? Having been drugged, you could react faster than I? Chu Zhongshan toyed with the knife in his hand, a palpable fury emanating from him, filling the air with an aura of menace. Realizing her surprise attack had failed, Lin Qingke decided to embrace her predicament. She resolved that no matter what, she must not allow Chu Zhongshan to prevail. You, a mere waste relying solely on women? She taunted, meeting his gaze without fear, struggling to suppress the surging flames of desire within her. I, relying only on women? Chu Zhongshan, evidently incensed, erupted into a maniacal laughter, unfurling the knife in his hand, a glint of cold light illuminating his avaricious, deranged visage in the darkness. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from outside the wall, akin to someone collapsing to the ground. Lin Qingke pricked her ears in keen attention. Could it be that Qingzhu had come to rescue her? Lost in his own turmoil, Chu Zhongshan remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the knife in his grasp, a smirk dancing on his lips. How about I use this dagger to tear away your clothing, and let you witness how I, Chu Zhongshan, truly rely on women? Perhaps it is solely because of you that I cannot unravel this haze of desire. Lin Qingke spoke slowly, provoking the man before her, hoping to divert his attention from the commotion outside. Challenged in his masculinity, Chu Zhongshan's fury ignited, veins bulging as he lunged forward, intent on ripping apart the clothing of the person in front of him. Lin Qingke did not anticipate that her provocation would strike such a nerve. Attempting to evade, she found herself devoid of strength. Even the motion of raising the knife had drained her last reserves of energy. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and Chu Zhongshan let out a piercing scream of agony, while Lin Qingke fell into the embrace of a weary figure. The familiar scent of sandalwood filled her nostrils, and her eyes brimmed with tears as she instinctively wrapped her arms around the newcomer's shoulders, burying her head into him. "Kerr, I have arrived late. Do not fear." A deep, magnetic voice resonated in Lin Qingke's ears, tinged with a slight tremor that instantly assuaged all her anxieties. Lin Qingke nestled against Xiuye Pavillion's neck, fervently drawing comfort from this warm embrace. Xiuye Pavilion gazed down at the trembling girl in his arms, his heart entwined with both tenderness and frustration, as he gently patted her frail back, striving to ease her distress. "Your Highness, what shall we do with that man?" The second prince. Silently, he motioned for Shinma to drag Chu Zhongshan aside, removing the anesthetic needle lodged in his arm, respectfully awaiting Xiuye Pavillion's command. With a gaze akin to that of a man confronting death, Chu Beiwei regarded the fallen Chu Zhengchen, a tumultuous storm brewing in his eyes. Veins standing out on his forehead from the strain, while his arm, still encircling the girl, began to tremble slightly. He could scarcely fathom the torment his cherished girl would endure had he not arrived today. A wave of immense panic engulfed Chu Beiwei. Despite his usual composure, even in the face of enemy attacks, found his eyes reddened at this moment. Visions of countless grim fates befalling Chu Zhengchen flashed through his mind. And just as he was about to unsheath his sword to deliver a fatal blow, a pair of delicate, almost boneless hands gently brushed against the corners of his reddened eyes. "My lord, do not act impulsively. Chu Zhengchen cannot die just yet." The taut nerves of Chu Zhengchen, stretched to the brink, were momentarily eased by the girl's light words, and his rationality gradually returned. Ultimately, Chu Zhengchen must perish, but not at this moment. The internal strife within the Qi court was already fractious, with the faction of the second prince particularly dominant. Should Chu Zhengchen die now, it would likely trigger a series of uncontrollable repercussions. The girl was indeed correct. Chu Beiwei briefly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, clarity shone within. His gaze turned sharp as he looked towards Shen Mo. If he favored the peach blossom mist, then let him indulge in it. He would arrange for a package to be delivered to the pleasure house. Upon hearing this, Shen Mo instinctively shielded his legs. A package of peach blossom mist was not something an ordinary person could withstand, and with the master's intention to arrange a private space, it was likely that by the end, Chu Zhengchen would be left with little more than a breath of life. Keep watch. If he can still stand afterward, drag him into an alley and beat him until he cannot rise. Finally, Chu Beiwei added, remember to leave him a breath to cling to life, and find some literati to compose a few writings, as you well know. Shen Mo trembled under his master's gaze, breaking into a cold sweat for Chu Zhengchen. Losing both body and reputation would be worse than death itself. As you command. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chu Beiwei vanished like a gust of wind, restoring tranquility to the dilapidated temple. Oh my lord, I feel so hot and uncomfortable. Lin Qingke, having relaxed from the perilous situation, found all her senses consumed by an unbearable heat within her body, more intolerable than before. Upon hearing the girl's cat-like whimper, Chu Beiwei felt as though his heart was being scorched over a flame, his chest tearing with pain. Even his breath became labored. It's all my fault. I arrived too late. I failed to protect Kur. With a look of vexation, Chu Beiwei tightened his embrace around the girl and quickened his pace, racing toward the manor. The girl in his arms was limp as a rag, writhing in agony from the effects of the drug, her feverish breath incessantly brushing against Chu Beiwei's sensitive throat as she softly pouted. It's not your fault. My lord, Kur longs for you so much. Chu Beiwei found himself momentarily breathless. The dual torment of body and soul became unbearable. With fervent eyes fixed on the girl in his arms, his voice was hoarse and laden with emotion. Do we need to pause for a moment before reaching the manor? Without waiting for Lin Qingke's reply, he alighted on a tree branch, lowering his head to plant a heavy kiss upon her lips. Chapter 59. A lifetime of togetherness until gray hair, a pair for all eternity in an instant. Lin Qingke's body was ensnared by a pair of powerful arms. Her half-finished murmurs drowned in a kiss brimming with affection. The sudden kiss struck Lin Qingke like a tempest, leaving her momentarily bewildered, her mind blank. The heat and itch of her skin soothed by the gentle caress, instinctively embracing the fervent chest before her. The crisp scent of sandalwood enveloped Lin Qingke, as if she had submerged in a warm spring, a tingling sensation coursing through her entire being. Your Highness. A sweet sigh escaped the girl's lips, jolting Chu Beiwei awake, who reluctantly released her already slightly swollen lips. Truly, I might perish in Kur's embrace. Chu Beiwei's voice was husky, as he struggled to suppress the flames of desire within him. Wrapping his arms around the girl's slender waist, he buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply the intoxicating fragrance that he found irresistible. Gently kissing Lin Qingke's tender, fair skin, Chu Beiwei patiently soothed. Be good, Kur. There are antidotes prepared at the palace. Just endure a little longer. Cradled in his arms was the object of his long-held affection, the scene so captivating that the heat within him surged anew. Unable to bear it any longer, he closed his eyes and drew the sword from his waist, slashing it across his forearm. The sharp pain jolted him back to his senses. Gazing tenderly at the girl in his embrace, he spoke with restraint. Rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. Seeing her on the brink of losing consciousness, Xiuye took a deep breath of the cool forest air, and with a flick of his toes, he swiftly propelled himself towards the capital. Bring Zitong. Upon landing, Xiuye kicked open the doors of his palace. His expression hurried as he instructed the guards beside him, anxiously carrying Lin Qingke towards the inner chambers. Zitong, a senior member of the Dark Knight Hall, was renowned for her exceptional medical skills. Replying to my lord, Master Zitong is already waiting inside. She just needs Miss Lin to arrive. The guard hastily followed, almost slipping out the word madam in his excitement. As expected, the prince shot him a warning glance, yet somehow there lingered a hint of appreciation in his gaze. Instantly invigorated, the young guard realized that the prince indeed favored this address. That unfeeling Lord Shun had warned everyone to refrain from speaking carelessly before the prince. Yet it seemed evident that the prince cherished it dearly. As the guard silently cursed the cold-hearted Shun, he couldn't help but reveal a radiant smile. If Lin Qingke were awake at this moment, she would surely discern that this guard and Hongfeng were of the same nature, viewing her and the prince as characters from a tale. Your servant pays respects to my lord. Outside the inner chamber, a striking woman clad in a dark purple robe awaited. After bowing, she curiously peered at Xiuye and Lin Qingke. No need for formalities. Bring the cold stone herb and examine her pulse. Xiuye strode into the inner chamber, gently placing the girl in his arms upon the bed, before turning to revert to the icy demeanor of a prince. Zitong witnessed the instantaneous transformation of Xiuye and found herself increasingly intrigued by the maiden on the bed. Who could evoke such tenderness from the perennial iceberg of a master? Despite the little voice in her heart fervently urging her to sneak a glimpse of the future matriarch of their clandestine night hall, Zitong's hands moved deftly, skillfully grinding the herbs into a potion. A small bowl of dark green concoction was freshly prepared, and Zitong, along with a white medicinal pill in hand, presented it to the anxious Xiuye, offering words of comfort. Once the herbal liquid was administered, accompanied by the blood-activating pill, it was expected that the girl would be out of danger. Xiuye's expression was grave, his entire focus consumed by the unconscious Lin Qingke, rendering him impervious to all else. With a firm grasp, he received the potion and cautiously scooped a spoonful, bringing it to Lin Qingke's lips to gently feed her. Yet her tightly clenched jaw thwarted his efforts, causing the liquid to trickle down the side of her mouth. Just as Zitong was about to remind her seemingly inexperienced master, she beheld the astonishing sight of Xiuye, who had always shunned feminine company, taking the bitter potion into his own mouth and slowly transferring it to Lin Qingke's lips. Oh! A chorus of gasps erupted. Truly, he is a master. Zitong exchanged a knowing glance with the young guard stationed at the door, both recognizing the shared excitement and fervor in each other's eyes. With a composed nod of acknowledgement, they discreetly turned away, allowing the young couple their moment of intimacy. Time appeared to stretch interminably until Xiuye's slightly hoarse voice finally broke the silence. Administer the medicine and check her pulse. Zitong turned to rummage for the necessary tools, noting her lord's expression of unfulfilled longing, which stirred a curious admiration within her. It seemed that even the long-standing iceberg could harbor human desires. With her acupuncture kit in hand, Zitong eagerly settled at the bedside, casting a fleeting glance at the unconscious woman, only to be momentarily transfixed. Even in her state of unconsciousness, it was evident that she was an extraordinary beauty. No wonder she could make the unyielding iron tree blossom. What are you still staring at? Xiuye's frosty voice pierced through, snapping Zitong back to reality as she met his displeased gaze. She awkwardly averted her eyes, reminding herself that as a woman, she held no ill intentions toward her sister-in-law. After all, who could resist the allure of such beauty? Why should one feel jealous over something so delightful? Regaining her composure, Zitong gently placed 3 fingers upon Lin Qingke's wrist, her expression gradually shifting from seriousness to ease. Well, reporting to my lord, Miss Lin still has some residual stagnant blood from the internal heat. I merely need to administer a few acupuncture needles, and combined with the earlier herbal remedy, she should awaken without any significant issues. Zitong explained while deftly opening her acupuncture kit and locating the appropriate acupoints to begin her work. In the interim, her curiosity got the better of her, and she couldn't help but cast inquisitive glances between the two. Chu Beiyue felt a rare sense of discomfort under the gaze directed at him. Recalling his earlier indiscretion, he couldn't help but feel a flush rise to his ears, yet he maintained his aloof demeanor, saying, "Why do you gaze upon me in such a manner? I merely wish to inquire why you do not assist Miss Lin with the antidote yourself, thereby sparing us much trouble." Upon hearing this, Chu Beiyue cast a tender gaze upon the figure reclining on the bed, as if she were the sole being in existence. I have yet to formally marry her with grand ceremonies and proper betrothal gifts. Should I take advantage of this unfortunate incident to claim her, she might harbor resentment towards me. What I have always desired is a mutual affection, a lasting companionship that endures until our hair turns white. A lifetime shared between 2 souls. Chapter 60. No more walking on the paths. Zitong was taken aback by the response she received, her mind momentarily blank, and her eyes felt slightly warm with unshed tears. In the world of the affluent, where polygamy was commonplace and fleeting encounters could easily lead to a woman being brought into a household, the affections between men and women seemed as trivial as weeds, trampled upon without a second thought. It was always the women who bore the brunt of this sorrow, confined for a lifetime within the depths of secluded courtyards, relying on the scant mercy of men to secure their means of survival. She had not anticipated that her typically emotionally detached master would harbor such genuine sentiments, a budding affection that could evoke tears. Suddenly, a faint sob broke the silence. Both turned towards the sound, only to find the burly guard with reddened eyes, shedding tears that trickled down his wild beard, accompanied by intermittent gasps. Chu Beiyue and Zitong exchanged glances, struck by the sight. The guard's dark face was tinged with an unmistakable hue of embarrassment as he stammered, "Forgive me, my lord. I could not hold back. It is truly moving." With that, he began to cry anew. Chu Beiyue, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he silently inquired of Zitong whether it was time for acupuncture. After a brief assessment of Lin Qingke's condition, she withdrew the needle, noticing the subtle blush that had crept to Chu Beiyue's ears, and tactfully led the still sobbing guard outside. "Once Miss Lin awakens, and is well, I shall take my leave," she said, kindly closing the door behind them as they gradually distanced themselves from the sound of his weeping. Only then did Chu Beiyue relax, clearing his throat awkwardly while turning to find Lin Qingke, propped up in bed, gazing at him with wide, unblinking eyes. When she realized he was aware of her presence, Lin Qingke's expression softened as she smiled sweetly at him. "What did you wake?" Chu Beiyue asked in surprise, swiftly pouring a cup of warm tea and moving to cradle her gently against his chest. Lin Qingke sipped the warm water from his rough palm, feeling the soothing liquid slide down her throat, warming her heart in the process. As Chu Beiyue spoke of enduring companionship until old age, of a lifetime shared as one, Lin Qingke playfully blinked and teasingly echoed his words, seeking to provoke a reaction from the seemingly composed man before her. At that moment, she had just begun to grasp her own consciousness, her body still somewhat uncooperative, yet her ears had caught the essence of such heartfelt declarations. Truth be told, upon realizing Chu Beiyue had come to rescue her, Lin Qingke had not expected him to prepare cold stone grass, choosing not the most primitive method of antidote instead. Love in this world ought to be thus. I merely performed what was expected of a man, and Kerr need not feel that this alone suffices. Chu Beiyue set the teacup aside, taking Lin Qingke's still cool hand in his gaze fixed intently upon her. "I can offer you much more. These are merely the fundamentals. My life, Chu Beiyue, could be yours." The man's gaze was as dark as deep water, brimming with profound affection, akin to an abyss that nearly drowned Lin Qingke. "Your Highness, I feel the same," Lin Qingke replied, one hand clasping the man's large palm while the other gently caressed his extraordinarily handsome, almost otherworldly face, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "I too wish to share a lifetime with you. My entire being belongs to you. No matter the time, I will forever be your core." Her alluring red lips moved rhythmically, articulating words that stirred the heart, slightly swollen and irresistibly charming. The overwhelming emotions trapped within her chest sought expression, prompting Xiuye Pavilion to embrace the girl, conveying his unspoken sentiments through a kiss. "If this continues, our lips might break." Lin Qingke felt a fiery sensation on her lips and playfully swatted at the hormone-charged Xiuye Pavilion. "Wait, Your Highness, how did you ultimately deal with Qiu Zhengchen?" Lin Qingke inquired anxiously, pushing the man clinging to her side. During their time in the temple, she had only managed to urge Xiuye Pavilion against impulsiveness before losing all consciousness, leaving her unaware of how matters resolved. Xiuye Pavilion gazed at the oblivious woman with a melancholic expression, raising a hand to wipe away a fragment of crystal from the corner of her mouth. Yet he refrained from answering her query. Instead, he asked softly, "Must you bring up another man at this moment?" Lin Qingke sheepishly touched her nose and, as a form of recompense, embraced the seemingly aggrieved Xiuye Pavilion, nervously explaining, "It just came to mind suddenly. I also administered a packet of medicine to him and had him sent to the brothel for an exclusive engagement." Lin Qingke gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "A whole packet of peach blossom mist?" Upon seeing Xiuye Pavilion nod in affirmation, she could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Your Highness, you are too wicked. Qiu Zhengchen may never walk the path of a man again." Her laughter revealed charming dimples, and even Xiuye Pavilion could not suppress the smile in his eyes, though his tone bore a heavy undertone of menace. "He nearly harmed you. Since he cannot die just yet, let him live and experience the sensation of death." Meanwhile, as dawn broke, the largest brothel in the capital, the Drunken Dream Pavilion, had just concluded its night of business when a significant patron arrived, wishing to reserve all the ladies. Shen Mo carelessly tossed Qiu Zhengchen onto the ground, pried his mouth open, and poured an entire packet of peach blossom mist inside, kindly following up with a cup of tea to help him swallow the powdered medicine. "Sir, our ladies have just finished their shifts. I fear the quality of service may not meet expectations," the matron remarked with a forced smile, observing Shen Mo's shabby attendant attire, mistakenly believing him to be a troublemaker, intoxicated by desire. Shen Mo deftly slipped a gold ingot into the madam's palm, casting a fleeting glance at the incapacitated Qiu Zhengchen on the floor. With detached composure, he instructed, "He has inadvertently consumed an aphrodisiac. Arrange some courtesans to attend to him until the effects subside." The madam, who had witnessed the entire drugging incident, beamed at the sight of gold, promptly erasing the memory from her own mind. Fawning obsequiously, she chimed in, "Since this gentleman has been afflicted, our ladies simply must lend their assistance. And you, my lord, would you require any company?" Shen Mo recoiled as flirtatious gazes slithered toward him from all directions. The cloying perfume of the brothel clung thickly to the air, nauseating him. Evading the madam's grasping hands, he swiftly took his leave. "Just ensure he is properly attended to." Chapter 61. The beauty of the makeup exceeds the lotus flower. Tomorrow marks the day of the grand coronation ceremony, and the Prime Minister's residence is filled with an air of jubilation. The servants are bustling about in an orderly fashion, each one engaged in preparations for the event, moving with a fervor that scarcely allows their feet to touch the ground. "Miss, the uniform bestowed by the Emperor has been altered. Please try it on and see if the waist still fits." The princess's official attire is a resplendent stone blue brocade robe embroidered with floral motifs, adorned with exquisite green and blue double rings, crafted from the finest feather satin, enveloped by a layer of ethereal azure gauze. The needlework glimmers with golden and silver threads, and the hem is embellished with a row of tassels, exuding both elegance and grandeur. At this moment, Lin Qingke sits before the vanity, Preparing for her makeup as an attendant from the palace delicately applies rouge to her full, smooth lips. Let us set that aside for now, until Su Mama finishes with the makeup. As soon as she speaks, Su Mama puts down her tools with a beaming smile, nodding in satisfaction, her eyes filled with awe. Truly, the princess is a celestial being descended to earth. Such a splendid makeup merely enhances your already exquisite features, failing to conceal your remarkable bone structure. Her lustrous black hair is styled into an elegant updo, adorned with a jeweled hairpin from which tassels dangle, swaying gently as she turns. With a visage as radiant as spring water, her face is like, her long brows resemble delicate brush strokes, and her eyes sparkle like stars. At the center of her brows rests a five-petaled plum blossom ornament, echoing the vibrant red of her lips, creating a strikingly beautiful contrast. Miss, you truly are breathtaking. Hong Feng gazes in rapture, standing transfixed, as she has only ever seen her mistress in light makeup, and this heavy application is a first. It accentuates Lin Qingke's strikingly beautiful features even more. The beauty of the lotus is eclipsed by the charm of a woman's makeup. As the fragrant breeze wafts through the water pavilion, the usually composed Qing Zhu also displays her excitement, exclaiming that such beauty belongs to the likes of their mistress. Lin Qingke chuckles at the two girls, playfully ruffling Hong Feng's empty head. You should find some time to study with Qing Zhu. Look at you, hardly able to speak. Yet, Hong Feng remains entranced, her spirit captivated by Lin Qingke's smile, appearing much like a lovesick fool. Qing Zhu shakes her head in exasperation and brings forth a tray bearing the princess's uniform. Miss, please try on the uniform. Lin Qingke nods in agreement. But before she can remove her current attire, a high-pitched voice from outside announces, the imperial decree has arrived. Everyone in the room immediately kneels, the previously lively atmosphere turning solemn in an instant. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, tomorrow, at the coronation ceremony, I bestow upon Princess Mingxin a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold, along with various treasures, detailed as follows: 2 pairs of emerald and jade glass bangles, 2 strands of bohai powder pearls, 2 sets of phoenix and sun hairpins, 2 pairs of gold necklaces adorned with pearls and silks, several pairs of ginkgo leaf pendants, and 2 pairs of magpie and plum hairpins. Lin Qingke kneels, her legs growing weary, as the young eunuch finally finishes reading an entire page of items. Princess, please rise quickly. Our emperor truly cherishes you. The young eunuch smiled charmingly, pointing to a name in the booklet. Look at this Jiuyang Chao Feng hairpin. Even the Princess Yongning cannot bear to be rewarded with it. The eunuch laughed, and Qing Zhu, please see him off. Once the palace attendants had departed, the onlookers erupted into whispers, each exchanging furtive glances. Does this mean our young lady is more esteemed than the current princess? Oh, how could that be? It can only be said that our young lady is exceedingly favored. Lin Qingke could not help but smile bitterly within. Even a young maid who could barely read understood her favored status, let alone the supreme ruler. Such an overt proclamation of her significance in the emperor's heart raises questions about the true intentions behind it. With a deep sigh, Lin Qingke wearily returned to her small couch, raising her hand to dismiss the crowd. You all may leave. There is no need for further fittings. This will suffice. The world asserts that the divine maiden can bless the Qi with favorable weather and prosperity. But that is merely the result of the old man's divination at the Citian Bureau, the validity of which is debatable. Moreover, Emperor Huiyan does not seem like one to invest so much for the common people. Such actions appear to cater to his own interests. Does she possess something he seeks to exploit? Sitting idly is not a viable strategy. Lin Qingke anxiously rose and began to pace the room. Since her rebirth, everything seemed to have shifted slightly. Certain events are interconnected in ways she cannot predict. After experiencing the tribulations of her previous life, this sense of being in the dark unsettles her, as she feels that danger lurks just around the corner, ready to strike against the minister's residence. Q, may I come in? Suddenly, a firm knock echoed at the window, revealing the tall figure of Chu Beiwei. Your Highness? What brings you here? Lin Qingke exclaimed with surprise, hastening to the window to open it, stepping aside to allow the man to enter. Chu Beiyue chuckled helplessly, gazing at the somewhat dazed girl, and affectionately tapped her nose through the window. How might it fit through such a small window? It was only then that Lin Qingke realized, chastising herself for her anxious thoughts. The door. Your Highness, are you not investigating the people from the western borders? How did you find time to seek me out? Lin Qingke stood at the door, hands on her hips, looking at Chu Beiyue with feigned indignation. After Lin Qingke had fully regained her senses post-treatment, Chu Beiyue had disclosed his purpose for returning to the capital. It appeared that individuals from the western borders had been discovered on the battlefield in the northern frontier, a most alarming signal suggesting that the peripheral states of Qi might have formed an alliance, poised to launch an attack. The late emperor was valiant and skilled in battle, having compelled neighboring nations to sign treaties after years of conflict, mandating tribute to the Qi every 2 years. With such an inequitable treaty in place, any sign of decline from the Qi could render it vulnerable to targeting. Lin Qingke was well aware of the gravity of the situation, yet couldn't resist the urge to act coquettishly with her beloved prince, who in their right mind would summon her sweetheart away with shadow guards the moment he awoke. Her petite frame stood no chance of blocking the doorway against the battle-hardened and agile Prince Rue. Yet Chu Beiyue obediently paused, his gaze tender and indulgent as it rested upon the adorable figure before him, choosing to humor his little empress. This prince was wrong, he conceded. Qing'er may punish me however she wishes, but first, might I be permitted to enter? Chapter 62. How about I carry you inside? Lin Qingke was taken aback by the unexpected compliance of the majestic Prince Rue, her heart swelling with pride as she stepped forward into the glow of the lantern, boldly declaring, "Humph, what can you do if I refuse to let you in?" It was only then that Chu Beiyue truly glimpsed the enchanting figure before him, his breath hitching as he stood frozen in place, his piercing eagle-like gaze fixated on Lin Qingke, his face awash with astonishment. The young woman before him, adorned in vibrant makeup, had yet to remove it, her lively round eyes sparkling, complemented by a bashful expression that was utterly captivating. With a slight movement of his Adam's apple, Chu Beiyue extended his long arms and wrapped them around the girl, instantly enveloped by her delicate fragrance. "Ah, your Highness." Lin Qingke was startled by the sudden embrace, playfully pounding her fists against the man's solid chest, her tone laced with feigned annoyance. "Kur, you look extraordinarily beautiful today," Chu Beiyue murmured, burying his head in the crook of her neck and nuzzling gently, his voice slightly hoarse yet alluring. Despite having received countless compliments from others that day, Lin Qingke felt her cheeks flush at his words, unable to contain her embarrassment. "Don't think that flattery will make me any less upset." Lin Qingke, her temper flaring, nestled against Chu Beiyue, her hands gripping his neck, revealing her true feelings unbeknownst to her. "Chu Beiyue sopti," his magnetic voice resonating with a hint of raspiness, striking a sensual chord that echoed in Lin Qingke's heart. "Truly my little ancestor." A gentle sigh escaped his lips, merging with the breeze as he effortlessly lifted Lin Qingke by the bend of her legs, cradling her in his arms. "How about I carry you inside?" Chu Beiyue leaned down, locking eyes with the girl in his embrace, his focused gaze igniting a deeper blush upon her cheeks. "Quick, let us go in. Someone might see us," Lin Qingke exclaimed, covering her face in a flurry of embarrassment. Chu Beiyue's eyes meticulously traced the delicate features of her flushed face, and as her skin deepened in hue, he finally averted his gaze, leisurely carrying her into the room. It was only that day when spies reported the sighting of suspected foreign individuals that I had to rush out, he explained, holding her tightly as they stood in the center of the room, patiently detailing the circumstances to Lin Qingke. If he had remained unconscious, I would not have left. Though she understood the situation, Lin Qingke felt her spirits lift uncontrollably upon hearing his words. You must put me down," she protested, kicking her legs and struggling to escape his embrace. Yet his arms were as unyielding as iron, showing no sign of budging. "Do you truly wish to be set down?" Chu Beiyue inquired, his tone tinged with disappointment. "Is that even question? Hurry and let me go." Lin Qingke glared at the disobedient man through the gaps between her fingers, her threat palpable. "Very well," with a look of regret, Xiuye gently lowered Lin Qingke to the ground, his fingers lingering on her sleeve with an air of reluctance. Regrettably, I had hoped to embrace you a while longer. Lin Qingke tidied her disheveled hair, preparing to feign a scolding when a familiar and sweet aroma wafted into the air. It was osmanthus cake. Lin Qingke's eyes instantly sparkled, and her stomach audibly grumbled in perfect timing. Having only hastily consumed a couple of bites during lunch in preparation for the makeup trial, she was indeed quite hungry at this moment. Do you wish to partake? Xiuye inquired, retrieving a steaming osmanthus cake from his bosom, enticingly unwrapping it from its oil paper. The fragrant scent of osmanthus mingled with that of glutinous rice, quickly filling the room. I want to eat. Lin Qingke joyfully leaped forward, eager to snatch the delightful osmanthus cake, only to miss her target. A playful smile graced Xiuye's lips, yet his gentle gaze exuded a hint of mischief. I have forgiven you, Your Highness. Might I have it now? Lin Qingke implored, wrapping her arms around Xiuye's elbow, presenting what she believed to be a generous proposition, playfully shaking her stout arm. Not yet sufficient, Xiuye replied, suppressing a laugh as he ignored her flirtatious antics, continuing to hold the osmanthus cake aloft like bait for a small creature. What do you propose I do? Lin Qingke pouted, feeling defeated against Xiuye's resolve. His slender fingers lightly brushed his own supple lips, casting a pointed glance in her direction. What does this signify? They both knew the implications. Yet Lin Qingke suddenly felt bashful, shyly gazing at his delicate lips. They appeared moist and lustrous, radiating a healthy pink hue, reminiscent of glistening milk jelly. She couldn't help but wonder how they might taste. Lost in thought, Lin Qingke leaned in, their breaths intertwining, as if bewitched. She gently brushed her lips against that enticing mouth. Xiuye was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a mere, fleeting kiss, only to be surprised as she boldly revealed her soft inner self. In the next moment, Lin Qingke found herself firmly embraced, as an impassioned kiss enveloped her completely. After what felt like an eternity, she was finally seated on the bed, her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to lift her gaze. How could she be so easily swayed by temptation? It was merely a ploy of a handsome man. Nevertheless, the taste was undeniably delightful, as Lin Qingke savored her lips. Lost in reminiscence, seeing her flustered demeanor, Xiuye felt a surge of desire. Taking a deep breath, he handed her the osmanthus cake, then silently retreated to the window to cool his fervent emotions. It was only then that Lin Qingke recalled the cake, quietly accepting it and taking small bites, her mind drifting into emptiness. Time passed, and both remained pink-cheeked, one indulging in the cake on the bed, while the other stood by the window, seeking solace in the breeze. Ahem, I noticed earlier that you seemed troubled. Is there something weighing on your mind? Xiuye inquired, adjusting his expression as he pulled a small stool to sit before Lin Qingke, his gaze intently fixed upon her. Upon mentioning the matter, Lin Qingke's sorrow resurfaced, tears brimming as she spoke. Your Highness, do you think the Emperor seeks to harm me? Xiuye's expression instantly turned grave. Indeed, the matter I came to discuss today concerns this very issue. The Emperor seems to hold an extraordinary reverence for your identity as the Divine Maiden. His face bore an indescribable expression before he added after a pause, though reverence may not be the precise term. It borders on a state of fanaticism. Lin Qingke found resonance in his words and, forgetting about the osmanthus cake in her hand, nodded eagerly in agreement. Exactly. It makes me rather uneasy, the sensation of grasping at nothingness. Xiuye reached out to gently tousle the young maiden's hair, offering a reassuring smile. Might I suggest you consider why His Majesty chose a divine maiden in the first place? Because he's superstitious and easily deceived by the imperial astronomers? Lin Qingke wore a puzzled expression, failing to comprehend his sudden line of questioning. Instead of responding, Xiuye merely gazed at her with an amused smile, the corner of his lips quirking upward in a roguish arch of his eyebrow. As Lin Qingke momentarily lost herself in his striking features, a sudden epiphany struck her. Because he's superstitious, All I need is to find someone he considers even more divine than the imperial astronomers, and we can turn the tables. Chapter 63. The chilling mist, but who could she turn to? Lin Qingke lowered her head, a myriad of candidates swirling in her mind as she frowned in deep contemplation. Just as Xiuye Pavilion smiled, preparing to offer assistance, a soft sigh wafted from the other side, and Lin Qingke shook her head in utter helplessness. It had been quite a while since she last saw her master. It seemed the time had come to seek his counsel. Observing the girl's furrowed brow, which made her resemble a little old man, Xiuye Pavilion couldn't help but chuckle. Employing Elder Yi to deceive a foolish emperor felt like a gross misallocation of talent. Yet, upon mentioning this, the image of the girl from his childhood resurfaced, as vivid as if it had transpired just yesterday. A shadow darkened Xiuye Pavillion's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of obsession and madness flashing through. Kur, I shall ensure you become my legitimate wife, my true family. However, the little girl remained oblivious to the fact that the boy was indeed him, or perhaps she had simply forgotten. Contemplating this second possibility plunged Xiuye Pavilion into a realm of anguish, his very insides twisting in torment, despair wrapping around him like a suffocating shroud. Your Highness, what is wrong? Lin Qingke exclaimed, startled as the prince suddenly doubled over, clutching the table in agony. She hurried over, gently patting his back, her expression fraught with concern. Xiuye Pavilion traversed a desolate, frigid mist, utterly alone, devoid of companionship or understanding, bereft of family and kin. In an instant, a small, tender figure emerged from the damp fog, opening warm arms to him, smiling gently and promising to become his family. I have nothing left, Xiuye Pavilion thought. Perhaps I should dare to trust her. The next moment, the battered youth took hesitant steps toward the inviting light. However, just as he was a mere step away, everything vanished. He found himself ensnared once more in the chilling mist, an unyielding fog from which there seemed no escape. Your Highness! Your Highness! Lin Qingke was nearly driven to madness, tearing at the fabric of the man's chest, pressing firmly on several acupoints. Daytime nightmare. After stimulating the acupoints, called gently or perhaps acupuncture. Yes, that's it, Lin Qingke, don't panic. As she encouraged herself, she began treating the entranced prince. Despite having healed countless patients in similar states, why did she feel such turmoil when it came to him? The overwhelming dread of losing Xiuye Pavilion engulfed Lin Qingke's senses, as if everything were destined to repeat the trajectory of her previous life, leaving her powerless to alter the final outcome. Even her hands trembled slightly as she prepared the needle. Your Highness, Pavilion, please wake up. In the depths of the mist, the boy suddenly heard a tearful cry, the voice inexplicably familiar, causing his heart to ache inexplicably. Who dares to meddle? Show yourself at once. The youthful voice rang out, but only a cacophony of echoes returned. What is happening to me? The young boy pressed his hand to his chest, brows knitted in distress. His heart felt heavy, as though it were aching, as if it were filled with tenderness. It's Kur. It is my beloved Kur. A sudden thought surged into his mind, as if struggling against a thick fog, causing excruciating pain that seemed to tear his brain apart. Who is Kur? This prince? But I'm still the heir apparent. The young boy's head throbbed violently, his consciousness wavering, yet the voice in his mind grew louder and more insistent. Kaiya, this prince must find Kur. We shall have a home together, a warm and loving home. Kaiya. With a startled cry, Xiuye Pavilion abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up straight in bed, drenched in sweat. His expression one of sheer terror. A girl gazed at him with anxious eyes, her lips moving as she spoke, but Xiuye Pavilion heard nothing. Instead, he pulled her tightly into his embrace. Kur, don't leave me. Don't forget me. A faint, soothing fragrance emanated from the girl's neck, gradually calming the turmoil and fear in Xiuye Pavillion's heart. His senses slowly returned, and he finally heard the gentle voice of the one in his arms. I won't leave, and I can never forget you, Pavilion. Don't be afraid. Her voice was as tender as if she were soothing an infant, her warm little hand patting his broad back in a comforting rhythm. Kur. A sigh escaped Xiuye Pavillion's lips as he held the girl closer, as though cradling the most precious treasure in the world. Hearing his tone, Lin Qingke knew the prince had regained his composure. Still holding him, her voice laced with concern, she asked, "Your Highness, how did you suddenly suffer such a waking nightmare? I had to apply acupuncture for a long time before you improved. This wasn't the first time, was it?" Chu Beiyue remained silent for a long moment before finally nodding. "When was the first time?" "A month after I first saw you upon returning to the capital." Chu Beiyue thought silently. Receiving no answer, Lin Qingke changed her question. "What do you see in these nightmares? Are they about me?" Again, Chu Beiyue did not speak, but he nodded. "If they involve me, then I won't pry into the details. But listen carefully, Your Highness." Lin Qingke placed both hands on his shoulders, looking him straight in the eye with solemnity. "I, Lin Qingke, swear here and now that I will never leave Chu Beiyue, nor will I ever forget him." She paused, then added, "Even if illness or some other reason were to make me forget, I believe I would fall in love with you all over again." Seeing Chu Beiyue still dazed and unresponsive, Lin Qingke raised one hand to the heavens. "If I break this oath, may I, Lin Qingke, never." Before she could finish, the man's lips sealed hers in a fierce kiss, his words spilling out between their entangled breaths. "Don't curse yourself like that. This prince believes you." From a moment Lin Qingke spoke her first words. The fog in Chu Beiyue's heart seemed to dissipate, replaced by a warm and radiant light. "What does it matter if she forgets me?" Chu Beiyue thought as he held the girl, his heart brimming with contentment. "As long as I can still see her, protect her, and now that she is mine." Chu Beiyue, what more could you possibly desire? Chapter 64. The Azure-Feathered Taoist of Floating Jade Mountain. Now, I recall. Let me recount to Your Highness the events before my return to the capital. Lin Qingke suddenly remembered that Chu Beiyue might be entirely unaware of her having a master. Seizing this opportunity to share the tale would also serve to divert his attention from the recent nightmare's torment. "Your Highness, do you still remember the Xiuye Pavilion I mentioned before?" Lin Qingke inexplicably felt a flutter of nervousness, straightening her posture as her hopeful gaze settled upon Chu Beiyue. Faced with the girl's expectant expression, Chu Beiyue chuckled softly, nodding in perfect cooperation. "Of course. He will actually." Having received the anticipated response, Lin Qingke instead grew somewhat bashful, scratching her head in slight embarrassment. "The master of Xiuye Pavilion is my teacher. You recall that too?" "Yes. I spent the decade before returning to the capital within those walls." "Then, do you know who my master is?" Chu Beiyue wore an expression of precisely measured surprise, pausing in thought before adorning his features with delighted realization. "Your master is Elder Yi?" Witnessing the man's appreciative astonishment, Lin Qingke suddenly brightened. "Exactly. Then you must be the legendary young mistress of Xiuye Pavilion?" Chu Beiyue inquired with tender indulgence, his lips curving into a captivating smile. "Indeed." Like a child bestowed with sweets, Lin Qingke narrowed her eyes in joy, resembling a mischievous little fox who'd stolen treat. Chu Beiyue rested his chin upon one hand, his gaze overflowing with adoration, the corners of his mouth lifting into an exquisite arc. His obsidian eyes shimmered with tenderness, softening even the surrounding candlelight. Lin Qingke found herself utterly powerless against such a Chu Beiyue, finally comprehending the wealthy young maidens in folk tales who eloped with penniless scholars. Now it seemed that even if Chu Beiyue were a mere cowherd from the countryside, her soul would still be utterly ensnared by him. Truly a male enchantress. Lin Qingke muttered under her breath while rubbing her flushed earlobes. What did Cougar say?" Chu Beiyue tilted his head slightly, uncertain if he'd heard correctly. "Did Cougar just call me an enchantress?" "It was nothing. Your Highness, that look of yours is simply too unfair. Every time you gaze at me like this, my heart races uncontrollably." Lin Qingke pressed a hand to her chest, adopting an exaggeratedly sorrowful sigh. "With such grace and charm, I imagine countless noble ladies in the capital must pine for you." Chu Beiyue, already secretly moved by the girl's confession, detected the faintest hint of vinegar in her words, intensifying the sweetness in his heart. Could it be that Kur, like him, longed to claim the other wholly for herself? "Kur, are you jealous?" Chu Beiyue's gaze melted like tranquil indigo waters, his affection undisguised as it poured forth. "However, I suspect that in all the capital, only you..." have ever witnessed such a smile from me. His calloused palm cradled her face. This smile is reserved solely for Kur. Lin Qingke's cheeks bloomed crimson as she nuzzled against his hand before nodding emphatically. A promise, then. A promise it is. Chu Beiyue paused, reminiscing about some cherished childhood memories, and extended his hand toward the girl, curling his little finger. Shall we pinky promise? The moment the words left his lips, Chu Beiyue regretted them. What kind of dignified prince would seek a pinky promise with a woman? With that thought, he instinctively withdrew his hand, only to feel the tender warmth of another's touch at his fingertips. Who would have thought even the prince plays this game? Then let's pinky swear, hook, hang, 100 years, no changing. Lin Qingke eagerly hooked her finger with his, playfully shaking their joined hands twice, while her inner self screamed with delight. Today, I've discovered yet another hidden side of the prince, so adorable. Very well, not for 1,000, nor 10,000 years shall it change. The sweet vow, paired with his deep, magnetic voice, was like thick, golden honey, so saccharine it seeped into one's very bones. Chu Beiyue continued to gaze intently at Lin Qingke, his eyes bright yet fathomless. Here it comes again. Unable to withstand the intensity, Lin Qingke covered her eyes. The prince's mesmerizing gaze. Retreat, retreat, retreat. I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't look at me like that. Lin Qingke swiftly changed the subject, determined not to lose herself in his allure. When I was a child, a fortune teller told my family that I must stay away from the capital for 10 years, avoiding any trace of its influence. Coincidentally, my family knew my master, so they sent me away. So that is how it was. This was something he truly hadn't known. He had assumed she had simply left to study under a master. Did I, by accident, expose her to the capital's influence back then? Was that why she fell ill and forgot me? He exhaled slowly. Unbeknownst to him, he might have nearly harmed the girl he cherished most. But now he chose not to ask. As long as they were together, safe and sound, that was enough. Those memories were dark, tainted. There was no need for her to know such ugliness. Yet Qing is remarkable, training alone at the Xiuye Pavilion and even becoming its young mistress. Lin Qingke smiled sheepishly. Not all. My senior brother is far more capable, though perhaps it's because he is always scolding our master. In any case, the title of young mistress was suddenly passed to me. Hearing praise for another man from the lips of his beloved, Chu Beiyue's eyes darkened. Wisely, he steered the conversation elsewhere, unwilling to let her dwell on this senior brother any longer. So this is how you repay your master's kindness, by sending Elder Yi to act as your spy before the emperor? Lin Qingke's expression instantly fell as she remembered the true matter at hand. A last resort, nothing more. It's just at the moment. There's no other trustworthy martial arts expert I can rely on. What else can be done? She shook her head in frustration, her gaze wandering aimlessly around the room, until it met the prince's amused eyes. Your Highness, do you have a solution? Overjoyed, Lin Qingke sprang up from the divan, rushed to Chu Beiyue's side, and knelt before him, cupping her face in her hands as she looked up at him with sparkling eyes. Chu Beiyue chuckled at her eager, flower-like demeanor. Leaning down, he scooped her up and carried her back to the divan, settling her gently upon it. Qingye, have you ever heard of Mount Fuyu? Lin Qingke's mouth fell agape in astonishment, utterly devoid of the demeanor befitting a refined lady, as she sprang up from the bed. Could it be the esteemed Qingyu Taoist? Before she could receive an answer from Chu Beiyue, Lin Qingke draped her arms around the man's neck, shaking him eagerly as she implored. Is it truly the Qingyu Taoist? Is it real? The Qingyu Taoist is renowned across the realm as an unparalleled diviner. There are even whispers that he may ascend to the heavens. Such a figure surely warrants greater trust from the emperor than the celestial monitors within the palace. With a resigned sigh, Chu Beiyue steadied the girl by her waist, cradling her gently, and after savoring the moment, he nodded leisurely, confirming, indeed, it is the Qingyu Taoist from floating Jade Mountain. Oh my goodness, Your Highness, I am utterly enamored with you. How could you be so extraordinary? Lin Qingke exclaimed, resembling a sloth as she clung to Chu Beiyue, comfortably nestled in the crook of his arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She even bestowed upon him a sweet kiss. Pop! The crisp sound echoed, Yet it was not enough. Lin Qingke resolutely turned the man's head towards her, passionately showering his handsome visage with kisses. Pop, 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 pop. Xiuye Pavilion, his face adorned with lipstick prints, found himself in a state of delight. Yet an inexplicable sense of unease lingered. Chapter 65, Golden Bamboo Embroidery Heat. Lin Qingke giggled foolishly as she pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve to wipe Xiuye Pavilion's face. Having entered the palace the previous day, he had yet to emerge, likely having already gained the emperor's favor. Xiuye Pavilion allowed her to dab at his face briefly before recounting his progress over the past 2 days. However, earning the emperor's full trust would still require time. Lin Qingke tucked the handkerchief back into her sleeve, lost in thought. No matter, given Emperor Huiyan's superstitious nature, he will likely grow deeply reliant on you. Then, resting her chin on his shoulder, she tilted her head curiously. But my prince, how did you manage to persuade the venerable Qingyu Taoist to descend from his mountain? He has secluded himself on Fuyu Mountain for years, detached from worldly affairs. Why would he agree to step into the treacherous palace? He made mistakes in his youth and owed my father a debt. This is merely repayment. Xiuye Pavilion replied indifferently, clearly unwilling to elaborate. With a slight turn of his head, he deftly shifted the topic. The last of the late-blooming peonies in the forest have just opened. Would you like to see them? Otherwise, we'd have to wait until next year. As he spoke, his strong arms adjusted her weight, the softness beneath his palms making him pause. Stiffly, he lifted his other hand to straighten the disheveled collar of her robe. Of course, a moment of respite would be lovely. Tomorrow's coronation ceremony will surely be a battle of wits, demanding much of our energy. With practiced ease, Lin Qingke tightened her grip on the cloak draped over Xiuye Pavillion's shoulders. Sensing his tension, she grinned and pressed another kiss to his lips before raising her hand dramatically and declaring in a resonant voice, "Payment settled. Onward." A faint smile curved Xiuye Pavillion's lips as he secured her in his embrace and stepped outside. With a light push of his foot, they soared toward the forest beyond the capital. TSK, TSK. Ever since being with you, my prince, I've grown so accustomed to your carrying me that I'll soon become utterly spoiled, Lin Qingke mused, nestled comfortably in his warmth. She silently resolved to extend her morning training by another quarter hour. Military-trained strides covered ground swiftly, and within moments, a vast expanse of delicate pink blossoms came into view, their subtle fragrance perfuming the air. The tranquil night was hushed, save for the luminous moon suspended in the sky. The pre-summer chill seeped through Lin Qingke's thin garments as she stepped out of his arms, shivering slightly. Had I known, I wouldn't have been so eager to wear summer attire ahead of season, she muttered under her breath, tucking her chin in her collar. Before she could finish, warmth enveloped her back, and the edge of her vision caught a glimpse of black fabric. Xiuye Pavilion had draped his cloak over her shoulders, bending to fasten it securely. Instead of chiding her, he only murmured gently, "The night is cold. I should have reminded you to dress more warmly. My prince, you are far too good to me." His unwavering care brought a sting to her eyes. In her past life, even within prison walls, he had been the only one who remembered whether she had eaten. The golden patterns embroidered upon the cloak rendered Lin Qingke momentarily lost in thought. As a corner of the memories from a past life, long sealed within the depths of her mind, was unearthed, flooding forth with overwhelming intensity. Vividly, she recalled the moment when Chu Zhongshan revealed his true self. She had knelt before the palace gates for an entire night, pleading for him to spare the prime minister's residence. At that time, someone had brought her a cloak to combat her exhaustion, nearly succumbing to the biting cold. That very cloak bore the same intricate design. A golden bamboo-like embroidery evokes memories of the bamboo grove at Xiuye, a recollection that she shall never forget. How foolish she was to believe that it was Chu Zhongshan, moved by conscience, who, understanding her plight of kneeling for an entire night, brought her a cloak. In truth, it was Xiuye Pavilion. No wonder when she later mentioned the cloak to Chu Zhongshan, his expression momentarily reflected confusion, yet he offered no rebuttal, instead accepting with a sense of tranquility the remnants of that absurd warmth within him. It turned out that in her previous life, she had missed so much with Xiuye Pavilion. Your Highness, this embroidery. Lin Qingke pointed at the golden bamboo embroidery, her words faltering, her voice trembling. What is the matter? Upon catching sight of the exquisite embroidery, Xiuye offered a faint smile. It was a custom piece inspired by the bamboo grove etched in his memory, a poignant reminder to persevere and to embrace life. It's nothing, Your Highness. I merely find this cloak rather lovely, Lin Qingke said, dabbing at the corners of her reddened eyes, striving to muster a smile as she tugged at Xiuye's sleeve, leading him towards the flower fields. Come, let us go and admire the blossoms. Xiuye cast a worried glance at the girl, as he had noticed the hint of redness in her eyes moments ago. However, since she does not wish to speak at the moment, it is best to remain silent. Fortunately, he had made some preparations in advance, allowing him to bring her a touch of joy. As Xiuye contemplated this, he gently grasped her small hand, urging Lin Qingke to look ahead. In the very heart of the flower fields stood a wooden swing, exquisitely crafted and adorned with a coat of silver paint, which shimmered beautifully under the moonlight. A gentle evening breeze caressed the scene, causing the swing to sway softly, while the clusters of peonies around it danced in the wind, revealing their tender yellow centers. Wow, there's a swing! Lin Qingke exclaimed with excitement, seizing Xiuye's hand and dashing towards the swings. Reminiscent of an alpaca frolicking eagerly in a meadow, the swing was thoughtfully adorned with a soft cushion, and without hesitation, Lin Qingke plopped down onto it. She patted the adjacent seat and continued to exuberantly shout, Your Highness, come quickly and take a seat. The cushion is delightfully fresh and soft. One cannot afford to suffer losses or fall victim to deceit. Merely participating is tantamount to gaining. Xiuye. All right. His body, hardened by years of warfare, was extraordinarily robust. With a powerful thrust of his long legs against the ground, the swing soared high, cutting through the night sky towards the moon. Woohoo! Higher, higher still! The melodic laughter reverberated through the forest, casting a gentle glow over the moonlit night. After a while, the moon nestled into the clouds and drifted into slumber, while a head rested upon Xiuye's thigh. Kur, may you find peace and joy each day. Xiuye gently caressed Lin Qingke's face. The girl resting on his thigh had already fallen into a deep slumber. The tender moonlight enveloped the two on the swing, as if, in this moment, only this gentle warmth remained in the world. Chapter 66. The enthronement ceremony begins. On the second day, the grand enthronement ceremony for Princess Lin Qingke officially commenced. Towering crimson palace walls, layered and majestic, stood solemnly under the golden glow of the morning sun, their emerald green tiles shimmering with regal brilliance. At the forefront of the grand hall lay a vast open space, upon which stood a solemn altar, the sacred platform where emperors of past dynasties had prayed for bountiful harvests and favorable weather. Upon the gilded dragon throne within the hall sat Emperor Huiyan, his expression a mix of exhilaration and tension. To his left and right stood the chief astrologer and an elder whose demeanor exuded an immortal grace. Between the grand hall and the altar, dancers swayed gracefully, their sleeves fluttering like clouds, while the resonant chimes of bells and the melodious strains of music filled the air. Fine sandalwood incense burned upon the altar, its curling smoke weaving an aura of solemn mystique. As the sun slowly ascended, its golden rays gradually bathed the altar in light. The moment it was fully illuminated, Wang Fu, the imperial attendant, solemnly announced with a sweep of his horsetail whisk, "The auspicious hour has arrived." May Princess Mingxin approached the altar. Deep, resonant bell tolls followed, echoed by the thunderous voices of hundreds of guards. The auspicious hour has arrived. May Princess Mingxin approached the altar. Their voices, powerful and majestic, reverberated through the palace walls like rolling waves. The heavy palace gates swung open, revealing Lin Qingke, dignified and resplendent in her specially tailored princess regalia. With measured grace, she stepped onto the crimson carpet, advancing toward the altar. Her delicate brows and autumn-like eyes, her skin as flawless as polished jade. Every movement was a picture of elegance. The hem of her palace robes shimmered with pearls and tassels, glistening like starlight, while the intricate embroidery of 8 floral clusters and phoenix feathers upon the sapphire brocade symbolized her royal lineage. Tiny, lustrous rose quartz and tiger's eye stones adorned the phoenix motifs, each detail a testament to Emperor Huiyan's profound regard for her. The hairpins upon her head swayed with each step, their delicate gold and silver threads forming intricate patterns of blossoming crabapple and perching warblers, studded with countless pearls that gleamed with noble brilliance. The opulence of her attire only accentuated her natural beauty, as though she were born to grace the imperial court. Most captivating of all was the blooming crimson plum blossom upon her forehead. Crafted from real petals, it exuded an air of refined grace, like a proud plum blossom braving the snow, radiating sacred splendor. Even in the midst of such a solemn ceremony, the assembled ministers and their sons could not suppress gasps of awe. The woman who knelt with each step upon the crimson carpet was as breathtaking as a celestial descending to the mortal realm. At the forefront of the crowd stood Chu Zhengshun, his face pallid, his lips tinged with blue. He trembled uncontrollably, barely able to stand without leaning on the eunuch beside him. The sight of Lin Qingke, radiant and exalted, twisted his expression into something akin to a rotting eggplant. It's all because of this damned woman. She had made him the laughingstock of the capital these past days, and now she had robbed him of his dignity as a man, leaving him without heirs, without honor. In the heart of Emperor Huiyan, he must have certainly excluded him from the line of succession, for what emperor is incapable of procreation? As he glared resentfully at Lin Qingke, Chu Zhengshun suddenly felt an intense and excruciating pain in the bend of his leg, as if his already unsteady limb had suffered a severe blow. In a moment of weakness, he failed to grasp the small eunuch's support and collapsed directly onto the uneven bluestone pavement. "Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, please spare me." The eunuch, who was trying to assist Chu Zhengshun, was instantly overcome with fear and knelt down, repeatedly knocking his head in supplication. With no one to uphold him, Chu Zhengshun awkwardly writhed on the ground a couple of times, but was still unable to rise. Who is it? Who is conspiring against this prince? Like a wild dog with a broken leg, he writhed and howled on the ground. A gust of wind blew, carrying with it the faint aroma of cold sandalwood, and before Chu Zhengshun appeared a pair of exquisitely crafted long boots embroidered with golden threads. Oh, what has befallen the second prince? Chu Beiyue recalled Lin Qingke's usual demeanor and feigned surprise, mimicking her expression with remarkable precision. Who? Chu Zhengshun glared menacingly as he raised his head, but before he could clearly discern the figure, he chastised. "Do you not see this prince has fallen? Hurry and assist me." "Oh, are you certain you wish for me to help?" With a tone laced with sarcasm that failed to elicit the desired effect, Chu Beiyue reverted to his usual icy demeanor, causing Chu Zhengshun on the ground to involuntarily shudder. "You are." Upon hearing the title, Chu Zhengshun lifted his gaze, only to lower his head in trepidation, his tone rife with reluctant submission. "It is your Highness, the Duke of Rue. I am quite rude." Chu Beiyue exuded an air of decisive ferocity typically found on the battlefield, compelling those around him to retreat. "No matter, I shall assist you at once." With that, he bent down, disregarding Chu Zhengshun's panicked retreat, and firmly grasped his arm, lifting him back onto the eunuch beside him. "Ah!" Chu Zhengshun let out a pained sigh, the earlier torment in his leg still throbbing, now compounded by the near dislocation of his arm, which was likely turning bruised under Chu Beiyue's grip. "Thank you, my lord. It is nothing, merely a trifling effort, but you, second prince, must ensure you stand steady this time. Next time, there may be no one to assist you." After saying this, he cast a half-smile while appraising Chu Zhengshun from head to toe before departing. Left behind, Chu Zhengshun seethed with anger, his entire body aching as he leaned helplessly against the eunuch, panting laboriously. Upon returning to his position, Chu Beiyue discreetly stowed away a miniature slingshot from his sleeve and resumed his calm focus on the girl on stage. The entrance ceremony is complete. Wang Fu waved his whisk and called out to Lin Qingke, who stood at the center of the altar. "Next ceremony, presenting Thea. Please invite the princess." This ceremony required Lin Qingke to ascend the 99 steps, enter the hall, and serve tea to Emperor Huiyan, thereby acknowledging him as her adoptive father, thus completing the princess's rite. A vibrant red mat rolled down from the front of the grand hall, perfectly covering the blue stone slabs beneath. In the very first second after the mat was laid, Lin Qingke gently stepped upon it, her graceful movements allowing her to effortlessly ascend the steps and make her way into the hall. Her gait was so steady that even the ornamental hairpin atop her head remained undisturbed, eliciting astonishment among the onlookers. It is worth noting that each step of the grand staircase before the hall was notably high, causing even an ordinary man to struggle for breath, let alone a woman. The Emperor Hin, seated upon the dragon throne, revealed a flicker of genuine admiration in his eyes, while the elder beside him seemed to nod in satisfaction, though his expression turned solemn as his gaze fell upon the girl. What was it about her that emanated such an aura of purple energy? It even carried the essence of a true dragon, unbeknownst to Lin Qingke, who was currently climbing the steps. Her previous days spent sweeping the stairs at Xiuye rendered this ascent trivial in comparison. As she re-entered the palace, memories of her past life flooded back. In her previous existence, she had traversed these very steps adorned with a crimson mat, entering the hall amidst the gaze of thousands. That was the last moment before Chu Zhengshan's Fade was shattered. Under the auspices of the Prime Minister's house, she had aided him in ascending the throne, and on the day of his coronation, her concern compelled her to accompany him along this path. Yet the very next day, she was met with the grim reality of imprisonment. Lin Qingke exhaled a deep breath, resolute in her determination to reclaim everything she had once given him, including the throne itself. Chapter 67. The Ritual of Offering to Heaven. May I invite Princess Mingxin? Please, sir, the tea. A young eunuch approached with a tray, upon which rested 2 cups of tea. Lin Qingke ascended the 99 steps, standing in the center of the grand hall, where every pillar was adorned with intricately carved golden dragons, coiling and vibrant, creating a magnificent sight. Lin Qingke stood there with grace and poise, her presence exuding a force that seemed to surpass even that of Emperor Xiuye. She appeared ethereal, like clouds shrouding the moon, and swayed gently like the wind stirring the snow. Observing closely, Taoist Qingyu could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. Such demeanor indicated that this woman was no ordinary being. Lin Qingke, in her fleeting moments, scrutinized the elderly figure beside the dragon throne. With flowing white hair and an aura of celestial grace, he radiated a sense of leisurely detachment that starkly contrasted with the opulence of the hall. It appeared this was Taoist Qingyu of Floating Jade Mountain. Lin Qingke felt a slight thrill. After all, encountering such an extraordinary talent, one so detached from worldly affairs, was indeed a rare occurrence. The ceremony begins. Wang Fu's sharp voice interrupted Lin Qingke's reverie. Suddenly brought back to reality, she lifted the teacup from the tray. First cup. To my revered father. Emperor Xiuye straightened, his eyes filled with joy and pride as he gazed at Lin Qingke, who approached gracefully. Father, I offer you this cup. Lin Qingke proclaimed, performing a respectful gesture as she raised the teacup high above her head, adhering to the ceremonial customs. The emperor was elated at her calling him father. Feeling a sense of lightness, momentarily forgetting the formalities, he hastened to assist her in rising. Oh, my dear daughter, please rise. The director of the Astral Monitoring Bureau, standing nearby, exhibited an anxious expression, stepping forward in an attempt to impede the emperor. Your Majesty, this is against protocol. Emperor Xiuye's expression darkened, and Wang Fu quickly intervened, pulling Guo Yi aside, signaling him to refrain from disrupting the emperor's delight. I am the son of heaven in this great Qi. Naturally, I shall do as I please. You are unworthy to instruct me. Lin Qingke raised an eyebrow, a glint of amusement in her gaze. She had not anticipated the emperor's disregard for decorum, nor the audacity of that foolish official to attempt to stop him. At that moment, a voice resonated, deep and ethereal. I too find it inconsequential. I divined yesterday, and it is destined that Miss Lin is a member of the royal family, inextricably linked to His Majesty. Such trivial formalities are best dispensed with. It was Taoist Qingyu speaking. Upon meeting Lin Qingke's gaze, he returned a gentle smile. Emperor Huiyan's anger subsided, and his look towards Taoist Qingyu was now tinged with admiration. The Taoist is correct. Qingke is indeed a benefactor to me, and thus she need not concern herself with these cumbersome rites. Nonetheless, despite his words, the emperor's expression wavered as he regarded the second cup of tea on the tray. Lin Qingke instantly understood, a wry smile creeping into her heart. How superstitious indeed, to think that by merely relying on the words of the Astral Monitoring Bureau, he could dismiss the ritual of offering tea, yet still dared not forego honoring the heavens. However, the most crucial task at present is to first gain his trust, before she possesses the strength to contend with him. She can only rely on the emperor's favor to accomplish her goals. Your Majesty's affection for this humble daughter is deeply appreciated. However, omitting the heaven worship ceremony may adversely affect the empire's fortune. Lin Qingke skillfully seized Emperor Huiyan's inclination, her flattery striking precisely at the heart of his desires. The emperor's expression softened instantly, and his gaze upon her once again brimmed with admiration. Truly worthy of being my adopted daughter, such noble concern for the realm. With a grand wave of his sleeve, he reclined once more upon the dragon throne. Very well then, Wang Fu commenced the heaven worship ceremony. Wang Fu, drenched in sweat from the emperor's unpredictable temperament, hastily wiped his forehead with his sleeve and waddled toward the grand hall's entrance. The ceremony is complete. By imperial decree, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, Lin Qingke, is hereby adopted as the emperor's daughter and bestowed the title of Mingxin Princess. A thunderous applause erupted from the assembled officials below, their voices rising in unison to the heavens. Congratulations to your majesty. Congratulations to Princess Mingxin. May the princess live 1,000 years. Wang Fu then proclaimed, the heaven worship ceremony begins. Sound the bells and play the music. The deep tolling of bells resonated from all directions, accompanied by the ethereal melody of flutes, enhancing the solemnity and sanctity of the occasion. Lin Qingke received the ceremonial tea, holding it solemnly before her chest as she strode with dignified grace toward the altar. This time, her demeanor was markedly more reverent than before. With every 3 steps downward, she sprinkled a few drops of tea, symbolizing favorable weather and bountiful harvests. Standing before the vast altar, her vision clear and unobstructed, she gazed upon the sea of figures prostrated below. An inexplicable thrill surged within her, as if she were the object of universal veneration, a deity worshipped by the masses. The ancients often said, ascend the highest peak, and all mountains appear small. Only by standing atop the summit could one truly comprehend this sentiment, this overwhelming desire to seize control of everything. Regardless of her past life, in this one, whatever Lin Qingke desired, she would claim without fail. A slow, cunning smile curled upon her lips, her sharp eyes gleaming with ambition, radiating an aura of indomitable authority. As the last drop of tea was poured, her golden-threaded embroidered slippers stepped upon the altar. With regal elegance, she advanced to the center and lit another stick of incense. The rich scent of sandalwood enveloped her, stirring a strange familiarity that gave her pause. Then, her eyes shimmered with quiet amusement, though she mused the faint, cool sandalwood fragrance of Chu Beiyue was far more pleasing, a scent that brought her boundless reassurance. The auspicious hour has arrived. Present the incense. Kneeling upon the soft cushion before the incense burner, Lin Qingke bowed deeply 3 times toward the heavens, her expression one of utmost piety. O revered heaven, I thank thee for granting me this second chance. In this life, I shall ensure that all who have wronged me pay the price. I shall not disappoint thy expectations. May thou continue to watch over this humble daughter. Silently, she poured out her thoughts before pressing her forehead to the ground in 3 solemn kowtows. The rite is complete. Offer the incense. After placing the incense into the censer, a young eunuch thoughtfully presented a scripture, its intricate small seal characters momentarily overwhelming Lin Qingke's senses. The divine maiden recited the scriptures to invoke blessings. Let's welcome Princess Mingxin. Lin Qingke unfurled the text, and the words before her effortlessly stirred her heart, dissipating her earlier apathy as she began to recite with solemnity. The officials near the altar held their breath, attentively listening. After a while, some of the officials found their eyes glistening with tears, their expressions filled with fervor as they gazed upon the woman at the altar. Lin Qingke, increasingly passionate as she spoke, eventually abandoned her script entirely, raising her arm and fervently proclaiming to the heavens, "May our great land of China be blessed with bountiful harvests and thriving livestock, that its people may suffer no hunger or cold, and that our nation may be free from the ravages of war, all of which are gifts from the celestial emperor and the deities. In gratitude for the divine protection bestowed upon us, we, your humble servants, hold this grand ceremony of Fengshan, offering the azure jade, the ceremonial jade tablet, 3 sacrificial animals, fine wine, and a variety of offerings, all to be consumed by fire, beseeching the celestial emperor and the deities to partake with us." Chapter 68. Concubine Qi, to think that Princess Mingxin possesses such grand vision. Indeed, even we, seasoned ministers, cannot help but be moved, hoping that the heavens will also be touched. No wonder Princess Mingxin is regarded as a goddess. Such heartfelt sacrificial verses will surely bless our great Qi with prosperity. The common folk gathered by the altar, engrossed in the ceremony, began to share their reflections with one another. Chu Beiyue stood at the forefront of the officials, privy to the fresh verses firsthand, his gaze towards the girl filled with admiration and deep affection. However, as he lowered his head in contemplation, he sensed an unusual disquiet in Ku'er's demeanor. It seemed as though she genuinely wished for the blessings of the celestial beings, as if burdened by significant worries. Since her return to the capital, he had been silently safeguarding her, even hastening back from the borders upon hearing of Chu Zhengchen's intent to harm her. He had lost 3 horses during the journey. He arrived just in time. Suddenly, Chu Zhengchen's visage flashed in his mind, causing Chu Beiyue's pupils to contract. How could he have overlooked this matter? Ku'er had spoken of her rebirth with utmost sincerity, her expressions of pain far too genuine to be feigned. He had unwavering faith in her words. Yet, how could he have failed to consider this? Frustrated, he struck his own head. It was his arrogance that led him to believe that his protection alone would suffice to shield her from harm. Now it seemed that the shadows of darkness continued to envelop Ku'er. Not only did he bear the burdens of his own bleak childhood memories, but she too required the warmth of light for healing. In that dilapidated temple, Ku'er had implored him to spare Chu Zhongshan for the sake of his so-called future. Reflecting on it now, he realized he must hasten his actions. The life of that treacherous emperor could not be allowed to linger, and Chu Zhongshan must be dealt with swiftly as well. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Beiyue cast one last lingering gaze at the breathtaking girl atop the altar before resolutely turning away. The chanting concluded. The rites were complete. The bell fell silent. As the sounds of the bell and flute gradually ceased, the sacrificial ceremony was deemed wholly concluded. Lin Qingke rubbed her sore calves as she descended from the altar. Though she had trained in martial arts for many years, standing for an entire day had left her somewhat fatigued. "Princess, this way, please." A young eunuch intercepted Lin Qingke, a pleasing smile upon his face as he gestured towards a nearby palanquin. "His Highness the Rue Wang is considerate of your exhaustion today and has sent me to escort you to the palace banquet. Today marks the Emperor's grand ceremony of enfeoffment, and it is customary for the Emperor to host a banquet to celebrate this joyous occasion. The palace banquet today would be attended by nobles from the royal palace, officials from the court, and even some relatives of the officials, all eager to witness the illustrious beauty of Princess Mingxin." Lin Qingke felt a warmth in her heart, as the accumulated fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate instantly. As she stepped into the palanquin, she inquired of the young eunuch, "Where is the prince? Did he mention where he was going?" Having just shared tender moments with Chu Beiyue the previous day, Lin Qingke found herself missing his presence upon waking. In response to the princess's inquiry, the prince had conveyed that pressing matters required his attention, but he would seek her out at the palace banquet later. "Ah, I see." Lin Qingke quietly savored the bittersweet ache of longing, her tightly wound nerves finally unwinding as she reclined lazily in her palanquin, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. She resolved to indulge heartily in the imperial feast later. After all, the royal chef's delicacies were bound to be exquisite. The mere thought stirred excitement, and she sat up eagerly, peering ahead. Suddenly, a dense crowd approached, led by towering, formidable guards. Before she could discern who followed behind, a sharp voice pierced the air. How dare anyone ride a palanquin within the palace grounds? Lin Qingke remained silent, still unable to make out the speaker. What insolent child is this? Seeing her highness and failing to pay respects? The voice grew even more imperious as attendants parted, revealing a woman adorned in dazzling jewels. Lin Qingke frowned in confusion. Who was this stranger? Enraged by the young woman's unmoving posture and bewildered gaze, the woman seethed. How dare someone in this palace not recognize me? She shall learn her place. With a glance from Consort Qi, her guards swiftly encircled Lin Qingke. The palanquin bearers panicked, one hastily interjecting, "Your Grace, spare her. This is Mingxin County Princess. She has only just arrived at court and does not yet know you. His Highness Prince Rue sent us to escort her. Punish us instead." Trembling yet loyal, the two eunuchs shielded Lin Qingke, kowtowing repeatedly. "Rise," Lin Qingke said coolly, gracefully dismounting the palanquin. Under Consort Qi's furious glare, she leisurely helped the eunuchs up. "I've done no wrong. If anyone should kneel, it is they to us." "What did you say? You wretched girl. You dare demand I kowtow to you?" Consort Qi snarled, her composure shattered. "You court death, Mingxin County Princess? Beat her." The guards hesitated, exchanging uneasy glances. "Strike. What use are you to me?" Prodded into action, they advanced barehanded. Lin Qingke waved the eunuchs aside, a cruel smirk playing on her lips as she flexed her wrists. "Are you certain you want to draw your blades? Without them, their fate may be grim." Under the eunuch's horrified stares, she swiftly shed her cumbersome outer robe, leaping atop the palanquin with effortless grace. "Come at me together." The guard, who had initially hesitated due to her status, was now thoroughly provoked by her words. Rolling up his sleeves in anger, he charged forward aggressively. Chapter 69. Is this all your meager skills? Seeing them enraged and rushing towards her like a swarm, Lin Qingke could not help but smile coolly. After performing for so long with the emperor today, she felt a sense of pent-up frustration, and their arrival provided the perfect opportunity for her to release it, truly a timely gift when one is about to doze off. However, not everyone possessed the qualification to spar with her. They would need to pay a price first. With a swift motion of her feet, she soared into the air, rising several feet effortlessly. Light as a feather, she ascended from the palanquin and landed gracefully atop the palace wall, standing firm. The shimmering blue silk adorned with golden threads sparkled in the sunlight, her garments fluttering elegantly in the breeze. The guards were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that a seemingly delicate noblewoman could display such agility. "Go and capture her. How dare she act so brazenly within the palace?" The Empress Qi trembled with fury, her voice seething. "After raising you for so many years, you can't even catch a single woman? Oh, I did give you a chance to cease your actions," Lin Qingke remarked, raising an eyebrow with flair. With a swift tug, she released the pearl necklace from her wrist, grasping the small, round pearls in her hand. Timing her move perfectly, she aimed at the flustered Empress Qi and launched her projectile. Whoosh! In her mind, Lin Qingke silently narrated the scene, and as the narration concluded, the pearl struck the Empress Qi directly, rebounding slightly as well. "What was that? What hit me?" The Empress's shriek faltered, clearly too embarrassed to articulate the nature of her discomfort. She leapt up, grimacing in pain, her elaborate hairpins shaking violently and her meticulously styled hair falling into disarray, losing all semblance of her regal composure. Meanwhile, the attendants, oblivious to the situation, rushed forward in alarm, incessantly asking, "Where has the Empress been injured? What happened, Your Highness?" Such a private matter was far too delicate for the proud Empress to disclose, and her face flushed crimson with humiliation. Lin Qingke leaned casually against the wall, one leg dangling lazily, tossing a few small pearls in her hand, her expression teasing as she remarked, "From my observation, Your Highness, it appears you might be experiencing discomfort in your posterior." The attendants exchanged knowing glances, curiosity evident in their eyes, while Empress Qi's face turned a vivid mix of red and green. She shot a furious glare at Lin Qingke, her voice seething with rage as she spat. "So it is you, wretched girl? Seize her!" As her command echoed, the guards, previously frozen in shock, sprang into action like ravenous hounds scenting prey, charging toward the wall in unison. Yet, with a determined push from the tips of her toes, Lin Qingke leapt gracefully, weaving effortlessly through the guards without a hint of obstruction, landing firmly on the ground once more. Several guards, feeling provoked, could scarcely believe that they were outmatched by a mere woman. Their dignity challenged, flames of fury ignited in their eyes. Before the noble consort Qi could issue a command, they charged forward once more. Lin Qingke, with a frivolous whistle, moved like lightning, her actions swift and graceful, leaping effortlessly to the top of the palace wall. Gazing down at the guards who had just landed, "Is this all you can muster?" she taunted, while discreetly pinching a pearl and preparing to launch it at the cursing consort Qi. Indeed, it was aimed at another part of her anatomy. Hearing the woman's anguished wail, Lin Qingke's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Teasing cats and dogs was far more delightful than playing charades with the emperor. "How about this? For every time you fail to catch me, your master suffers the consequences." With that parting shot, Lin Qingke pressed her toes against the wall, propelled herself with force, and vanished like a fleeting shadow. The guards stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to locate Lin Qingke, much like a gaggle of confused geese. Suddenly, a shriek shattered the silence. Consort Qi, nursing her repeatedly injured Ri, could no longer bear it and collapsed on the ground, only to be further tormented by the rough stone beneath her, causing her lips to turn pale with pain. "Head-ayum, why can't you see me?" the demon whispered. Lin Qingke emerged slowly from behind a stone lion a mere 10 meters away, her expression seemingly benign, yet to the others, she appeared as a devil incarnate. "Don't capture her alive. Just kill her." Consort Qi seethed, her gaze filled with loathing, fixated on Lin Qingke, her eyes nearly bursting with rage. Yet Lin Qingke perceived a different depth in that glare, momentarily puzzled. Why did it seem as though the consort harbored an irreconcilable enmity towards her? Furthermore, a consort dwelling in the depths of the palace, no matter how arrogant, would not be foolish enough to commit murder so brazenly. It seemed she recognized me, Lin Qingke reflected as she observed the prostrate consort Qi. Perhaps she intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate me, Lin Qingke silently concluded. However, within her memories of a past life, the figure of consort Qi did not exist. After Chu Zhengchun ascended the throne, he had sent all concubines to accompany Emperor Huyan in death. She had never laid eyes upon her. So where could this hatred arise from? Yet now was not the time for such musings. As Lin Qingke watched several guards charging at her with drawn swords, she scoffed disdainfully. "What rusty scrap dare you wield as a weapon?" With a flick of her robes, she unsheathed the Xinghen sword, its blade exceedingly thin yet remarkably sharp, glinting with a silvery sheen. The hilt bore a design reminiscent of green bamboo, emanating a faint chill. Gripping the sword in a reverse hold, Lin Qingke smiled faintly, her eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glint. "Come at me." It was high time for her Xinghen sword, having languished idle for so long, to taste blood once more. In her previous life, the greatest lesson she acquired was to never let her guard down and to always possess the ability to defend herself. Thus, she concealed the star scar sword within her garments throughout the day. "Damn it, just wait until I catch you. I shall ensure you have a good time." One of the burly men with a scruffy beard disdainfully surveyed Lin Qingke, his eyes glinting with malice. The brothers, having spent their days serving in the imperial palace, had never before been toyed with in such a manner. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, brandishing his sword and aiming a strike at Lin Qingke. Chapter 70. Does this scene seem familiar to you? Upon hearing the words of the burly man with a bushy beard, Lin Qingke's expression darkened instantly, her gaze imbued with a bloodthirsty aura that chilled the very air around her. Is that so? Then let us see if you still possess the life to enjoy it. With that, Lin Qingke did not even draw her sword. She simply swept forward with a horizontal strike. The bearded man, caught off guard and fixated on the sword, fell straight back, his head striking the hard bluestone ground with a resounding thud. Perhaps days from the fall, the burly man was momentarily unable to rise, curling up like a shrimp and emitting pain howls. Boss, observing the plight of their leader, the remaining guards cast fearful glances at Lin Qingke, trembling as they attempted to retreat and help their fallen comrade escape. Give me a continuation of the battle. The bearded man gasped in agony, his furious gaze fixed upon Lin Qingke, as if he wished to peel her alive. Lin Qingke scoffed, positioning her Xinghen sword before her in an offensive stance, and with a nonchalant nod, remarked, "Then why don't you all come at once? I am quite famished and in haste to attend a banquet at the palace." Indeed, as men, they exhibited a somewhat ridiculous machismo, spurred on by such provocation. The previously timid guards flushed with anger and charged forward with their swords raised. Lin Qingke raised her hand, executing a beautiful flourish with her sword, her figure shifting gracefully as she met their advance head-on. Draped in a richly adorned robe of azure hue, she moved with the lightness of a fledgling swallow, her exquisite sword flashing like lightning, its brilliance dazzling in the sunlight. It was as if the sword were a white serpent flicking its tongue, hissing through the air, or a dragon weaving through the clouds. At times as delicate as a swallow, at others as sudden as a bolt of lightning, scattering leaves in its wake. In mere moments, several guards lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies riddled with numerous wounds. Though none were fatal, they were enough to inflict excruciating torment. Lin Qingke, however, appeared utterly unfazed, her breath steady as if she had merely dispatched a few lively monkeys. Suddenly, a gust of sword wind sliced through the air, prompting Lin Qingke to pivot sharply, her movements swift and agile. She leapt into the air, her right leg sweeping back with force, delivering a powerful kick to the bearded man's face. This strike landed with the force of a hammer, compounded by the hard wooden heel of her embroidered shoe, causing blood to gush from his forehead as he toppled over. Lin Qingke, holding her bloodied sword, turned towards the terrified bearded man, a slow smile unfurling across her face. "Shall I assist you in enjoying yourself?" The bearded man shook his head in terror, blood spraying in all directions with his frantic movements, creating a scene of utter horror. "Since you refuse, I suppose I must send you on your way." Lin Qingke's celestial visage belied the chilling words that escaped her lips. In an instant, the shimmering light of the star-scar sword flashed, leaving a gory wound on the neck of the bearded man, who gradually lost his vitality. As she turned around, the once arrogant Xiuye Pavilion and her entourage displayed expressions of terror, some so frightened that they had wet themselves. "You! How dare you kill someone in the palace?" Xiuye Pavilion quivered as she retreated, trembling fingers pointed accusingly at Lin Qingke, seeking to extract information from her. Lin Qingke adopted an air of nonchalance, even arrogance, disdainfully scrutinizing Xiuye Pavilion. "How is your rear, esteemed Xiuye Pavilion? You seem able to stand and speak now. I presume some relief has come?" Xiuye Pavilion was instantly incensed, her earlier fear overshadowed by the resurgence of her wounded pride at Lin Qingke's words. Once this realization struck her, even her pain seemed to resurface, and she instinctively touched the aching spots on her body. "You shameless wretch, how dare you say such things? If it weren't for you, how could I, a dignified Xiuye Pavilion, ever?" Lin Qingke raised an eyebrow in mockery, her tone laced with jest. "Oh? How could ever be?" She then feigned astonishment, exclaiming, no wonder the Xiuye Pavilion is only using one hand for support. Is it that one side hurts worse than the other? Having only flicked 3 pearls." Lin Qingke was well aware of the amusement she was causing as she watched Xiuye Pavillion's reaction. You despicable little fiend. How vulgar." Xiuye Pavilion, trembling with rage, drew a slender golden hairpin from her head and lunged at Lin Qingke with fierce intent. "I shall kill you." Lin Qingke was taken aback, surprised by her own ability to provoke such fury that the esteemed Xiuye Pavilion would personally attack her. In a swift motion, she dodged, appearing behind Xiuye Pavilion in the blink of an eye, continuously shifting positions as the Xiuye Pavilion struggled. Moments later, the unathletic Xiuye Pavilion leaned breathlessly against a stone pillar, still glaring at Lin Qingke with deep-seated hatred in her eyes. Lin Qingke leaned against a pillar, unable to suppress her amusement. Dear Guifei, does this scene seem familiar? Today, who is the prized morsel? Even flies and mosquitoes come buzzing after me. Qi Guifei's face flushed crimson, her heavy breaths rendering her speechless. Observing this, Lin Qingke tightened her grip on the pearls in her hand, a wicked smile gracing her lips. If the Guifei has nothing to say, it's my turn to retaliate. With that, she propelled the pearls once more, aiming for the Guifei's rear, the very half that had already endured 2 hits. Ah! The intense pain drained the color from Qi Guifei's face, her already labored breaths becoming so rapid that it seemed she might choke. As Lin Qingke was about to step forward to utter a few taunting remarks, her keen senses detected the approach of a group of individuals from the northwest. Swiftly, she concealed herself behind the palace wall, revealing only her watchful eyes to observe the newcomers. Should they prove to be formidable adversaries, she had no desire to engage with them today. However, the foremost figure was none other than Xiuye Pavilion, a man she knew all too well. Accompanying him were the ceremonial guards of Emperor Huiyin, their expressions grave as they appeared to be engaged in earnest conversation. An idea sparked in Lin Qingke's mind, a clever scheme taking shape. She took a couple of steps forward, fully exposing herself to the gaze of Xiuye Pavilion and Emperor Huiyin, then turned her attention to the palace consort Qi. With a seductive undertone in her voice, she began to probe. Your Highness, I stand before you. Why not use your hairpin to strike me? Is it not true that we share a deep-seated enmity? Now is your chance. Eliminate me, and you shall face no further concerns. Consort Qi, evidently swayed by her words, displayed an intense animosity upon hearing the phrase deep-seated enmity, her eyes glinting with profound hatred as she muttered, Yes, I shall kill Lin Qingke. With that, she raised the slender hairpin in her hand and lunged fiercely toward Lin Qingke's heart. Chapter 71. His utter uselessness. Lin Qingke naturally did not overlook the profound hatred glimmering in the eyes of the noble consort Qi. A shiver ran through her. Indeed, this consort bore a grudge against her. Just as the hairpin was about to pierce Lin Qingke's heart, in a moment of desperate crisis, Consort Qi seemed to awaken suddenly, her arm descending slowly. Regret? It was too late for that. With a speed that was almost blinding, Lin Qingke utilized the fabric of her robe as cover and seized Consort Qi's hand, driving the pin forcefully into her own other arm, instantly soaking the fabric with blood. You! Consort Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Qingke, utterly perplexed by her actions. Meanwhile, Xiuye Pavilion, who was impatiently conversing with Emperor Huiyin, had long since noticed the unfolding situation. Knowing his beloved's capabilities, he did not rush over in alarm, but merely quickened his pace. Who could have anticipated that Lin Qingke had no intention of evading the attack, but rather chose to thrust the stranger's hand towards her own arm? With narrowed pupils, Xiuye Pavilion sprang into action, deftly discarding the emperor and his entourage, moving with the swiftness of a wraith. The moment Consort Qi, still in shock, felt a gust of wind rush toward her, she was violently kicked in the chest, sending her sprawling. Lin Qingke found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, and a flurry of anxious inquiries from the man fell upon her like raindrops. Why did you not evade? Why did you? Xiuye Pavilion's eyes burned with rage. Yet he refrained from revealing the truth, his entire demeanor growing cold, causing Lin Qingke to involuntarily shrink her shoulders. I am aware of my actions, she muttered softly, feeling guilty as he pressed down on the points of her bleeding arm. Ah, my lord, you are knowledgeable about acupressure points to stop bleeding? Lin Qingke attempted to divert the topic, cautiously tugging at his sleeve and forcing a dry smile. At such a time, you still. His frustration palpable as he shot a glare at Lin Qingke, then bent down to scoop her up in his arms. I shall first take you to bandage that wound. After receiving a scolding look from her lord, Lin Qingke became momentarily dazed, only regaining her wits as her body was lifted off the ground. She discreetly pinched him through his sleeve. Ouch, so hard. My lord, wait. Let me down first before tending to the wound. However, Xiuye Pavilion remained steadfast, fixing his gaze upon Lin Qingke, his eyes glinting with restrained fury, though he did not unleash it. Taking a deep breath, he patiently coaxed her, "Be good. Your health is paramount. We must attend to the wound first." Yet Lin Qingke would not relent. With a determined thrust of her thigh, she propelled herself from his embrace, a hint of apology gracing her features. "But my lord, if we leave now, wouldn't my sacrifice be in vain?" Qiuye Pavilion's temple throbbed violently as he clenched his jaw and shut his eyes. He knew precisely why Lin Qingke had orchestrated this spectacle. She was biding her time until Emperor Huiyan arrived. Powerless to intervene, the bitter truth gnawed at him. His own woman had to rely on another man's protection. Defeat weighed heavily upon him as he retreated into the shadows, murmuring with icy detachment, "Then we shall await his majesty here." Though the man's turmoil was palpable, Lin Qingke paid no heed. For Emperor Huiyan's entourage was already advancing in grand procession. What has transpired here? The emperor, supported by Wang Fu, approached with visible agitation. "Beiwei, why would you harm our beloved consort without cause?" Only then did Lin Qingke recall Consort Qi. Her gaze darted about before finally settling upon the woman slumped lifelessly in a corner. "Quickly, someone assist Consort Qi at once. Summon the imperial physicians." A flurry of servants surged forward, only to be halted by the glacial warning in Qiuye Pavilion's eyes. "Beiwei, what is the meaning of this?" Though urgency colored his voice, Emperor Huiyan first sought an explanation from the prince, though impatience flickered faintly in his aged eyes. "Your Majesty," Qiuye Pavilio replied with composed deference, his tone and bearing frostily detached. "I witnessed Consort Qi attempting to harm Mingxin Junju, acting in defense of both the young mistress and the divine maiden. I resorted to force in the heat of the moment." Lin Qingke observed the exchange with quiet fascination. Never had she seen Emperor Huiyan display such genuine concern for another. His regard for Qiuye Pavilio stood in stark contrast to the prince's aloofness. The emperor, his vision too clouded by age to discern the earlier altercation, had assumed the women were merely conversing. "Is this so? Let us hear your account, Qingke." His milky, imperious gaze shifted to the girl, heavy with unspoken authority. Startled from her thoughts, Lin Qingke moved to enact her performance when a towering figure interposed itself before her. "Your Majesty." Qiuye Pavilio shielded her completely, misinterpreting her earlier tremor as fear. "Mingxin Junju remains an unwed maiden. Do you mean to intimidate her into false testimony for Consort Qi's sake?" Emperor Huiyan blinked in bewilderment. "When did we threaten her? Ours was but a routine inquiry." Indeed, it had been a monarch's ordinary scrutiny. Only his habitual gentleness toward Qiuye Pavilio made it seem otherwise. "Is my testimony insufficient, Your Majesty?" The prince's piercing glance carried such sovereignty that the emperor himself faltered. "Pray do not trouble yourself, Prince Rue. This humble subject can speak." Emerging gracefully, Lin Qingke offered Qiuye Pavilio a subtle warning glance before curtsying with perfect decorum, deliberately exposing the bloodstain on her sleeve. In an instant, Qiuye Pavilio's expression grew increasingly somber, and he withdrew to the side, his mind in disarray, averting his gaze from Lin Qingke, which usually lingered upon her, now fixed upon the cobblestones beneath him. "My dear Qingke, what has happened to your wound?" Emperor Huiyan inquired, having noticed the large stain of blood with a hint of astonishment. Could it truly be the doing of concubine Qi? However, that woman had always behaved herself within the harem and had recently garnered considerable favor. If indeed she were responsible, he would be at a loss as to how to punish her. After all, she was still his woman, and Emperor Huiyan held a certain fondness for concubine Qi. Chapter 72. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for your subject, Your Majesty. Lin Qingke's acting was impeccable, her performance beginning with unshed tears glistening in her slightly reddened eyes, lending her an air of delicate vulnerability. The sight of such a beauty weeping would stir pity in any man's heart, let alone an emperor accustomed to the fickle affections of his harem. Emperor Huiyan's tone softened. "Qingke, child, I was not truly reprimanding you earlier. Simply tell me what transpired, and I shall judge fairly." Lin Qingke lifted her injured arm, deliberately drawing attention to the blood-stained fabric before daintily dabbing at her tears with her sleeve. "Your Majesty," This humble subject dares not speak. Her voice trembled with just the right note of fear as she stole a furtive glance at the unconscious consort Qi. Even Chu Beiyue, lost in his own melancholy, nearly smiled at her masterful performance, warmth flickering in his gaze. Why dare you not speak? I am a son of heaven. I shall grant you justice. None may oppose. The emperor had indeed noticed her covert look, and his judgment tilted further in her favor. Could consort Qi truly be so unruly? If she could conceal such behavior within the palace, her influence was formidable. A shadow passed through Emperor Huiyan's eyes as he pondered this. Seeing her objective within reach, Lin Qingke sniffled delicately before speaking. Your Majesty, I was riding in the palanquin bestowed by Prince Rue to attend the banquet when consort Qi intercepted me. She declared that none in the palace but herself had the privilege of using a palanquin and ordered her attendants to drag me down. Lin Qingke subtly embellished. Were it not for the guards His Highness provided, I might not be standing before you now. With each word, the emperor's expression darkened, until his eyes roiled with stormy displeasure. Is this true? Every word is fact, Your Majesty. If you doubt me, you may ask Prince Rue. She dipped into a demure curtsy, the picture of wounded resignation. As the emperor wavered, wondering if he was being too harsh, Chu Beiyue's deep voice interjected. I did indeed send the palanquin for the Mingxin Junju. Did Your Majesty not grant me unrestricted use of them within the palace? Empereur Rion nodded slowly, his trust in Lin Qingke's account growing. Yet his lingering softness for consort Qi made him hesitate. Shall we wait for consort Qi to awaken and confront her? Your Majesty, I witnessed consort Qi attempting to stab Junju Mingxin with a hairpin, hence my intervention. Chu Beiyue's tone was edged with impatience, emphasizing the word stab with a hairpin before leaving the matter in the emperor's hands. Still, Emperor Huiyan vacillated. Let us summon the imperial physicians to tend to them first. Just as Chu Beiyue's temper threatened to flare, a figure of serene grace approached, Taoist Qingyu. Your Majesty, do not forget that Princess Mingxin is not merely a princess. She is a divine maiden whose influence could sway the fortunes of our great Qi. Qingyu Daoist's seemingly casual remarks struck the heart of Emperor Huiyan like a thunderous explosion. Indeed, Lin Qingke is a divine maiden, and I rely upon her. Only she can accomplish that task. As he regained his composure, Emperor Huiyan's gaze grew notably resolute, directed at the unconscious Qi Guifei on the ground, now tinged with evident displeasure. Relying on a modicum of favor to act with such arrogance, and having injured the divine maiden, should this disrupt my grand plans, I shall see how to deal with this woman. Chu Beiyu smirked mockingly, exchanging a knowing glance with Shen Mo, who promptly understood and roughly yanked Qi Guifei up, brutally pinching her philtrum. Qi Guifei suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, only to be reminded of her injuries, grimacing in pain. Observing her disheveled and unrefined appearance, Emperor Huiyan's eyes flickered with disdain. Indeed, her previous gentle facade had merely been a ruse to deceive me. Wang, explain the current situation. Upon hearing Emperor Huiyan's voice, Qi Guifei felt as though she had found a lifeline, scrambling towards him, grasping the hem of his bright yellow robe, and began to weep profusely, completely oblivious to the change in the emperor's address. Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for your servant. Your Majesty, the cacophony of her wails vexed Emperor Huiyan, who furrowed his brow in annoyance, his tone growing ever colder as he spoke again. Wang inquired about what transpired, not to invite you to lament before me. Only then did Qi Guifei register the shift in the emperor's address, her eyes widening in disbelief. Confusion and fear briefly clouding her face before it was overtaken by profound sorrow. Your Majesty, how can you address your servant so coldly? Have I erred in some way? Do you no longer cherish me? I can amend my ways, Your Majesty. Her cries grew louder, piercing and soaring, as if to shatter the palace walls, echoing throughout the imperial residence. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lin Qingke stealthily approached Chu Beiyu, gently caressing his large hand. A mischievous smile gracing her lips before she resumed her position to observe the unfolding drama. Chu Beiyu felt as though a playful kitten had softly pawed at him, the gloom within him dissipating slightly. His emotions invariably fluctuated due to the girl, even her inadvertent gestures brightening his mood. It seems I am utterly captivated by Lin Qingke. Chubayu cast a lingering glance at the oblivious Lin Qingke, who was lost in her own amusement, and sighed softly. Alas, the little ancestral spirit I have summoned must be cherished by none other than myself. Emperor Huiyan's patience waned further as his gaze fell upon the newly replaced dragon robe, which had been sullied with Qi Guifei's tears and snot, rendering his expression ominously dark. With a sudden step back, he bellowed, "Summon the attendants. Subdue this shrew and interrogate her on the spot." Dazed by the emperor's sudden movement, consort Qi lost her balance and collapsed onto the floor, utterly bewildered from head to toe. She couldn't comprehend why Emperor Huiyan, who had been so devoted to her just the day before, would now treat her with such cruelty. "I see now. It's you, you vile little wretch. What poisonous whispers have you poured into His Majesty's ears?" Consort Qi's venomous gaze shifted toward Lin Qingke, her eyes brimming with malice. With a furious lunge, she attempted to strike, but before she could even graze the hem of Lin Qingke's robe, Chu Beiyue sent her flying once more with a swift kick. Chapter 73. The Millennium Ginseng this time. Even Emperor Huiyan observed coldly from the sidelines as concubine Qi soared through the air with an elegant arc previously, while grappling with Lin Qingke. Concubine Qi had already exhausted her strength. Coupled with the force of 2 kicks from Chu Beiyue, she spat blood and fainted. This time, even the technique of acupressure failed to revive her. "Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. Save the Empress." A devoted maid, holding the unconscious concubine Qi, wept profusely while bowing and pleading before Emperor Huiyan. "Your Majesty, in light of the Empress's unwavering affection for you, I implore you to save her." The maid's repeated blows left her head bloodied, yet she clung tightly to concubine Qi. Even Lin Qingke felt a twinge of sympathy, but the emperor remained heartless. With a stern countenance and an aura of formidable pressure, Emperor Huiyan questioned the maid, "Is your mistress typically this arrogant and overbearing?" His tone, seemingly calm, bore the weight of an impending storm. Terrified, the maid shook her head vigorously, her sobs echoing, "Your Majesty, she is not like this usually. It's all because of—" Desperately glancing around, the maid suddenly locked eyes with Lin Qingke and excitedly continued explaining to Emperor Huiyan, "Yes, it is that woman. She deliberately provoked the Empress, causing her to act out of character." Before she could finish, a heavy thud resonated in the air. Lin Qingke looked up in astonishment to see the maid being forcefully restrained by a guard at Emperor Huiyan's side, her neck crushed beneath his boot, her face turning red as she gasped for breath like a fish out of water. "I am asking you, speak the truth to me. Do not attempt to deceive me." Emperor Huiyan's expression darkened as he regarded the nearly lifeless maid with the gaze of one observing a corpse, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "If you understand, nod your head and tell me everything as it is." Unable to bear the sight, Lin Qingke subtly shifted behind the tall figure of Chu Beiyue, her icy hand clasping his warm palm. "What is it?" Chu Beiyue gently tilted his head towards her, inquiring softly. Lin Qingke pressed her forehead against his back, shaking her head without uttering a word, instead persistently inserting her fingers into the gaps between his. Chu Beiyue pondered for a moment, then, with an indifferent expression, signaled the Taoist Qingyu with a glance. The old man instantly comprehended, stepping forward to slightly bow before Emperor Huiyan. "Your Majesty, Princess Mingxin has wounds on her arm. We cannot afford to delay any longer, lest her delicate body be harmed." Taoist Qingyu emphasized the last sentence, and sure enough, upon hearing this, Emperor Huiyan commanded the guard to release the maid. "Take her back and confine her to the side hall with concubine Qi. I shall question her after the banquet." "Understood." Several guards were commanded to roughly carry the esteemed concubine Qi and her little maid away. When Emperor Huiyan turned back to speak with Lin Qingke, his tone softened slightly, the rapid shift in demeanor causing Lin Qingke to reflect in awe. "Ah, is this the essence of a sovereign?" "Qingke, dear girl, did you hear what I just said?" Lin Qingke, suddenly brought back to reality, sheepishly scratched her nose. "Your Majesty, I was just lost in thought." "Your Majesty." She has lost too much blood and is beginning to lose her senses. The Taoist Qingyu aptly shouted, successfully diverting Emperor Huiyan's attention. Quickly, summon the imperial physician to treat Qingke. We must not jeopardize her spirit. Lin Qingke thought to herself. She merely had a fleeting moment of distraction. The physician is taking too long. I can escort Princess Mingxin to the imperial hospital, moving at a quicker pace. Zhu Baiziu spoke Ganli, casting a meaningful glance at the seemingly concerned Emperor Huiyan. I have heard that your majesty possesses a millennium-old ginseng in the royal treasury. Perhaps this is an opportune moment to bestow it upon Princess Mingxin for her recuperation. Emperor Huiyan was taken aback, his expression darkening, filled with hesitation and reluctance. That was a ginseng that takes a millennium to grow. How could he so easily give it away without partaking in its benefits himself? Indeed, the millennium-old ginseng would greatly aid Princess Mingxin in solidifying her spirit. For a divine being, it would be an excellent restorative, harmonizing yin and yang. The Taoist Qingyu stroked his beard thoughtfully, shaking his head as he spoke in a manner that suggested he knew Emperor Huiyan would find it difficult to resist such reasoning. Then, let it be awarded to Qingke. Emperor Huiyan grimaced in pain, but in order to uphold his image as an emperor, he feigned magnanimity, waving his hand grandly. Thus, Lin Qingke unexpectedly received a prized millennium-old ginseng. It should be noted that during the last imperial decree for the enfeoffment of the monarch, to express his esteem and reverence for the divine, Emperor Huiyan had already bestowed many exquisite treasures from the royal treasury to Lin Qingke. Now, with the addition of this millennium-old ginseng, the treasury would surely be depleted. Emperor Huiyan sighed in lament as he shook his head, silently leading the crowd away. In an instant, the once lively palace procession was left with only Lin Qingke and Zhu Baiziu exchanging glances. Your Highness, how did you conceive the idea of requesting this millennium-old ginseng from the emperor? Lin Qingke found herself stifling a laugh. In Emperor Huiyan's eyes, she, Zhu Baiziu, and Taoist Qingyu were strangers. He could never imagine that the three of them had conspired to pilfer the ginseng. Zhu Baiziu, however, did not respond. He merely shot a cold glance at the girl, still smiling playfully, then bent down and effortlessly scooped her up, cradling her securely in his arms before gracefully departing the palace path. Chapter 74. Where are we headed? As Lin Qingke was being lifted into the air, a feeling of guilt washed over her. Zhu Baiziu, a man of martial prowess, effortlessly maneuvered through the intricacies of the palace, soaring over towering walls with the grace of a swan, all while carrying her like a mere trinket. Would they not be mistaken for an assassin by the imperial guards? This thought flickered briefly in her mind before she promptly quashed it. Her lord was a figure permitted by Emperor Huiyan to traverse the palace in a sedan chair. What harm could come from flying about? Silently wrapping her arms around the man's shoulders, Lin Qingke nestled her head against him, akin to a remorseful kitten seeking forgiveness. She offered silent prayers for herself. Despite the kindness and gentleness bestowed upon her by the prince since her rebirth, she recalled the rumors of the past, where he was likened to a cold-faced king of hell, striking fear into the hearts of many when angered. Imagining punishments such as being struck with a stick, pricked with silver needles, or even submerged in a pig cage sent shivers down her spine. Just a mere thought made her heart race, and she instinctively patted her flustered heart, attempting to soothe herself. It would be all right, she reassured herself. Her lord cherished her deeply and would not unleash his wrath. Perhaps, at worst, her thoughts faltered. Maybe she would only receive 3 affectionate pecks. That was something she could accept and even welcome. However, her hand froze mid-pat, and her expression turned blank. Indeed, the prince held her in high regard, yet she had inflicted harm upon herself. Stop! What was she thinking? She shook her head vigorously, casting aside her spiraling thoughts, and resignedly nestled against the man's sturdy shoulder. The girl's soft hair brushed against Zhu Baiziu's neck. Noticing her dejected demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle quietly, adjusting his hold on her as he turned his steps away from the imperial hospital. Where are we headed, my lord? Lin Qingke suddenly realized they were not en route to the hospital. She lifted her head, shaking his shoulder gently, as she inquired in a hushed tone. Xiuye, feeling a desire to teach this audacious girl a lesson for her self-inflicted wounds, deliberately pressed his lips together and, for the first time, chose to ignore her. "Oh, my lord is still upset. I had forgotten," she murmured, returning to her previous position but with mischief in her heart. She turned her face toward the sensitive skin of his neck, her full lips occasionally brushing against it while her warm breath caressed the area. Seeing the tips of Xiuye's ears turn a shade of pink brought her satisfaction, prompting her to inch closer, intending to whisper sweetly in his ear, only to be halted by a firm hand that pressed down on her head. "Donotiest, but." The affectionate words that Kuer habitually intended to utter were promptly halted by Xiuye. Nonetheless, the gentle tone and slightly husky voice revealed that the man was not as indifferent as he appeared. A mischievous smirk danced upon Lin Qingke's lips. The little imp within her was reveling in triumph. She knew well that the cold-faced king of the military could never truly harbor anger towards her. As her mood lightened, a mischievous thought crept in. Lin Qingke stealthily raised her head to observe the man's expression, only to be obstructed by his exquisitely chiseled jaw. Thus, she boldly took a playful bite. "Ah!" Xiuye was startled by the sudden mischief of the little kitten in his arms. A damp sensation grazed his chin, akin to the gentle gnawing of a small creature with incomplete teeth, neither painful nor bothersome, but rather tinged with an enticing tickle. Struggling to maintain his aloof demeanor, Xiuye nevertheless wore a serious expression, his voice low and melodious, vibrating through his chest. "What is the matter?" Lin Qingke buried her head once more, concealing her nearly uncontrollable laughter and her near collapse of composure. With a voice feigning fragility, she replied, "Your Highness, my wound suddenly throbbed, and I could not help but bite you. I hope you will not hold it against me." Her tone oozed a deliberate coyness, and how could Xiuye fail to discern her playful intent? Yet, hearing her words still caused his heart to tighten, his eyes filled with a tender concern. "Kuer, hold on a little longer. I shall personally tend to your injuries shortly." Seeing the esteemed prince so easily swayed by her feigned vulnerability, Lin Qingke could not suppress her jubilant exclamation, her face illuminating with a radiant smile as she looked up, only to find herself face-to-face with Xiuye. "Lin Qingke. Oh, did you not say the wound was severe?" Xiuye raised an eyebrow, realizing the girl was not in agony. A breath of relief escaped him, and he momentarily recalled his serious facade, questioning her lightly. "It does not hurt as much now," Lin Qingke replied sheepishly, her small hands affectionately stroking the man's broad back as she purred. "Nothing you say now will matter. We shall discuss it after I have dressed your wound," Xiuye abruptly stated, leaping towards an aged, somewhat dilapidated palace. He gently opened the side door of the antechamber, carrying the girl in his arms. "Oh, so, after the dressing, I can rely on my charm to smooth things over." Lin Qingke mused delightfully, completely oblivious to their arrival at their destination. "Do you intend to remain attached to me? For I cannot assist you in your dressing this way." The man's magnetic voice resonated from his chest, and Lin Qingke realized they had entered a clean and tidy room. Although the overall decorative style of the room appears somewhat antiquated, it is evident that it has been meticulously maintained by others, and the ornaments exude an air of exquisite grandeur, particularly considering that this is merely a side chamber. When the palace was first constructed, it must have been even more opulent, undoubtedly requiring considerable effort to adorn. Lin Qingke, while analyzing the room in her mind, felt a rush of embarrassment as she clambered down from Xiuye, standing in place, completely at a loss. "Sit, tu bayu instructed," gesturing towards a bed against the wall for Lin Qingke to take a seat, while he turned to rummage through a small wooden box he had retrieved from a cabinet by the door. Chapter 75. How did this misery befall me? Lin Qingke obediently settled herself on the edge of the bed, her eyes wide and filled with a pitiful allure as she gazed at the man approaching her. Xiuye cast a fleeting glance at the person feigning innocence, choosing to ignore her. He merely opened the wooden box in his hands and placed it on the bedside table before dragging a small wooden stool to sit in front of Lin Qingke. "Ah, it turns out to be a medical kit. Curiosity piqued, Lin Qingke leaned forward to peer inside, finally discerning the assortment of basic medical tools. When she turned back, her gaze locked with Chu Bui's, a moment charged with unspoken emotions. Lin Qingke thought to herself, why does my act of vulnerability always falter in the presence of Chu Bui? Dejected, she lowered her head, feeling truly defeated. Curling up like a little quail, her lips pouting in silent grievance. Was it merely a scratch? This was my plan. Why was he still ignoring me? Lost in her thoughts, Lin Qingke's sensitive nerves from her past life stirred, and her nose tinged with a slight sting. Was it possible that in this life, even Chu Bui would not stand by her side? How'd I end up feeling so wronged? A voice laced with helplessness reached her ears, and in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in the man's broad, warm embrace, seated securely on his sturdy lap, his hand gently caressing her back as if soothing a child. My lord, do you not want me anymore? The overwhelming sensation of being abandoned by the world from her previous life washed over her, causing Lin Qingke to tremble slightly, her voice quivering with sorrow and despair. How could that be? I am merely upset that you do not take care of yourself, frustrated that. Chu Bui paused for a moment, and when he resumed speaking, there was a hint of melancholy in his tone. I am frustrated with myself for not being able to protect you properly, needing you to harm yourself to seek fairness. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingke's sorrow dissipated, replaced by urgency. How could the Lord think this way? You clearly. Before she could finish, Chu Bui interrupted her. Let me treat your wound first. We shall discuss the rest later. With that, he retrieved a sharp dagger from his waist, his movements gentle as he carefully cut away the fabric from her wounded arm, fearful of causing her even the slightest harm. Silence enveloped them. Once he finished, it seemed as though he remembered something, calling out towards the window. Shen Montak, I am here. In an instant, a figure appeared at the window, revealing Shen Mo standing upright, sword in hand. Fetch a set of women's clothing, of high quality and brand new. As Chu Bui issued his command, Shen Mo's actions did not falter, quickly cutting the gauze into small pieces and stacking them neatly. Yes, your subordinate obeys. In the blink of an eye, Shen Mo vanished, leaving Lin Qingke momentarily stunned. Wow, my lord, Shun Daren's movements are astonishingly swift, Lin Qingke remarked, scrunching her little nose. How is it that I, as a minor lord of the Xiuye Pavilion, do not possess a devoted and attentive shadow guard like Lord Shun? Chu Bui remarked with a faint smile. Such a shadow guard must be cultivated from a young age. Shun Mo has accompanied me for over a decade. Thus he is quite adept in his duties. At this juncture, Chu Bui suddenly lifted his gaze to meet the girl's eyes, his expression turning earnest as he spoke. If you desire, I shall inquire whether Shun Mo would be willing to accompany you. Should he consent, he would henceforth become your personal shadow guard. Having said this, he nodded to himself, his demeanor thoughtful, evidently in deep agreement with his own notion. It would be ideal for Shun Mo to protect you, lest I, like today, fail to notice and allow you to be bullied by others. Lin Qingke quickly shook her head. Lord Shun's value lies in his service to his highness. What would he gain by following a mere girl? Would that not squander his talents? Chu Bui, however, disagreed. While soaking gauze in medicinal liquid, he furrowed his brow and said, protecting you is of utmost importance. That is where his true value lies. Lin Qingke was amused by the earnest and endearing demeanor of her lord. She raised her uninjured hand to gently pat his head, feeling enveloped by his profound affection. No need for that. I merely mentioned it in passing. Besides, your highness, would you truly not feel jealous if Lord Shen were to become my personal shadow guard? Lin Qingke smiled mischievously, winking at Chu Bui while emphasizing the words personal shadow guard. As expected, his expression darkened, and he chose to remain silent, continuing to soak the gauze in silence. Lin Qingke could not help but burst into laughter at his reaction, only to feel the cool, medicinal gauze suddenly cover her injured arm as the man grasped it. Startled by the chill, she playfully scolded, Your Highness, you could at least give me a moment to prepare for such a sudden application. Upon witnessing the girl's dismay, a smile graced Chu Bui's face, his voice laced with tender affection. The medicine is not painful. I simply could not bear to interrupt your laughter. Left speechless by his retort, Lin Qingke puffed up her cheeks and sulked at the bedside, feeling provoked by his inherent mischievousness. All right, place your hand properly. We can apply another layer before bandaging it, Chu Beiwei said, his eyes twinkling with warmth. He gently ruffled the girl's hair, patiently coaxing her with soft words. Being someone who responds better to gentle encouragement than harshness, Lin Qingke, feeling reassured by his affectionate demeanor, extended her injured arm without hesitation. However, Your Highness, you possess such knowledge of medicine? She inquired, observing his deft and practiced hand as he applied the bandage, which belied any notion that this was his first encounter with such care. Have you forgotten what I am? He replied playfully. Chu Beiwei couldn't help but find it rather amusing. How could his beloved Kuer be so astute in all other matters, yet become utterly befuddled when it came to him? The prince is a military man. Just as he murmured this to himself, Lin Qingke suddenly had an epiphany, exclaiming, right? You must have learned basic bandaging techniques in the army. My clever cahier, Chu Baiyu responded playfully, the corners of his eyes crinkling with mirth as his gaze softened with affection. Detecting the coaxing tone in his voice, Lin Qingke shyly rubbed her slightly flushed earlobes, silently musing to herself. Wasn't the prince the one who was initially upset with me? How did it suddenly turn into me being the one being coaxed instead? Chapter 76. Forever erased in the river of history, Lin Qingke cast her gaze upon the man before her, who was meticulously bandaging her wounds. The sight stirred her heart deeply. His powerful hands, accustomed to wielding swords and firearms, now treated her like a fragile treasure, wrapping her injuries with utmost tenderness. Before she could even feel a hint of pain, the bandages were already secured. Do you want to bow? He inquired, his focus entirely on her wounds, wary of making any mistakes. Lin Qingke couldn't help but chuckle softly, revealing two small dimples on her cheeks. Can the prince tie a bow? Of course I want one. Seeing the girl's spirits finally lift, Chu Beiwei sighed in relief, maintaining his gentle smile as he deftly fashioned a bow with the excess bandage. Lin Qingke raised her arm, examining the bow in the light streaming through the window, her face alight with joy. Just a bow, and you're this happy? Chu Beiwei remarked with a helpless shake of his head while tidying up the small wooden box. This is no ordinary bow. This is the bow the prince tied for me. Lin Qingke furrowed her brows at him, asserting loudly that no one could criticize her bow, not even its creator. All right. Chu Beiwei conceded, nodding in resignation as he returned the wooden box to its place. It was then that Lin Qingke remembered to inquire about their surroundings. Prince, where in the palace are we? I've never been here before. At her words, Chu Beiwei hesitated momentarily, then sat beside her with a slight stiffness. Silence. Just as Lin Qingke was about to break the tension, his deep voice resonated, heavy with emotion. This is where my mother lived when she was young. Lin Qingke gasped in shock, incredulity flooding her expression as she repeated, Your mother when she was young? Having broached the most challenging topic, Chu Beiwei relaxed, leaning back against the headboard, his tone calm as if recounting someone else's story. Yet, the turbulent darkness in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Sensing something, Lin Qingke shifted closer to him, nestling into his embrace, their fingers entwined. My mother was the daughter of the late emperor's sister. She lost her parents at a young age, and the late emperor, feeling pity, raised her in the palace. Lin Qingke nodded, half understanding, mistakenly believing that Chu Beiwei was reminiscing about his birth mother. She instinctively tightened her grip on his arm. No wonder the prince was so familiar with this section of the palace. However, Chu Beiwei shook his head with a bitter expression, as if recalling some painful memories. I am familiar with this place because it is where I lived from childhood until adulthood. This statement struck Lin Qingke's heart like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Why the prince's mother married and given birth, yet still resided within the palace? Could it be, as she recalled Emperor Huiyan's distinct attitude towards Chu Beiwei, a bold conjecture began to take shape in her mind. Observing the girl's expression in his arms, Chu Beiwei understood her thoughts and, with a hint of exasperation, gently tapped her nose with his knuckle, speaking softly, It is not as you presume. My father was a renowned general who fought alongside the late emperor to establish this realm. Lin Qingke's mind momentarily faltered again. Apart from General Jing'an and her maternal grandfather, there remained only one, the late, illustrious general known throughout the land, General Huayuan. Lin Qingke's mouth gaped in astonishment, almost large enough to accommodate an egg, as she exclaimed in disbelief, "Your Highness, is your father truly General Huayuan?" In the era of the late emperor, the three formidable generals, Jing and Huayuan and Hongji, were renowned far and wide. Their mere names would instill such dread in the hearts of their enemies that they would be rendered paralyzed with fear, unable to take a single step. This is precisely why the late emperor was able to expand the Great Qi's territory so extensively. Neighboring states dared not provoke these three formidable figures. Scholars penned countless odes praising them. The unrestrained and heroic General Jing'an, the refined and cultured General Huayuan, and the dashingly handsome General Hongji. Their illustrious names were sung far and wide, with even street storytellers crafting tales about these three generals. No, Lin Qingke frowned slightly. In current plays and historical records, only Generals Jing'an and Hongji were mentioned, while General Huayuan seemed deliberately erased, as if by unspoken agreement among all chroniclers. Now, under Emperor Huiyan's reign, her grandfather, the once renowned General Hongji, had long retired to his hometown in peaceful seclusion. General Jing'an still served in court, but General Huayuan had vanished without a trace a decade ago, leaving not a whisper behind. A low hum escaped Chu Biyue's throat, his expression tightening with suppressed anguish. Then, why has General Huayuan disappeared so completely in recent years? Lin Qingke gently caressed Chu Biyue's palm in a soothing manner, cautiously inquiring. "My father passed away a decade ago, along with my mother," Chu Biyue uttered with solemn heaviness, as though some of the weight upon him had lessened. Yet sorrow still clung to him like a thick shroud. "Do you know why he vanished without a trace?" The emperor seated upon the dragon throne has issued a decree forbidding the mention of the name Hua Yuan among the populace. Failure to comply will result in severe consequences. As Chu Biyue spoke, his tone grew increasingly frigid, and by the end, the phrase severe consequences was almost spat out through gritted teeth. At the time, my father had already passed away. Initially, some citizens sought justice for him, but as the emperor's executions escalated, fears silenced their voices, and no one dared to utter the name of General Huayuan again. Lin Qingke's spirits also plummeted, her heart feeling as though it were gripped tightly by another's hand, filled with a profound bitterness. The prince, however, was left speechless, uncertain of how to console the sorrowful man before him. In the face of such a heart-wrenching reality, many words would seem utterly inadequate. A valiant general, renowned for his illustrious achievements, ought to have enjoyed a long and prosperous life through relentless toil, much like his maternal grandfather, or commanded respect in the court like General Jing'an. Yet, he was condemned to eternal slumber in the cold earth, gazing upon the very kingdom he had fought so valiantly to protect, the citizens he had risked his life to safeguard. Unable even to utter the name of the esteemed General Huayuan, his legacy would be forever lost in the annals of history. Chapter 77. Red eyes and tears, no matter. I have grown accustomed to it. Seeing the girl's face filled with concern, Chu Biyue felt a warm sensation envelop his heart. He wrapped his arms around Lin Qingke, lifting her slightly, burying his head in the crook of her neck to absorb her warmth. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qingke's heart ached even more. She tenderly stroked Chu Biyue's head, exposing her soft belly for him to lean against. The world knows Prince Rue as a valiant warrior, renowned across the land, a selfless general devoted to his country and people. Yet, few realize that he is also an ordinary human in need of affection and warmth. Although he often appears cold and somewhat unapproachable, those who become acquainted with him soon discover that such demeanor is merely a protective shell. His true nature is gentle and meticulous. Lin Qingke couldn't help but recall the other day when the prince solemnly made a pinky promise with her, and now, while tending to his wounds, he even inquired if she wanted a bow. Surely, the prince must have had a delightful childhood. His parents must have possessed exceptional character to raise such a remarkable child. Lin Qingke could scarcely imagine how happy Chu Biyue would be had his parents still been alive. In her previous life, the image of Emperor Huiyin as weak and ineffectual had long been etched in her mind. Otherwise, Chu Zhengchun would not have so easily seized the throne. Through this life of interaction, she increasingly perceived him as a concealed tyrant. In this vast court, if it were not for the bureaucrats maintaining order, it would have descended into chaos long ago. This expansive land, if not for Prince Rue charging into battle, would have long been ravaged by invading neighbors, leaving nothing but ruin. Lin Qingke was astounded to discover that Emperor Huiyin could be so deranged as to erase a general worthy of eternal glory from history, even going so far as to harm the citizens of Deqi for this purpose. How utterly absurd. A flicker of anger ignited in Lin Qingke's eyes as she clenched her fists around the man, wishing she could strike down that incompetent emperor at this very moment. Do not fret, Kate, do not harm yourself with anger, Chu Beiwei gently reassured, his large hands soothing the girl's back. Even as he recalled painful memories, his words remained exquisitely tender. I am fine, Your Highness. I will help you seek vengeance in the future. Seeing the girl's determination, a smile crept into Chu Beiwei's eyes, dispelling some of the dark haze within his heart. With a playful glint in his gaze, he replied, Very well. I shall await K.'s vengeance. But, Your Highness, why does Emperor Huiyin treat your father this way? And what about your mother? Lin Qingke inquired cautiously. It's all right if you do not wish to speak. No matter what, I will remain by your side. Concerned about Chu Beiwei's discomfort, Lin Qingke patted her chest resolutely. It matters not. Eventually, Kate must know these past events. It will be better for me to tell you myself. Chu Beiwei adjusted his posture, gently lowering Lin Qingke's injured arm from around his neck and laying it flat across his lap with a resigned sigh. Injured limbs should be kept still, not moved abruptly. Surely as Elder Ye's disciple, you know this? Lin Qingke offered a sheepish smile, her eyes flickering with guilt. I forgot for a moment. There, it's properly placed now. She settled her arm carefully, then straightened attentively, her expression one of quiet readiness. My mother, she died for my father. The bitterness in his words seemed to seep into the very air, freezing the atmosphere around them. Lin Qingke held her breath, the weight of his sorrow pressing upon her. Earlier, I mentioned that my mother grew up within the palace walls, granting her many opportunities to interact with the imperial family. Pain and regret etched deep lines across Chu Beiwei's face. Lin Qingke felt her vision blur as understanding dawned upon her, a mist of sorrow clouding her eyes. Emperor Huiyin and my mother were childhood companions. She always regarded him as a younger brother, but his feelings for her were far from fraternal. For a time, all remained peaceful until my father appeared. Lin Qingke could almost envision the scene. The innocent, sheltered, noble maiden encountering the dashing, battle-hardened general. It was the kind of beginning often found in romantic tales. They fell in love at first sight. My father, leveraging his military achievements, petitioned the late emperor for her hand in marriage. But with the old emperor's passing and Huiyin's ascension to the throne, everything changed. Recalling the emperor's deranged demeanor, Lin Qingke inhaled sharply. To be targeted by such madness could only spell tragedy. At first, he attempted to force himself upon my mother. When that failed, he summoned me to the palace, confining me within these very halls. Disgust twisted Chu Beiwei's features. This way, he could ensure my mother would visit, and he could see her under the pretense of familial concern. Even Lin Qingke felt a wave of nausea. To exploit the bond between mother and child for such twisted ends, it was inhuman. As a child, I would rejoice at her visits. But as I grew older, I realized, had I not existed, perhaps she could have been spared those encounters. A sharp, needle-like pain pricked at his heart, spreading in relentless waves. Eventually, his obsession curdled into hatred. Consumed by madness, he sent assassins after my father. But in the end, Chu Beiwei's eyes squeezed shut, as if to block out the memory. In the end, my mother threw herself before my father, taking that fatal, unexpected strike. She fell into a pool of her own blood. From that moment, the emperor's insanity only deepened. He became convinced that my father was to blame for her death. Utterly irrational, trembling with fury, Lin Qingke pulled Chu Beiwei into a fierce embrace, murmuring softly, Don't be afraid, my prince. I'm here. I'll stay with you always. Xiuye clutched her just as desperately, his arms tightening as though he could fuse her into his very being, the force of his grip bordering on painful. Since then, the father faced exclusion from the court during morning assemblies, returning home to an empty house, bereft of his beloved wife and children, soon succumbing to melancholy. A treacherous individual placed the label of treason upon him, covertly orchestrating his demise. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze, with only echoes resonating in her mind, and a bitter taste spreading from the root of Lin Qingke's tongue. She had never envisioned such a tragic conclusion. The noble lady, the valiant general, and the young heir could have lived a life of bliss, yet fate cruelly separated them, rendering their reunion in this lifetime impossible. Xiuye let out a painful whimper, shattering the facade of calm. The usually aloof and composed Prince Rui leaned into the embrace of his beloved, his eyes reddening with tears. Chapter 78. A lasting bond. It was precisely such a man who, in a previous life, devoted everything to protect her and her family, likely driven by the agony of losing loved ones, wishing to spare her from similar suffering. Your Highness, Lin Qingke murmured with heartfelt concern. Yet she found herself at a loss for words to comfort Xiuye. After all, these were visceral memories, and language felt painfully inadequate. I am fine, Xiuye replied, turning his head slightly, discreetly wiping the corner of his eye with his sleeve, reluctant to reveal his vulnerable side to the one he cherished. Lin Qingke caught sight of his furtive action, and her heart fluttered, overwhelmed with affection, as she thought, how could the prince be so endearing? Your Highness, I can also be your support, so please do not feel embarrassed. Wherever Xiuye turned his head, Lin Qingke would follow, crouching down to meet his gaze, pulling out her soft, fragrant handkerchief to wipe away his tears. Though the general and his wife have passed, I am still your family, and I will always be here for you, she declared with earnest determination, patting her small chest. For a moment, Xiuye found himself lost in thought, the resolute young girl before him merging with the tender image of a rosy-cheeked child from his memories, as if time had failed to alter her essence. Suddenly, a flicker of annoyance crossed his mind. Do you often tell others this? He asked. How is it that the child from your past claimed to be family? Yet the present you says the same? Though they were both him, he felt a pang of jealousy at not being the sole recipient of her affection. Lin Qingke, taken aback, asked in confusion, What do you mean, Your Highness? Why would I frequently say such things to others? Seeing her bewildered expression, Xiuye realized she had completely forgotten her childhood promise, which left him feeling a twinge of disappointment. He then subtly shifted the subject. Did you intentionally injure your arm today to take revenge on that Xiuye? Lin Qingke was momentarily speechless, believing she had successfully evaded suspicion. How could the prince still remember that incident? She chuckled nervously, unsure how to refute him, for his words were undeniably true. All she could do was feign ignorance and laugh awkwardly, as expected of the prince. Even from afar, he could discern that it was she who had caused her own injury. Indeed, Kuer could deceive anyone but the prince. When their eyes met, Lin Qingke's earlier bravado swiftly evaporated, and she slumped back onto the edge of the bed, as wilted as a waterlogged vegetable. Kuer, Xiuye said, approaching and gathering the girl back into his embrace, his tone gentle yet tinged with a hint of resignation. You just claimed to be my support. What about me? What am I to you? Lin Qingke tilted her little head, quickly responding, Your Highness, you are my support as well. The stories always say that men and women rely on each other to endure through the ages. But do you truly consider me as your support? Xiuye's tone grew more solemn as he gently straightened the girl's posture, his deep gaze penetrating into her eyes. Kuer, you clearly noticed me today. Why didn't you seek my help instead of resorting to harming yourself to gain Emperor Huiyan's trust? He sighed heavily, his voice laced with self-reproach. It's my incompetence. Had I overthrown him sooner, you wouldn't have had to endure such suffering. Lin Qingke, who had initially been defiant, felt a pang of urgency upon hearing his words. She had sensed his unusual mood even before he tended to her wounds, and now she couldn't remain silent. Your Highness, how can you think like this? Don't you know Prince Rue is renowned throughout the land? The people sing praises of you as the great hero who defends our nation. She sprang from his embrace, counting his heroic deeds on her fingers. At 14, you joined the army. At 17, you led troops alone to victory against the barbarians. Since then, you've been undefeated. Your very name strikes fear into the enemy's heart, leaving them unable to eat. Her voice grew more impassioned, as if she wished to pry open his mind and pour in every word of admiration. But what use is such reputation? His voice was heavy. When it mattered most, I couldn't protect those I cared for, my parents in the past, and now you. How old were you when the general and his wife passed? It wasn't your fault. You were a victim too. Anger flared in her, directed at his self-deprecation, his stubborn insistence on shouldering all blame. As for me, Your Highness, I've told you, I've lived a second life. In my past one, I suffered unspeakable cruelty. That's why I've grown accustomed to solving everything myself. She struggled to articulate, her thoughts tangled. Once bitten, twice shy. It's not that I don't trust you. It's instinct driving me to rely solely on myself. When trouble arises, my mind races to find solutions, not allies. Her explanation was fragmented, her words stumbling. I know what you mean. Xiuye tenderly drew the frustrated girl close, his heart aching with a pain so fine and pervasive, a sensation rare in his earlier years, yet now ever-present whenever she was near. His pulse beat for her alone. Relying on yourself is admirable, but next time, don't resort to self-harm. If you can't find a way out, remember, I stand behind you. I'll resolve every difficulty for you. Your Highness. Lin Qingke was deeply moved. She knew he would keep his word, just as he had in her past life, shielding her when the world had turned its back. The man's thin lips continued to part and close incessantly. Yet Lin Qingke found herself utterly oblivious to anything else. Her hearing seemed sealed off, every breath filled with the cold sandalwood scent emanating from Xiuye, compelling her to draw nearer, ever closer. Just as their lips hovered barely a centimeter apart, just as Lin Qingke teetered on the brink of surrendering to the impulse to kiss him. The sharp sound of knuckles rapping against the window shattered the moment. Following swiftly was Shun Mo's boisterous voice, uncharacteristically laced with a hint of pride. Your Highness, your subordinate has returned, and not empty-handed. I made a special trip back to the Rue Manor to fetch the set of robes you had custom-tailored for Miss Lin. The two in the room, poised for a kiss now robbed of all atmosphere. Chapter 79. The betrothal gift prepared for Xiuye's temple throbbed with a visible vein as he straightened Lin Qingke's collar, which had been tousled by his earlier actions. Through gritted teeth, he called out to Shun Mo outside the window, bring the clothes in. Shun Mo had been preening with pride, having specially retrieved the garments His Highness had commissioned for Miss Lin. After all, the prince had reserved an entire chamber in Rue Manor solely to store the dresses and jewelry he intended to present to her, each piece meticulously selected. Even during missions, whenever they passed through towns on their return to the capital, His Highness would inevitably browse local shops for suitable gifts. His joy at finding the perfect item surpassing even the satisfaction of completing their tasks. Surely, Miss Lin would be delighted to learn of such devotion, and her happiness would, in turn, bring His Highness even greater joy. Yet the icy edge in the prince's voice suggested anything but delight at this moment. Had they quarreled? Impossible. His Highness would never argue with Miss Lin. The once cheerful Shun Mo froze, his face a portrait of bewildered dismay. Clutching the stack of garments obediently, he knocked and entered. The moment he stepped inside, the thick, rosy haze of intimacy enveloped him, and in an instant, Shun Mo understood everything. He had interrupted His Highness at the most inopportune moment. Lin Qingke sat flush to the edge of the bed, clutching her collar, while the prince stood nearby, radiating frustration and an oppressive aura. Shun Mo hastily lowered his gaze, not daring another glance, lest he forfeit his eyes entirely. Extending the tray, he stammered in a feeble attempt at self-preservation. Your Highness, these are the garments you specially prepared for Miss Lin. I took the liberty of retrieving them from the manor. He prayed Miss Lin might intercede on his behalf. But instead, Xiuye's expression darkened further. A crushing pressure bore down on Shun Mo's spine as the prince hissed through clenched teeth. Good. Very good. Well done. Shun Mo's instincts screamed danger. Rightly so, for the next words sealed his fate. If Commander Shun has leisure to fetch clothes, he must have energy to spare for training. The title Commander Shun stunned him first. The mention of training chilled him to the core. Chu Beiyue snatched the tray from his petrified hands and turned away mercilessly. 3,000 push-ups. No meals until completed. Wretched fool that he was. His Highness had clearly intended to present the gifts himself. Why had he spoken out of turn? As you command, Shen Mo mumbled, soul half-departed, and trudged out in despair. 3,000 push-ups. Not everyone could perform such a feat and emerge unscathed like His Highness. By dawn, his arms would surely be limp and useless, perhaps too weak to even lift chopsticks. Why bully Commander Shun? Lin Qingke chided, rising to accept the garments. Recalling his words, she inquired curiously, "But your Highness, you prepared these clothes for me in your manner?" With a sigh of exasperation, Chu Beiyue pressed his forehead, softly murmuring, "Those were intended as future betrothal gifts for you. I never anticipated that this great blabbermouth would disclose them today." The more he contemplated, the more his ire grew. Wishing fervently to compel Shan Mo to undertake 1,000 push-ups. Within the treasury of the estate, there existed an abundance of gold and silver treasures. Yet there were no adornments or garments for women. Thus, the prince had contemplated preparing some on occasion. Such admissions bore a tinge of embarrassment, as it was unbecoming for the esteemed Prince Rue to seek praise from others. His ears flushed crimson, leading him to shyly seal his lips. Meanwhile, Lin Qingke felt a surge of sweetness within her heart. She had not anticipated that Chu Beiyue would begin making plans for their future at this juncture. Although her heart bloomed with joy, she maintained a facade of restraint, responding coyly, "Have I ever promised to marry the prince?" Lin Qingke feigned an aloof demeanor, eager to provoke the rarely bashful prince. With her arms crossed, she cast a sidelong glance, yet the upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. To her surprise, the man's expression was more serious than ever, imbued with an almost sacred gravity. "You may marry whenever you wish. This prince shall remain here, awaiting you, as long as you choose to stay by my side." Due to his mother's influence, Chu Beiyue had never contemplated the notion of binding a woman's life through marriage. As long as his cur remained by him, he would never impose his status to compel her union. If Lin Qingke aspired to soar like a bird in the sky, he would become that vast expanse, clearing obstacles for her rather than confining her within a cage. However, a trace of shadow and obsession flickered in Chu Beiyue's dark eyes. He could patiently wait for Kerr to willingly wed him, but she must ultimately belong to him. Lin Qingke found herself overwhelmed by the intensity of Chu Beiyue's affectionate gaze, as if she might suffocate, drowning in the depths of his stare. Heat coursed up her neck, gradually tinting her ears and cheeks crimson. With eyes brimming with unspoken emotion, she shot a glance at Chu Beiyue before hastily retreating behind the screen. The prince truly is a master of sweet words. I shall go change my clothes now." Chu Beiyue could not help but smile, his heart racing at the girl's coy yet bashful actions. The thought that his beloved was merely a screen away, changing her attire, set his blood ablaze, leaving him in a daze at the edge of the bed. The sound indicated that Kerr had likely removed her outer robe. The clang of the Xinghin sword being placed upon the table echoed softly. The delicate ties at her waist seemed to have been undone as well. Soon, only her undergarment would remain. Once she shed her middle garment, surely, all that would be left would be her bodice. With her scant knowledge of women's attire, Chu Beiyue found herself secretly envisioning what kind of belly band Lin Qingke might wear. As the image materialized in her mind, an involuntary shiver coursed through her, prompting her to spring to her feet. She awkwardly made her way to the tea table, taking a sip of tea to alleviate her parched throat, almost fleeing the scene as she opened the door and stepped outside. "Oh, your Highness, what brings you out?" "Outside?" Shen Mo lay silently on the ground, perspiring profusely as he performed push-ups. Upon noticing Chu Beiyue's emergence, he rose, gasping for breath, and perplexedly inquired. Chu Beiyue cast a fleeting glance at Shan Mo, then turned his back to him, commanding, increased by another 1,000. Shen Mo felt as though struck by lightning, bewildered by his apparent wrongdoing. In a moment of realization, he seemed to catch sight of the faint pink hue at the base of Chu Beiyue's ears, leaving him utterly astonished, mouth agape. Had the prince blushed? As Shen Mo craned his neck to witness the unfolding drama, a light voice floated over from the distance, reiterating, "And add another 1,000. Shen Mo thought to himself, "I understand now. I am merely a great sacrifice on your romantic journey." Chapter 80. The Silver and Purple Moon Hairpin, Your Highness. Please come in and lend a hand. A slightly bewildered voice emanated from within the room. Before Shen Mo could fully comprehend the situation, the prince, who had been facing the wall in apparent contemplation just moments earlier, had vanished, leaving only the door gently swaying. Ah, the prince has indeed employed the agility of a battlefield warrior, arriving and departing without a trace. Shen Mo shook his head, clicking his tongue, and continued to struggle through the seemingly endless push-ups. The power of love is truly magnificent. Is that you, Your Highness? Upon entering, Chu Beiyue immediately noticed a slender silhouette behind the screen, accompanied by the girl's uncertain and somewhat soft voice, causing his throat to involuntarily roll. His dear one seems to trust him completely, unafraid of his reactions. Chu Beiyue swallowed the remnants of his tea and closed his eyes, suppressing the heat within his body. As he approached the screen, he spoke in a husky voice, "It is I, do not fear. What troubles you? I cannot tie this outer robe. It is so complicated." Although Lin Qingke had left home at a young age, she had been nurtured by 2 maidservants. Even slightly intricate garments were handled by Qing Zhu or Hong Feng, and she had never bothered to learn the convoluted knots, preferring to practice her swordsmanship instead. Indeed, one cannot afford to be lazy. After failing for the 5th time, Lin Qingke let out a frustrated sigh, adjusted her inner attire, and called for assistance. For the prince is omnipotent. Upon hearing her, Chu Beiyue smiled faintly and explained, "The garment Shen Mo brought you is one I purchased for you from the border. The ties are quite unique. It is only natural that you struggle." As he spoke, a fluffy round head peeked out from behind the screen. Lin Qingke clung to the frame, looking pitifully at Chu Beiyue. "Your Highness, please help me tie this. I have managed to put on everything else." With that, as if to prove her point, she stepped out from behind the screen, her outer robe slightly open. She was adorned in a pale pink garment, draped with a white veil that shimmered with silver reflections, sparkling brilliantly. The spring attire was somewhat cool, revealing her elegantly sculpted neck and clearly defined collarbones, while the rosy blush on her cheeks accentuated her tender allure. This beauty starkly contrasted with the grandeur and poise exhibited during the morning's noble ceremony, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Despite having seen many facets of her and having personally chosen her attire, Chu Beiyue found himself momentarily breathless, never having anticipated that even he, the esteemed Prince Rue, could one day be so captivated by beauty. "Your Highness? Your Highness?" Lin Qingke jumped in front of Chu Beiyue, waving her hand to rouse the entranced man. Noticing the astonished look in his eyes, she could not help but chuckle, realizing that the prince was utterly captivated by her appearance. Chu Beiyue nodded in acquiescence, directly admitting that Kuer was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. "When I purchased this dress, I envisioned what you would look like in it, yet never anticipated such exquisite beauty." As he spoke, dark waves of possessiveness surged in his eyes, a fleeting urge to conceal Kuer from the prying eyes of other men. "Your Highness, when did you learn such sweet nothings?" Lin Qingke teased, handing over the slightly wrinkled belt she had clutched for quite some time, her round eyes glaring, urging him to fasten it promptly. Amused by the playful little creature before him, Chu Beiyue dutifully attended to his little sovereign. Fortunately, he had taken the time to learn from the vendor when purchasing the garments. Otherwise, he would have faced embarrassment in front of Kuer today. The height difference between them was about a head, with Lin Qingke barely reaching his chin as she tied the waist belt. Chu Beiyue had to lean slightly downwards, their breaths merging in the intimate space. The man's masculine essence enveloped Lin Qingke, his warm breath brushing against her face, causing her gaze to be irresistibly drawn to his handsome visage. The man, earnestly fastening her belt, possessed an undeniable charm. All done. His deep, melodious voice resonated, echoing against Lin Qingke's flushed ears. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and she felt a warm flush as if his gaze had scorched her, compelling her to inch closer. In an instant, the man's kiss descended upon her fervently, unlike the gentle caresses of the past. This time, it was as if he were a beast that had found its prey, voraciously claiming her with fervent bites, leaving his mark. Lin Qingke felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, her mind swirling. Her arms instinctively climbed onto his broad shoulders, reciprocating the kiss without thought. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet also pass in the blink of an eye. When Lin Qingke was finally released, her once vivid lipstick had been completely devoured, revealing soft, rosy lips that appeared slightly swollen, a clear testament to her recent affection. Continuing like this would lead to complications. Xiuye's atoms apple-bobbed, his voice gravelly and his body radiating an unsettling heat, his eyes tinged with a hint of redness. Well, the girl's soft voice trailed off, hesitant. The room was thick with an atmosphere of intimacy and the scent of masculinity, clouding Lin Qingke's thoughts. Otherwise, how could she perceive Xiuye as so alluring? Let us select some hair ornaments. These do not complement your attire. Xiuye guided the girl to the dressing table, upon which lay a scattered assortment of feminine trinkets, all appearing aged yet impeccably maintained, clearly cherished by someone. In the cabinet are my mother's jewels from her youth. If you desire something new, I shall send for it. Lin Qingke shook her head, dismissing the jumbled thoughts in her mind. It's quite all right. Jewelry can be timeless. And this place is evidently well cared for. Upon opening the small drawer, a plethora of jewelry comes into view, showcasing a collection of simple yet elegant designs that transcend the passage of time. How about this piece? The silver and jade hairpin bestowed by the late emperor gleamed with an ethereal luster. Xiuye selected a delicate, translucent hairpin from among them, which radiated a subtle, silver-purple glow. Even after the passage of over a decade, its exquisite quality remained unmistakable. How wonderful! Please, Your Highness, adorn me with it. Lin Qingke spoke with great enthusiasm, her starry eyes gazing at Xiuye in the mirror. Would the omnipotent prince be able to style a woman's hair into a bun? Success or failure hinges on this moment. In my childhood, I learned from my father, though now I may be a bit rusty. Let me give it a try. Though claiming unfamiliarity, his movements betrayed no hesitation, with a deft twist of the wrist and the insertion of the hairpin. 3,000 strands of raven silk were secured firmly upon her head. Your Highness is truly remarkable. Lin Qingke sprang up eagerly, drawing close to cup Xiuye's face in her hands before planting a tender kiss upon his cheek. A sweet little reward. The smoldering heat that had barely been suppressed surged forth once more. Just as Xiuye was about to seize this audacious little creature who dared provoke him and teach her a proper lesson, Shen Mo's voice drifted in from outside the door, tinged with awkwardness and caution. Your Highness? Miss Lin? The palace banquet has sent someone to urge your attendance. In an instant, Xiuye's expression darkened, while Lin Qingke burst into hearty laughter. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped out of the man's embrace and, upon reaching the doorway, gave Shen Mo a thumbs up. Shen Mo, it seems I've caught sight of yet another 1,000 push-ups beckoning me. Chapter 81. When Your Highness, Princess, we've arrived at the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Shen Mo knocked on the carriage doorframe with an expression of utter despair, silently praying for his own wretched fate, hoping he hadn't interrupted the prince's intimate moment. After all, His Highness had just sentenced him to another 1,000 push-ups, bringing his total debt to 5,000. Any more, and he'd become the next Yanghua. No, worse, for he stood to lose more than just an arm. A deep, magnetic voice responded before a pair of elegantly veined hands slowly drew aside the carriage curtain. Out stepped a strikingly handsome man with jade-like features, clad in ink-black robes adorned with subtle watercolor motifs. Miss Wan, look, Prince Rue has arrived. Near the palace walls, Han Iran stood arm in arm with another woman, pointing excitedly toward Xiuye. The woman in question wore a delicate goose-yellow brocade gown, her hair styled in an artful maiden's updo. Her gentle features and cherry-like lips curved slightly in delight, embodying the charming grace of a refined young lady. Iran, don't be so forward, the woman chided softly. His Highness will surely come greet us if he notices. Yet the very next moment shattered her expectations. Prince Rue, renowned for his indifference toward women, was tenderly assisting a lady from the carriage, even shielding her head with careful consideration, his expression softer than she'd ever seen. Lin Qingke? Han Iran's eyes burned with fury. That wretched woman who stole her title as princess. Were it not for her, it would be her hand the prince held now. Lin Qingke? Murmured the woman in yellow, her gaze darkening with contemplation. So this is the newly titled Princess Mingxin? Meanwhile, Lin Qingke remained blissfully unaware of the two rivals' glaring daggers at her, ravenous to the point of imagining she could devour an entire ox. She could think only of the impending feast. Didn't you have pastries on the way? How are you still this famished? Chu Beiwei teased, guiding his little glutton safely on his solid ground. Pastries aren't proper meals. They vanish the moment they're eaten, Lin Qingke pouted, releasing his hand to resume the distance of strangers. We shouldn't reveal our connection yet. Shall we enter separately? Before Chu Beiwei could refuse, an overpoweringly sweet fragrance wafted from behind him, accompanied by a saccharine voice. Prince Rue, Miss Huan, and I noticed your arrival and came to pay our respects. Han Iran stepped forward, positioning herself familiarly close to the prince, only for him to stride past her with a thunderous expression, placing himself firmly behind Lin Qingke. Undeterred by the rejection, Han Iran's gaze remained fixated on Chu Beiwei, brimming with infatuation. Miss Han, the prince said icily, if you continue staring so intently, I shall have your eyes donated to those with better use for them. Chu Beiwei spoke impatiently, exuding an aura of cold irritation. His vexation stemmed from Ku'er's desire to sever their ties, and to make matters worse, two oblivious women approached, seemingly oblivious to his ongoing conversation with her. Unexpectedly, Han Iran completely disregarded the ensuing remarks, becoming increasingly agitated. The former reputation of being the capital's foremost talented woman had vanished. How could the prince still remember the name of this girl? How utterly unable to bear the scene any longer when Huan, in a fit of exasperation, pulled the foolish Han Iran to the back, stepping forward with grace. With a rosy complexion, she bowed gently, her tones soft and tender. Might I inquire if Brother Beiwei still remembers Huana? It has been many years since our last meeting. The demure and charming young lady blushed as she asked the man if he remembered her. Lin Qingke observed with growing unease. This woman appeared to possess more wit than Chu Beiwei's other admirers. At least she did not display the same infatuation as Han Iran. A pang of jealousy stirred within her as she cast a sharp glance at Chu Beiwei. Many years without seeing one another? Childhood sweethearts? Innocent companions? The more she pondered, the more incensed she became. Yet outwardly, their relationship remained a mystery to all, which only intensified her frustration. With an exaggerated roll of her eyes, she turned to leave. I have no interest in your romantic entanglements. Chu Beiwei, you may wallow in your sea of women. I no longer desire you. Huan, indeed. No wonder she called her cur. Wouldn't that lead to confusion? Lin Qingke, ablaze with fury, departed with an air of nonchalance, but the bitterness and despondency within her spread like a heavy fog, suffocating her. Suddenly, a warm hand enveloped her wrist, gently pulling her back as she took a step away. The man's voice was deep and melodious, tinged with an undercurrent of tension. Though it was when Huan who had posed the question, Chu Beiwei's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qingke as he responded earnestly, as if to clarify to her, I do not recall any Huaner. I ask you to show respect and address me by my title. Having said this, Chu Beiwei dismissively swept his gaze past when Huan's reddened eyes and the still infatuated Han Iran, his expression rife with impatience. The Princess Mingxin, bestowed by the emperor himself, stood before them. Why did they not pay their respects? Lin Qingke was bewildered by Chu Beiwei's actions. At the mention of Princess Mingxin, she instinctively straightened her posture, exuding an air of poise and elegance. Huan, with a semblance of restrained dignity, lowered her head, appearing as though she had been wronged. Han Iran, too, momentarily set aside her infatuation, gazing at Chubiyu in disbelief. Prince? Are you asking Huaner to pay respects to another woman? Huaner harbors deep feelings for you. You two are childhood. Before she could finish her sentence, when Huan swiftly tugged at Han Iran's arm, fearful that she might reveal more of the boastful tales she often shared. Huaner pays her respects to Princess Mingxin. May the princess live long and prosper. Huan approached Lin Qingke, performing a delicate curtsy, her demeanor fragile and vulnerable, in stark contrast to her earlier poise when greeting Chubiyu. Without revealing your esteemed name, how am I to discern your identity? The princess questioned coolly, her demeanor devoid of warmth, for she held no inclination to indulge one who sought to ensnare her royal lord. Yet, when Huan appeared to bear some grievance, her delicate lips gently biting down as she cast a sorrowful glance at Chu Beiwei. Noticing his utter indifference, she reluctantly spoke, in response to the princess. My name is Wen Huan. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingke's pupils constricted in surprise. Chapter 82. Brother Chu Beiwei. The name, when Huan stirred the long-buried memories of Lin Qingke's past life. The current empress had only born a son, Chu Zhengchen, and subsequently could not conceive again. The palace felt desolate, prompting her to bring in a female infant from her family to raise, Wen Huan. Growing up in the palace, Wen Huan was charming and beloved by all, even by Chu Zhengchen from Lin Qingke's previous life. Moreover, if Lin Qingke recalled correctly, in her past life, Wen Huan was betrothed to Chu Beiwei. Alas, before their marriage could take place, Chu Beiwei perished for her sake. With this thought, a wave of suffocating emotions surged within Lin Qingke, causing her eyes to redden. It weighed upon her like a mountain. It seemed that in her previous life, it was Wen Huan who was truly fated to be with the prince. What did that make her? Very well, you may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave, she declared, her voice barely above a whisper. As the words left her lips, she propelled herself forward with a nimble step, employing the shadowless technique, and vanished before the crowd in the blink of an eye. Come forth. Chu Beiwei stood rooted in place, emanating an aura of immense pressure. Anyone familiar with him would recognize that he was genuinely enraged. What are your orders, my lord? Shen Mo swiftly emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully. He had witnessed the entire scene and wondered why the prince did not pursue Miss Lin instead of calling for her. Inform Wang Fu that these two have been disrespectful towards me. He will know how to handle it. Chu Beiwei cast a disdainful glance at Wen Huan, his eyes brimming with contempt. And as for the matter of those 4 words you address me with, I do not recognize any cats or dogs. Cease this immediately. With that, he swiftly departed in the direction Lin Qingke had taken, leaving Shen Mo standing bewildered in his wake. Yes, Shen Mo straightened up, reverting to his usual cold and taciturn demeanor, reminiscent of the first-generation Chu Beiwei, which intimidated the 2 women into silence. What shall we do, Miss Huan? How can the prince punish us so unfairly when we have done nothing wrong? Han Iran fretted, pacing around Wen Huan, her voice laced with indignation. It must be that seductress who has ensnared the prince. How disgraceful for an unmarried woman to share a carriage with a man in public. Iran, calm yourself. Wen Huan replied, maintaining her composure despite the darkness in her eyes, a stark contrast to her youthful visage, exuding a venomous aura. Do not lose your dignity over such individuals. The prince likely spoke thus merely out of consideration for my new title as a county princess. Gulme, let's seek out my aunt. Upon hearing they would visit the empress, Han Iran instantly donned her usual gentle and virtuous facade, though her eyes flickered with a similar malice. She was eager to see how Lin Qingke would manage to entice His Highness the Rue Wang to speak on her behalf when the banquet separated the men and women. Meanwhile, Chu Beiwei was anxiously contemplating how to instantly teleport to Lin Qingke, fearing that his dear one was upset. He must hasten to comfort her. As he rounded the corner, Chu Beiwei caught a faint whiff of that elusive fragrance and immediately turned his head. Sure enough, Lin Qingke was leaning leisurely against the palace wall, watching him with an air of composed amusement. Well, if it isn't Brother Beiwei, shouldn't you be over there keeping your dear Huaner company? Lin Qingke's voice dripped with deliberate sweetness, though her expression remained icy as she cast him a sidelong glance. Moments ago, jealousy had clouded her judgment, making her believe that Chu Beiwei and that Wen Huan were somehow destined. But how absurd! Hadn't the prince done countless things for her? Naturally, she was his one true love. Seeing him rush after her so quickly soothed the remnants of her anger, though a stubborn knot of resentment still lingered in her chest. The mere memory of that saccharine brother Beiwe made her nauseous, like finding a fly had landed on her favorite pastry. Beiwe exhaled in quiet relief when he saw Lin Qingke waiting for him. At least she hadn't completely shut him out. Qingke, I don't know her. Maybe we met as children, but I truly don't remember who she is. He stepped closer, intending to pull her into his arms and soothe her temper. But Lin Qingke sidestepped him effortlessly, leaving him grasping at empty air. She arched a brow, her demeanor cool and distant. Don't call me that, brother Beiwe. I'm not your precious Wanner. Wretched man, flaunting your charms everywhere. If I'm unhappy, you won't be either. With that, she turned crisply on her heel, resuming the aloof demeanor of Mingxin Junju, and strode toward the palace banquet. Left standing there, Beiwe could only offer a rueful smile. It seemed Qingke wasn't ready to forgive him anytime soon. Serves me right. Silently trailing behind her, the illustrious Prince Rui resembled nothing more than a personal guard, shadowing her every step until they reached the banquet hall entrance. Brother Beiwe, shouldn't you keep your distance? Wouldn't you want your dear Huaner to get jealous? Even as they prepared to face the assembled officials, the evening's guest of honor stood with arms akimbo, glaring disdainfully at the man before her. The sight of his helpless expression sent a thrill of satisfaction through her. Stray cats and dogs mean nothing to me. The only one I care about is the angry little fox I need to coax back to my side. So no, I'll want to leave. Beiwe's gaze remained unwavering, rooted in place even as Lin Qingke took a step back, prompting him to advance a small step of his own. Lin Qingke had never been able to withstand the intensity of his eyes. Flustered, she turned away, though her words remained sharp. Fine, brother Beiwe. Follow if you must. A flicker of amusement lit Beiwe's expression. This was precisely what he wanted, to enter with her by his side, declaring to all that Lin Qingke stood under Prince Rui as protection. And besides, hearing her call him brother Beiwe repeatedly had an unexpected effect. Earlier, when that woman had uttered the same words, it had made his skin crawl. But now, from Lin Qingke's lips, it sounded almost pleasant, dangerously pleasant. If only she had called out to him in another setting. How wonderful that would have been. Beiwe followed distractedly behind Lin Qingke, who had already stepped into the grand hall. Outwardly, he remained the composed and ethereal Prince Rui, his demeanor as untouchable as an immortal. Yet inwardly, his thoughts were entirely ensnared by the girl before him. The young eunuch guarding the entrance of the hall caught sight of the two of them. First, he was struck by their extraordinary beauty, but then his astonishment deepened into sheer disbelief. The revered guardian of great Qi, the untouchable Prince Rui, who had always remained aloof from women, was now willingly trailing behind the illustrious Mingxin County princess. Hurriedly, the eunuch rushed inside to announce their arrival. His Highness, Prince Rui has arrived. The county princess Mingxin has arrived. Chapter 83. A celestial couple strayed from a painting. The grand hall buzzed with anticipation as the banquet guests awaited the commencement of the feast. The air was alive with lively chatter, the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments, and the graceful movements of dancers. Golden goblets brimmed with amber wine, jade cups glistened, and delicacies adorned emerald plates like edible masterpieces. The ancient zither's gentle notes intertwined with the chime of bells. Yet these were but mundane spectacles in the palace, where opulent halls and ethereal performances had long dulled the senses. What truly captured the attention of these discerning nobles was none other than the newly appointed Mingxin Junju, Lin Qingke, the esteemed daughter of the prime minister. When the first announcement echoed through the hall, murmurs rippled through the crowd in astonishment. The Prince of Rui? Surely I misheard. Has His Highness ever attended such banquets? Indeed, even Her Majesty the Empress's birthday celebration failed to lure him, as he disdains these frivolous gatherings. Just as the speaker nodded in agreement, the herald's next proclamation detonated like thunder. Mingxin Junju arrives. The two gossipers leaned closer, their eyes alight with curiosity as they fixed their gazes upon the entrance. At last, we shall behold the legendary beauty said to rival the celestial maidens. Surely you exaggerate. Though for the Prince of Rue to accompany her. Their eyes met, twin flames of scandalous speculation dancing within. And they chorused with knowing laughter. Could it be? A sharp elbow from their neighbor silenced them. Mind your tongues. We stand within the imperial palace. Chastened, they sealed their lips, though their eyes remained riveted on the grand doors. They come. The prince and the Junju. A vision of ethereal grace crossed the threshold first. A maiden whose beauty seemed plucked from the heavens, her flowing silks billowing like a descending immortal. The clamorous hall fell into awed silence, every soul momentarily breathless before this living masterpiece. Lin Qingke glided forward in a gown of moonlit silver and delicate pink, its snow-feathered shoulders and translucent skirts shimmering with embroidered ripples of starlight. A slender waist, cinched by silken cords, accentuated her exquisite silhouette, while a collar of snow fox fur veiled, yet tantalizingly hinted at, the elegance of her neckline. Her oval face, no larger than a palm, bore flawless alabaster skin and features of such refined artistry that their brilliance transcended mere prettiness. Hair swept up by a silver and amethyst hairpin. She seemed a painting come to life, a goddess gracing the mortal realm. So the rumors spoke true, gasped the once skeptical observer, now utterly spellbound. Forgetting all decorum, he blurted aloud, fingers like peeled scallion stems, lips holding vermilion pearls. With each delicate step, she outshines all earthly grace. As the crowd nodded in agreement, a sudden chill enveloped the banquet hall, and a pair of frigid gazes swept across the room. Any disrespect towards Princess Mingxin shall result in immediate expulsion from the hall. A powerful, yet deep and magnetic voice resonated. Chu Beiyue entered slowly, exuding a formidable aura, his piercing hawk-like eyes cold and proud, with a profound possessiveness lurking in their depths. He had anticipated that Kuer's beauty would elicit admiration from everyone present. Yet he was taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to flirt with her in his presence. Had he not recited but a single line of poetry, and had he not wished to avoid disrupting the grand ceremony in honor of Kuer, he would have ensured that the offender understood the consequences of their actions. His raven hair cascaded over his dark attire, elegantly secured at the back with a simple white jade hairpin. His finely sculpted features, sharp like a blade, radiated an aura of frostiness. Lin Qingke, somewhat helpless, edged closer to Chu Beiyue, unaware of the extent of his jealousy. Just as the atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness, a youthful voice unexpectedly rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Elder sister, is the marriage you mentioned like the union of big brother and big sister? They look like celestial lovers from a painting. A small child, seemingly mischievous, clutched on a Chu Zihuan's garment, gazing at Lin Qingke and Chu Beiyue with bright eyes. Chu Zihun, startled, quickly lifted her mischievous cousin from the ground, apologizing to the gathered guests. My sincerest apologies, everyone. My cousin is rather playful. Please do not take his words to heart. Children speak without restraint. Though she maintained the poise befitting a princess, her large eyes furtively glanced at Chu Beiyue. Even when calm, exuded an intimidating presence, compounded by their shared bloodline. However, to her surprise, she observed her seemingly irate cousin's expression soften, even showing a hint of delight. Chu Zihuan was puzzled, while Chu Beiyue felt a surge of joy. Indeed, as they say, a child's perception is astute, and he and Kuer were undeniably a well-matched pair. Clearing his throat, he returned to his usual unyielding demeanor. The banquet is about to commence. I kindly ask everyone to take their respective places. With that, in a discreet manner unnoticed by the others, he raised an eyebrow at Lin Qingke and confidently strode towards the male section. Lin Qingke thought to herself. She had, unfortunately, discerned the source of Chu Beiyue's merriment. Was it merely the nonsensical chatter of child that brought him such glee? As she silently criticized him, she felt an involuntary smile tug at her lips, reluctantly admitting that hearing those words had indeed brought her joy. Kaiya, it has been so long since I last saw you. I missed you dearly. As the crowd began to disperse alongside Chu Beiyue, Chu Zihuan rushed forward, enveloping Lin Qingke in a bear hug, feigning a wounded expression as though betrayed by a heartless suitor. My dear, if you have taken a new love, will you forget me? Lin Qingke couldn't help but laugh at this mischievous girl, forcing a stern expression to play along. You actually know? Then why are you still causing trouble here with me? Unexpectedly, Chu Sahan excitedly jumped up, glanced around, covered the ears of the child leaning against her leg, and whispered eagerly into Lin Qingke's ear, Coco, you admitted it. I knew my cousin was outstanding enough to catch your eye. Then, with a playful nudge, she pressed on with gossipy curiosity. So, what's it like being with him? Does it feel like living in winter every day? Ha ha. Before she could finish, Chu Sahan was already breathless with laughter, leaning on Lin Qingke for support while eagerly urging her with expectant eyes to answer. Lin Qingke, too reckless. Chapter 84. So you were Princess Mingxin? Rather than being the subject of gossip, Lin Qingke decided to take the initiative and turn the tables. While Chu Sahan was still grinning foolishly, Qingke gently patted her back to soothe her and asked with a playful smile, Let's not talk about me. Speaking of which, I haven't seen much of my elder brother lately. Do you happen to know what he has been occupied with these days, Your Highness? Chu Sahan seemed to ponder for a brief moment before answering promptly. Your brother mentioned he has been assisting the Dali Temple with some case. I didn't quite understand the details, but he said he'd be away for nearly a month. Having said that, Chu Sahan continued to beam, only to suddenly realize the implication of her own words. The smile froze on her face as she turned stiffly to meet Qingke's knowing, amused gaze. Why would I bring up my brother out of the blue? The teasing tone in Qingke's voice was almost overwhelming, causing Chu Sahan's cheeks to flush crimson. She pressed her lips together, refusing to speak. Truly, I had no idea where my brother had gone, so I thought to ask Your Highness. Who would have guessed you'd know so well? Before she could finish, Chu Sahan cut her off in flustered indignation. Qingke, you're playing tricks on me. I was the one asking first, and yet you had to bring up Lindsay. Qingke only grew more delighted, arching an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Oh, why the sudden change from Brother Lin? Weren't you calling him that so sweetly just the other day? Ah, Qingke, if you keep teasing me, I won't play with you anymore. Qingke burst into laughter, but seeing the princess on the verge of combusting from embarrassment, she quickly moved to soothe her future sister-in-law. All right, I'll stop. Please don't take offense, Your Highness. The dignified Princess Mingxin even resorted to formalities, her exaggeratedly deferential tone making the whole scene absurdly comical. Chu Sahan couldn't help but laugh along. Elder sister, fairy sister, what are you laughing about? The little one, who had been ignored all this time, finally piped up in protest. Wriggling free from Chu Sahan's hold, the child blinked wide, innocent eyes at the two giggling women. Who is Brother Lin? Is elder sister going to marry him too? Chu Sahan stiffened, immediately covering the child's mouth as her ears and neck turned scarlet. Stumbling over her words, she scolded. Children shouldn't speak nonsense. Marriage? I never said anything of the sort. The child tried to argue, but under Chu Sahan's threatening glare, could only whimper in protest, signaling for her to remove her hand. Qingke stood by, watching with an affectionate smile. As a princess, Chu Sahan was far too gentle, making her an easy target for others. Now that Qingke had chosen to stand by her side in this life, she resolved to protect her with all her might in the days to come. The harmonious atmosphere was swiftly shattered as a stern-faced old matron approached, accompanied by several imposing and robust maidservants. They disregarded the distinguished ladies at the banquet and made their way directly to Lin Qingke. Is Princess Mingxin present? Standing right before Lin Qingke, the old matron displayed an air of superiority, her gaze flitting about, searching for Princess Mingxin, yet refusing to cast a glance at Lin Qingke herself. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Qingke's lips, for she anticipated that today's palace banquet would not unfold in tranquility. Hence, trouble had arrived. Who could it be this time? Ah, how could she forget Huaner? Upon recalling the rival who appeared somewhat astute, Lin Qingke's brows knitted together, her entire demeanor radiating an aura that signified she was not to be trifled with. She intercepted Chu Zihuan, who attempted to position herself in front of her, and with deliberate strides, approached the old matron until they were barely a foot apart, yet remained silent, fixated on her. Although Lin Qingke was a head shorter than Chu Beiyue, Her tall and slender figure was striking among women, particularly when standing before an elderly, faded matron who was already stooped with age, making her seem a good half a head taller, thus asserting her superiority in presence. The old matron could no longer disregard her, retreating a step with an awkward expression, creating distance between them while casting a disdainful glance up and down Lin Qingke. "Are you the esteemed Princess Mingxin?" Lin Qing was nearly amused by her foolish grin. She had never encountered a lowly individual bold enough to speak to their master in such a manner. "Wang Mama, do you not see that Princess Mingxin is present? Where is your courtesy? Even if she is not yet a princess, her status as the legitimate daughter of a noble house is one that cannot be trifled with." Chu Zihan, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, stepped forward to confront the arrogant Lady Wang and her entourage. The old matron, however, granted Chu Zihan a modicum of respect, performing a curtsy and wearing a forced smile. "Your Highness, the princess, I may not dare to offend the esteemed Mingxin princess. Yet I am here at the behest of Her Majesty the Empress." Upon hearing this, the ladies of noble families who had been eavesdropping collectively gasped and exchanged glances, silently praying for Lin Qing's well-being. Ever since the second prince, Chu Zhengshun, suffered injuries to his lower body in the brothels, the Empress had been behaving erratically, summoning countless noble young ladies to select a suitable bride for her son. However, which respectable family would willingly marry a man rendered incapacitated? Consequently, the reputation of the Empress began to tarnish, with whispers of sympathy circulating whenever a young lady was summoned by her. Even if the late Empress were to summon this princess, one would think that a mere servant like you ought to display a more appropriate demeanor toward a lady of rank. Lin Qingke curled her lips into a sardonic smile, her frost-laden gaze piercing towards the domineering Matron Wang with an intimidating chill. Unexpectedly, Matron Wang abruptly shifted her tone and addressed the others loudly. "Her Majesty the Empress has declared that Lady Mingxin deliberately seduced His Highness Prince Rui and has specially dispatched this servant to take this vixen away for questioning. Young ladies, do you still think this old servant needs to bother with etiquette towards her?" Lin Qingke's pupils constricted in surprise. She had not anticipated that when Huan and Hanaran could distort the truth to such an extent, speaking utter nonsense without any hesitation. Fortunately, the two troublesome individuals were already awaiting her presence with the Empress, leaving the other noble ladies, despite their jealousy towards Lin Qingke, to conceal their feelings entirely. Only old Madame Wang remained awkwardly in place. Lin Qingke smirked mischievously, crossing her arms and taking a few steps forward, further unsettling old Madame Wang. "This young lady is quite innocent and has no desire to visit Her Majesty the Empress. I wonder what the old madam intends to do with me?" Chapter 85. What did the matron call this princess? You, do you dare to defy the Empress's command? Matron Wang was taken aback by Lin Qingke's abrupt and resolute refusal, which was even more audacious than her own orders to bring someone in. Her eyes widened in shock, causing the numerous wrinkles on her face to unfurl in disbelief. "This humble servant would never dare to oppose the Empress. Your words are indeed a humiliation to me." However, Qingke, in her rebellious spirit, had always been one to heed only sweet words from others, particularly from someone like the matron. Lin Qingke hesitated, casting a scornful glance over Matron Wang, a light laugh escaping her lips. "Those who speak to me with such arrogance, like you, matron, I have never held in high regard." It was evident to all that Lin Qingke had intentionally crafted an image of one who listens solely to flattering words. Yet due to Matron Wang's habitual sycophancy, no one came to her defense. You insolent." Matron Wang was clearly intimidated by Lin Qingke's formidable presence, unable to utter a harsh word, instead shaking with impotent fury as she pointed a trembling finger at Lin Qingke's nose. Witnessing Matron Wang's reaction only solidified Lin Qingke's belief that this servant was merely a coward hiding behind authority, utterly unworthy of fear. With a teasing tone, she provocatively suggested, "Why not have the strong women you brought escort this princess instead?" Initially, Matron Wang's eyes gleamed with hope, as if she had found a lifeline. But then realization struck her, and she retreated a couple of steps, her gaze toward Lin Qingke filled with trepidation. You do not think that this old servant is unaware of your martial prowess. If I were to command them to act, you would undoubtedly retaliate against me." Lin Qingke raised an eyebrow in mock disappointment, shaking her head. It seemed there was a semblance of intelligence after all. It was regrettable that she could not personally teach this arrogant servant a lesson. "Oh, very well then. I have granted you an opportunity, which you have failed to seize. Thus, I shall proceed to the banquet." Lin Qingke spoke coolly, preparing to turn away. It was in fact the truth. From early morning until now, aside from a few meager pastries in Xiuye's carriage, she had barely consumed a drop of water. She had anticipated savoring the culinary delights of the palace chef upon reaching the banquet hall, only to be delayed by these raucous nuisances. Wait! Seeing Lin Qingke about to leave, Matron Wang grew anxious. The Empress had expressly ordered that Lin Qingke be brought over, and should she fail to do so, she would certainly face punishment. Previously, it was my disrespect toward the princess. I beseech you, Miss Mingxin, to show mercy and not hold it against an old servant like me. Just moments ago, she had been arrogantly asserting her authority over Lin Qingke, and now, in her desperation to fulfill her duty, she was forced to beg in such a lowly manner. Even an experienced matron who had navigated the palace for decades felt the sting of shame. Lin Qingke leaned leisurely against the stone pillar, occasionally toying with the leaves of the potted plant beside her, her gaze drifting nonchalantly as she spoke, her red lips parting slightly. Did Matron Wang just speak? How did this esteemed princess come to hear the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes? Wang Mama, filled with indignation, abruptly raised her head, glaring fiercely at Lin Qingke, only to lower it again in reluctant submission. Raising her voice, she reiterated, "Do not concern yourself with an old servant such as me." As an experienced matron of the palace, Wang Mama's voice was already considerably louder than that of an ordinary maid, and at this moment, she intentionally amplified it further, causing her words to reverberate throughout the female quarters and capturing nearly everyone's attention. Wang Mama was so mortified that she could hardly lift her head, wishing to burrow into the cracks of the floor. "Oh, what did Mama just address this princess as? I seem to have missed the sound of my greeting." Lin Qingke remarked with a playful smile, having heard numerous greetings today, yet never a single one from Wang Mama. With her face flushed with shame, anger, and humiliation, Wang Mama reluctantly knelt on the ground, performing a proper kowtow. This old servant pays her respects to Princess Mingxin. May you live 1,000 years, 1,000 years, and another 1,000 years. Lin Qingke, however, did not respond immediately, allowing Wang Mama to remain prostrated. Her gaze swept across several course maids, who instantly broke into a cold sweat and hastily knelt down, their voices rising in a chorus of "May the princess live 1,000 years." After leaving Wang Mama in a state of prolonged silence, Lin Qingke estimated the time had come to speak, just as she heard whispers of gossip behind her. "Isn't Princess Mingxin a bit too proud? Although Wang Mama is a servant, she ought not to be treated thus. Indeed, could it be that Wang Mama accused her of seducing the prince, and she is now filled with wrath?" Lin Qingke inwardly rolled her eyes. Not to mention her acute hearing allowed her to catch many subtle sounds. These gossips were practically whispering right behind her. Why not come forth and inquire directly about her standing with the emperor? Slowly, she turned around, her piercing gaze locking onto the two women, who appeared somewhat familiar. Having unwittingly been overheard, the two women flushed crimson as all eyes turned toward them. We spoke in error. Please forgive us, Your Highness." Upon recognizing the speakers, Lin Qingke recalled they were the very same followers who had clustered around Hani Rand during the princess election, much like her sister Lin Muxuan. Lin Qingke had always detested such busybodies who observed others' every word and action as if monitoring them, nitpicking for faults and harboring intense jealousy, unable to bear seeing anyone excel. "Perhaps you have not spoken in error at all," Lin Qingke replied coolly, seeing the surprise in their eyes as she maliciously continued. "You say this princess should not treat Wang Mama in such a manner. Are you aware of how Wang Mama has just referred to this princess?" The two women flushed crimson, exchanging uneasy glances yet unable to utter a word. How could they not know? They had just referred to Lin Qingke as a seductress. Old Nanny Wang called this princess a seductress, Lin Qingke declared with icy composure. As her mistress, was I wrong to teach her proper decorum? Consumed by guilt, the pair shook their heads frantically, offering panicked apologies. While gossip behind closed doors was one matter, none wished to be tainted by scandal. There's no need for such alarm. Lin Qingke continued, her face adorned with an angelic smile that belied her razor-sharp words. Perhaps you weren't mistaken after all. Maybe your own servants address you as seductresses, which explains why you found my actions improper. Her gaze swept over the trembling women like one regarding refuse, a soft derisive laugh escaping her lips. Wouldn't you agree, ladies? Chapter 86. There are matters that even Lin Qingke cannot resolve. After venting her frustrations, Lin Qingke finally released a breath of pent-up emotions, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She was utterly disinterested in observing the two women's suppressed fury. However, Chu Sahan was like a spark igniting a firecracker. From a moment that the old matron had come to provoke, she had longed to defend Lin Qingke. Yet, restrained by her, she could no longer contain herself. How dare they bully her dear Qingke, treating her like some insignificant creature. Moreover, Coco is to be her future sister-in-law. Do you both understand this clearly? In my humble opinion, the two of you seem to be cut from the same cloth as that Lady Wang, displaying an utter disregard for others and an excessive lack of courtesy. Chu Si-han, after all, is the sole princess of the current dynasty, and she enjoys the deep favor of Emperor Huan. Her esteemed status grants her considerable authority in discourse, leaving no one daring to contradict her. Pray tell, to whom do you both belong? Upon hearing the princess inquiring about her lineage, the two individuals were genuinely alarmed, hastily kneeling upon the ground in a plea for mercy. We beseech your highness to forgive us. The young lady can offer her apologies to the esteemed princess. Please grant your pardon. However, Chu Si was no fragile figure easily molded. Witnessing their newfound fear only intensified her disdain. When they indulged in gossip and spoke with reckless abandon, why did they not display such trepidation as to kneel and beg for forgiveness then? There is no need for further words. Come forth and expel the two of them from the banquet hall. Your orders shall be obeyed. A group of guards, drawn by the sound of shouting, strode in purposefully towards the two gossiping women. The two unmarried maidens had never encountered such a spectacle before. Moreover, the guards of the palace banquets were part of the elite military force, their long spears towering over them like giants. In an instant, they gasped in astonishment and fainted from fright. Your Highness, must we still expel them from the banquet hall? The guard appeared somewhat at a loss, gazing in confusion at Chu Si-han. Similarly, Chu Si-han looked eagerly towards Lin Qingke, pondering how to articulate her thoughts. How does the princess vent her frustrations? Lin Qingke was amused, feeling a warmth in her heart. What a grand statement from the princess. Does this mean that in the future, I, as a humble subject, shall have the privilege of accompanying her highness? Chu Si-han lowered her head in embarrassment. It's all right, Qingke. They are merely two ill-mannered women. I still possess some authority. Realizing that this would not implicate Chu Si-han, Lin Qingke calmly instructed the guards. There should be their maids waiting outside. Carry them out, and surely a maid will come to claim them. When that occurs, inform her that they have offended a noble inside, and ensure the maid returns to report this to their master. The guard were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words, but eventually nodded and carried the two women away. Ha ha ha, Qingke, you truly have a way with handling things. I was just contemplating how to make their father aware. A radiant smile graced Chu Si-han's face as she lavished praise upon Lin Qingke. After all, within the refined circles of aristocratic young ladies, the sole entity capable of instilling genuine trepidation was paternal retribution. No father of noble standing would countenance his daughter courting scandal, lest it tarnish his political ascent. It is but a trifling matter, and I must express my gratitude to the princess for her timely assistance. Lin Qingke playfully winked at Chu Si, her spirits gradually lifting. Your Highness, Princess Mingxin, may this humble servant rise now? Suddenly, a quivering wail of anguish pierced the air, and Lin Qingke recalled the presence of old Madame Wang, followed swiftly by memories of the Empress and that detestable Huaner. The fleeting joy she had just experienced plummeted into despair as she was once again beset by the nauseating sensation akin to that of flies buzzing about. Engaging in delightful conversation with the princess had momentarily allowed her to forget about the old madam, which was indeed a grave oversight on her part. Lin Qingke feigned an apology, yet she still did not prompt old Madame Wang to rise. What business did the old madam have in seeking out this princess? Old Nanny Wang had been tormented by Lin Qingke to the point of losing all spirit. Her aged knees could no longer endure the prolonged kneeling, trembling uncontrollably, and her voice carried a feeble exhaustion. Reporting to the illustrious Princess Mingxin, Her Majesty the Empress has sent this old servant to summon you to Cunning Palace, saying she has words to inquire of you. Though the respect in her tone was reluctant, Lin Qingke nodded with satisfaction. Had she spoken this way from the beginning, they might have already arrived at Cunning Palace by now. Then rise quickly, Nanny Wang. We must indeed keep Her Majesty waiting. With unsteady movements, Nanny Wang attempted to stand, but her long folded knees had yet to regain their strength. Weak and numb, she collapsed back onto the floor with a thud. Lin Qingke feigned surprise, covering her mouth with delicate fingers, yet her body remained motionless, no intention of offering assistance. Oh dear, Nanny, how careless of you. Do get up quickly. Gritting her teeth, Nanny Wang snapped at the coarse maids beside her. Are you blind? Hurry and help me up. The several awkward matrons hurriedly approached to assist Lady Wang in rising to her feet. Lady Wang adjusted her attire, her eyes harboring a faint glimmer of resentment. Upon reaching the Empress, I shall see who else can possibly safeguard you. Such arrogance now will surely bring you consequences in due time. The words spoken were laced with a veneer of respect. My lady, please follow this old servant. Coco, perhaps I should accompany you, the anxious Chu Zihan suggested, her hands anxiously clutching the corner of Lin Qingke's garment, her face etched with concern. The Empress, having navigated the intricacies of the imperial harem for many years, had garnered the favor of Emperor Qian and remained unparalleled among her peers. She was not to be trifled with. Lin Qingke gently patted Chu Zihan's hand, signaling her to remain calm. It is but a brief visit. I shall return shortly. I have my own means, so there is no need for concern. Despite her friend's reassurances, Chu Zihan's face remained clouded with worry as she reluctantly watched Lin Qingke follow Wang Momo away, akin to a hen observing her chick venture out to forage alone. Having spent the entire day on her feet, Lin Qingke felt the fatigue in her legs as she trailed behind Wang Momo for quite a while before finally arriving at Kunning Palace. Clearly, this was a deliberate slight. The banquet was about to commence, yet they had summoned her to the distant Kunning Palace, suggesting that something awaited her there. When soldiers arrive, they are met with generals. When water flows, the earth is there to conceal it. Since her rebirth, there has not been a single matter that Lin Qing could not manage with ease. Chapter 87. Must I personally invite you? As Lin Qingke stepped into the Kunning Palace, an unusual gust of wind suddenly swept through, causing her to furrow her brows. With a swift motion, she retreated half a meter, just as the sharp, jarring sound of porcelain shattering on the floor echoed around her, accompanied by the frightened pleas of a young palace maid. Though the maid claimed to be terrified, Lin Qingke discerned a lack of genuine panic in her voice, as if she were merely performing for an audience. Your Majesty, spare me. I did not see the path and accidentally bumped into the vase at the entrance. Please, Your Majesty, have mercy. The maid knelt beside the shards of porcelain, dramatically pleading while fervently knocking her head against the ground. The force and fervor of her kowtows intrigued Lin Qingke. She wondered how much the maid had been compensated to inflict such punishment upon herself. The shattered vase stood about a person's height, its sharp fragments scattered across the floor, effectively blocking the entrance. Under the sunlight outside, the shards glimmered with a dangerous brilliance, contrasting sharply with the dimness of the interior. Lin Qingke observed the scene with a cold gaze, noting that the porcelain fragments were perfectly arranged to obstruct any passage, as if rehearsed meticulously beforehand. The quality of the shards suggested that the vase had been of exceptional craftsmanship. Indeed, the Empress had spared no expense in her efforts to vex her. Standing with her arms crossed, Lin Qingke remained motionless, patiently awaiting the next act of this farcical play. How reckless. However, I am in a good mood today. You may go and receive 5 lashes. The Empress's languid voice drifted through the layers of curtains and screens, sounding exceedingly dull. The maid, as if granted a reward, joyfully bowed her head several more times before hastily retreating into the inner courtyard. Ha! Lin Qingke chuckled coldly to herself. Could this performance be any more contrived? In her past life, due to her ties with Chu Zhongshan, she had deliberately sought to ingratiate herself with the Empress, thereby gaining insight into her character. She was as petty and calculating as her ungrateful son. Had the maid truly broken the vase by accident, she would have surely met with dire consequences. At this moment, the Empress feigned surprise, as if just noticing someone at the entrance. Is it Princess Mingxin? You have come to see me. I have important matters to discuss with you. Lin Qingke remained unmoved. It was inconceivable that in the Grand Kuan-Ning Palace, there were no servants to clean up the mess. The scattered shards of porcelain were clearly intended to create difficulties for her. Noticing Lin Qingke's prolonged silence, the Empress's voice emerged from behind the screen, laced with impatience yet tinged with a hint of amusement. Why have you not entered yet? Must I personally come to invite you? There seemed to follow 2 faint, disdainful snickers. Though Lin Qingke couldn't quite discern them clearly, she understood perfectly. Today's 2 vexing flies were among them, eagerly awaiting her humiliation. This humble subject was startled by the palace maid shattering the vase and momentarily lost composure. I beg Her Majesty the Empress for forgiveness. No sooner had her words fallen than the mocking laughter grew louder, even accompanied by a woman's malicious voice, now that the young mistress has recovered. Shouldn't she hurry to plead for mercy? Or must Her Majesty personally summon her? The corner of Lin Qingke's lips curled into a smile. Apologies, but you want to be seeing any spectacle today. Please grant this humble subject a moment, Your Majesty. I shall come at once to pay my respects. With that, she cast a glance at the shattered porcelain shards on the floor, her lips twisting into a derisive arc. This is supposed to trap me and frame me for disrespecting the Empress? With a light tap of her toes, Lin Qingke lifted off the ground, her heels deftly pressing against the doorframe for leverage. In the blink of an eye, her figure darted past the scattered fragments like a nimble swallow, effortlessly gliding into the chamber. The screen likely allowed those inside to observe the outside scene clearly. For the moment Lin Qingke landed gracefully, astonished gasps arose from within. Suppressing her smirk, she thought, such a trivial distance. This was basic training mastered in my first year at Xiuye Pavilion. Stunned, aren't you? Striding unhurriedly into the inner chamber, she found, as expected, the Empress seated in the place of honor, flanked by Han, Iran, and Wen Huan. Wen Huan wore an expression of delicate, pitiable grievance. One look at that self-pitying demeanor, and Lin Qingke understood. This time, I shall walk the path of the green tea, leaving none for the green tea to tread. This humble subject pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. May Your Majesty enjoy boundless fortune and eternal peace. Though well aware of the true purpose behind this treacherous banquet, superficial courtesy had to be maintained, lest they seize further pretexts to weave their schemes. Thus, Lin Qingke approached and curtsied in greeting. Ever since her airborne leap over the porcelain shards, the entire cunning palace had fallen into hushed silence. Now, the stillness was so profound that the drop of a needle could be heard, yet not a word came from the Empress to release her from the courtesy. Lin Qingke remained unfazed. In her days at Xiuye Pavilion, she had endured horse dance training for hours at a time. A mere curtsy was nothing. The Empress leisurely poured tea from a delicate pot, her elegant porcelain cup adorned with gleaming golden nail guards, exuding an air of regal opulence. She cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qingke, still half kneeling. She had long harbored disdain for this little upstart, though Emperor Huiyin had yet to name a crown prince. Her own son stood the greatest chance of succession. Yet back then, Lin Qingke had been nothing more than a mere chancellor's daughter. That the Empress had deigned to consider her as a daughter-in-law should have been an honor. Yet she had dared to refuse the imperial betrothal. Had she not rejected him at that moment, how could her beloved Chen linger in the land of indulgence so persistently? How could she have lost the roots of her offspring? And how could it be that now, amidst a city filled with noble ladies, no one is willing to wed her exceptional Chen? As these thoughts crossed her mind, The queen's gaze turned opaque, and she took a sip from her cup of tea, remaining silent as she continued to pour herself another serving. After a while, she estimated that the banquet was about to commence and anticipated catching a glimpse of Lin Qingke, who she imagined to be trembling and drenched in sweat. However, when she finally lifted her gaze, the scene before her ignited her anger. Lin Qingke not only appeared composed and steady, but was also idly flicking her skirt with her toes, seemingly unfazed. Chapter 88. The nobleman is open and untroubled. While the scoundrel is perpetually distressed, the empress wished fervently for Lin Qingke to remain in her half-crouched position indefinitely. However, time was of the essence, and she was concerned that Lin Qingke's prolonged absence from the banquet would draw unwanted attention. With a forced composure, she finally uttered, "You may rise." Yes. Lin Qingke discreetly adjusted her stiffened ankles beneath her gown, contemplating the swift command to rise. It seemed the empress was also cognizant of the time constraints, indicating that the delay would not be extensive. Today marked the grand ceremony for the enfeoffment of Princess Mingxin, and once Emperor Huiyin arrived at the banquet hall, he would undoubtedly seek her out first. Additionally, the thought of Chu Beiyue accompanying her to the hall sparked a nascent plan in Lin Qingke's mind. If the empress desired to avoid drawing attention and expedite matters, then she would deliberately prolong her absence, hoping to incite curiosity about the whereabouts of the day's central figure. Imagining the expressions of the three women upon discovering her in Kunning Palace filled Lin Qingke with amusement. In the realm of tea artistry, none in the capital could rival her prowess, and she was eager to see if Huan could pose a challenge. "Lift your head, so I may observe you properly." Lin Qingke feigned a timid demeanor as she raised her head, her gaze evasive, avoiding direct scrutiny of the empress while discreetly surveying her surroundings. To her astonishment, a writing desk was positioned behind the tea table, complete with ink and paper, an incongruous sight within the inner sanctum of Kunning Palace. Such anomalies signified ulterior motives. What did the empress intend for her? To showcase her calligraphy? As Lin Qingke indulged in her wandering thoughts, the empress's sharply edged voice pierced the air. "Your appearance is indeed commendable. It is no wonder the emperor has chosen you as Princess Mingxin. Even the common folk whisper of you as a goddess." After taking a sip of her tea, the empress continued, her tone laced with impatience and disdain. "It is regrettable that my unworthy son cannot match the beauty of Princess Mingxin. You are now a favored figure by the emperor. Even Prince Rue regards you with newfound respect." Lin Qingke remained silent, a myriad of thoughts swirling within her. It was not her fault. Who, aside from her past self, could see through Chu Zhengqin's facade and appreciate him sincerely, disregarding his status? The empress, noticing Lin Qingke's reticence, felt her irritation intensify. How dare she ignore her? "Huan, recount to me what transpired today." Huan, upon being called, allowed a glimmer of calculation to flash in her eyes. With her gaze lowered in a soft, feeble tone, she began, replying to my esteemed aunt, "Today I encountered Brother Beiyue. I intended to greet him, but Princess Mingxin persistently obstructed me, warning me not to approach him even by a hair's breadth. I had no choice but to seek your assistance, and her tale was so convincing that, were it not for Lin Qingke being the principal party, she too would have been moved to tears. Is that so? I was unaware of the close bond between Princess Mingxin and my dear Huaner as childhood companion, Beiyue." The queen lifted her head, her piercing gaze sweeping towards Lin Qingke, her words laced with interrogation. How absurd, she thought, for one who is the rightful party to be acting like an interloper in another's relationship. Lin Qingke, feeling a flush of embarrassment, replied, "Your Majesty, it is likely that Miss Win's expressions were somewhat misrepresented. I have never uttered such words, and if memory serves me correctly, those sentiments were indeed voiced by His Highness, the Crown Prince, towards Miss Win." To her astonishment, the queen abruptly hurled a teacup to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. "Do you know how to write the 4 characters of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor? My Huaner has known Beiyue since childhood. In terms of emotional ties, how could you, an outsider, compare?" When Huan, ever timely, let out a few sobs, gently tugging at the queen's sleeve, Annie, Perhaps we should let this matter rest. It is no great hardship for Huaner to endure a little grievance. The queen's tone softened as she turned to Wen Huan, a tender smile gracing her face. Huaner has been without parents since a young age. Naturally, I must protect you more. There is no need to worry. If you feel wronged, simply tell your auntie. Lin Qingke thought to herself, was this necessary? What was the point of such heartfelt theatrics before her? If you are ignorant of the 4 characters, then let Huaner teach you. Her calligraphy is exquisite. The queen gestured with her eyes for Wen Huan to approach the writing desk. Wen Huan, blushing and hesitant, demurred, "Auntie overpraises me. My calligraphy is barely adequate." Despite her words, her body moved obediently to the desk, where she unfurled a sheet of rice paper, dipped her brush in ink, and began to write. The scene was reminiscent of the legendary Wang Shiji. Even Lin Qingke found herself curious about the artistry that would emerge. After a few strokes, Wen Huan bashfully returned, apologizing for her display. The queen, delighted by her demure demeanor, lavished her with praise. "I am well aware of Huaner as calligraphy. It is indeed exceptional." Turning her attention back to Lin Qingke, her expression morphed into one of extreme disdain. Since Miss Mingxin is unfamiliar with the characters of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor, she should first copy the words Huaner has just inscribed, and upon returning home, transcribe them 1,000 times. Lin Qingke had never encountered such unreasonable logic. Contemplating her own plans, she suppressed her anger and complied, approaching the desk to take up the brush. Yet, her writing took noticeably longer than Wen Huan's. A subtle confidence radiated from her wrist as she wrote, her posture appearing more professional than that of the previous writer. Just 4 characters, and Huaner has already completed her task. Are you still not done? The queen, unable to contain her impatience, cast a vexed glance towards Lin Qingke. Just then, Lin Qingke set down her brush, blew gently on the wet ink, and respectfully approached the queen, offering a bow. "I have not wielded a brush in quite some time, and thus I am a bit out of practice. I beg your majesty for forgiveness." The queen scoffed disdainfully, fully aware that despite the exaggerated tales circulating outside, Lin Qingke appeared to be nothing more than a clueless ornament, devoid of any substantial knowledge. "Bring that paper to me. I shall see how well you have written and whether you have reflected adequately." Lin Qingke lowered her head, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips. Perhaps it would be best not to show it. She was genuinely concerned that the queen, upon seeing it, might faint from anger. Nearby, a palace maid stepped forward to retrieve the rice paper, presenting it to the queen. Honoran and Wen Huan could not help but stretch their necks to catch a glimpse. Beneath the 4 characters representing propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor, a line of a universally understood ancient poem was elegantly inscribed. "The nobleman is open and magnanimous, while the petty person is often troubled." Chapter 89. I indeed wish to see for myself. "How dare you?" The queen trembled with rage, her long protective armor pointing fiercely at Lin Qingke, her eyes nearly bursting with anger. "You." Honoran and Wen Huan, upon discerning the words above, turned pale, astonished that Lin Qingke had the audacity to brazenly insult Her Majesty the Queen. A series of thuds echoed as the people within the cunning palace knelt in fear, leaving Lin Qingke standing alone, a striking figure against the backdrop of the queen seated in her place of authority. "Ah, Princess Mingxin, do you truly believe this palace dares not act against you?" With that, she slammed her palm onto the table, producing a heavy, muffled sound. "Bring forth this ungrateful wretch and force her to kneel until my anger subsides." Choosing the most time-consuming method, Lin Qingke cast a glance at the incense beside her, feeling quite pleased. When she entered the hall, the incense was whole. Now it was nearly burnt out, indicating that the banquet was soon to commence. And perhaps Emperor Huiyin had already arrived in the banquet hall. "Wait, I shall kneel of my own accord." Lin Qingke's icy gaze swept over the guards attempting to approach her, and the burly men were thus intimidated into retreating awkwardly. As she gracefully knelt, Lin Qingke discreetly piled her long robe beneath her knees for comfort. After all, one must not suffer unnecessarily. "I never anticipated your shamelessness to such an extent. Bring me a beating." The queen, infuriated by Lin Qingke's relaxed demeanor, lost her reason and summoned Wang Mama to administer punishment. Recalling the events that had just transpired in the banquet hall, Wang Mama concealed the fear in her eyes, adopting a false bravado as she approached Lin Qingke, eyes shut, hand raised to strike downwards. However, just as her hand reached its apex, a powerful grip seized her wrist, inflicting a pain that felt as if her bones might shatter. Wang Mama could not suppress a scream of agony. "Your Majesty, are you certain you wish to strike this princess here?" Lin Qingke's gaze, imbued with icy resolve, pierced past Wang Mama to fixate on the queen seated in her lofty position, her lips curving into a faint, sardonic smile. "I dare say." Leaving traces of ill conduct during today's grand ceremony of the princess's enfeoffment would not bode well. Under Lin Qingke's half-smiling, piercing stare, even the queen could not help but feel a shiver of fear, swiftly replaced by a surge of fury. "How dare you threaten me? Then you shall kneel here and transcribe scriptures. You may not leave until your task is complete." With that, the queen flung her robes and stormed to the window, breathing heavily in frustration. Though she was furious, she could not deny the emperor's heightened regard for this Mingxin princess. Should she strike her today, it would leave evidence for future grievances. Provocation would not work on her. The queen sighed deeply, her satisfaction growing as she observed Lin Qingke kneeling and transcribing scriptures. Yet, she felt a nagging sensation that she had forgotten something, but it was of little consequence as long as she could deal with this insufferable girl. In the grand hall of Taihe Palace, the banquet unfolded. Chu Beiwei had not attended such gatherings for quite some time. Upon entering the male seating area, he was immediately met with the keen gazes of various smiling faces, akin to cunning tigers. He harbored a genuine disdain for this insincere exchange of pleasantries. Had it not been for the royal ceremony honoring his cousin, Princess Ke, he would have dismissed this wretched palace banquet altogether. "Brother, you have arrived." A voice as warm and smooth as jade reached his ears. Chu Beiwei impatiently closed his eyes for a moment, recognizing the first intruder. Upon reopening them, his gaze returned to its perennial calmness and indifference, only to meet a pair of eyes clouded by illness, those of the third prince, Chu Zhengyan. "Your Highness, the third prince, I believe we are not yet familiar enough to address each other as brothers. You may simply call me King Rui," Chu Beiwei replied with an effortless grace, deftly deflecting the overtures of familiarity from Chu Zhengyan. The third prince's pale hands, concealed within his sleeves, clenched tightly, then relaxed, revealing the prominent veins on his frail wrists. Yet, as if accustomed to this existence, he swiftly donned a gentle smile once more, his tones softening. "Your Highness, King Rui, it appears I have been remiss in my manners. I hope you will not hold it against me." Noticing Chu Beiwei's disinterested demeanor, Chu Zhengyan suppressed the rising tide of frustration within him and cautiously inquired, "Might your Highness be acquainted with Taoist Qingyu?" Previously, during a moment of desperation, he had taken in this Taoist, intending to use him as a pawn close to the emperor. Initially, he proved invaluable, as Emperor Huiyan had immense trust in the words of the supervisor of the astral office. However, as Chu Zhengyan's expression darkened, the appearance of the so-called Taoist Qingyu had gradually diminished the supervisor's status. Now, Emperor Huiyan even engaged in private discussions with Taoist Qingyu, forbidding anyone else from approaching. This situation was dire for Chu Zhengyan. On one hand, the supervisor's utility had waned significantly, and on the other, he had become a ticking time bomb in close proximity. Should the truth be unveiled, even 10 lies would not suffice to appease Emperor Huiyan's wrath. Yet, after much contemplation, he deduced that his inept and incompetent second brother could not possibly know Taoist Qingyu, leaving only one possibility, King Rui. Initially, he thought his illness would excuse him from attending such a gathering, but upon learning of Chu Beiwei's presence, he hastily arrived without even taking his medicine for the day. This topic piqued Chu Beiwei's interest somewhat. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mild curiosity. "Your Highness, the third prince, bedridden as you are, how is it that you remain so well informed about court affairs?" His piercing dark eyes swept over Chu Zhengyan's pallid visage, locking onto him with an unwavering gaze. In that fleeting moment, Chu Zhengyin felt as though his meticulously crafted facade had been utterly pierced by those sharp eyes. Yet, such a revelation was impossible. His plans were exceedingly thorough, and even the pawns he had placed within the court were mere insignificant figures, unlikely to attract the attention of someone as elevated as Chu Beiyue. His Royal Highness, Prince Rue, jested. I, a frail subject, am averse to the cold and find myself confined indoors, only gleaning tidbits of information from the idle chatter of my servants. Chu Zhengyin's countenance betrayed not an ounce of guilt. To bolster his narrative, he even coughed discreetly twice. Oh, Chu Beiyue crossed his arms, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he raised his chin. If what the third prince claims is indeed true, then why has the director of the Astronomical Bureau been visiting the third prince's residence with such frequency of late? Observing that Chu Zhengyin's already pallid face drained of any color, Chu Beiyue allowed a faint smile to play upon his lips. Could it be that the third prince's residence boasts an exceptional vantage point for stargazing? I would certainly be intrigued to witness it myself. Chapter 90. What is the queen doing? Chu Zhengyin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a tumult of anxiety within him. Unsure of how to elucidate the situation, he could only feign ignorance in a fluster. I'm unaware, my lord. I do not even know the supervisor of the Astro Bureau. Chu Beiyue retracted the smile from his face, his piercing gaze striking Chu Zheng's heart with the precision of a sharp blade, shattering the tentative calculations he had harbored. In that case, I too am perplexed as to why the supervisor of the Astro Bureau seems so fond of visiting the residence of the third prince. Perhaps like a stray dog seeking its master? With this laden insinuation, Chu Beiyue turned away, his demeanor devoid of interest. A stray dog seeking a master? Upon hearing this, Chu Zhengyin trembled violently, his already frail body unable to withstand the weight of such a revelation, collapsing against the servant behind him. Your Highness, your Highness! The servant, in a panic, retrieved a vial of pills from his pocket, hastily pouring one into Chu Zheng's mouth. Gradually, Chu Zheng's breathing steadied, and a hint of color returned to his pallid face. How? How could he know? How could he possibly be aware? Despair etched on his features, with fear glimmering in his eyes. Chu Zhengyin lamented the fact that he had meticulously orchestrated everything in silence. How had Chu Beiyue discerned that the supervisor of the Astro Bureau was already in his employ? He had intended to probe further, yet had inadvertently stumbled upon an earth-shattering revelation. Let us return to the residence. Leaning heavily on the servant, Chu Zhengyin staggered towards the palace exit, realizing he needed to regroup and strategize anew. Losing a mere pawn was but a minor setback. His grander schemes must remain undisturbed by any external interference. Meanwhile, Chu Beiyue's mood had somewhat improved. Did they truly take him for a fool simply because he remained silent? The information network of the Night Hall spanned the entirety of the capital. Its reach was vast and thorough. Should he desire information on anyone, he need only gesture, and it would be his. Suddenly, the sound of a flute pierced the air. Chu Beiyue, alert, turned to see Shen Mo pacing anxiously outside the palace doors. What is amiss? Why the urgency? With a measured pace, Chu Beiyue approached the entrance, at which point Shen Mo knelt before him, his expression fraught with concern. Reporting to my lord, Miss Lin has vanished from the ladies' section. Just moments ago, Emperor Huayan summoned her for a banquet, but there was no response. I have searched the entire banquet hall and cannot find her. A chill swept across Chu Beiyue's countenance, his aura transforming into one of foreboding. Who dared to act under his very nose? Who possessed the audacity to be so impatient with their life? Were the shadow guards assigned to protect her? Had none returned to report? Even his typically composed voice wavered, as Shen Mo knelt in silence, involuntarily recalling the scene when Lord Chu learned of Miss Lin's peril during their time at the border. After 2 sleepless days, they had finally repelled the enemy. Yet upon hearing that news, the Lord's expression had darkened more than if they had suffered defeat, as he rode 3 horses into the night to return. Miss Lin, please do not come to harm, Shen Mo anxiously pondered. If anything were to befall you, the prince would undoubtedly follow suit in despair. At that moment, a shadow guard arrived, and before he could utter a word, Chu Beiwei interjected. Where is the person this prince entrusted to your protection? Why do you return alone? Upon noticing that the shadow guard appeared clean and unscathed, Chu Beiwei felt a measure of relief. At least there seemed to be no overt signs of violence. And Kuo might still be safe. In reporting to my lord, Miss Lin has been summoned by Her Majesty the Empress and is currently kneeling in punishment at Kuan Palace. Forgive my incompetence. I truly do not know what to do, the shadow guard confessed, bowing his head in shame. After all, failing to protect someone entrusted to him was a grave dereliction of duty, yet he could not simply eliminate the reigning empress. Hearing this response, Chu Beiwei let out a sigh of relief. At least Ku's safety was not compromised. However, his expression darkened once more. How dare they impose punishment upon his Ku? He treated her like a cherished treasure. So what right did that woman have to make her kneel? Shen Mo. Go inform the emperor that the empress has invited Princess Mingxin to Kuan Palace for tea and that she has yet to emerge. No sooner had he spoken than Shen Mo could not respond before the prince had vanished, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the direction of Kuan Palace. It seemed my cousin was exceedingly concerned for the newly titled Princess Mingxin. In a dimly lit corner unnoticed by others, Chu Zhengshan sat in a wheelchair, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he rhythmically tapped his fingers, as if plotting some nefarious scheme. In this secluded spot, the only other presence was a young servant supporting his wheelchair. To prevent the servant from overhearing anything inappropriate, Chu Zhengshan had deliberately rendered him deaf and mute, ensuring that no one could respond to his musings. No wonder Lin Qingke was reluctant to cooperate with this prince. It turns out she has already secured the favor of His Highness the Rue Prince. Even in the absence of a response, Chu Zhengshan continued to speak to himself, his expression bordering on madness. After a moment, as if suddenly recalling something, he lifted his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. It was time to fetch my dear sister Xian. After signaling to the servant to head to the dungeons, he slumped back into his wheelchair, murmuring, in the end, this world will solely belong to me. Chu Zhengshan. In the main hall of Kuan Palace, the empress reclined leisurely on a favored couch, indulging in fruit from a tray, flanked by two young palace maids fanning her. Han Aran and Wen Huan were also granted seats, observing as Lin Qingke copied sacred texts. Lin Qingke's temples throbbed with frustration as she suppressed her anger, beginning anew to transcribe the scripture. Chu Beiwei, I shall grant you half a cup of tea this time. Should you fail to appear, I shall resort to more forceful measures. As if summoned by her words, Lin Qingke's ears perked up at the sound of commotion outside, accompanied by the tinkling of the jade pendant at Chu Beiwei's waist. Your Majesty the Empress, this humble subject truly lacks the strength to continue. Might I be excused from writing? Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Qingke deliberately assumed an air of delicate fragility, her voice soft as she posed the question to the Empress. Not a single stroke shall remain unfinished before you depart. Kneeling before this palace is a blessing you've cultivated through lifetimes. No sooner had these imperious words fallen than the screen at the chamber's entrance was violently shattered into fragments by an overwhelming force. Chu Beiwei's voice, cold as the depths of hell and dripping with demonic menace, slowly resonated through the hall. What precisely is your Majesty doing here? Chapter 91. Kur, wake up. The palace was instantly thrown into chaos. The queen hurriedly rose from the consort's couch, her heart racing as she cast a panicked glance at the incense that had completely burned out. With a shaky resolve, she glared at Chu Beiwei, who was slowly advancing over the shattered screen. Duke Rue, how dare you intrude upon my chambers? You even shatter my screen. Oh, is the queen first to cry foul? Chu Beiwei's lips curled into a frosty smile, his dark eyes briefly scanning the floor to ensure Lin Qingke's safety before sweeping over the queen and others like a blade, instilling dread with a mere glance. The queen was visibly terrified, retreating anxiously while clutching the tea table behind her, signaling helplessly to Han Aran and Wen Huan beside her. Although Emperor Heian still held the throne, it was evident to all that his strength was waning, his frail condition changing almost daily. Aside from the imperial authority, it was likely that the most feared presence in the court was none other than Duke Rue himself. Despite his youth, He had participated in military campaigns and was remarkably astute in political matters. Everyone understood that Duke Rouet was more suited to ascend the dragon throne than anyone else. In fact, a significant portion of neutral officials were covert supporters of Duke Rouet. Many had backed his claim to the throne before the late emperor's passing. This explained why the mere mention of Duke Rouet's name instilled terror, even causing the queen to cower behind her niece in confusion. Though the queen lacked insight, she was not foolish. She realized she could not contend with Xiuye Pavilion and thus sought a scapegoat. How strange it was that she felt she had forgotten something essential. Lost in thought, she recalled that she had overlooked the timing of the princess's banquet, and not a single soul in Ning Palace had reminded her. Noticing the queen's expression, when Huan pondered briefly before abruptly pushing Han Iran forward, whispering in her ear, "Iran, if you can explain this to everyone's satisfaction, you will have accomplished something great." Han Iran found herself suddenly thrust in front of Xiuye Pavilion. His towering figure loomed before her, the potent scent of male hormones mingling with a hint of cold sandalwood, causing her to momentarily forget her defense and gaze at him with infatuation. "Your Grace, you have arrived." Xiuye Pavilion stepped back in disgust, raising his voice. "Someone, take this insolent woman who dares to defy me and lacks propriety away." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guards from Duke Rouet's estate rushed in, swiftly dragging Han Iran aside and pinning her to the ground, rendering her immobile. "Your Grace, please spare me. I was momentarily bewitched. I beseech you to be merciful." Han Iran finally realized the gravity of her actions and screamed in panic. But the guards held her firmly, leaving her to struggle futilely on the floor. "It was Miss Huan, it was when Huan. She pushed me forward. If you seek blame, lay it upon her. She is the true culprit." Lin Qingke had initially been thoroughly engrossed in the sight of her dashing prince arriving to rescue her. But the scene abruptly transformed into a chaotic melee, causing her interest to wane instantly. All she truly desired was a moment of tranquility. Silently contemplating, she released her grip, causing her brush to clatter to the floor, and with a roll of her eyes, her body weakened and fell backward. Xiuye Pavilion, who had been approaching Lin Qingke, looked on in alarm and fear. In a swift motion, he dashed forward and caught her just before she hit the ground. Wake up!" Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, he held the girl tightly, gently shaking her arm, his expression filled with urgency. The attention of Wen Huan, who had been feigning a pitiful demeanor since Xiuye Pavilion's entrance, was entirely overlooked. Upon witnessing Lin Qingke's fainting, her fists clenched in fury, and a venomous glare crept into her eyes. How dare she? Why should Lin Qingke have such privilege? 8 years ago, she had encountered Xiuye Pavilion in the palace, albeit without the opportunity to speak to him. Yet, it was she who had first recognized him. The woman in the embrace of His Highness should rightfully be her. Seeing Lin Qingke's lack of response ignited Xiuye Pavilion's rage. He stood abruptly and shattered a nearby table, his eyes radiating a bloodthirsty ferocity as he cast a restrained yet frenzied glare at everyone present. "If anything befalls Princess Mingxin today, I shall demand justice from each of you." The battlefield aura of invincibility enveloped the entire Ning Palace, causing every attendee to tremble in fear, including the queen. Disregarding her image as the mother of the nation, slumped anxiously upon the concubine's couch. He was the indomitable war god of the Qi, a figure that instilled terror in the hearts of enemy leaders. Under such oppressive pressure, even the staunchest warriors of the military would quail, let alone the women sheltered within the inner palace and the 2 unwed maidens. Lin Qingke couldn't help but smirk. Witnessing the queen and that so-called Huaner being publicly humiliated was undeniably delightful. However, it seemed her prince had yet to realize her feigned unconsciousness. Cuddled in the man's embrace, pretending to be a fainted quail, her face resting against his furious chest, Lin Qingke felt a sweet thrill at his anger on her behalf, yet a twinge of anxiety flickered within her. Her lord had inadvertently revealed the depth of their relationship, and she was uncertain how the court would interpret this revelation. A significant number of officials were already expressing discontent with Emperor Huiyan in secret. Had Xiuye Pavilion been born a decade earlier, it was likely that the throne would not have been bestowed upon Huyen. Now with this incident, word would surely spread. 10 would become 100, and by the morrow, those gossiping elders would likely present memorials at court, claiming that His Highness was deliberately courting favor with the Prime Minister's household. Not only in military matters, but Chu Beiyue still had many supporters in political affairs. Given Emperor Huyen's naturally suspicious disposition, it was likely that Chu Beiyue's position in the court would only become more precarious in the future. Sigh. Lin Qingke let out a soft sigh in her heart, feeling the tremors of anger radiating from the person beneath her, and a wave of compassion washed over her. In a moment concealed from the prying eyes of others, she subtly tugged at Chu Beiyue's robe with her delicate finger, as his tightly shut eyes parted slightly, revealing a glimmer of surprise and delight at her presence. She playfully winked at him. Chu Beiyue's face brightened with joy, and, just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the girl in his arms, giving him a knowing glance before tilting her head and fainting once more. Chu Beiyue. Chapter 92. Utterly absurd. Shaking his head helplessly, Chu Beiyue nevertheless chose to indulge Lin Qingke's little act, maintaining his icy, furious facade, though the heavy stone pressing upon his heart had been gently lifted. Moments ago, he had been fretting over whether her fainting was due to skipping breakfast. But even so, he resolved to ensure she never missed a meal again. If she were to collapse from hunger one day when he wasn't tea by her side, his panic would surely surpass today's. As for now, though it had been a false alarm, he still intended to punish this cunning little thing in his arms later. The sight of her lying unconscious upon his arrival was something he never wished to witness again. No longer in a hurry to summon the imperial physician, Chu Beiyue settled onto a nearby chair, cradling Lin Qingke's head in the crook of his arm with the tenderness one might reserve for an infant. Today is the coronation ceremony for the Mingxin Junju. Regardless of my standing, I have every right to ask, who dared to drag Her Highness from the banquet hall to kneel in punishment here? His aura radiated dominance, like a mountain lord holding his beloved consort, his gaze still laced with lingering ferocity as it swept over the pale-faced empress. His voice was calm, yet frost-laced. This is the cunning palace. Surely, your Majesty knows best what transpires within these walls. Wouldn't you agree? The empress, still shaken by Chu Beiyue's earlier glare, flinched at the sudden address. Reflexively, she stammered it. It wasn't this one's doing. This one only wished to avenge Huan. Catching herself, she straightened, forcing composure as she met his icy stare. Even if this one did order her to kneel, what of it? As the empress of this nation, does this one not possess the authority to discipline a mere Junju? And you, what right have you to challenge this one? You've yet to even kneel in greeting. Chu Beiyue's ear twitched at the faint sound of footsteps outside, the emperor's procession approaching. A faint smirk curled his lips as he ignored the emperor's provocation. One hand remained hidden beneath his robes, gently massaging Lin Qingke's knees, while the other drummed ominously upon the table, each tap a dull, threatening thud against the wood. Your Majesty is mistaken. Are you unaware that the Mingxin Junju was personally bestowed by His Imperial Majesty? The Empress frowned. This one knows full well. The coronation was held today. His brow arched in amusement. Ah, so your Majesty does know? Then tell me, are you also aware that the Mingxin Junju embodies the fortune of great Qi, the well-being of the dragon throne, and is the chosen vessel of divine will? With her ears perked up, Lin Qingke, standing at the forefront of the gathering, nearly burst into laughter. How could it be that the esteemed Prince Rue had begun to be spoken of by the common folk as if she were a celestial being? The Empress momentarily appeared unsettled, as if lost in thought, before her expression shifted to one of absurdity and disbelief. So, the Emperor had personally conferred upon her the title of Princess Mingxin? It was utterly ridiculous. Just as her words faded, a voice imbued with authority yet tinged with illness resonated from outside. Who dares to say, I am absurd? Lin Qingke barely stifled a tremor. She had not anticipated that this matter would draw the Emperor himself into the fray. For a moment, she felt disoriented. Shouldn't the Emperor protect his wife? What would become of her and the prince? Anxiously, her eyes began to dart beneath her eyelids. Noticing this, Xiuye, disregarding the emperor's presence, chuckled softly, his large hand gently resting on her, his lips close to her ear as he whispered, "Do not fear." After all, it was he who had sent Shun Mo to summon the emperor. Dealing with the empress and her ilk would surely be more manageable for the emperor. As the emperor's retinue entered, chaos engulfed the hall, far more than before, with the sound of knees striking the floor and supplication echoing throughout. Among the voices, the empress's was the most lamentable, sounding sincere yet pitiful. "Your Majesty, I did not mean to imply you are absurd. I merely find the selection of Princess Mingxin to be most ludicrous. A seductress who competes with Huaner for a man is utterly unworthy of the title of Princess Mingxin." Seizing upon a seemingly valid reason, the empress hurriedly approached the emperor on her knees, her eyes alight with hope as she sought to grasp a corner of her husband's robe. To her shock, the emperor stepped back. His countenance darkened as he glared at the empress and bellowed, "I have been standing outside for a while. I heard everything you said. Empress, there is no need to further deceive and argue with me." The empress's face drained of color, her body collapsing weakly to the ground, emitting incoherent whimpers. "Empress, I have reflected upon my treatment of you, and I have not been unkind. Setting aside your bullying, even Prince Rue has been granted the privilege of not kneeling before me. What more for you?" The emperor appeared genuinely enraged, nearly choking on his breath. His face flushed as his hands trembled. Lin Qingke detected a thread of intrigue. Her mind puzzled as to why the empress's disrespect towards Xiuye seemed to incite the emperor's wrath further. Xiuye, however, remained composed, calmly interjecting, "Your Majesty, I am indifferent to such matters. My sole concern is for Princess Mingxin's well-being, as it reflects upon our great qi and your own health. Thus, I took the liberty to enter without announcement. I beg your pardon." He feigned an intention to kneel. The emperor glanced at Xiuye, who was holding Lin Qingke, pausing momentarily before waving his hand dismissively. Enough. This matter is not your fault. You should take Qingke to receive treatment. I will handle the rest." "Yes, I thank your Majesty," came the reply. Having spoken, Xiuye effortlessly lifted Lin Qingke into his arms and strode towards the door. However, just as he was about to exit, Lin Qingke, having barely opened her eyes, heard the Emperor Huiyan's voice and quickly feigned unconsciousness, burying her face in the warmth of the man's embrace. Amused, Xiuye gently stroked the girl's head in a gesture of comfort. It seemed he was already aware of the reason the Emperor had called out to him, for he did not turn around but simply